Chapter 1. Ouch, that hurts. Xiagu reluctantly opened her eyes, only to find herself in an utterly unfamiliar environment. At her feet lay a warm, pulsating mass, accompanied by a few acrid flames. It appeared she was deep within a cave, the chilling air rushing in from the entrance, enveloping her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing to the Orc world. Life status detected as weak. The childbearing system is automatically bound to the host, with an estimated binding time of 20 minutes. A mechanical voice echoed through her mind. Before Xiagu could refuse, she felt her head ensnared by an unknown force. Desperately shaking her head, she attempted to communicate with the system through sheer will, but to no avail. Xiagu was a mutated poisonous mushroom, and after the apocalypse, she had been forced into the human world, joining a small base established by humans. In her mature stage, Xiagu possessed formidable abilities, rivaling those of heavy artillery. The higher-ups of the base not only sought to recruit her, but also aimed to possess her entirely. Xiagu longed for freedom, unwilling to be tethered to any single base. In collusion with others from a base, they devised a scheme to trap her in an explosion zone. If Xiagu were not a mushroom, she would certainly have perished in the explosion. In her dwindling consciousness, the spores reformed her body. However, she was currently in her juvenile stage, barely able to maintain a human form, with most of her abilities rendered unusable. Only the crystal within a zombie's brain could restore her energy if she were to traverse to the Orc world. Would she remain unable to regain her energy forever? The host may choose to complete tasks to obtain rewards, which will grant her energy crystals. The mechanical voice resounded once more, startling Xiagu, who questioned with her mind, "Can you eavesdrop on my thoughts?" The host lacks permission for access. The system fell silent again. Xiagu slowly rose, only to realize she was completely unclothed. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed there were no other marks on her body, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She was unsure of her current location. It was likely the system had brought her here. Clenching her fists, a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. The childbearing system was clearly malevolent. She would never accept such tasks. She grabbed a nearby hide and wrapped it around herself. What is that? Beneath the hide lay an indistinct creature, writhing erratically. Xiagu felt her mycelium prickle with alarm. Suddenly, a fluffy, warm, black-spot snow leopard leapt into view. The snow leopard's fur was soft and plush, exuding a faint, pleasant scent of snow. Xiagu tentatively poked the fur at the back of its neck, only to be swiftly pinned down by the large cat. The loosened hide slipped away, her top body pressed against the snow leopard's soft underbelly. Cough, cough. Fur brushed against her face. A chilling scent invaded her nostrils, as though her entire nasal cavity had been sanitized. As a toxic mushroom, Xiagu found it difficult to feel fear towards ferocious beasts. Grasping a tuft of fur from the snow leopard's chest, she fixed her gaze on its pale blue eyes. Beautiful yet undeniably dangerous. You're awake? Don't move, I've applied some medicine to you. Snow leopards in the Orc world could talk? Ding! System binding complete. Please check the world information. The novice gift pack is loading. The mechanical voice echoed in her mind once again. Before her, a floating light screen appeared. Xiagu cautiously observed the snow leopard above her. The snow leopard shook its fur, and half of its head surprisingly passed through the light screen, tilting its head to watch her. It seemed that other creatures could not see the system except for her. Instinctively, Xiagu retracted the light screen with her mind. Thank you, could you please let me go? Now that she was aware of her transportation to another realm, Xiagu could only force herself to remain calm and not reveal her true feelings. The snow leopard indeed rose slowly. Then, a halo flashed before Xiagu. The snow leopard transformed into an adult male. He was bare-chested, his skin as bright as freshly fallen snow, adorned with a silver-white pattern resembling a fragrant snow orchid on his chest, though it was unclear whether it was a tattoo or a birthmark. He exuded a mysterious aura, with deep-set features. Between his short silver hair stood a pair of fluffy, rounded ears. Apologies, I accidentally knocked you over out of instinct. What is your name? Which tribe do you belong to? Tomorrow, we will go hunting, and I will escort you back to your tribe. Xiagu hastily pulled the hide around her body, felt as though it were on fire. Her fair and translucent face flushed as if she had consumed chili peppers. "Do you just sleep beside me like this? What of it?" Seeing the bewilderment on his face, she understood that orcs seemed to have fewer taboos. "I dislike others looking at my body." "Oh, fine." He immediately turned away, rummaging through the depths of the cave to pull out a pile of hides, heaped them between them, and added, "You may use these hides freely. I slept next to you to keep you warm." "Thank you, I understand. My name is Xiagu, however. My memory may be damaged, and there are some things I cannot recall clearly. By the way, what is your name? Where is this place?" "My name is Xuelan. This is the High Mountain Tribe, where most of the orcs belong to the Snow Wolf clan. If you truly cannot remember, you may join the tribe, and I will inform the chieftain shortly." "Thank you, it seems I have no choice but to stay here. By the way, have you ever seen a grayish-blue glowing crystal?" Xuelan pondered seriously. "I have never seen one. Perhaps there might be some on the plains outside the High Mountain Tribe." Xiagu nodded, lowering her gaze, feigning a hint of sorrow. She tightly clutched the hide, selecting the softer, cleaner pieces to wrap around herself, finally able to fend off the cold and cover her body. Xuelan did not sneak a glance, transforming back into a leopard and leaping out of the cave. After running for a while, he resumed his human form. The mountain wind lashed against his face like a knife, yet the unusual flush on his cheeks lingered. Xuelan Ponde. This little female was quite peculiar, appearing so delicate. Would leaving her alone in the cave lead to unforeseen circumstances? He needed to return quickly. If only he could become her beast husband to protect her. After sending Xuelan away, Xiagu perused the information provided by the system. At last, she gained some understanding of the world. This was the orc realm, devoid of humans, inhabited solely by orcs and ordinary beasts. Male orcs possessed a second form, while female orcs retained only a human shape. Male orcs were ranked as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and a legendary holy orc. Each orc bore a unique mark, which indicated their rank based on its color. Xuelan bore a silver snow orchid mark, indicating he was a silver orc. Male orcs were robust and strong, tasked with combat and hunting, while female orcs were not only scarce, but also physically frail, possessing nearly no offensive capabilities, relegated to the roles of childbearing within the tribe. The structure of this world was undeniably malicious. Recalling the automatically bound childbearing system, Xiagu felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. Thus, Xuelan rescuing her might merely be for her scarce reproductive capabilities. Was she to remain in this world and serve as a breeding tool for those orcs? Absolutely not. She was a fungus, a mushroom devoid of reproductive abilities. As Xiagu followed the light, she reached the cave entrance. It was then she realized that the cave was situated halfway up the mountain, with steep rock walls and a snow-filled valley below. The cold wind swept over her, and in the distance, several black dots raced towards her. Xiagu clutched the hide and retreated to a corner of the cave. Moments later, a group of individuals stepped into the cave. At the forefront was a burly man draped in tiger skin, flanked on his right by an elderly orc clad in a burlap robe, his face adorned with tattoos. Xuelan stood to the left, with several others behind them, crowding the cave. The burly man scrutinized Xiagu from head to toe. "This is the female that Xuelan brought back from the hunt. We intend to keep her in the High Mountain Tribe. Priest, please assess her reproductive capabilities for rank classification." "Understood, Chief." Xiagu recognized this as a necessary procedure, yet she still found the discourse revolting. What if her reproductive abilities were non-existent? Would she then simply accompany the male orcs on hunts or farming? Before Xiagu could ponder further, the orc in the burlap robe stepped directly before her, instructing, "Extend your hand." His dark eyes bore into her. She trembled, as though bewitched by an unknown force, obediently extending her hand. The priest's rough, calloused fingers pressed against Xiagu's pulse. She felt utterly unwell. In a daze, she heard an ancient voice, low-tier fertility, in fact a complete lack of procreative capability. Send her to the slave pit. What is a slave pit? The priest disdainfully withdrew his hand, and Xiagu, feeling weak all over, was caught by Xuelan. She struggled to regain her composure, yet had not the chance to speak. The chieftain approached, a significant smile gracing his features, his bronze skin subtly flushed with color. If you are willing to accompany me, I assure you, you will not be dispatched to the slave pit. Fear not, my mate is incapacitated and cannot interfere with my decisions. He suddenly lowered his voice. The slave pit houses the most inferior of beastmen, and during times of famine, they are used as sustenance for the entire tribe. Xiagu felt a wave of revulsion under his gaze. By what right do you decide my fate? The chieftain scoffed coldly, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you have come to our highland tribe, you must abide by our rules. Unwilling? Very well. Then leave the highland tribe. The mountain wind howled outside the beast den. Behind her stood a group of beastmen, their faces filled with ravenous desire. What should she do? Ding! Host bodily condition detected as exceptional special reward granted. Highly fertile physique. Please remain calm and await the transformation. Estimated duration, 10 minutes. The elusive system reappeared once more. Xiagu felt warmth enveloping her, a dull ache rising in her lower abdomen. As time passed, the pain intensified, akin to sharp instruments carving into her flesh. She gritted her teeth, enduring the torment. Curse this breeding system. Must survival rely solely on procreation? Little female, have you made your decision? The chieftain's low voice resonated, his gaze fixed on Xiagu with malevolence. Xiagu steadied herself, pushing away Xuelan who had been supporting her, and spoke in a firm tone, I am leaving the Highland tribe. I hope you honor your word and do not hinder my path. The system's transformation had concluded. Xiagu could distinctly sense that her body had changed. If she were to summon the priest again to assess her fertility, the results would surely differ. However, without a beast husband, even if regarded as a rare female, how did her situation differ from that in the slave pit? She yearned for freedom. Xiagu, may I be your beast husband? I need you if you do not wish to remain in the Highland tribe. I can accompany you as a wandering beast man. It was Xuelan. He knelt, his sturdy form coiling protectively, lifting his head to gaze at her, his light blue eyes filled with fervor and longing. At that moment, Xiagu noticed the long, soft, fluffy tail trailing behind him. She reached out to stroke the top of Xuelan's head. His round, furry ears quivered slightly. Should she accept? They had only been together for less than 2 hours. Xiagu curled her fingers and flicked Xuelan's right ear, a particularly sensitive spot for large cats. His cheeks flushed crimson, and he restrained himself, lowering his head as his pale pupils suddenly constricted, his mouth growing parched, and his breathing increasingly labored. I do not consent, Xiagu firmly rejected. Immediately, the cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Beep. Host detected encountering a high-level beastman. Mission issued. Complete mating with a silver beastman. Mission deadline, 48 hours. Mission rewards. Painless childbirth talent. Beginner's gift pack, 100 beginner energy crystals. Failure penalty, erasure. After the system issued the mission, it fell silent again, leaving Xiagu without any response, regardless of her attempts to communicate. Xiagu had no doubt about the reality of the penalty for failing the mission. Erasure. Unless she self-destructed along with the system. But why would she? She had just escaped from the brink of apocalypse. Xuelan, still kneeling, had bloodshot eyes, his lips pressed tight, remaining silent. The beastmen watching from the side whispered amongst themselves. Ha! She doesn't even want a silver beast husband, only a wandering beast man will suffice for her. I don't think it's a natural lack of fertility. Perhaps she was ruined outside, and Xuelan picked up a damaged goods. Xiagu felt her chest tighten with anger, glaring fiercely at them. What I mean is I do not agree to leave the chieftain of the tribe now that I have a beast husband. There's no need to go to the slave pit. Before the chieftain could respond, Xiagu was abruptly pulled into Xuelan's embrace. Easy now. I'm sorry. I'm just so happy that you agreed. I hope I didn't hurt you. Xuelan's brow furrowed as he gently released the girl, crouching to inspect her injured ankle. Xiagu uncomfortably shifted her leg away. I'm fine, get up. Xuelan was undeniably handsome. At present, he seemed quite amiable. Yet Xiagu remained vigilant. Once she regained her abilities, she would shatter that wretched system. As for Xuelan, She would treat him as a large cat to care for. The chieftain glared with malice at the two who were growing increasingly intimate, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his objections. There were only 3 silver beastmen in the Highland tribe. One was his father, who had little time left. Both he and Xuelan were silver beastmen, but Xuelan's abilities far surpassed his own. No, Xuelan, you are a first-tier warrior of the tribe and must not forge a bond with an unidentified orc. Have you forgotten the betrothal your mother left for you? You ought to unite with my granddaughter. The priest curled his fingers, tapping his staff to produce a crisp sound. Xiagu furrowed her brows in distress. How could a marriage contract suddenly emerge? She turned to look at Xuelan, who remained unfazed, revealing no intentions whatsoever. If the priest compelled Xuelan to wed his granddaughter, she would inevitably face annihilation by the system. Esteemed priest, she asserted, even if Xuelan has a marriage contract with your granddaughter, it is of no consequence. For I am already with child. Furthermore, your earlier diagnosis was erroneous. I do possess the highest level of fertility. The voice of Xiagu was exceedingly soft, yet it silenced the clamorous crowd in an instant. Impossible. I just diagnosed you. You possess no reproductive capability. The priest's eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed forward to grasp Xiagu's arm. Even Xuelan remained ensnared in shock, only to swiftly restrain the priest upon regaining her composure. Xiagu gently rubbed her wrist and jestingly remarked, "Who can ascertain the accuracy of your diagnostic skills, priest? Surely, your tribe has seen its fair share of fallen warriors, all of whom you have presumably evaluated." As she provoked the priest, she fervently summoned the system within her mind. System, if you wish to avoid perishing alongside me, assist me in fabricating this falsehood. Otherwise, I shall resort to self-detonation, taking you down with me. I surmise your energy reserves are quite limited, for otherwise, why would it take so long to load a grand gift package? Yet, the system remained utterly silent. The chieftain and a throng of orcs surged forth, engaging in a fierce struggle with Xuelan. Meanwhile, the priest had firmly grasped Xiagu's wrist. The summer mushroom, poised for a powerful strike, was suddenly interrupted by the priest's exclamation. "You are truly pregnant. This is impossible. Supreme fertility. It is indeed supreme fertility. No wonder I could not diagnose it at first." Upon these words, all the orcs halted, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the girl standing with her arms crossed. Supreme fertility. It was the legendary power of a goddess. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her crimson lips curled into a mocking smile as her gaze swept over the gathered orcs with an air of grace. One by one, the orcs fell to their knees, including the chieftain and the priest. The Orcish wolf Shadow wished to become the goddess's consort, pleading for her mercy. "Goddess, I have the greatest hope of advancing to become a silver orc. I am willing to be the goddess's consort. I beseech you to grant your consent." The mushroom shook its head, conjuring a small flame from its energy, which floated delicately into the air. As soon as the tiny spark made contact with the orc's fur, it ignited and rapidly expanded. The orcs, feeling an excruciating burning sensation, rolled frantically on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. "Spare us, divine lady. We have realized our errors." The summer mushrooms exuded a subtle smile, yet the depths of her eyes concealed a profound chill. "Those who dare to fantasize about becoming my beast husband are unworthy. Begone." After a flurry of commotion, the orcs fled in a frenzy, tumbling from the beast's den down to the foot of the mountain. Xiagu let out a sigh of relief. It appears that she has truly discerned the system's Achilles heel. The recent flare of flames was merely a facade, having exhausted all its strength. For the time being, she must indeed rely on the system. Xiagu surveyed her surroundings. The cave walls were hewn from solid rock, their gray surface marked by remnants of insect-repelling ashes from the surrounding vegetation. Deep within the beast's lair lay a collection of salvaged wooden bowls and stone knives. Several animal hides were haphazardly spread across the ground, imprinted with the recent tracks of a group of orcs in the melted stains of snow. It was rather crude, reflecting the straightforward and unadorned style of Xuelan. The large snow leopard, appearing quite intelligent, was in fact rather simple-minded. Now it nestled beside Xiagu, half kneeling at her side, cautiously wrapping its bushy tail around her slender waist. "Goddess, do you have other beast husbands? Will we meet again in the future?" Xiagu gently rubbed his head. "I just deceived the priest. In truth, I am not pregnant." He has become quite muddled, believing everything he hears. "There are no other beastmen. You may continue to call me Xiagu, as I am not accustomed to this." Upon hearing there were no other beastmen, Xuelan's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light. He rose and embraced Xiagu, his large hand resting on her soft abdomen, his voice gentle yet deep. Xiao, then you are also a goddess. It is unfortunate that we frightened the priest away. We have yet to bond. Shall we perform a bonding ceremony tomorrow? What is the purpose of the bonding ceremony? Xiagu did not correct his address. Instead, he lowered his head to toy with Xuelan's slender fingers. Beastmasters and females are required to pledge their unwavering commitment to each other before the beast god, as they endeavor to procreate. Ultimately, the priest will inscribe the beastmaster's exclusive mark upon the female's body. But it is not strictly necessary to do so. Xuelan pinched her waist, saying, if we do not, others will not recognize me as your beastmaster. Must the priest truly carve the mark? I can do that as well. But I will need orchid juice. Could you assist me in finding a wooden bowl? Understood. Wait for me. The fair skin flickered before his eyes, and Xiagu only caught a glimpse of the large cat's long tail trailing on the ground, raised high as it vanished at the cave's entrance. He watched as the other party completely ran far away. Xiagu accessed the system control panel, scrutinizing it intently. Presently, there were 3 windows, the backpack, the task list, and the shop. However, the shop window remained grayed out. She opened her backpack to inventory her items, which were neatly categorized from the beginner's gift package provided by the system. The items included fertility elixir capable of bypassing infertility, a painless childbirth talent, infertility toxin, recovery potion, fetal growth elixir, childbirth acceleration potion, healing potion, basic medical kit, modern cooking utensils, wilderness survival kit, sanitary napkins, and a blanket. The system proved quite generous, offering a diverse array of items in considerable quantities. Xiagu could not resist the temptation to take out a set of kitchen utensils and instant noodles. But after a moment of contemplation, she returned them to their place. She had yet to establish her own domain. Even as a divine maiden, she could not recklessly bring forth such items. In the very next instant after the utensils had vanished, a commotion echoed outside the cave entrance, transforming into her beast form. Xuelan approached Xiagu, delicately clutching a string of botanical fruits in her mouth, shaking off the snow from her soft fur, and cautiously leaping before Xiagu. She had found everything. Xiagu nodded, bowing his head to prepare the materials, extending his hand towards me. Xuelan followed suit, her delicate fingers gripping his pristine taut arm as she meticulously dipped an exceedingly fine metal needle into the essence of bluegrass, piercing his skin with precision. Gradually, a vivid outline of a mushroom began to emerge on Xuelan's right arm, surrounded by a circle of vibrant pink raised marks, exuding an alluring sensuality. Xiagu is truly remarkable, even surpassing the beauty crafted by the priest. He lifted his arm, allowing the evening glow to illuminate the artwork upon his skin. The fragrant mark of the snow orchid on his chest appeared particularly enchanting. No wonder he was named Xuelan, Xiagu pondered quietly, yet she refrained from marking herself. She was a mushroom. Her body would frequently undergo metabolic changes, and any mark would be ephemeral. After all, it was merely for the sake of the task at hand. Xiagu grasped the elongated tail of Xuelan, the plush texture eliciting a soft sigh from her lips. The tip of Xuelan's tail quivered slightly, prompting her to tenderly kiss it. Xuelan, with her round, ample ears, leaned closer. A complex expression of urgency, restraint, and emotion flickered across her pale visage. Xiao, is it permissible? The heat of her breath brushed against Xiaogu's neck. Do you not desire me? The soft, warm voice was enveloped by their lips and tongues, as his rough palm slipped deeper into the embrace of the fur. The summer mushroom adorned with herbal remedies stood tall, its ankle swaying gracefully. Within the beast's den, a hushed rustle echoed, accompanied by the suppressed cries of the creatures. Ding! The detection of the host's task has been completed. The host is advised to consume the fertility elixir punctually and give birth to the beast's offspring within 3 months. How utterly absurd. Xiagu bit the long, soft tail of the big cat, suppressing her shivers as she heard the system's notification sound, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Xuelan, noticing the change in her expression, leaned closer. Did I hurt you, Xiagu? Get away. Xiagu twisted her body, a large hand reaching from her waist to her lower abdomen, gently kneading. The warmth was intense, yet soothing. As the night deepened, Xuelan lay beside her, fast asleep. Xiagu took out a few grains of Shengzi Dan and Shengtai Dan, swallowing them in one swift motion. A powerful and peculiar sensation coursed through his body once again. Ding! The host's chance of conception is 100. A successful pregnancy rewards the host with 1,000 primary energy crystals, and the advanced gift package has now been dispatched. Xiao Mushrooms sat upright, her back turned to the snowstorm as she accessed the system panel. Delving into the inventory section, she swiftly retrieved 100 energy crystals as rewards. like indulging in candy. She stuffed handfuls into her mouth, swallowing them down. The hidden injuries within her body gradually began to mend. As if sensing something, Xiagu raised her hand, and a cluster of dim blue flames sprang forth from her fingertips. She stepped out of the cave, flicking the flames into the air. In an instant, the fire spread across the valley floor, melting the thick blanket of snow in a heartbeat. Yet, she had only regained a fraction of her former strength. Confronted by the overwhelming advantage, Xiao Mush contemplated in silence. I must survive. I must thrive even more. Throughout the entire night, she consumed energy stones outside the cave. She felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, she radiated vitality. Her once ashen complexion transformed into a rosy hue, and her figure seemed to elongate slightly. The internal injuries she had sustained were nearly healed, restoring her strength to about 30% of her peak condition. Satisfied, Xiagu reclaimed the remaining energy stones and waved his hand to restore the valley to its original state. After shaking off the fragments of snow from his body, he burrowed back into the beast's den. Xuelan was still in a deep slumber, his two round ears trembling slightly from the cold. Thin and veined with a trace of blood, Xiagu could not resist the urge to gently touch the soft, fluffy ears, only to be immediately enveloped in the warm embrace of Xuelan. Did I wake you? Would you like to sleep a little longer? The girl's tender and soothing voice flowed into his ears. Xuelan's face flushed crimson in an instant, uncontrollably recalling the events of the previous night. She had lain upon him, her alabaster neck glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, her pale eyes illuminated by a delicate halo, gazing down at him. They were entwined in an intimate embrace, her limbs seemingly forever bound to him. Xuelan's throat constricted as he muttered, "Do not worry, you did not wake me. I shall not sleep any longer. Today, I intend to venture out for hunting." "Hunting? I wish to accompany you." Xiagu's eyes sparkled as she grasped the long tail of Xuelan, gently kneading it. This time, however, it was different. This was a collective hunt organized by the tribe, and I lacked the authority to bring a female along. If you trust me, wait for my return, and I shall take you hunting then. Xuelan withdrew her tail, affectionately patting Xiagu's head before rising and venturing deeper into the beast's den, where she retrieved meat and dried fish to begin thawing. Her movements were deft and fluid. Before long, she had set a pot over the fire to simmer a rich broth. The savory aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing Xiagu to swallow in anticipation. In this post-apocalyptic world, fresh food was a rarity. Most sustenance comprised pre-packaged nutrient paste, thick and reeking of unfamiliarity, leading Xiagu to nearly forget the taste of wholesome fare. She picked up a wooden bowl, poised to crouch to the side and await the soup, when a sudden thought struck her. She quickly adjusted her stance, ultimately leaning against the cave wall. Xiagu raised her hand to press against her lower abdomen, feeling the softness, unchanged yet seemingly warmer than before. A sense of peculiarity stirred within her. Was it possible that she was pregnant so soon? The thought was simply unbelievable. Was there a little mushroom or perhaps a small snow leopard nestled within her? Ding! The system detected the host's curiosity and automatically provided a pregnancy testing tool, available for exchange at a mere 100 points. The system, ever so opportunistic, reared its head once more. Xiagu furrowed her brows. She greatly despised the feeling of being constrained. Yet in the short term, she had no choice but to rely on the system. What are points? Points can be acquired through the completion of tasks. Currently, the host has accumulated 300 points, meeting the requirements, and the system mall has been automatically unlocked for the host. Please open the panel to view the details. It appears that, as she had suspected, the system's energy was not particularly abundant. Otherwise, it would not have delayed unlocking the mall until now. Xiao Mushrooms comprehended the situation. First, grant me the pregnancy detection tool. Ding! The exchange was successful. The system detected that the host was in a state of pregnancy and automatically calculated the number of embryos, a total of 10, all of the snow leopard species. Among these, there were 8 silver tier orc embryos, 1 gold tier orc, and 1 special mutated orc of unknown tier. Of these, 4 were female and 6 were male. As the system relayed the details of her pregnancy, beads of sweat formed on Xiao Mushrooms' forehead. 10 embryos. Would she perish on the birthing bed? Would her belly truly withstand the strain until full term? Furthermore, in the common understanding of the Orc Continent, females were deemed to possess no rank and were incapable of combat. Could it be that her children were an anomaly? Yet, when Xiao Mushrooms called upon the system once more, it remained elusive. Unable to casually summon the system interface for clarification, she accepted the meat soup prepared by Xuelan, consuming it while processing the explosive information. Silver tier orcs were supposed to be quite rare, and here she was, expecting 8 of them, not to mention the gold-tier orc. As for the unranked mutated orc, it was likely to be extraordinarily powerful. She could only imagine how many points she would earn upon giving birth. Xiagu felt a tinge of excitement as he scooped a small piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. It was scalding hot. Are you all right? Xuelan took the bowl of soup, and with his rough fingers, he gently parted the tender lips, revealing a vibrant little tongue exuding wisps of warmth. He scrutinized closely, a hint of anxiety creasing his brow. Shall I fetch some ice to soothe it? Actually, I'm perfectly fine. Xiagu hurriedly pressed against her opponent, retreating slightly to evade Xuelan's scrutiny. Xuelan consistently regarded her as a weakling. However, given her current prowess, she could effortlessly vanquish 5 silver orcs in one breath. Let's eat first. Later, I wish to observe how you hunt. I will not accompany you outside, Xiagu murmured. She blew on the meat soup, causing ripples to dance upon its surface, before swallowing it all, feeling a warm surge rise within her chest, providing a sense of comfort. Xuelan consumed her meal swiftly and, upon finishing, began to prepare the tools and provisions she would take along, simultaneously tidying the disordered beast den. She uncovered numerous precious, soft furs and laid them outside while imparting some advice. Little mushroom, I have kindled a fire. Remember to preserve the embers after each use. It gets quite cold at night, so be sure to cover yourself with several layers of beast skins. If you are unable to cook, you may gnaw on this jerky. Do not place your trust in the orcs of the tribe. I will arrange for someone to look after you. Xuelan produced a large wooden box and slid it before her, indicating the assorted strips of meat within. This is yak jerky. I have roasted it for quite a while, so it is a bit tough. This, however, is rabbit jerky, which is somewhat softer. Xiagu gazed at the towering mound of jerky before him, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. How long are you likely to be gone? At least 3 days, and at most 10. Xiagu, slightly taken aback, turned her head to glance at the small bundle of luggage behind Xuelan and softly remarked, Is this all you have prepared for yourself? You've left me with so much. Moreover, the dried meat is quite precious. Are you not worried that I might waste it? No, I assure you. It will not go to waste. Xuelan's large ears quivered, flushed crimson by the sunlight. Xiagu gently kissed his cheek, holding his palm and placing it softly against her abdomen. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a hushed tone, urging him to take more provisions for her peace of mind while he ventured out to hunt. She swiftly quelled the thought of revealing her pregnancy to Xuelan. Xuelan embraced her tightly, nuzzling into her chest like a great cat, the soft, snowy fur brushing against her lips, causing Xiagu's face to flush a deep crimson. Almost in a daze, she found herself lifted onto his back as they stepped into the biting cold wind, departing from the beast's den and descending to the gathering place of the orcs below. It was only then that Xiagu began to ease the inexplicable warmth surging within her chest. The orcs of the tribe had transformed into their beast forms, each preparing with their burdens, ready for the journey ahead. However, Xuelan, as the young leader, did not advance but instead emitted a low call, while Xiagu remained puzzled. She soon heard the distinct sound of hooves approaching, the rhythmic clatter drawing nearer. A sleek, dark-coated steed burst forth from the crowd. Xiao Mushroom gazed curiously at him, unable to divert her eyes for an extended period. For this orc appeared in the form of a centaur. Little Mushroom, this is my friend, Xuanli from the Pegasus tribe. The large cat nuzzled Xiao Mushroom's waist with its fluffy head. Xiagu nodded thoughtfully. The centaur before him was unlike any horse Xiagu had encountered in the post-apocalyptic world. Its coat was long, soft, and elegantly curled, radiating a stunning, iridescent jet black. Its lower limbs resembled those of a horse, adorned with exquisite muscles cloaked in a delicate layer of glossy fur, while the torso gradually transitioned into a human form. The abdominal muscles were tightly defined, and its skin bore a grayish-black hue, with only faint, tiny golden speckles adorning its cheeks. The entire being was resplendent, reminiscent of the mycelium of jungle mushrooms that had undergone decay and burning. Were all the centaurs of the Heavenly Horse clan in such a magnificent form? It seemed almost too beautiful to be true. However, Xuanli appeared rather aloof, suggesting that he might not be the most amiable of companions. Xiagu felt an itch on her face and, upon scratching, discovered it was the mane of Xuanli. This centaur was astonishingly tall. He lowered his head and emitted a couple of soft whinnies, his light golden eyes reflecting Xiagu's visage. Long, curly black hair cascaded to the ground, nearly ensnaring Xiagu within its tresses. Xuanli, Xiagu is my companion. I kindly ask you to take good care of her. Thank you. Xuelan used her tail to part the layers of Xuanli's fur and nuzzled Xiagu's cheek once more, assuring her, rest assured, Xuanli is very easy to get along with. I must take my leave now. Await my return in the tribe. Xiao Mushroom nodded, waiting for her to comprehend. The agile figure of the large cat had already flashed past her eyes, vanishing into the towering snow-capped mountains. Xuelan led the orcs towards another mountain range. Yet a sense of restlessness quietly stirred within her heart. Xiao Mushroom seemed particularly concerned about that stallion. She understood that a female almost never had just one mate. If Xiao Mushroom truly cherished him, he would be amenable to it. Having an additional protector for Xiao Mushroom would perhaps allow him to feel a measure of ease. However, at that moment, Xiao Mushroom was preoccupied with pondering how she might manage to ride on Xuanli's back. She had no intention of seeking another partner. Her curiosity was solely directed towards how Xuanli had grown to be as he was. Even if she desired to bear offspring, it would only be with Xuelan. The notion of following in the footsteps of those female orcs, each accompanied by a multitude of mates, was something Xiao Mushroom found difficult to accept. Xuanli, please do not crouch any further. We can simply walk back to the beast den at a leisurely pace. Xiagu gently touched Xuanli's mane, her voice soft. I cannot let this happen. If Longu returns, he will scold me for not taking good care of you. I will head over to the steps. You can climb up and ride on my back. Observing the unusually aloof black-skinned centaur, it unexpectedly kicked its hooves joyfully and trotted over to the steps, beckoning Xiagu to come closer. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiagu's face. This magnificent horse seemed surprisingly amicable. Tentatively, she climbed onto its back. And Xuanli began to converse with her in a rapid-fire manner. Xiagu, there are fruits in the bag on my back. Feel free to eat if you're hungry. Hee. How did you come to be with Longu? I had thought Longu would never seek a companion in his lifetime. Xiagu casually responded, retrieving a fruit from the bag on the horse's back and handing it to Xuanli. Only when she heard the satisfying crunch of the fruit being devoured did she finally relax. Xuanli was indeed a remarkably deceptive centaur, exuding an overwhelming warmth. Not only was she amiable towards Xiagu, but she also greeted other beastmen they encountered along the way, which gradually eased Xiagu's wariness. Xuanli's pace towards the beast inn was somewhat slower, allowing Xiagu to clearly discern the entirety of the tribe. The tribe's core, its periphery, and its outskirts. The leader's family and the priest's family resided at the very center, while the living quarters were arranged according to the hierarchy of the beastmen from inside to out. However, Xuelan was an anomaly. Despite being a high-ranking beastman, he resided at the outskirts of the tribe, an area seldom frequented by others. Yet, along the way, Xiagu noticed numerous footprints in the snow. Xuanli, do you think there is a significant chance someone has come to the beast inn? It can't be, right? As soon as Lan left, even the most polite beastmen wouldn't wander into his territory. Upon hearing these words, Xiagu could not find solace. Indeed, upon returning to the beast inn, she was greeted by chaos outside. Xuanli swiftly led her inside. The den was in disarray, turned upside down. Various precious animal skins lay torn and scattered, and wooden bowls and pots lay shattered. A few unfamiliar beastmen were brazenly gnawing on jerky, casting provocative glances at Xiagu. Then, one of them obsequiously addressed a nearby female beastman. Say, wife, look. The wretched female Xuelan found has returned. I've heard she is already pregnant. Xiagu tightly clenched her fists, her gaze harboring a hint of murderous intent. The encircled female orc, swathed in heavy animal skins, bore a pronounced curve of pregnancy in her abdomen, and a flicker of contempt danced across her snow-white visage. What of her condition? Within me lies the offspring of a silver orc. What noble progeny could she possibly bear, relying solely on the affection of Longu? Longu ought to be my beast husband. I shall ensure you suffer a miscarriage and cast you into the beast den, and by the time Longu returns, you will have met your demise. So, you are the granddaughter of the priestess. Xiagu chuckled softly as she picked up a stone dagger from the ground, pointing it directly at her opponent. Xuanli stepped forward, blocking the girl, and spoke in a grave tone. Xiagu, she is Sherry. You cannot defeat her. She has been training in martial arts alongside the priest since childhood. Lower your dagger, and I shall confront Sherry's beast husband. Xiagu pushed against the centaur's body, resolutely shaking her head. Surely, do you dare to duel with me? If you triumph, I shall seek an abortion and retreat to the beast's den. But if you are defeated, you must submit to my will. Her cold voice lingered within the beast's lair. Shirley's beastly husband wore a sinister expression, whispering something indistinct. Yet, Shirley laughed mockingly. Of course I dare. Wretched female, I admire your audacity to court death. With that, a thunderous clash resounded. Without awaiting the formal commencement of their duel, Shirley brandished a long stone knife and struck directly at Xiagu. Xiagu nimbly evaded, perceiving all of Sherry's movements as excruciatingly slow and utterly foolish. She lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick, employing no less than 70% of her strength, sending Sherry hurtling against the cave wall, where she crumpled to the ground like a lifeless rat. Blood gushed forth as Sherry writhed in excruciating pain, clutching her abdomen and crying out in desperation. Her band of beastmen surged towards Xiagu in a frenzy. However, Xuanli was well prepared. She raised her hooves and swiftly toppled them all, then, as if in a playful manner, began to trample upon their chests, her colossal hooves crashing down like boulders, leaving only a chorus of anguished wails in their wake. Xiagu, suppressing her smile, approached the nearly fainting Shelly. She retrieved a dark red pill and forced it into Shelly's mouth, compelling her to swallow. This was the coveted essence pill awarded by the system. She intended to test its efficacy. How dare Shelly, having only just conceived a silver orc, brazenly threaten to induce a miscarriage? Xiao Mushu chuckled, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in her light-colored eyes. Was she not proud of her own fertility? Then let her be rendered incapable of bearing children forever. What have you made me consume? A chilling sensation coursed down her throat and settled in her stomach, and Sherry was instantly jolted awake, though her body still felt as though all strength had been siphoned away. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she struggled to rise from the ground, her gaze towards Xiao Mushu brimming with terror. This wretched female must have fed her something vile. Xiagu crossed her arms and raised her chin with an air of arrogance, her gaze towards Shirley brimming with disdain. Curious? Kneel and beg for my favor first. Although Xiagu is merely a mushroom, she has never endured such humiliation in this post-apocalyptic world. Gazing at the precious beast skins torn apart on the ground, her eyes darkened, subtly glimmering with murderous intent. These items all belong to Xuelan. How dare they destroy them so recklessly? Xueli, who has always been accustomed to pride, may not be Xiagu's match, but how could she ever plead for mercy? She immediately refused. Vol female, do you have any idea of the consequences of offending me? I shall not let you escape unscathed. Xiagu remained indifferent, yet she could not overlook the anxious and concerned expression on Xuanli's face. She was acutely aware of Sherry's formidable background, and that the priestess was not one to be trifled with. However, she could not simply swallow her indignation regarding today's events. You promised me a duel. If you win, I shall seek refuge in the beast cave, but if you lose, Xiagu's lips curled into a cold smirk, then you shall submit to my will. Having recently arrived at the Highland tribe, she suspected that Sherry might not adhere to her promises. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for she would ensure that every orc of the Highland tribe understood that she was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged within her lower abdomen, and crimson stained the beast's skin beneath her. Sherry screamed in agony, clutching her belly and rolling on the ground. The other beastmen, having been injured by him, began to rise, and upon seeing Xiagu's lack of direction, Xuanli refrained from intervening. Madam, are you unwell? How are you faring? The voices of the beastmen echoed, laced with urgency and resentment, yet Xiagu remained unperturbed. It seemed that the effects of the absolute offspring pill were taking hold. Xuanli discreetly positioned himself in front of Xiagu, lowering his voice to say, if they converge upon us, you must flee immediately. His concern was genuine, yet she believed in facing the consequences of one's actions. Xiagu shook her head defiantly. Flee? They are the ones who have wronged first. But if the priestess lays blame upon us, fear not, I shall bear the responsibility. Xiagu pulled him behind her, her gaze fixed on the tragic scene involving Shelly. Shelly, engulfed in pain, experienced a moment of darkness before her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she pinpointed Xiagu's location and, filled with venomous hatred, declared, Wretched female, I shall make you pay with your life. The duel is upon us, and all present are witnesses. Do you think you can evade responsibility? With a sudden cry, Shelly collapsed, succumbing to her agony before Xiagu could respond. Her beastly husband glared at Xiagu with intense animosity, cradling Shelly in his arms, her body stained with crimson blood. When we inform the priest, he will not let you escape unscathed. Xiagu nodded, indicating that she would await their return. As they prepared to leave, Xiagu signaled to Xuanli, who promptly intercepted the group of orcs. The orcs, having previously suffered at Xuanli's hands, were acutely aware of their discomfort and retreated, their eyes filled with trepidation. You have harmed our matron to this extent. Do you now intend to silence us? Xiagu scoffed coldly, surveying the cave. You have torn my furs and shattered my wooden bowls and utensils, and yet you think to depart unscathed? The Orcish warriors, having lost their initial bravado upon entering, were taken aback to witness the once dominant matron reduced to a state of near defeat by this seemingly inferior female. Fear began to creep into their hearts. What do you intend to do? You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to restore everything to its original state. Not a single item can be missing, Xiagu declared, her icy gaze sweeping over them. Otherwise, she continued, none of you shall take Shirley away. Her intent was unmistakable. Shirley was to be held as a hostage. To take her would require compensation for all the losses incurred by herself and Xuelan. The orc warriors, having already witnessed Xiaogu's capabilities, understood that this was not a mere threat, but a command. Reluctantly, they released Shirley and trembled as they spoke. You must guarantee it. You cannot go back on your word. We need to take our matron. Xiagu cast a glance at Sherry, whose complexion was pale and who appeared to be unconscious, and let out a cold snort. I am not of the same ilk as your mistress. I stand by my word. The beastmen dared not defy her, bowing and scraping in her presence, even taking detours to avoid her, fearful that a moment's lapse could result in their untimely demise at her hands. Xuelan, having spent considerable time in the tribe, found their cowardice amusing, yet simultaneously admired Xiagu. The little female, chosen by Lan Ge, was indeed formidable, exhibiting no fear of the priest, and even managing to grievously injure the priest's granddaughter. However, the thought of what would transpire once the priest learned of this made Xuelan furrow his brow in concern. Are you truly not planning to hide while the priest is still unaware? Xiagu's hand inadvertently brushed against her lower abdomen, and she felt a warm sensation there. A hint of softness graced her otherwise cold and stern visage. I shall await Xuelan's return here. This is Xuelan's home, and her mission has only just begun. At this moment, it is the most suitable place for her to regain her strength. Suddenly, a system notification reverberated in her mind. Warning: forced activation of the escape storyline. Warning: forced activation of the escape storyline. Please evacuate the Highland tribe immediately. Please evacuate the Highland tribe immediately. Xiagu's expression darkened, yet he did not succumb to fear. It was not I who sought trouble, so why must I be the one to flee? Xiagu had grown weary of the incessant escape she had endured in this apocalyptic world. This place was splendid, and she resolutely refused to leave. The system offered no response. Instead, it emitted the notification sound once more. Xiagu remained unresponsive, her cold demeanor serving as a stern warning. Should any harm befall me, you shall face dire consequences. Following her ominous threat, the system lapsed into silence, uttering not a word. Whether this intimidation bore fruit remains uncertain, but soon enough, the beastmen arrived, bearing an array of treasures and rare furs, along with pristine wooden bowls and cookware, all in exchange for sherry. During this interval, no one thought to notify the priestess, thus granting Xiagu ample time to prepare. We had completed our preparations. The beastmen hastily tidied the area, ensuring that even the stains of blood were meticulously eradicated. They gently lifted Sherry, handling her with utmost care as they sought to depart. Xiagu picked up a glowing stone, discerning that it was not an energy crystal. Upon turning around, he found that they had already fled to the cave's entrance. Wait, Lung Su's voice echoed, causing several beastmen, clutching Sherry in fear, to shudder and immediately halt in their tracks. Xiagu, holding the luminous stone, chuckled and said, Go back and inform the priest. If you are not afraid of offending this goddess, feel free to create a commotion. In the blink of an eye, the beast masters hastily took their leave with Shelley. Witnessing this scene, Xuelan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with admiration as he gazed at Xiagu. How remarkable! He had never encountered such an extraordinary young female. Not only did she possess the audacity to confront and decisively overpower the priest's granddaughter, but she also showed no fear of the potential repercussions. He envied Lan Ge for having her. Since Xiagu's warning, the system had been idle, until she called upon it once more, leaving it in silence for a while. Warning! Warning! The priest will arrive in approximately 1 incense stick's time. Xiagu turned her head and beheld Xuelan, whose eyes gleamed with a bright, unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Those large eyes sparkled and shimmered, brimming with admiration. Xiagu raised an eyebrow, realizing that this centaur, aside from being fervent, also possessed a certain endearing innocence. It would not be long before the priest would arrive with others to demand an explanation. Wouldn't you consider departing? She was unwilling to involve any innocent parties in her actions, and moreover, Xuelan was kind-hearted and gentle. If he fell into the hands of the priest and his followers, it would surely lead to a dire fate. Xuelan paused for a moment, then shook his head, stating that he could not leave. Lan Ge had entrusted him with the duty of looking after you, and he could not abandon you now. Furthermore, we are in the right. It was they who instigated this disturbance. Xiagu smiled faintly, choosing silence. However, the one she had injured was the granddaughter of the priest, and some matters do not yield favorable outcomes merely through reason. Contemplating this, Xiagu instinctively placed her hand on her still flat abdomen. Calling upon the system while pondering, regardless of the circumstances, she would never harm the child of herself and Xuelan. Ever since she had threatened the system, it had remained dormant, and even when Xiagu summoned it once more, it lingered in silence for a moment. Warning, warning, the priest has one incense stick remaining. Is there a subsequent side quest? I require more energy stones. Xiao Mush ignored the system's warnings, and from the moment the system urged her to flee, she realized that this task might harbor alternative pathways. As long as she could acquire more energy stones, she would possess the strength to resist the priests and even all the orcs of the Highland tribe. After Xiaogu's inquiry, the system fell silent once more, this time without even a warning, resembling a lifeless corpse. Meanwhile, Sherry's beastmen transported her, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, to the abode of the priest. Upon entering, the beastmen knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly and laying their grievances bare. The priest was the first to notice Sherry, drenched in blood, and his expression turned to one of horror. He hastily summoned the local healer to tend to her wounds and tremulously retrieved a treasured medicinal pill he had kept for over a decade to administer to her. Having been cherished by the priest since childhood, Sherry had never endured such grievous injuries. As the priest simmered with hatred, he listened to the beastmen recount the events, a cold smirk forming on his lips. What of the goddess? She harmed my granddaughter, and thus she must pay with her life. The beastmen, initially inclined to agree, faltered at the thought of Xiaogu's terrifying abilities, lowering their heads in silence. Though they bore their own injuries, they paled in comparison to Sherry's plight. After the healer finished treating Sherry, he suddenly widened his eyes, a scream of terror escaping his lips. Priest, Miss Sherry. She has lost her ability to bear children. What? The priest's face darkened ominously as he seized the healer's pelt, his voice a low growl. Repeat that. The healer, drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, stammered, Miss Sherry's child is gone, and she will never be able to conceive again. That accursed female. The priest's robe swirled as he furiously flung the healer aside, his force so great that the healer could not help but spit blood. A tempest arose around him, a manifestation of his wrath. How dare that female descend to such nefarious deeds against his beloved granddaughter? The priest gazed at Sherry with profound sorrow, his anger surging like a tide, and with a heavy thud, he struck the ground, shattering the wooden chair beside him into splinters. Summon everyone, and bring the clan leader as well. Today, I shall make that female pay in blood for her transgressions. One timid beastman cautiously raised his head and whispered, Priest. But she is the goddess with supreme fertility. The priest tightened his grip on his staff, which emitted a deafening and jarring sound, causing the beastmen to clutch their ears in agony. The priest had not wielded such a terrifying power in ages, even they struggled to endure it, let alone that inexperienced young female. As the priest prepared to exact his vengeance, the system reappeared, initiating a countdown for Xiagu. Xiao Mushrooms wished to keep Xianli at bay, so she feigned thirst and requested water. Promptly, Xianli hurried outside to fetch her something to drink. Just as the system announced the number 1, a tempest surged forth at the cave's entrance, a gust of wind sweeping in, accompanied by a sudden wave of energy. Xiagu had long been prepared to face the impending challenge, thus she calmly evaded the onslaught. Shortly thereafter, the priest, accompanied by a group of followers, stormed in with palpable fury. Upon noticing the patriarch's presence, Xiagu remained undaunted. She straightened her posture while swiftly contemplating her countermeasures. Xiagu, you possess tremendous audacity. The priest bellowed as he entered, how dare you inflict such harm upon Shirley? You have slain my grandson and condemned her to an eternity devoid of motherhood. Are you aware of your transgressions? Xiagu let out a cold smile, firmly believing she was not in the wrong. Revered priest, although Sherry is your granddaughter, she harbors malicious intentions and has come today to ensnare me, even threatening my lineage. I merely retaliated in self-defense. As for the child in her womb, it is merely a consequence of her defeat. Having lost, she has no grounds to seek retribution. Her words dripped with eloquence and defiance. The priest stirred his staff, and in an instant, several whirlwinds materialized before Xiagu. With each rotation, the pressure upon her intensified. The swirling winds whipped around her, slicing through her beast's skin like blades. Truly, as a priest from the high mountains, he possessed formidable power. Yet, when compared to her past self, he was but a mere shadow. While an ordinary beastman would have crumbled under such overwhelming pressure, kneeling and spitting blood, Xiagu stood tall, unyielding, demonstrating her resilience far beyond what the priest had anticipated. The chieftain, having heard the priest recount the events prior to his arrival, lingered his gaze upon Xiaogu's exquisite visage, a glimmer of desire evident in his eyes. With Xuelan absent, should he assist Xiagu, blessed with unparalleled fertility, would she not bear him 10 or 8 offspring? To possess a being of such divine reproductive prowess as Xiagu was a treasure, and even were he to eliminate Sherry, he would still hesitate to stand against her. However, given that Sherry was the priest's granddaughter, the situation was undeniably delicate. Nevertheless, the chieftain rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with ambition, as if envisioning Xiagu submissively reclining beneath him. Although Xiagu was wholeheartedly engaged in the battle against the priest, she did not overlook the sinister expression on the clan leader's face. Lowering her gaze, she summoned the system. Was it true that upon completing the side quest, she would be rewarded with 200 basic energy stones? Before the priest's arrival, the system, which had been dormant, finally presented Xiagu with the side quest. She was required to resolve the conflict within a mere quarter of an hour. Failure to do so would result in a singular fate, obliteration. This side quest was initiated at Xiagu's request, thus the penalty was unprecedentedly severe. The system detected that the host was in mortal danger and urged her to focus on the battle at hand, instead of providing a direct response. It reminded her that the current crisis was imminent and required her undivided attention. Xiagu, with a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips, suddenly raised her palm, channeling her energy to conjure a flame even larger than before. This blazing orb collided with the whirlwind unleashed by the priest, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent the surrounding orcs hurtling away. So this is the priest of your lofty mountain tribe, attempting to harm the divine maiden? As Xiagu raised her voice, the long-respected priest involuntarily shuddered. An instinctual urge to kneel before her surged within him, yet a vivid image of Sherry, drenched in blood, flashed across his mind. With eyes reddened, he clenched his fist tightly, and his gaze towards Xiagu brimmed anew with enmity. Enough of this nonsense. What does it matter if you are a goddess? You have harmed my granddaughter, and such a crime is unforgivable. As his words fell, the priest suddenly sliced his palm, a stream of crimson blood flowing into his staff. The clan leader, witnessing this alarming spectacle, felt a drastic change in his expression. This is bad. This is his trump card. If successful, Xiagu would be doomed. However, the clan leader was reluctant to openly oppose the priest. In this critical moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He called out loudly, "Wait, esteemed priest. Xiagu, as a goddess, has her own destiny to fulfill. Your rash actions may disturb the divine and invite ominous signs." Upon hearing this, the golden light emanating from the staff momentarily faltered. The priest turned to the clan leader, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "My granddaughter is on the brink of peril. If the divine is disturbed, I shall bear the consequences." Feigning calm, the clan leader continued, "Esteemed priest, do not take offense. I do not wish to obstruct you. However, can we truly dictate the fate of Xiagu, a goddess? It would be prudent to confine her under my care for now and hold a grand sacrificial ceremony tomorrow to seek divine guidance regarding her fate, would it not?" The priest scoffed, fully aware that this was merely a delaying tactic from the clan leader. Moments later, he coldly huffed, "As the leader of our Gaoshan tribe, do not speak on her behalf any longer." The clan leader had anticipated that the priest, who revered the divine, would relent upon hearing his words, but to his dismay, the priest was genuinely intent on bloodshed. Xiagu stood firm, her gaze resolute as she listened to the dialogue between the two, remaining unmoved. At that moment, some orcs, fearing the impending pressure that the priest would unleash, quietly distanced themselves. Xiagu narrowed her eyes and, just before the formation conjured by the priest was completed, she leaped out of the encirclement. A golden light, swirling like a tornado, surged towards her, devastating everything in its path. At the precise moment the wind sphere was about to make contact with her skin, she suddenly vanished, evading the attack with an astonishing swiftness. Simultaneously, she flicked her wrist, unleashing a brilliant flame from her palm that collided with the whirlwind, producing a deafening roar. In that instant, all the orcs were struck with terror. Could this be the power of a goddess? The priest was no match for her. Such an overwhelming presence. The orcs, who once harbored intentions towards Xiagu, now dared not approach. They feared they might offend the goddess and hastily retreated towards the cave's exit. Unbeknownst to them, this retaliatory strike had nearly exhausted all the energy Xiagu had amassed. Just moments ago, she had completed a side quest and had to expend the 200 low-level energy stones she had just acquired at the critical moment. Otherwise, she would have surely sustained grave injuries in her confrontation with the priest. No one noticed Xiagu's slightly pale complexion and the tremor in her right arm. The priest of the Highland tribe was indeed a formidable adversary. Against Sherry, Xiagu had not exerted even a fraction of her strength, but the present foe, a symbol of authority and punishment within the Highland tribe, required her utmost effort to resist. Meanwhile, the priest was internally alarmed yet maintained his composure. This seemingly fragile female had struck at his very core. Just a single movement, a single counterattack, had left him tasting blood in his throat. Desperate to avoid the scorn of the chieftain and the other orcs, he forced himself to swallow the blood, his eyes glowing crimson. If the orcs discovered that he, a member of the Highland tribe, had been wounded by a female, he would have no face left to stand among his kin. After the flames subsided, the priest slowly retracted his staff, his eyes still flickering with resentment. He understood that if he were to strike again, it could severely damage his standing within the tribe and possibly incite greater turmoil. The chieftain, as a mere observer, harbored his own schemes, his keen eyes filled with calculations. He had not anticipated the goddess to be so powerful, capable not only of withstanding the priest's lethal blow but also of gaining the upper hand. It seemed she had concealed such astonishing strength all along. If only he could recruit the goddess to his side, she would undoubtedly become a significant asset in his tribe, enabling him to contend with other factions. As everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, the atmosphere grew suddenly still. At that moment, Xuelan rushed over, breathless, and came to Xiagu's side. "Are you all right?" he asked, having run to fetch water for her, fearing the water might be too cold. He had warmed it outside for a while. Upon seeing the bright flames within the cave, he felt a sense of dread and immediately rushed back, worried that Xiagu might have been gravely injured, nearly resigning himself to the thought of facing Lan with dire consequences. Xiao Mushrooms, exhausted and feeling somewhat feeble, reached out her hand towards him, inquiring, "Where is the water?" Xuelan widened his eyes in surprise, realizing that he had become so preoccupied with the journey that he had overlooked her genuine need for water. The situation gradually descended into a stalemate. Xiagu cast a glance at the priest, fully aware of his lingering resentment, yet he dared not act rashly. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. "Revered priest, Sherry confronted me with the beastman at her side, and she has agreed to duel with me, accepting that should she lose, I may decide her fate. It is she who lacks the skill, and I am merely acting in self-defense. Are you not being unreasonable?" However, the priest was evidently unwilling to relent. He trembled with fury, astonished at Xiagu's audacity to argue in such a manner. "It is you who struck mercilessly, leaving my granddaughter no chance for survival." "Oh?" Xiagu maintained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Is it true that Sherry is dead?" "Silence!" The priest bellowed in wrath. Xiagu raised the corners of her lips. "Since she is alive, how can you claim that I left her without a chance to survive? If she did not harbor malicious intent, how could she have met such a fate?" Her eloquence left the priest speechless. In a fit of rage, he waved his sleeve and turned to the chieftain who had accompanied him, saying, "Chieftain, I request that the goddess be confined in the slave pit for 3 days as punishment. Shirley has lost her offspring and will bear no more. Her cruelty warrants a price to be paid." The chieftain squinted. Having witnessed Xiagu's power, he had no desire to make her his enemy. Just as he was about to speak, Xiagu interrupted. "Is it true that if I endure 3 days in the slave pit, this matter will be settled once and for all?" The priest tightened his grip on his staff and sneered. "Indeed. Very well, I shall go." The title of goddess echoed in the air. Upon hearing this, concern washed over the crowd. If she entered the slave pit, would she emerge alive? Xuelan's eyes brimmed with worry as he stepped in front of Xiagu, unwilling to let her proceed. "It's fine," she said, her voice clear and resolute, fearlessly meeting the priest's sinister gaze. The chieftain was present, this time. She must not lose her resolve. Such an audacious female. The priest's expression darkened, his face turning ashen, even abandoning the title of goddess. In front of everyone, Xiagu's defiance and mockery stripped him of dignity. Enraged, he shouted, "No one has ever emerged alive from the slave pit." Xiagu stood upright, akin to a proud snowplum, and softly remarked, "Oh, I may disappoint you." Subsequently, Xiagu, under the pretense of needing to conclude, ushered everyone out. After the passage of an incense stick's time, the clan leader would inevitably arrive, accompanied by others to escort Xiagu to the slave cave. Before departing, a sinister smile flickered across the priest's face. The end of a powerful bowstring. Xiagu cast a fleeting glance at him before averting her gaze. Once the cave fell into complete silence, Xuelan began to gather the belongings she could take with her to the slave den. He remained troubled, hesitating several times to voice his concerns, ultimately blinking and refraining from speaking. In contrast, Xiagu appeared remarkably magnanimous, as if unperturbed by the destination ahead. Given that the system had bestowed upon her 200 elementary energy stones just before her life was to be endangered, It would surely not stand idly by should she find herself in peril. It seemed rather excessive to consider that such a trivial side quest could result in annihilation should she falter. Xiagu curled her lips slightly. Was it merely to provoke the priest? Such a trivial matter could be resolved without exerting her intellect. Did the system hold her in contempt? Xuelan handed her the packed bag, emitting a low murmur, his pale golden eyes brimming with concern. You must exercise utmost caution in the slave cave. Rest assured. Xiagu replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling his mane, her confidence radiant. For the next 3 days, I may trouble you to keep an eye on our home with Xuelan until my return. Xuelan nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his head. Before long, the time had come. The clan leader appeared punctually with his entourage. Xuelan, I must take my leave now. Xuelan, being an emotional centaur, refrained from seeing her off, tears glistening in his eyes. Xiagu waved her hand at him and strode out confidently. The chieftain, his gaze captivated by her presence, deliberately walked alongside her and lowered his voice, saying, Goddess, the slave cave is fraught with peril. I can offer my assistance. The eyes of Xiagu flickered with a captivating allure. May I inquire, Chief, how do you intend to assist? The chief, under the impression that Xiagu had grasped the situation, leaned in closer, a smile playing on his lips. By substituting you with an orc to bear your punishment, I can also resolve the discord between you and the priestess, provided that you. His gaze roamed over Xiagu, finally resting on her subtly rounded abdomen. His smile turning decidedly cunning. As long as you become mine, to be at my service. Xiagu chuckled to herself. Recognizing the telltale sign of a fox's tail that could not be concealed, it had been revealed with such ease. Perhaps Snowstorm's departure this time was also orchestrated by him in the shadows. The clan leader, noticing Xiaogu's prolonged silence while the slave cave lay ahead, began to feel a sense of urgency. Goddess, what shall we do? Xiagu shook her head with a cold demeanor, stating that she had only one beast man, Xuelan, and had no intention of taking on another. Chief, I must decline your generous offer. The chief's gaze hardened, and a cruel smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Clearly taken aback and displeased by Xiaogu's resolute refusal, he slowly stepped back, signaling to the robust beastmen beside him. A palpable tension filled the air, reminiscent of an impending storm. The beastmen immediately understood, advancing toward Xiagu with an unmistakable aura of menace. Goddess, I shall grant you one more opportunity. The chief's voice resonated, deep and powerful, as if each word bore an irresistible authority. Join me, or face the consequences of your obstinacy. Xiagu casually glanced at several orcs, flicking her fingers to ignite a cluster of sparks, which startled them and evoked memories of the earlier confrontation, causing them to retreat in haste. Do you truly believe you can prevail against me? The recently emboldened Xiagu showed no fear of the chieftain's threats, although the flickering flame before her was faint. Its presence was undeniable. Unbeknownst to all, her energy was on the brink of depletion. The chieftain regarded Xiagu with a measure of apprehension, yet he refused to concede verbally. Snorting dismissively, if you will not heed my invitation, then face the consequences. Thus, he resolved to cast her into the slave cave, intending to temper her ardor. However, he knew that the goddess, possessing such invaluable potential for procreation, must not be harmed. He would ensure her suffering within, but her life would be preserved. Upon her emergence, she would undoubtedly plead for mercy. The slave cave lay ahead. We bid farewell to the goddess. Suddenly, the chieftain's voice reverberated once more, laced with scorn and provocation. Echoing through the air, word had spread that the goddess was to be punished in the slave cave, and nearly all the orcs from the Gaoshan tribe had gathered. Their gazes reflected a spectrum of emotions, some sympathetic, others indifferent, and many reveling in her misfortune. Their stares were like invisible arrows, piercing toward Xiagu, not far off. A pallid priest had also arrived, his expression twisted in malice as he eyed Xiagu, eagerly anticipating her swift entry into the cave. Xiagu raised her head, her gaze colliding with that of the priest in midair, as if an invisible aura of menace had arisen between them. Instead of retreating, she straightened her back, adopting a stance of near obstinacy, and strode towards the slave den, engulfed in darkness. The orcs watched her progress, their eyes wide with astonishment as she advanced without a glance back. Soon, the air surrounding the slave den was filled with thunderous shouts. Goddess! 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 They proclaimed, convinced that the benevolent and upright goddess, true to her word, would surely emerge safely from the depths of the den. The interior of the slave den was cold and damp, permeated by a musty odor mingled with the scent of rust, instilling an urge to flee. Yet, Xiagu appeared oblivious to it all. Her eyes were solely fixed upon the unknown darkness ahead. The environment within the cave was far more dire than she had anticipated. Recalling the tales told by Xuelan about the slave den, she continued on until a deep voice resonated from the shadows, tinged with curiosity and caution. Newcomer? The cramped space was teeming with various orc slaves. Some huddled in corners, while others whispered softly, their eyes reflecting a profound numbness and despair. The arrival of Xiagu seemed to cast a stone into the stillness, stirring ripples through the silence. The orc slaves in the slave cave bore the marks of countless wounds. And Xiagu's heart sank slightly. She had sensed from the chieftain that the slave cave was not a place of virtue. Yet witnessing the harrowing plight of these orcs surpassed her expectations. From the depths of the cave, the sounds of beating and the anguished cries of the orc slaves echoed hauntingly. Xiagu raised her head and gazed at the orc who had just spoken, a battered young wolf. The wounds on his body continued to bleed, and although Xiagu was not overly compassionate, seeing that he was merely 12 or 13 years old and regarding her with suspicion stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. She furrowed her brows, her eyes revealing a blend of determination and compassion. Slowly, she approached the young wolf, while the surrounding orc slaves huddled numbly, their vacant gazes suggesting they had long since grown accustomed to this bleak existence. "What is your name?" Xiagu endeavored to soften her voice, lest she frighten this seemingly fragile yet resilient creature. The little wolf's eyes widened, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. He seemed taken aback that someone would wish to engage with him, especially someone who appeared equally diminutive. After a moment's hesitation, he replied in a subdued tone, "My name is Xueting. Xueting, could you enlighten me as to where this place is?" Xiagu endeavored to maintain a gentle and trustworthy tone. Xueting's gaze flickered momentarily, as if recalling those harrowing past experiences. "This place is the slave cave of the Highland tribe, where only those who have erred and require punishment, or those who have offended the esteemed priest or the tribal leader, are brought. Each day, we are subjected to arduous labor, and any misstep could result in severe beatings. Yet, what is even more terrifying are the nights." At this point, Xueting's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with fear. Simultaneously, the sounds of beatings and lewd laughter emanating from the depths of the slave cave grew increasingly jarring, as if to remind Xiagu that every moment here is suffused with peril and despair. Xiagu's heart grew heavier as she clenched her fists, pulling out a piece of dried food from her bosom and offering it to him. Upon witnessing this, Xueting's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Yet it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of caution. He was clearly reluctant to readily accept the goodwill of a stranger. Xiagu seemed to perceive his thoughts, gently placing the provisions on the ground and taking a few steps back to indicate his lack of malice. Only then did Xueting cautiously approach, devouring the food with fervor. After meticulously savoring the morsel provided by Xiagu, Xueting's eyes sparkled with a lingering desire for more. His stomach continued to rumble, a reminder of the unfulfilled hunger within him. He lifted his gaze towards Xiagu, a hint of shyness and yearning in his eyes, and softly inquired, "May I have a little more, please?" Xiagu gazed at Xueting's frail figure and hopeful eyes, and a surge of compassion welled up within her. She gently nodded and retrieved a piece of dry rations from her satchel, offering it to him. Xueting accepted the sustenance, cradling it in his hands as if it were a precious treasure, savoring each small bite, fearful of wasting even a morsel. At that moment, the surrounding orc slaves cast longing glances towards him, equally tormented by hunger, yet constrained by their status and the rules that silenced their voices. Xiagu noticed this and furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating inwardly. She understood that although these orc slaves occupied a lowly status, they were still living beings in need of sustenance. Thus, Xiagu resolved to be more generous. She retrieved additional rations from her pack and distributed them among the surrounding orc slaves. Each orc's face illuminated with surprise and gratitude as they carefully accepted the provisions, fearing to soil this rare blessing. Xueting, observing his companions receiving food, felt a surge of joy within his heart. In this world fraught with suffering, encountering a kind-hearted female like Xiagu was an immense stroke of fortune for them. He silently vowed to repay this little female as kindness in the future. Under the warmth of the food, the orc slaves temporarily forgot their exhaustion and pain. Subsequently, Xiagu found a vial of healing ointment from the basic starter pack provided by the system and unhesitatingly offered it to him. What was happening inside? Xueting was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of doubt and caution in his eyes. He glanced around, and then cautiously accepted the vial of medicine. "You'd better not know too much," Xueting murmured, his voice betraying an unmistakable weariness and resignation. Xiagu did not flinch, nor did she exhibit a trace of panic. She merely raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, perhaps I can be of assistance." "You?" Xuelan scrutinized her from head to toe. "You are merely a female. How could you possibly contend with the orcs inside? How did you manage to enter?" Xiagu, with an air of indifference, remarked on having offended the priest and the chieftain. "Ah?" Xuelan exclaimed, her round eyes widening in disbelief. "Does that mean she will be condemned to suffer in the slave cave for the rest of her life?" After a brief silence, as if grappling with an inner turmoil, Xuelan softly suggested, "You must hide quickly. When they emerge and see you anew, they will take you in. Moreover, you are female. It has been years since a female has appeared here. And a fertile female is regarded as a precious treasure by the entire Highland tribe. With your striking beauty, once you catch their attention, Xiagu." With a keen insight, immediately discerned the thoughts plaguing the young wolf, yet she laughed nonchalantly. "The individuals within may not necessarily be my match. I have already incapacitated the priest's granddaughter and wagered with the priest that as long as I can leave the slave den safely in 3 days, all debts between us shall be settled." "Ah," Xuelan gasped in utter astonishment, her mouth agape. Seemingly unable to fathom that someone would dare to harm the granddaughter of the esteemed priest and possess the audacity to challenge him. How formidable she is. In that instant, Xuelan's gaze toward her brimmed with admiration and respect. Inside, the scene was rife with brutality, as orc slaves were being beaten, while others were selected for humiliation and servitude. The recollection of that gruesome spectacle sent a shiver down Xuelan's spine. It seemed he had endured considerable hardship here as well. Xiagu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Has anyone ever managed to escape?" Xuelan shook her head, replying, "The entrance is guarded by a barrier established by the esteemed priest, allowing entry but forbidding exit, unless one possesses a pass from the priest." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, there are numerous orc slaves here, scattered across various caves, making it exceedingly difficult for us to communicate. Escape is an impossibility, should we be captured. A far harsher punishment awaits us." Xiagu inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She was acutely aware that the priest intended for her to perish in this very place. Yet, she resolutely refused. She was determined to liberate these orc slaves. Closing her eyes, she called upon the system. "I require a suitable weapon." The system fell silent for a moment before responding, "Host, upon assessment, entering the slave den does not pertain to your designated tasks. You lack the authority to access the corresponding resources. If harm befalls the child within me, you too shall bear the consequences." The system fell silent once more, as though intimidated by Xiagu's threat. As orcs emerged from within, leering grotesquely, Xiagu glanced down to find a dagger had mysteriously appeared in her hand. She tested its weight. It was surprisingly light, yet sufficient for her needs. Xuelan seemed to have spotted the orc who had previously lashed him, his face paling as he instinctively sought refuge behind Xiagu. Soon, 2 orcs approached her, their gazes dark and scrutinizing. "Are you the little female that the priest commanded us to entertain?" One of the orcs rubbed his hands together. Having never encountered such a striking and well-formed female, the priest had issued a deathly command. They must not deliver her until she was thoroughly broken. This orc, named Xiagu, was an enforcer of the priest, assigned to maintain order within the slave den. The orc slaves here all feared him, for he was notorious for his cruelty, with the blood of many kin staining his hands. He bared his yellowed teeth, and as he opened his mouth, a foul stench assailed the air. Xiagu took a step back, holding her breath and furrowing her brows, her face reflecting disdain. When had Xiagu ever been subjected to such contempt? Her face flushed crimson, and fury surged within her as she lashed out with her whip. How dare they enter the slave pit without inquiring who reigns supreme? You seek your own demise. Xiagu wore a face of indifference, which only fueled Xiagu's fury further. He raised his hand, and the whip in his grasp sliced through the air with a sharp arc, accompanied by a howling wind as it lunged toward Xiagu. Initially, he had been concerned that his strength might harm this seemingly fragile female. He did not wish for Xiagu to meet her demise just yet, as such a rare specimen should be allowed to enjoy herself to the fullest before facing any untimely end. However, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Xiagu's eyes as she swiftly dodged the incoming strike. Xiagu's whip struck nothing but empty air, and his expression darkened to a steely hue. No wonder the esteemed priest had instructed him to take good care of her. It appeared this female possessed some remarkable abilities. The other slaves around, witnessing the spectacle, cast astonished glances. A slave had managed to make Xiagu falter and dared to evade his whip. This was none other than Lord Xiagu, the master of the entire slave den. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to resist. Xiagu stood firm, her chin slightly raised. her gaze brimming with disdain and provocation. Since you are aware that I was sent here as a priestess, you must also comprehend the terms of our wager. It seems your esteemed priest harbors intentions to engage in underhanded dealings here. Xuegu's eyes widened with fury, as if he intended to devour Xiagu whole. He chuckled coldly, beginning to realize that this female was not as simple as he had initially presumed. And so what? Did you truly believe you could escape the slave den in 3 days? Such thoughts are nothing more than folly. Xiagu tightened her grip on the dagger concealed within her sleeve, a faint smile gracing her lips. What if I could escape? Just as Xuegu was about to reveal a mocking expression, he witnessed Xiagu charging towards him with a speed that was almost imperceptible. He hastily raised his whip to strike her, but to his astonishment, Xiagu nimbly evaded all of his attacks. This is your own doing. As the words fell, Xiagu swiftly raised her hand, the dagger gleaming with silver light, slicing through the air before them. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from Xuegu's body. Was Xuegu injured? The eyes of a nearby beastman slave sparkled with excitement, ready to cheer, but as memories of Xuegu's brutal assaults flooded back, he begrudgingly shrugged his shoulders and fell silent. Unbeknownst to them, Xuegu's face had turned pale as he staggered backward, eyes shut, gasping for breath. He was close, so very close, to falling victim to this female. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would now be at her mercy. Indeed, he had underestimated her. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with murderous intent, signaling to another beastman to join him in their assault. It seemed that this female would not see the dawn of another day. Xiagu has also made her preparations to confront the enemy. If she disregards even the priest, how could she possibly care about these two orc individuals? Xiagu effortlessly subdued the orc, yet she overlooked the long whip that Xuegu had swung from behind her. In a moment of crisis, Xueting, despite the pain, rose to her feet and immediately positioned herself behind Xiagu. The whip, which was intended to strike Xiagu's back, now landed with a sharp crack upon Xueting instead. The sudden surge of pain caused Xueting's face to contort slightly. Gritting his teeth, he uttered faintly, "Run." Xiagu turned around and saw a deep crimson scar etched upon his back. Recalling the healing elixir provided by the system earlier, she promptly retrieved it and administered it to Xueting. Subsequently, Xiagu gently placed Xueting on the ground and softly patted his arm, signaling him to remain silent for the moment. Xiagu, observing this scene from the side, let out a cold sneer, tauntingly remarking, "Do you truly believe this will save him? My whip is laced with poison. He shall not survive for long. Is that so?" Xiagu, instead of being enraged, wore a smile, yet the aura emanating from him instilled a sense of dread in those around. Xiagu instinctively took 2 steps back, only to witness Xiagu swiftly draw a dagger and slay the orc with a swift cut across its throat. Xiagu, clutching a bloody dagger, advanced step by step towards Xiagu. Do you dare to kill him? The esteemed priest will not let you escape." Xiagu was taken aback that this female had the audacity to commit murder within the confines of the slave den. Xiagu, unwilling to endure any further prattle, surged forward in a swift motion, plunging the dagger directly into Xiagu's heart. He collapsed into a pool of blood, unable to utter a single scream before his life ebbed away. The other orc slaves, witnessing this scene, were momentarily struck with disbelief. Had Lord Xiagu truly perished? Was he really dead? Cautiously, they crawled forward to test for any breath from Xiagu, and upon confirming his lack of respiration, an eruption of exclamations ensued, growing louder with each utterance. It was splendid news. Lord Xiagu of the slave pit was dead, and they now had a chance to escape. Xiagu paid no heed to the other orc slaves, choosing instead to crouch beside Xueting, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Do not worry, Xueting, hold on. I shall surely rescue you." She gently propped Xueting up against her shoulder. The bodies of Xiagu and the orc lay still upon the ground, blood staining the snow. A sight most harrowing. Xueting slightly opened her eyes, her strength waning, yet she murmured, "But they will not spare you." "Fear not," Xiagu replied, lifting her chin with a smile. "I shall not let them escape either." Although Xiagu had been slain, Xiagu's wager with the priest and others was far from concluded. She was to remain here for 3 days, and as of now, less than a day had passed. Xiagu curled the corners of her mouth, contemplating the depths of the slave cave she had yet to explore, especially considering the presence of Xiagu's subordinates within. Meanwhile, Xueting, having received the healing elixir from Xiagu, was visibly recovering from his injuries, though he still appeared somewhat weak. Xiagu stared in astonishment as the wounds healed and vanished, marveling at the remarkable nature of this entity. If she possessed a few more, no injury would instill fear within her. "I shall venture inside," You remain here to rest." Just as Xiagu prepared to take her leave, Xueting suddenly grasped her sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. "There are traps within, in the beast-eater flower." "It is perilous." "The beast-eater flower? What is that?" Xiagu was familiar with man-eating flowers, but had never before heard of the beast-eater variety. It was said to be meticulously cultivated by the priest, specifically to punish disobedient orc slaves. How does it punish? The beast-eater flower could devour any part of an orc slave's body and could even consume them whole, leaving no trace behind. The thought of the flower consuming the orc slave sent shivers down Xueting's spine. Once more, the priest. Xiagu lowered her eyelids, her hands involuntarily clenching into fists, as she began to suspect that the priest was also behind Xuelan's departure from the tribe. Nevertheless, Xiagu remarked with a cold smirk, "I am determined to see just how formidable that beast-eater flower truly is," noticing the glint of cold resolve in her eyes. Xueting hesitated for a moment before gently pressing her lips together. "Then I shall accompany you. I am familiar with the paths within and can guide you past the traps. You have healed my wounds with your medicine. You are my savior." With that, Xueting took the lead, guiding Xiagu cautiously through the winding, narrow passages that led deeper into the slave cave. The atmosphere here was even darker and more humid than outside, suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression. The surrounding darkness seemed poised to engulf them. And although Xueting recalled every trap, they were halted before an iron gate deep within. Audacious. A mere slave dares to intrude without a hand order? The gatekeeper, an orc, squinted in the dim light of the cave as he scrutinized the two. When his gaze fell upon Xiagu, it suddenly brightened. A beautiful and delicate little female. Once she entered this slave cave, she would belong to them. Xiagu did not miss the lascivious gaze of the gatekeeper orc. She produced the hand token she had taken from Xiagu, raising her chin defiantly. "Is this it?" The gatekeeper orc, startled, recognized the inscription on the token and exclaimed, "It belongs to Lord Xiagu. What have you done to him?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xiagu suddenly lifted her hand, plunging a silver dagger into the orc's chest. The orc fell backward without uttering a single scream. "I thought I could deceive him," Xiagu murmured. To minimize unnecessary dialogue and to vent the frustration of the orc slaves in the pit, it was more efficient to eliminate such a wicked creature. Xueting covered her mouth, her eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Xiagu. With such a formidable female leading them, there was hope for their escape from the slave pit. "Inside is the beast-eating flower." Xueting pointed towards the iron door, retreating slightly behind Xiagu, fearful of the flower. Unbeknownst to her, Xiagu effortlessly grasped the leg of the orc she had just slain, dragging him through the iron door. Upon entering, they beheld an eerie beast-eating flower. Its petals swayed slowly, as if performing a peculiar dance, each movement releasing an intoxicating fragrance that sought to ensnare Xiagu's mind. The flower had clearly recently consumed an orc slave, with large splotches of blood staining its petals and the ground in disarray. Sensing the presence of both male and female, the petals began to thrash wildly, seemingly showcasing their beauty to entice Xiagu closer. "Be careful," Xueting warned, pulling Xiagu back a few steps, her eyes darting nervously over the dangerous yet alluring flower. "Do not be deceived by its appearance." Xueting took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner turmoil while cautioning Xiagu. As Xiao Mushroom regained her senses, the carnivorous flower suddenly launched an assault, with sharp spines erupting from its petals, hurtling towards her with menacing intent. The summer mushroom nimbly dodged the attack, narrowly escaping danger. Frustrated by its failure to consume the mushroom, the carnivorous flower's petals instantaneously changed color, leaving a trail of venom in its wake. Xiagu pulled Xueting back, distancing themselves further from the carnivorous flower. The breath of the young female suddenly grew faint, and the carnivorous flower, in a fit of impotent rage, plunged its thorns violently into the beast's body, dragging him towards its petals while voraciously siphoning the blood from within him. Xiagu stood still, her cold gaze fixated on the actions of the flesh-eating flower as it devoured its prey, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. The petals quivered slightly with each gruesome chew, producing a chilling sound that echoed in the dim chamber. The air was saturated with a heavy metallic scent, merging seamlessly with the damp and shadowy confines of the dungeon. Xueting, filled with dread, trembled uncontrollably, his pallid face seeking refuge in Xiagu's embrace. "It's all right." Xiagu gently patted his back in a gesture of comfort, then said, "You wait for me here. I shall deal with this flower. Keeping this thing will inevitably bring harm to more orcs." Xueting obediently nodded. Watching as Xiagu advanced once more, she swiftly observed the feeding beast flower's movements, searching for a flaw. At that moment, The feeding beast flower caught her scent and joyfully waved its bloodied petals, simultaneously extending its bloody thorns to launch an attack. Finally, during a brief pause following one of the feeding beast flower's assaults, Xiagu seized the opportunity, leaping forward with fervor. The dagger in her hand gleamed with a chilling light as it plunged towards the heart of the flower. The flower's stamen was its most vulnerable point. Once damaged, it would lose all its power. The short sword of the summer mushroom pierced precisely into the heart of the flower, eliciting a piercing scream from the carnivorous plant. The petals rapidly withered, and blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Before long, the carnivorous flower, which had devoured countless orc slaves, completely withered away. Xiagu uprooted it entirely, severing the petals from the flower stem, thus eradicating this menace completely. Wow, you are truly remarkable. Xuelan gazed at her with immense admiration. Realizing that she had yet to inquire about her name, and timidly asked, "May I call you sister?" Xiagu wiped away a small trace of blood that had smudged her face, nodding slightly. "I am Xiagu. Sister Xiagu. You are the most formidable female I have ever encountered. Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Mushrooms sheathed his dagger and inquired, "What lies within? Are there any of the Xiagu people?" "Indeed," Xuelan nodded. "Inside are the cells, where the orcs who have offended the esteemed priest and the chieftain are detained. And there are Xiagu guards on duty." "Very well, I shall take a look." Xiagu turned around and fearlessly walked deeper into the cell. Suddenly, a faint cry for help shattered the stillness of the atmosphere. Xiagu paused, attentively listening, and discerned that the sound emanated from an orc bound by chains in the corner. His eyes were filled with despair and fear, yet upon seeing Xiagu, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Xiagu furrowed her brow, a tumult of complex emotions surging within her. She approached him, her icy gaze scrutinizing his every move. "Please, I implore you, save me," she whispered. The orc had just witnessed Xiagu's valiant act of slaying the beast-eating flower in the cell, realizing she was no ordinary female. Otherwise, she would not possess the audacity to venture here. "Sister Xiagu, I beg you to save him," Xuelan unintentionally pleaded on behalf of another. Xiagu remained silent, instead opting to sever the iron chains of the cell with her dagger, subsequently freeing herself from the shackles that bound her. The orc gazed at her in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend his stroke of fortune. I am called Xuelan." Xiagu nodded and asked, "How did you end up confined here?" At the mention of this, a fleeting glimmer of pain and hatred flashed swiftly through Xuelan's eyes. It was the priest. Xiagu curled his lips in a sardonic smile, clearly indicating that the high priest of your tribe is indeed a malevolent figure. Subsequently, Xiagu learned from Xuelan that Shiri had taken a fancy to Xuelan. However, he refused to heed her commands and was unwilling to become her beast husband, which led to his confinement by the priest in this place. It was purportedly for reflection, but in truth, it was a ploy to take his life. Xiagu gazed into his eyes, which shimmered with an indomitable spirit, and gently patted his shoulder, assuring him that Shirley would no longer cause any disturbances. Xuelan was utterly astonished, and what followed left him even more astounded. "I challenged her, and I emerged victorious, leaving her incapacitated." What? Both Xuelan and Xueting exclaimed in unison, oblivious to the fact that their outburst had attracted the attention of the orc guards within, who regarded Xiagu with incredulity. After all, she was the granddaughter of the priest. Xiagu shrugged dismissively. "Thus I arrived at the slave cave." Upon hearing this, Xuelan's eyes flickered with a moment of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into profound gratitude. He lowered his head and, with a voice tinged with hoarseness, expressed, "Thank you. I had thought I would not survive." Xiagu smiled, waiting for us to step outside and confront the priest together. "All right." Xuelan and Xueting exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. However, Xuelan's eyes flickered as she suddenly added, "There is another reason why I was imprisoned by the esteemed priest." "What is it?" "I inadvertently stumbled upon the priest's secret, and thus he intends to silence me permanently. Yet, he has many friends in the Highland tribe. And should I be killed outright, it would be difficult for him to explain to others. However, since he rejected the idea of becoming the beast husband of the priest's granddaughter, the priest has a valid reason to confine him in the slave pit. If he were to perish within that pit, even if his friends were to learn that the situation was not as simple as it seemed, they would have no evidence." "What secret?" Xiagu could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. In our tribe, any female deemed to possess low reproductive ability by the priest is, in fact, sent to his and the chieftain's bed. Once they have been abused, the search for the next batch of victims begins. Xiagu suddenly recalled that when she first arrived at the Gaoshan tribe, the priest had decreed that she was a low-tier fertile female. destined to be sent to the slave cave, while the chieftain had feigned a desire to protect her. It turned out that these two had secretly conspired in this dark affair. Fortunately, she had Xuelan by her side at that time. Xueting was utterly unaware of the true nature of the priest and the chieftain, leaving him astounded. He could hardly believe the priest's despicable tactics, which only deepened his sympathy for Xuezhang's plight. Xuezhang, fret not. I shall rescue everyone and expose this secret, ensuring that the chieftain and the priest face the consequences they deserve. Xuezhang gazed at Xiagu, a glimmer of gratitude and hope flickering in her eyes. Thank you. My heart had turned to ash, and I never expected to encounter you as my savior. As long as you can assist me, I am willing to do anything for you. Xiagu flashed a faint smile and replied, Do not say such things. We are partners now. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. We must not act recklessly. Xuezhang nodded, about to speak, when the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. This is not good. It is Xuegu's men. Xuezhang glanced around, seeking a place to hide, but Xiagu, undaunted, brandished her dagger. Do not fear. I will handle this. You and Xueting should go rescue the imprisoned beasts here. Be careful, Xueting said anxiously, tugging at Xiagu's sleeve, her voice timid. Sister Xiagu, please do not get hurt. Rest assured. Just as the two departed, 4 or 5 beasts strode boldly forward. They had never anticipated that anyone would dare to cause a ruckus in the slave den, and upon noticing the already opened cell, they cursed under their breath. Someone has freed the slaves. Upon further inspection, they found only Xiagu, a solitary female, and their alarm quickly dissipated. Where did this little female come from? Is she seeking death? Come here, and let your brothers take care of you. Once we are done playing, we shall feed you to the beast flowers. One beast instinctively glanced in that direction, only to discover that the usually vibrant beast flowers had long since wilted, leaving only withered petals and blood upon the ground. Did you do this? One beast gazed at Xiagu, his eyes glinting with both desire and menace. Indeed, it was I. Xiagu's gaze was as frigid as ice, the dagger in her hand glimmering with a chilling light under the moon's glow. Suddenly, several individuals changed their expressions, exchanging glances. One among them coldly questioned, Are you the little female, Xiagu, sent in by the esteemed priest? Xiagu made no rebuttal. Several orcs immediately reacted, drawing their weapons and striking towards Xiagu, simultaneously declaring, Since you have come to seek your own demise, do not blame us. Xiagu, possessing a lithe physique, deftly evaded their assaults with remarkable agility. With a flourish of her dagger, she struck with precision, piercing the flesh of the approaching beastmen. Each swing was accompanied by their terrified shrieks, and those who had entertained the notion of bullying her now found themselves retreating in fear, unwilling to advance a single step closer. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? The voice of Xiagu was as cold and hard as iron, her grip on the dagger unwavering as her piercing gaze swept the surroundings. The orcs, each bearing wounds, regarded females as typically delicate beings in need of protection. Yet, Xiagu demonstrated her formidable strength through her actions. Hurry. Return to report everything that has transpired here to the high priest. One orc suddenly cried out, turning to flee. The others, awakened from their stupor, followed suit in their retreat. The arrogance they had initially displayed in the face of Xiagu had vanished, replaced by a profound fear that she might pursue them and slay them one by one. They wished to escape, but Xiagu would not let them go. They were all from Xiegu, known for their misdeeds. In an instant, Xiagu caught up with them, and with a swift motion of her blade, they fell to the ground. Silence forever. Xuezhang and Xueting had already ventured far to rescue others, yet an unusual sound emanated from around the prison. Xiagu furrowed her brows, and suddenly, she heard a faint sound of breathing. The delicate breath emanated from within. As Xiagu contemplated the recent sight of several orcs emerging while arranging animal hides, her gaze suddenly dimmed. The sound of intermittent breathing drew her attention, and she followed the noise to discover a battered female hamster lying not far away. This unfortunate creature had evidently endured torment. Curled into a ball, her disheveled appearance was accentuated by the streaks of tears and a mixture of dirt on her face, rendering her plight particularly tragic. The heart of the summer mushroom was tightly knotted in anxiety as the discovered young female lay in a state of frailty, on the verge of losing her breath. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings, cautiously approaching the delicate creature, fearful of disturbing its fragile state. Xiagu swiftly retrieved a piece of fur from the items provided by the system, gently draping it over the young female in an effort to offer her a measure of warmth and solace. Subsequently, she produced a healing potion from her beginner's gift pack, which she had been reluctant to use until now. After consuming the potion, the young female's complexion gradually regained its color, and her breathing became more stable. Xiagu's anxious heart finally found solace as she gently wiped away the dirt and blood from the young female's face, revealing a delicate countenance. After a brief moment, the young female's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she struggled to open her eyes, which were filled with terror and helplessness. "Do not be afraid, I am here." Xiagu's voice was soft yet resolute, as if it could penetrate through all shadows, seeking to soothe her inner turmoil and fear. The young female glanced around, and then, trembling, her lips quivered as she attempted to speak, but only a faint sob escaped her lips. Xiagu firmly grasped her hand and spoke gently, "Do not fear. They are no more. I shall lead you away from this place." The young female could not contain her tears and began to weep uncontrollably. Xiagu slowly comforted her, endeavoring to soothe her distress. "What is your name?" Gradually, the young female calmed down and whispered, "My name is Goya. Thank you for rescuing me." Xiagu nodded, a surge of complex emotions welling up within her. "Do not worry, we shall depart from this place soon." Goya took a moment to steady her heart, and when she summoned the strength to rise, she recounted to Xiagu the circumstances that led her to this predicament. She was not an orc from the Highland tribe. Rather, she had come in search of provisions to store before the onset of winter. However, she was falsely accused of theft by the priest's men, who disregarded her explanations and imprisoned her in the slave pit. There, she endured inhumane torment. Such scoundrels, it would indeed be a pity to let them perish without consequence. Xiagu sneered, "It appears that regardless of whether in the beast realm or the apocalyptic world, the human heart possesses such a dark side." As Xiagu passed by the corpses of the orcs, Goya could not help but tremble uncontrollably, as if engulfed by an intense fear. "Do not be afraid." The sound of the summer mushroom seems to instill a profound sense of determination within one. Goya took a deep breath and, unable to restrain himself, discreetly kicked them several times. "Allow me to lead you to join everyone else." Xiagu grasped Goya's hand, and soon they discovered Xuelan and Xuezhang, who were determined to rescue the orc slaves. Upon seeing Xiagu return with a young female, both were taken aback, their expressions reflecting surprise. Goya, draped in the animal hide provided by Xiagu, concealed the marks of her mistreatment, still trembling with fear as she nestled against Xiagu, hesitant to reveal herself. "Her name is Goya. We shall take her with us," Xiagu declared. Xuelan stepped forward and inquired, "Sister Xiagu, what about your wager with the high priest for the next 3 days?" Xiagu raised her chin defiantly, the priest exuding malevolence, and she proclaimed, "I shall venture out now to flay his skin. Who cares about that trifling wager of 3 days?" Once she stepped outside, she would ensure that every orc of the Gaoshan tribe was made aware of the priest's heinous deeds. "Very well, Sister Xiagu. I stand by you and shall follow you unwaveringly." Xueting's eyes sparkled with determination. Ever since Xiagu had provided him with sustenance and saved him, he was resolute in his decision to accompany her. However, a frown creased Xueting's brow as he remarked, "There is a barrier set by the priest at the entrance of the slave cave. How shall we escape? Isn't there a pass?" he queried. Yet they had just searched and found that the pass was not in Xuegu's possession. Without the pass, and unable to dismantle the priest's barrier, were they to remain trapped here indefinitely? Xuezhang and Xueting exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. The barrier outside the slave cave loomed like an invisible net, ensnaring them securely. Xiagu squatted down, placing the objects he had just retrieved from Xuegu on the ground, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "How could it be missing? Logically, the pass should be in his most accessible possession." Xuezhang pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up, though his voice turned somber. Perhaps the pass was not on Xuegu himself, but concealed in a location we had overlooked. After all, the methods of the esteemed priest are cunning and varied, and Xuegu is not his most trusted subordinate. "You are correct," Xiagu nodded in agreement, recognizing the possibility that a true power might reside here, with Xuegu merely a pawn in plain sight. If that were the case, locating the pass would not be a simple endeavor. Given the commotion they had caused thus far, it would be impossible not to alert any of the orcs in the slave den. It is possible that this individual is right beside them at this very moment. Xueting concurred with Xuezhang, her gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of potential clues. "It appears we must continue our search for allies," Xuezhang whispered, his voice barely audible to Xiagu and Xueting. Xueting nodded, her brow knit in concern. "The problem is, we do not even know where he is, let alone how to find him." Just as the trio fell into contemplation, a faint sound shattered the silence of the cave. Xuezhang's expression sharpened, swiftly signaling Xiagu and Xueting to look towards the source of the noise. They beheld a shadowy figure attempting to stealthily depart from the ranks of the orc slaves, a leopard beast man, his features obscured by the shadow of his hood. He had inadvertently stepped on a twig while retreating, causing the disturbance. Is it him? Xueting gasped, her heart racing. Just as she prepared to act, Xiagu restrained her. Xiagu gently shook her head, indicating that now was not the opportune moment to take action. Xiagu cast a sidelong glance at his movements, feigning conversation with Xueting and Xuezhang to avoid alarming him. Once he vanished before a particular cave entrance, she promptly signaled the two to follow. Meanwhile, Guya remained behind, hesitant to cause any disturbance. The leopard beast man appeared oblivious to their pursuit, striding directly toward a concealed passage deep within the slave cave. The trio followed closely, treading cautiously with each step, fearful of startling their elusive prey. At the passage's end stood a stone door, adorned with ancient runes. Suddenly, the leopard beast man halted, scanning his surroundings before gently pressing a passage permit against the stone door. With a deep rumble, the door began to creak open, revealing a pathway to the outside world. Now was the moment. With a low growl, Xiao Mushrooms and Xuezhang simultaneously launched an assault on the leopard beast man. However, the leopard beast man appeared to be well prepared, swiftly evading their strike and vanishing into the dimly lit corridor. Xiao Mush wished to confront him. Yet the leopard orc fled too swiftly, evidently to convey a message to the priest. However, he left behind a passage token at the entrance. It was a medallion intricately adorned with elaborate totems. Xueting picked it up and exclaimed with delight, "We can escape now. Female, do you realize your transgression?" Each activation of the passage token would render it inactive, and as soon as the leopard orc departed, the stone door promptly sealed shut. Fortunately, they possessed the token, allowing them to enter and exit at will. Xueting presented it to Xiao Mush, who accepted it with a careful gaze. The medallion shimmered faintly, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power. Without delay, let us swiftly guide everyone away from this place. Xiagu instructed the two to return and gather everyone, while she remained vigilantly at the stone gate, prepared for any eventuality. The speed of the leopard beast man should not be so swift. Otherwise, by the time he arrived with the priest, their safe departure would be jeopardized. Shortly thereafter, Xueting and Xuezhang hurried back with the others, closely followed by Goya. Xiagu pressed the passage permit against the barrier, which immediately shimmered with rippling waves, slowly parting to create a narrow opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. Upon witnessing this, the orcs surged toward the gateway of hope, their eyes shimmering with the light of freedom. Xiagu grasped Goya's arm and dashed out, with Xuezhang and Xueting closely trailing behind, as if they were savoring a long-awaited taste of freedom in that very moment. To Xiagu's astonishment, there were not many beastmen outside the slave cave. In fact, there were neither priests nor clan leaders present. It seemed they did not perceive Xiagu as capable of escaping the slave cave in such a brief span of time, thus allowing her this unexpected liberty. As Xiagu was about to exhale in relief, a warm and expansive embrace enveloped her instantly, just as she prepared to strike. The familiar scent of the centaur wafted toward her, momentarily startling her. It was Xianli. Overjoyed and exhilarated, Xianli held her tightly, exclaiming, "Oh, how wonderful! Xia, you are back. I have been waiting for you. Thank the heavens, you appear to be unharmed." He meticulously examined her from head to toe, ensuring that she bore no injuries and that the bloodstains were not her own, before finally releasing a long, deep sigh of relief. Little did he know, he had been utterly frantic for the past few hours. Had Longu returned only to discover that Xia was injured, he would have been unable to absolve himself from the dire consequences. Thankfully, Xia had emerged so swiftly. Xiagu did not notice the change in his address. Observing him in high spirits, she inadvertently withdrew from his embrace and inquired, "Is Shuelan back?" Xuanli shook his head, replying that she was not. Noticing the troubled expression on Xiagu's face, he scratched his head and asked in return, "What is the matter? Is Longu in danger?" "I'm merely concerned." Before Xiagu's words could be fully articulated, a beam of light suddenly surged towards her, slicing through the air with an ominous force, imbued with an aura of lethal intent. As soon as Xiagu realized the imminent danger, she swiftly pulled Xuanli to the side, slightly tilting her head. Yet, several strands of her hair were still severed. It was fortunate that she had evaded in time, otherwise, she would undoubtedly have sustained serious injuries. Xuanli's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to shield her from behind. "Chieftain? High Priest? Why do you not?" Before Xuanli could finish his sentence, the High Priest raised his staff and struck it heavily against the ground. A ripple of black waves emanated outward, akin to an overwhelming pressure surging toward them. The orc slaves bore the brunt of this force. Rendered immobile by the high priest's oppressive aura, some collapsing to the ground, their heads throbbing painfully. Xuelan remained steadfast in front of Xiagu, his complexion gradually paling, revealing his own struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. Memories flooded back to a moment prior, when a leopard orc had raced toward the chieftain's dwelling, coincidentally finding the high priest present there. The two appeared to be engaged in a discussion when suddenly the urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The leopard orc, known for its swiftness, relayed the events transpiring in the slave den to the chieftain and the high priest, igniting fury in both. The high priest's expression darkened instantly, his anger roiling beneath the surface. The chieftain, gripping his staff tightly, exhibited a hint of displeasure and authority in his gaze. To him, Xiagu's actions were nothing short of a blatant affront to his dominion. The high priest, fueled by revenge for his granddaughter, found even more justification to eliminate her. Go. Bring the goddess to me. The chieftain's deep, resonant voice reverberated within the chamber, commanding the orc beside him. Yet, the orc hesitated, seemingly fearful of Xiagu's divine status. Remaining motionless for an extended moment, the high priest cast a cold, derisive glance at the orc, sneering, incompetent fool. Nevertheless, he understood that these orcs were no match for Xiagu, and thus, he led the chieftain toward the entrance of the slave den. Female, do you acknowledge your crimes? The high priest's voice was frigid and stern, as if intending to freeze the very air around them. The young goddess slightly raised her head, her gaze fixed upon the priest, her voice unwavering. Esteemed priest, your inquiry is intriguing. What sin have I committed? Upon hearing this, the chieftain immediately exchanged glances with the priest, both resolute in their decision to eliminate any chance of leaving this witness alive. Despite her status as a divine being, one endowed with unparalleled reproductive abilities, the chieftain declared, Goddess, your actions have transgressed the customs of our mountain tribe. Given your esteemed position, we have repeatedly granted you opportunities, yet you have failed to cherish them and have only escalated your defiance. The chieftain's voice reverberated around the expansive confines of the slave pit, imbued with an undeniable authority. Meanwhile, the number of orcs gathering in this place continued to swell. Some had heard whispers on their way here about the goddess breaking free, yet remained oblivious to the events that had transpired within. Others had learned that the goddess had slain the priest's men in the slave pit and was now being interrogated, with her fate seemingly sealed. Xiagu stood before the cave, gazing at the encroaching orcs, and let out a soft click of her tongue. Rules? Are they yours to dictate? Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her resolute visage, enhancing her defiance. The priest glared with wide eyes, his staff nearly poking Xiagu's nose. You, a female, dare to liberate a slave and slay members of our high mountain tribe. If you do not adhere to our customs today, what becomes of the dignity of our tribe? The chieftain's countenance darkened, his gaze revealing an unwavering determination. Xiagu, although you are a goddess, the tribe's laws are not to be trifled with. Considering you are a rare goddess our clan has not seen in a millennium, we might have spared your body. However, if you refuse to bind yourself and plead for forgiveness, do not blame us for our merciless actions. Xiagu curled her lips slightly, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding orcs. She observed fear, anger, and a hint of scarcely perceptible sympathy. Gradually, she began to speak. Everything I do is for the future of the mountain tribe. The priest, seemingly fearing she might reveal some secret, immediately interrupted her, exclaiming, Nonsense. You act solely out of selfish desire, harming my kin and attempting to subvert the tribal order. It was evident that the priest was terrified of Xiagu disclosing their secrets. He exchanged a significant glance with the chieftain. Their intentions were clear. She must not be allowed to live. The priest began to wield his staff, which immediately emanated a blinding light, as if containing boundless power, aimed directly at Xiagu. In that critical moment, a flash of defiance lit up Xiagu's eyes, and she suddenly cried out, Everyone, do you not wish to know the truth? I, Xiagu, swear by my soul that everything I say henceforth is the absolute truth. Upon hearing this, the priest's expression darkened further, and the radiance of his staff intensified. Ready to strike, Xuelan's figure stood resolutely like an impenetrable barrier in front of Xiagu. His gaze was filled with determination, as if he would not permit any harm to befall her, regardless of the danger. Xueting and Xuelan quickly sensed the perilous situation and rushed to Xiagu's side. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Xuelan, Xuelan fixed a sharp gaze upon the priest, his voice laced with inquiry and mockery. Esteemed priest, your eagerness to eliminate Miss Xiagu. Could it be that you harbor a guilty conscience, fearing she might truly expose your secrets and ruin your reputation? The priest's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had not anticipated Xuelan's direct confrontation of his thoughts. This orc should have been eliminated long before he was imprisoned. Suppressing his fury, the priest coldly retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. As a priest, I naturally consider the peace of my tribe. This female harbors ill intentions. If not severely punished, it will surely lead to great calamity." Xuelan scoffed at this. He was acutely aware of the priest's cunning and hypocrisy, and fully understood Xiagu's innocence. Thus, he stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed priest, if you truly care for the tribe, you should act impartially and uncover the truth, rather than resorting to unjust punishment and disregarding life." As his words echoed, more and more orcs gathered around, murmuring among themselves, clearly beginning to question the priest's actions. The priest, sensing the shifting tide, grew increasingly anxious. He knew that if he could not swiftly deal with Xiagu, allowing her the chance to speak could potentially unveil his secrets to the world. As the radiance of the priest's staff intensified, a resonant voice suddenly rang out, an elderly snow wolf orc from the tribe. "Hold on. Our tribe values justice. How can we condemn someone based on a single perspective? Esteemed priest, why not hear what the goddess has to say?" Upon hearing this, the priest glared furiously but was compelled to temporarily suppress his murderous intent. The chieftain, observing the situation, whispered to the priest, "Let her speak." At that moment, the chieftain's brow furrowed, acutely aware that mishandling this matter could incite turmoil within the tribe. He swiftly weighed the pros and cons and resolved to alter his strategy. Although the priest was reluctant, he recognized the chieftain's intent and reluctantly withdrew his staff. Coldly staring at Xiagu, as if waiting for her final struggle, Xiagu inhaled deeply, her gaze sweeping over every individual present. Her voice gradually grew clear and powerful. "Would you like to know how the orc slaves in this dungeon came to be imprisoned?" As her words echoed, the orcs began to whisper among themselves, a palpable tension and anticipation filling the air, as if a storm was on the verge of breaking. Xiamu, with lips poised to part in the cold air, was interrupted just as she was about to speak, as the clan leader suddenly lowered his voice and inquired, "Goddess, do you wish to meet Xuelan?" Xiao Mushrooms suddenly shut her mouth, her expression turning icy. He was using Xuelan to threaten her. It seems that Xuelan's departure was indeed connected to him. The clan leader, seeing his scheme succeed, continued, "As long as the goddess refrains from uttering nonsense before everyone today, I shall, in my capacity as clan leader, absolve you of all transgressions and ensure Xuelan's return tomorrow. What say you, goddess?" Xiagu cast a cold glance at him. "Is the esteemed leader brazenly threatening me? How dare he?" The leader chuckled softly, his eyes still glimmering with a hidden intensity. Yet it was merely a transaction with the divine maiden. Xiagu did not respond. Instead, she lowered her brows and gazed down, appearing somewhat helpless. Xiao Mush did not utter a word, and an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings, with every gaze fixated upon this seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient female. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Mush was engaged in a dialogue with the system. "System, I need to ascertain whether Xuelan is safe at this moment. I apologize, host, but this is against protocol. The situation in the Gaoshan tribe is chaotic. I must know Xuelan's whereabouts. I intend to rescue him." Xiao Mushu's tone was resolute. Yet she had threatened the system on numerous occasions, and this time, it appeared that the system was unwilling to assist her. "Host, your mission is to bear children in the orc world, not to seek individuals. As long as you give birth, you will have completed the first task and will be rewarded with a substantial number of energy crystals." The system enticed her with the promise of energy crystals to deter her from straying from the main objective. From the moment she clashed with Shelly, she had deviated from the task of procreation. It was time to steer her back to the primary mission. "I cannot possibly abandon Xuelan." Xiagu rubbed her fingers together, quietly gathering all the energy crystals she had obtained over the past few days. If a confrontation with the orcs of the Highland tribe were to ensue, she would require these energy crystals as a means of retreat. After all, her chances of victory were slim. The chieftain was still awaiting Xiagu's response, and his patience was wearing thin. He seemed to take pleasure in her apparent trepidation. "Goddess, will you accept or decline this offer?" Xiagu raised his head, his expression somewhat aloof. "I must ascertain whether Xuelan is still alive. Rest assured, Xuelan is a formidable silver orc from my Highland tribe. He is quite powerful and not easily vanquished." "Oh, that is a relief." Xiagu gently took over the conversation, her gaze sweeping over the orcs who had escaped from the slave cave. Each one looked at her with earnest anticipation. They had overheard the dialogue between the chieftain and Xiagu, understanding that she was under duress, thus refraining from voicing their thoughts or influencing her decision. Goya trembled as she wrapped her arms around herself, her expression devoid of any reproach towards Xiagu. The chieftain, mistaking Xiagu's silence as acquiescence, was about to announce the dispersal of the orcs when Xiagu slowly began to speak, each word deliberate, though her voice was soft. It resonated like thunder in the hearts of those present. Within the slave cave resided orcs who had offended the priest and the chieftain. Some had not violated the tribe's laws, yet they were still mercilessly devoured by the voracious beast flowers, leaving no trace behind. The slave cave was a den of sordid collusion between the priest of the Highland tribe and the chieftain. Unbeknownst to them, they had tormented countless innocent females and allowed their subordinates to commit heinous acts, slaughtering many blameless orcs. Every word spoken by Xiagu seemed to strike the crowd like a thunderclap. The chieftain, taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his threats, instantly glared with fury, his face flushed with rage. You should have allowed the priest to eliminate her. As Xiagu's words echoed in the chamber, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire slave den. The orcs exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mixture of shock and indignation. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the gathered crowd. Yet it seemed unable to dispel the heavy atmosphere. The chief and the priest wore expressions as pale as parchment. The priest trembled, glaring venomously at the chief before directing his fury towards Xiagu. Outrageous! How dare you slander both the chief and myself? It appears we should no longer show mercy and allow your existence to continue. Oh, have not the esteemed priest and the chief, over the years, inflicted suffering upon innocent females and slaughtered their own kin? Xiagu's words resonated like a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring ripples of unrest. Her gaze was unwavering, displaying no hint of retreat, as she fixed her eyes upon those orcs attempting to defend the chieftain. Nonsense! What evidence do you possess? The chieftain discreetly drew a weapon concealed within his sleeve, a subtle movement that Xiagu did not overlook. Behold these orcs, her voice echoed throughout the expansive surroundings. As she gestured toward the orcs she had brought forth, they stand as the most compelling evidence. The priests and the chieftain have imprisoned and tormented them. At last, they have the opportunity to unveil the heinous acts and reveal the truth to all. The orcs brought by Xiagu stood closely together, their gazes resolute, as if their very presence were a testament to the truth of Xiagu's words. They exchanged glances, some displaying expressions of astonishment, while others began to murmur among themselves. Xiagu's words struck like a sharp sword, piercing through the long-standing gloom that shrouded the tribe. The true culprits deserving punishment were the priest and the chieftain. Just moments ago, the chieftain had threatened me with Xuelan, declaring that should harm befall her, I would not spare any orc associated with this matter. The chieftain, weapon in hand, stepped back, seemingly unprepared for Xiagu's determined resistance. At that moment, the orcs began to waver, and a young orc suddenly shouted, "We can no longer allow such scoundrels to lead us." Indeed, Xiagu suddenly smiled. We should make the priest and chieftain pay the appropriate price for their actions. As her words resonated, the surrounding orcs responded in unison. Yes, they must be punished. Amidst the escalating uproar, the figures of the priest and chieftain appeared particularly cold and desolate. Their reputation, akin to withered leaves in autumn, was battered by relentless gusts of blame, ultimately falling to the ground in disgrace. The orcs, filled with rage, demanded the expulsion of the chieftain from the high mountain tribe and the immediate execution of the priest, a man steeped in wickedness, to restore honor to the tribe. However, the priest's unfathomable power acted as an invisible barrier, causing the orcs' fury to remain merely vocal and preventing it from manifesting into action. The priest and chieftain, recognizing their waning influence, were consumed by resentment. The chieftain placed all blame on Xiagu, the one who had unveiled their transgressions. Xiagu, the harbinger of discord within the tribe, posed a direct challenge to his authority and status. The chieftain's eyes glinted with a malevolent light as he suddenly struck, his weapon aimed at Xiagu. Just as the sharp blade was about to make contact, an immense force erupted from Xuanli's being, steadfastly shielding Xiagu behind him. Fortunately, Xuanli had anticipated this moment and remained focused, having promised Lan Gu to protect Xiao. Behold, he has kept his word. The chieftain's assault was deflected by this formidable power, crashing heavily against a nearby rock, sending shards flying in all directions. Stop! Xuanli bellowed, his eyes flashing with an undeniable intensity. Chieftain, you and the priest are steeped in wickedness, disregarding the well-being of the members of our Gaoshan tribe. The chieftain sneered, Xuanli, do you dare to strike against me? You're betraying the Gaoshan tribe. Xuanli was no fool. He would not be swayed by his manipulative rhetoric. As the chieftain, having failed in his initial attack, lunged at Xiagu with bare hands, Xue Zhang seized the weapon and, unnoticed by the chieftain, launched a sudden counterattack. The chieftain staggered back. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the wound on his chest, blood rapidly staining his garments. The surrounding orcs were rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. The once raucous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. You dare to defy your superiors. The chieftain roared, his voice laced with resentment and fury. Xuelan regarded him coldly and retorted, defy our superiors? When did you and the priest ever regard us as your kin? Your actions have long since chilled our hearts. Today, we shall eradicate the two of you, this malignant growth from our Gaoshan tribe. The priest, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt his countenance darken further. He understood that his precarious situation demanded immediate action. Failure to act would surely lead to his disgrace. Thus, he secretly summoned his inner power, preparing for one final struggle. Orcs, do you truly believe the words of these traitors? They are merely bewitched by that outsider, Xiagu, prompting this treachery. If you but consent, I can grant you a life of greater abundance. The priest attempted to divert attention while harnessing his strength. Yet the orcs had already seen through his facade and no longer trusted his honeyed words. You deceitful charlatan, we shall not believe you any longer. An orc shouted, charging forward to confront him. Others quickly rallied, advancing towards the priest and the chieftain. Some of the younger orcs began to question tradition and authority, asserting that true power ought to stem from unity and justice, rather than the priest's sorcery or the chieftain's tyranny. Seeing the tide turning, the priest swiftly shook his staff, unleashing a mysterious and perilous force that threatened to freeze the nearest orc. Just then, a distant and enigmatic bell tolled, resonating throughout the expanse of the Gaoshan tribe. All actions froze as the orcs instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Immediately afterward, an even greater force descended from the heavens, firmly pinning the priest in place. Priest, your transgressions are beyond measure. It is time to accept your punishment. Upon hearing this voice, the priest's face drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. Was that voice Xuelan? Indeed, it was Xuelan. Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of certainty. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Xuelan rushing towards her with uncontainable eagerness. Perhaps even Xiagu herself was unaware that at the moment she laid eyes on Xuelan, she not only relaxed completely, but also wore a newfound smile. Xia. Xuelan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he enveloped Xiagu in a tight embrace, as if he wished to merge her into his very being, only releasing her slowly after confirming her safety. I am fine. Xiagu clasped his hand, and they exchanged a knowing smile. I'm sorry, Xia, I returned late. Xuelan's voice trembled slightly, laden with guilt. You arrived just in time. Are you unscathed? Upon realizing the situation, Xiagu swiftly surveyed him, her curiosity piqued by the sudden surge of energy that allowed him to completely subdue the priest. The tender moment shared between them, however, appeared glaringly conspicuous to the priest and the chieftain. The priest's countenance was ashen, his tightly clenched fists betraying the fury and resentment simmering within him. Blood continued to seep from the chieftain's wounds, which looked particularly gruesome. He lay there in a weakened state, trembling with rage, his meticulously orchestrated scheme ruthlessly unraveled, ultimately in vain. Xuelan sensed the malice emanating from both the priest and the chieftain, his gaze sharpening as he shielded Xiagu behind him. Priest, chieftain, you shall pay for all that you have wrought. Xuelan's voice resonated with a deep and unwavering conviction, imbued with an undeniable strength. The priest and the chieftain exchanged a glance, a fleeting flicker of fear crossing their eyes, yet it was overshadowed by their bitterness and wrath. He has returned alive. How could this be? According to the chieftain's plan, Xuelan was meant to depart with no hope of return. Yet, not only had he survived, it appeared he had ascended in power. From a silver beastman, he had transformed into a golden beastman. Behold Xuelan's mark! Someone suddenly exclaimed, and in an instant, all eyes were drawn to Xuelan. The once silver mark of the fragrant snow orchid had now transformed into a resplendent gold, shimmering with a radiant brilliance. This was indeed the only golden beastman of the Highland tribe. Your powers have amplified? Xuelan's discovery of Xiagu's situation indicated that she had undoubtedly endured considerable hardships during these past few days. Xuelan nodded, recounting to her the treacherous intentions of the clan leader's men who sought to eliminate him. He expressed that, through his struggles, he had ascended to the rank of a golden orc, hastily returning, consumed by a singular thought, to protect her from harm, fearing that the clan leader and the priest would bring her to ruin. At present, no orc in the Gaoshan tribe could rival Xuelan. Xia, I miss you so dearly, he murmured, embracing Xiagu once more. Turning his head, he noticed Xuanli nearby and suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness, promptly offering his gratitude. Meanwhile, the clan leader and the priest's power had waned, yet the priest, intent on resistance, subtly stirred his staff when Xuelan was momentarily distracted. This minuscule movement, however, did not escape Xuelan's keen perception. Just as he prepared to intervene, Xuezhang darted forward, seizing the opportunity while the priest was unable to make substantial movements. Drawing a dagger and plunging it into the priest's heart. The priest, fixated on Xuelan and Xiagu, remained oblivious to Xuezhang's assault. At the instant the dagger pierced his heart, the priest's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been ambushed by a mere slave. With a thunderous crash, the priest collapsed. His staff, unable to sustain its energy, shattered upon contact with the ground, sinking into the sand and rubble. The orcs erupted in collective gasps. Had the priest truly perished just like that? Despite deserving his fate, the orcs, having endured under the priest's tyrannical rule for years, found it difficult to process this sudden turn of events. With the priest's fall, the oppressive gloom over the Gaoshan tribe seemed to dissipate. Xuezhang gazed at the dagger stained with the priest's blood, his eyes reflecting both the satisfaction of revenge and a hint of exhaustion. He had avenged himself. At long last, he had achieved retribution. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the clan leader, teeth clenched in determination. "Miss Xiagu, how should we deal with him?" Xuezhang inquired. Gesturing towards the grievously wounded, yet unyielding, clan leader, his eyes still glimmering with the thrill of vengeance. Xiagu firmly grasped Xuelan's hand and lifted her chin, declaring that the members of the Gaoshan tribe should handle their own affairs. After all, she was not one of their orc kin. It was said that the chieftain had once led them to resist invasions from other tribes, bearing both merits and faults. Thus it was only fitting that the orcs deal with the matter themselves. Very well. Xuelan nodded in agreement, offering no objections. After conferring with the other orcs, they ultimately resolved to exile the chieftain from the Gaoshan tribe, leaving his fate to the whims of destiny. "Xiaoxia, let us return home," Xuelan thought. Yearning to embrace Xiagu immediately, eager to bring back a selection of perfectly sweet and juicy fruits for her to savor. As Xiagu was about to depart, Xueting suddenly felt a surge of emotion. "Sister Xiaoxia, may I accompany you?" Hearing this, Xuelan frowned and turned to see a young wolf. Immediately, he regarded Xueting as a rival, his tone less than pleasant. No, his Xiaoxia could only have him as her soulmate. "I can cook, and I can clean. I can tidy up your home." As Xiagu gazed at the snowy landscape, he found himself at a loss, ultimately voicing his thoughts. "Xuelan, why don't we take him back and raise him as a younger brother?" Although Xuelan harbored some reluctance, he did not wish to displease Xiagu, and thus begrudgingly nodded in agreement to his request. "Very well, since Xiagu has consented, I shall take you home, but you must not harbor any designs upon my Xiagu." Upon returning, Xuelan's possessiveness towards Xiagu intensified. Xueting flashed a smile, assuring, "I will be obedient." Subsequently, upon noticing Xuanli following closely, Xuelan felt a twinge of caution yet concealed any signs of discomfort. After all, his Xiagu was simply too captivating. Having returned, he could not allow his dear friend to linger unless it was for Xiagu. She must have only him as her beastly husband. "Xiagu, I have brought you these fruits. They are delightfully sweet." Xuelan produced several large, crimson fruits from his bosom. Unable to identify the variety, Xiagu accepted one and took a bite, savoring its fragrant juiciness. "Is it delicious?" Xuelan's heart and gaze were solely fixed upon her. Xiagu nodded, while Xianli looked on with eager eyes and cheerfully exclaimed, "Lan good. Give me one. I wish to partake as well." With a hint of exasperation, Xuelan retrieved one and handed it to him. Casting a glance at Xueting, who seemed poised to speak yet held back, he offered him one as well. "Thank you, Brother Xuelan," Xueting replied with a charming smile, cradling the fruit hesitantly, reluctant to consume it, and ultimately decided to put it away. Xianli, however, was quite different. He confidently caught the fruit, a radiant smile blooming on his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Lan gu is truly wonderful." Without further ado, he eagerly sank his teeth into the fruit, finding immense satisfaction in its flavor. As they journeyed back, Xiagu occasionally turned to converse with Xueting, attempting to glean insights into his past and preferences, which only heightened Xuelan's vigilance. He silently observed Xueting's every action, fearful that he might employ some trickery in front of Xiagu. Meanwhile, Xianli interjected with playful banter now and then, stealing glances at Xuelan, his curiosity piqued regarding Xuelan's ascendant prowess. Yet, Xuelan showed no inclination to divulge anything, prompting Xianli to refrain from further inquiry. The group traversed the dense forest. The scenery bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, rendering it particularly serene and beautiful. Within, Xuelan contemplated how to adeptly manage Xueting without jeopardizing his bond with Xia, ensuring that his position remained unassailable. Concurrently, Xueting was also quietly strategizing on how to carve out his own niche in this new environment and secure a place for himself. Unbeknownst to Xiagu, who remained oblivious to their thoughts, they soon arrived at the mouth of the cave. Xianli, upon reaching this point, refrained from entering, waving goodbye to the others before departing with a casual grace. Until Xiagu spoke, Xueting hesitated at the threshold, glancing towards Xiagu, uncertain. Why do you not enter? Xiagu also noticed Xueting's actions and couldn't help but inquire. Xueting glanced at Xuelan and softly asked, You are the masters. May I enter? Of course, came the reply. Xiagu pulled him in with a firm grip, but the cave was quite small. She scanned the surroundings, seemingly unable to find a suitable place for Xueting to reside. After a moment of contemplation, Xiagu suggested, Xuelan, how about we create a small room for Xueting within the cave? It seems rather unreasonable to have brought her back without a proper place to stay. Xuelan pursed his lips, finding the idea quite straightforward. With that, he left Xiagu inside the cave while he ventured outside to construct a modest wooden cabin for Xueting nearby. As Xiagu stepped to the entrance of the cave, he beheld the industrious figure of Xueting, a warm current surged within him. Before long, Xueting returned, her brow glistening with perspiration, yet a satisfied smile adorned her face. How about this? Though modest, it should provide shelter against the wind and rain, she remarked, pointing to the quaint wooden cabin not far away. She had no desire for anyone to intrude upon the sweet world she shared with Xia. As Xiagu approached, she observed that the quaint wooden cabin, though simple, was sturdily constructed, complete with doors and windows, clearly reflecting considerable effort. Xuelan, you are truly impressive. At this compliment from Xiagu, Xuelan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. It's merely my duty. With a place to stay, Xueting felt a surge of happiness and, recognizing the moment, refrained from disturbing Xiagu and Xuelan. In this serene setting, the two shared sweet moments together, unaware that Shuri, having just regained consciousness and learned of the events that transpired, was engulfed by fury, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness once more. That wretched female not only wounded her, but also murdered her grandfather. No, she could never forgive Xiagu. She demanded retribution, intent on avenging her grandfather's death. Upon awakening, Shuri discovered that most of her beastly companions had fled, leaving only Xueda and Xuer steadfastly by her side. However, their next words darkened her expression considerably. Mistress, the people of the Highland tribe are forcing us to leave. By tomorrow morning at the latest, we must pack our belongings. On what grounds do they have to expel us? Unable to contain her rage, Shuri shattered a nearby bowl, her smile chilling. If you truly love me, heed my command. Tonight, we shall seek vengeance together. But Xuelan has ascended. He is now the only golden beast man of our tribe. We may not stand a chance against him. Fools. Shuri's pallor deepened, yet her eyes sparkled with cunning. What of it? We shall only target Xiagu, ensuring he remains oblivious. The two beastmen moved closer, whispering, Mistress, what shall we do? As the night deepened, the outline of the Highland tribe emerged dimly under the feeble moonlight. Shuri, having consumed a potion to sustain her strength, nestled behind a concealed rock, her gaze fierce and unwavering, fixed on the cave entrance where Xuelan and Xiagu resided. Her heart brimmed with hatred and resentment, each heartbeat seemingly rallying for the impending act of vengeance. Xueda and Xuer stood resolutely at her sides, their gazes equally determined. Xueda, robust and muscular, wielded a sharp stone axe, while Xuer, slender and sharp-eyed, carried a short dagger, both weapons specially prepared for this night's mission. Mistress, when shall we strike? Xueda inquired softly, a hint of concern lacing his tone. He understood that failure would bear dire consequences. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Shuri's eyes. Just a little longer. Xuer took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising anxiety. Then we shall proceed as planned. Mistress, you must exercise caution. As the night wore on, the fires of the tribe dimmed, plunging everything into silence. Under the cover of darkness, the trio stealthily approached the cave. Suddenly, Shuri halted, her gaze drawn to the newly erected wooden cabin. When was this constructed? I have no recollection of it. Xueda and Xuer shook their heads. The last time they visited, this cabin had not existed. Blinded by vengeance, Shuri paid little heed, circling to the front of the cave, striving to maintain her composure and focus. Abruptly, a deep snore emanated from within the cabin. Shuri froze. Is someone there? Who could it be? She swiftly drew a dagger from her waist, her sole weapon and the embodiment of her hope for vengeance. Yet, as she stepped into the cabin to investigate, an unexpected voice shattered the night's stillness. Who goes there? Shuri's heart raced. Had she been discovered? Fortunately, Shweta reacted swiftly, pulling her aside. Xuelan also concealed himself behind the cabin, but the occupant inside remained undisturbed. Soon after, Xuelan emerged from within. Xiagu donned a pelt of beast skin, grasping his hand with a hint of uncertainty. Did someone just pass by outside? Her abilities were not as keen as Xuelan's. Thus, she could not perceive the commotion beyond the walls. Xuelan nodded subtly, surveying the surroundings with piercing eyes. However, upon finding no anomalies, he exhaled in relief. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. As the two returned, Xuelan suddenly felt a twinge of fear and whispered, "Shall we retreat for now and deliberate further?" Xuelan, being a golden beast man, had nearly uncovered their intentions before they had even set their plans in motion. A glimmer of unwillingness flashed in Xueli's eyes. She resolved, "No, I cannot concede so easily. I must not allow my grandfather to perish at the hands of that wretched female, nor can I forsake our child." At the mention of the child, Xue's eyes blazed with fury. At that moment, the snoring within the small abode abruptly ceased, as Xueting seemingly sensed the disturbance outside. Xueli promptly sealed her lips, a wave of tension washing over her. Xueting rose and stepped outside, having caught the faint sound of voices. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of others and began to doubt his own hearing. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed clothing behind the cottage, causing him to halt abruptly. "Who is there?" "Step forward." Xueting's voice drew Xiagu and Xuelan out as well, pointing towards the corner. He declared loudly, "Someone is hiding behind the wooden house, and their intentions are malevolent." Xiagu narrowed her eyes, recognizing the clothing as somewhat familiar. "Surely?" As soon as Xiagu uttered the name, Shirley emerged from the shadows. Given the circumstances, there was no longer any need for concealment. "Do you wish to kill me?" Xiagu found the notion quite amusing. "Do you truly believe you can end my life?" Shirley clenched her dagger tightly, her expression contorted with hatred. "I must kill you," she declared. "Xiagu, meet your demise." The dagger glimmered ominously in the moonlight, propelled by an unwavering resolve, aimed directly at Xiagu's vital points. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiagu's eyes. She had not anticipated that Shirley would act with such decisiveness. Moreover, had her injuries healed so swiftly? Shweta and Xuelan followed closely behind, flanking her from the left and right. Their moves were fierce and perfectly coordinated. Yet they were utterly inconsequential before the sole golden orc of the Gaoshan tribe. "Xia, leave it to me." Xuelan stepped forward to shield her. However, Xiagu raised her chin and coldly replied, a defeated foe seeking humiliation upon herself. "I can handle this." With that, she charged into battle. Shirley's dagger consistently aimed for Xiagu's abdomen, a malicious intent that made Xiagu feel utterly nauseated. Xiagu let out a cold laugh, her form suddenly becoming elusive. "You three dare to steal?" The trio of Sherry felt the pressure intensify as their attacks repeatedly missed, while Xiagu's counterattacks grew increasingly fierce. Sherry gritted her teeth, attempting to find a flaw in Xiagu's defense, while Xueta and Xuer began to take action. At that moment, a vulnerability in Xiagu's stance became glaringly apparent, and Sherry, quick as lightning, aimed a thrust at Xiagu's heart. "Not good. Sister is in danger." Xueting rushed forward, but Xuelan moved even faster. With merely a lift of her palm, she conjured a formidable force, instantly sending Sherry and her beast companions flying. Sherry crashed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust swirling around her, rendering her momentarily unable to rise. She lifted her head, pain evident in her gaze directed at Xuelan. Truly, she was a golden beast man. Xuelan stood protectively in front of Xiagu, her eyes blazing with vigilance as she watched Sherry, ready to thwart any further attacks. Sherry struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. Yet, confronted by Xuelan's unyielding presence, fear crept into her heart. "Xuelan, you were meant to be my beast husband." Sherry sneered, her voice laced with a chilling undertone. "I vow not to relent until I eliminate this wretched female." Xuelan snorted dismissively, choosing to ignore her, resolutely guarding Xiagu's side. Xueting clenched his fists, poised to counter any potential assault from Sherry. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Sherry, enduring her pain, charged once more. "My wife." Xueta and Xuer followed closely behind her. Sherry's face was pale, yet her eyes sparkled with defiance. Gripping her dagger tightly, she surged towards Xuelan, as if to release all her pent-up anger in the strike. However, Xuelan merely smiled lightly, once again swinging her arm, unleashing a powerful force that sent Sherry hurtling away once more. This time, Sherry slammed against the wall, the pain nearly causing her to faint. Xuelan and Xuelan, frantic with concern, surrounded Sherry, whose complexion was ashen and stained with drying blood. "My wife, are you all right?" Xuelan's voice was filled with urgency. Xuelan observed the scene before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. She held no grudge against Sherry, but none could harm Xiagu. "Sherry, you were merely exiled from the tribe. Why seek your own demise?" Sherry rose from the ground, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I seek vengeance for my grandfather and for myself. If it weren't for this wretched female, the tribe would not be in such disarray." Xuelan scoffed, seeing her still trapped in delusion. The priestess harmed her kin, now she reaps the consequences. The victor writes history. Must I accept your narrative? Sherry endured the excruciating pain coursing through her body, and with the support of Xuelan and Xuelan, she unsteadily stood. Blood flowed from her wounds as she, in her defiance, lunged at Xiagu once more. Yet this time, after merely 2 steps, she collapsed from exhaustion. Sherry fell to the ground, her dagger slipping from her grasp. Her eyes filled with despair and resentment. Xuelan and Xuelan hurriedly lifted her, their concern palpable. "My wife, let's abandon our quest for vengeance. We must leave." Clearly, the 3 of them together were no match for Xuelan, especially with Xiagu, who was pregnant, displaying impressive prowess. Sherry, with great difficulty, raised her head, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. "No, I refuse to leave. Why must I be defeated by this wretched female?" Xiagu took 2 deliberate steps forward, her gaze icy as she regarded her adversary. "Had you not instigated this confrontation, you would not have found yourself in this predicament. You have not been defeated by me, but by your own insatiable greed and obsession." At her words, Xueli's expression faltered, the sinister grin on her face frozen in shock. Xueting observed Xueli on the ground, her eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. "You may leave," Xiagu declared. Given the circumstances, she had no intention of ending their lives. Xueta stared in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You are truly letting us go?" Xiagu ceased her words, merely turning away and taking measured steps toward Xuelan. Xuelan, smiling, extended her hand and embraced her warmly. Observing this, Xueta and Xuelan, fearful of Xiagu's potential change of heart, hastily led Xueli away. In response, Xueting, exasperated, stepped forward, exclaiming, "What if we have unleashed the tiger back into the mountains? What if they return to trouble you again?" Xiagu, unimpressed, recalled how Sherry had been severely injured before and likely relied on some form of medication to rise and fight once more. Observing her more grievous injuries that night, he surmised that she would not survive until dawn. For a beastman like Sherry, even in death, her family's entrance should not be tarnished. This rationale underpinned Xiagu's decision to let them go. Xueting opened his mouth, feeling a sense of vindication. He remarked that his sister did not seem the type to embody such saintly virtues. Xuelan, embracing Xiagu, guided him back to rest. Xiagu, as was customary, affectionately touched Xuelan's 2 plump, furry ears. Just as he was about to lie down, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Host, please remember to take the fertility pill on schedule." Xiagu stared blankly for a moment, having forgotten to take her medicine. She was required to consume a shengzi dan every 3 days, after which she would give birth to a beast fetus within 3 months. Today marked the 3rd day. Goodness. With her back turned to Xuelan, she searched for the shengzi dan and swallowed it, her expression reflecting her displeasure. Xuelan, misunderstanding the source of her discontent, assumed it was due to Xueru and the others, promptly offered his large tail as comfort. "Xia, shall we sleep?" he inquired cautiously. For even as the mightiest orc in the Gaoshan tribe, he remained ever so careful in Xiagu's presence. Xiagu nestled against his tail, oblivious to the boy's subtly reddening ears. He then leaned into his embrace, gently patting his slender waist. "Sleep now. Tomorrow I shall accompany you on a hunt." "All right." Xuelan's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao would be with him. He felt compelled to display bravery and prowess in front of her, striving to catch plentiful game to ensure she would grow plump and healthy. At dawn the next day, Xuelan awoke early. He possessed the qualities of a devoted homemaker. Having prepared breakfast for Xiagu before she stirred from her slumber, Xiagu caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and squinted her eyes. Spotting Xuelan entering with a bowl of chicken congee, Xuelan crouched down before her, stirred the congee gently with a wooden spoon, tilted her head, and spoke in a tender tone, Xia, may I feed you?" The summer mushroom was not quite to my liking, so I took a spoon and began to eat it myself. "Very well then." Xuelan pouted slightly, placing the chicken congee before her, and then sat down closely beside me. I will go wash up first. As the sun bathed the landscape in its warm glow, Xiagu stepped outside, just as the door of the little wooden cabin swung open, pushed by Xuelan. Sensing the tantalizing aroma of food, Xuelan exclaimed in delight and followed the scent into the den. I want to eat too, she declared, attempting to seize the bowl of chicken porridge from Xiagu. Xuelan, still awaiting Xiagu's return from her ablutions, promptly concealed the porridge within her embrace and raised her chin defiantly. This is prepared for Xiaoxia. You ought to fend for yourself. Disappointed, Xuelan turned away and reluctantly ventured out to prepare a simple meal for herself. Upon Xiagu's return, she devoured the porridge with remarkable speed, while Xuelan thoughtfully wiped the corners of her mouth. Xuelan, let us depart at once. I shall accompany you on the hunt. A smile graced Xuelan's face as she grasped Xiagu's hand, ready to step outside, when Xuelan, who had been waiting patiently off to the side, suddenly stood up. I want to go too. Take me with you. With more companions on the hunt, they might just gather an abundance of sustenance. Neither Xiagu nor Xuelan voiced any objections. However, upon exiting the beast's den, they were greeted by a familiar silhouette standing outside. It was a centaur. Xuanli stood in the sunlight, her warm smile directed at them as she waved. Longu, Xiaxia. Upon hearing Xuanli's address to Xiagu, Xuelan furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Are you planning to go out? Xuanli inquired, her enthusiasm palpable early in the morning. Lately, food has been scarce, and we intend to go hunting. That's perfect. I wish to join as well, Xuanli continued, taking a few steps forward. Moreover, I would like to learn from Longu how to swiftly enhance my abilities. Xiagu and Xuelan exchanged glances, and Xuelan nodded. Then let us set forth. Thus, the quartet formed a team, chatting and laughing as they made their way towards the forest of the Highland tribe. 2 hours later, they ventured into the dense woodland, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. Xuelan, armed with a longbow and with keen eyes, led the way, clearing the path for the others. Xiagu followed closely behind, firmly grasping a sharp dagger, ever vigilant of the surrounding movements. Xuelan appeared somewhat exhilarated, bouncing alongside Xiagu, occasionally pausing to curiously observe the wildflowers and small creatures by the roadside. Meanwhile, Xuanli trailed at a leisurely pace, exuding her characteristic grace. Xuelan, what do you think we might encounter today? Xiagu inquired softly, her voice resonating crisply through the forest. Xuelan offered a slight smile, brushing against her palm. The diversity of life here is vast. Anything is possible. However, we must remain cautious, for there are dangers lurking as well. Just as she spoke, a robust wild boar suddenly charged out from the nearby thicket, heading straight for Xuelan. Startled, Xuelan let out a shriek and quickly retreated. With remarkable agility, Xuelan loosed an arrow that struck the wild boar squarely in its left eye. The boar emitted a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Lang, what a splendid shot! Xuanli exclaimed in admiration. Xuelan replied with a modest smile, stepping forward to skillfully tend to the fallen beast. Xiao Mushrooms and Xianli also stepped forward to lend a hand. Xianli clicked his tongue. Are we having roasted wild boar for dinner? Absolutely, that sounds delightful. Xueting clapped his hands, expressing his approval. And what about you, Xiaxia? How would you like it prepared? This wild boar was hunted by Xuelan. Yet Xuelan would heed Xiao Mushroom's suggestion. Well then, let us roast it, came the reply. Xiagu craved barbecued meat, a desire so intense that it felt as if her very mycelium could scarcely contain itself. However, just as a few individuals were diligently tending to the wild boar, a deep, thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding trees to quiver slightly. Xuelan's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly positioned herself in front of the others, casting a vigilant gaze towards the source of the sound. It seemed that the scent of blood had attracted other predators. No sooner had she spoken than a massive black bear emerged slowly from the thicket, its eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson hue and drool dripping from its jaws, clearly driven by insatiable hunger. The appearance of the bear instantly heightened the tension among the four, for this was a formidable adversary. Xiagu secretly merged with the energy of the crystal stone, intending to provide assistance when necessary. Everyone, be cautious. This black bear is formidable. Xuelan observed that the black bear seemed to possess the abilities of bronze, and spoke in a grave tone. Xuanli also realized the severity of the situation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, ready to engage in battle, the black bear glared fiercely at them and let out a thunderous roar before charging towards the four with lightning speed. Xuelan reacted swiftly. shooting an arrow aimed at the bear's chest. However, the bear's tough hide merely paused it momentarily before it continued its advance. Undeterred, Xuelan unleashed a flurry of arrows. Yet the bear appeared impervious to pain, growing more ferocious with each encounter. At that moment, Xuanli suddenly dashed forward, leveraging his centaur advantage to swiftly maneuver behind the black bear, delivering a kick to its rear. The bear yelped in pain, turning to pounce on Xuanli. Anticipating this, Xuanli expertly rolled aside, evading the bear's attack, while seizing the opportunity to thrust his spear towards the bear's neck. Its weakness lies in the heart. Xuelan, a wolf leader, though he had never battled the bear, had heard tales of it. Fearing that his intervention might complicate matters, he remained stationary, refraining from action. Upon hearing his words, Xiagu immediately extended her hand, a flicker of flame coalescing at her fingertips. Xia, be careful. Xuelan, having realized the ineffectiveness of her arrows, resolved to confront the black bear using her own abilities. However, upon turning around, she beheld Xiagu already taking action. The small flame, though seemingly insignificant, pierced powerfully through the heart of the black bear, eventually landing on a nearby tree and leaving behind a charred mark. The bear let out a pained howl before crashing to the ground. Sister is amazing. Xuelan admired Xiagu, swiftly moving to her side. Xuelan discreetly nudged her away, taking Xiagu's hand, anxious that she might feel unwell after expending her powers. Xia, how are you? I am fine, with a smile playing on her lips. Xiagu announced that for the next fortnight, food would be the least of their concerns. Xianli gestured with a sense of urgency. After the group finished processing the wild boar, they proceeded to handle the black bear. However, as noon had just passed, and it was Xiagu's first time in this forest, she turned to Xuelan and proposed, "Let Xueting and Xianli take the game back. Shall we venture deeper into the woods?" Xuelan, filled with delight, eagerly nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was splendid. It would grant him more time alone with Xia. Yet, when Xuelan informed Xianli and Xueting to return first, Xueting pouted, reluctant to comply. "I too wish to accompany my sister further in." Xianli scratched his head, chuckling softly. "What if we stay behind? In case there is any danger, we could lend a hand." He had momentarily forgotten that no beastmen posed a challenge to Xuelan, rendering their presence somewhat unnecessary. To put it plainly, neither of them wished to depart. However, Xuelan yearned to be with Xiagu, desiring solitude free from interruptions, and resolutely declared, "Xia needs only me by her side, if you wish to remain. Then wait here." Xueting and Xianli exchanged glances, each recognizing a mutual concession. "Very well then." Xuelan returned to grasp Xiagu's hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Xia, let us go. They shall await our return here." Xiagu nodded and turned to see Xuanli smiling brightly and waving at her. "Be careful, and make sure to come out early." Xiagu nodded gently. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Xuelan walked side by side with Xiagu into the depths of the forest, a quiet joy blossoming within her heart. Without the chattering presence of the little wolf, Xueting, who often diverted Xiao's attention, Xiao could now focus all her gaze upon him. The two meandered along the woodland path, occasionally pausing to listen to the distant melodies of birdsong, as if the entire world had fallen into a hushed reverie. Yet, Xiaogu's eyes remained ever vigilant. She attentively scanned their surroundings, her chin slightly raised, and softly cautioned Xuelan, "The game here seems abundant. We must be wary of traps and ferocious beasts." Xuelan nodded in agreement, gently brushing her fluffy tail against her arm, eliciting a pleasant tickle. Xiagu turned his head and glanced, noticing that Xuelan's handsome face had inexplicably begun to flush a shade of red. Was there something unusual here? Xiagu pondered momentarily, clearly perplexed. Xuelan parted her delicate, rosy lips and immediately glanced around, her voice laced with caution. "Then why's your face flushed?" This expression led Xiagu to suspect that there might be some miasma in the forest affecting Xuelan's mind. Xuelan gasped softly, her mouth slightly agape, appearing both pitiable and endearing. The blush on her cheeks was a manifestation of her joy at being alone with Xia. As she spoke, her voice gradually dwindled, as if overwhelmed by shyness. Xiagu instinctively reached out to touch the two round, fluffy ears, only to find that Xuelan's face turned even redder. Xiao also contemplated touching the tail, wondering if it would be all right to do so. Xiagu gazed at his reaction, unable to suppress a gentle smile. The obedient and adorable leopard truly captivates one's heart. As Xiagu extended her hand, her delicate, pearly fingertips poised to brush against the fluffy, voluminous tail of Xuelan. A sudden roar, resonant and feral, erupted from a nearby distance. Xiagu's heart suddenly raced. Though her expression remained composed, a flicker of panic inevitably flashed in her eyes. "Do not be afraid." Xuelan stood before her, swiftly altering her countenance and hastily shielding her. Xiagu narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the source of the sound, and then the ferocious beast sprang forth from the depths of the forest. It bore a resemblance to a cheetah, yet was more robust in stature, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam as it advanced step by step. "Xia, with me here, you need not fear." Xuelan's voice resonated, deep and powerful, his tail swaying instinctively as if preparing for battle. Xiagu did not fear, yet remained still behind Xuelan, for her trust in him was profound. The ferocious beast emitted a deafening roar, its gaze fixed upon Xuelan, before it lunged forward with sudden ferocity. It was astonishing that this leopard was of silver rank. Who would have thought such a creature resided in this forest? No wonder it dared to confront Xuelan, a being of golden rank. In an instant, Xuelan deftly evaded the beast's assault and swiftly counterattacked, his sharp claws carving a silvery arc through the air, striking at the creature's vital points. The beast, in agony, let out a furious roar and charged at Xuelan with even greater ferocity. Thus commenced an intense battle between Xuelan and the beast amidst the forest, each clash accompanied by the splintering of trees and the scattering of leaves. Xuelan stood beside, anxiously observing the fierce battle. His hands clenched into fists as he awaited the opportune moment to charge forward. Just then, he discovered a flaw in the beast's defense. With a powerful leap, he utilized the support of the trees, executing a graceful somersault in midair before landing forcefully on the beast's back. The creature emitted a piercing scream, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Xuelan pressed his claws firmly against the beast's neck and twisted with all his might. Ultimately, the golden beastman proved to be superior. Though the beast exhibited formidable combat prowess, it was no match for Xuelan. In the end, the light in the creature's eyes gradually dimmed, until it finally succumbed to lifelessness. Xuelan released his grip and gazed at the fallen beast, a flicker of fatigue crossing his eyes, yet overshadowed by the elation of victory. "Xia, are you all right?" Xuelan turned and swiftly ran to Xiagu, enveloping her in his embrace. He gently patted her back and spoke tenderly. "I am quite powerful now, Xia. I know, I saw it." Xiagu revealed a faint smile, while Xuelan, with her back turned to the beast, remained oblivious as it suddenly rose from the ground, swaying unsteadily. Its eyes, filled with hatred, seemed poised to deliver a final strike. "This is perilous." Xiagu let out a soft exclamation and promptly pushed Xuelan aside, preparing to confront the impending threat. Yet, the beast's speed surpassed her expectations, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged toward her. "Xia." Xuelan, witnessing this scene, disregarded everything else and rushed forward in a panic, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the creature. However, his movements were slightly delayed. Just before the beast collapsed, its razor-sharp claws struck Xiagu's abdomen. Although Xiagu evaded with remarkable speed, she was still grazed. She let out a soft sigh, realizing the situation was quite dire. Would her unborn child with Xuelan be affected? For a moment, panic enveloped Xiagu. Xia. After slaying the beast, Xuelan hurried to her side, only to find her face bearing an expression of distress. Xiagu, supporting her slightly protruding abdomen, was about to speak when a sudden wave of intense pain surged through her belly. Xia. As Xuelan witnessed the beast's claws lunging towards her abdomen, she turned pale, as if suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. In response, a flicker of fear and urgency flashed in his eyes. Xia, come with me. Let us find a place to rest. Given the state of the weather, it may rain soon, and Xia must not be exposed to the rain. Xiagu was assisted by Xuelan as they ventured forward, and soon they discovered a modest cave nestled among dense thickets. Xuelan carefully settled Xiagu inside the cave and stood guard at the entrance, only stepping in once he ascertained that the surroundings were devoid of danger. Just as he entered the cave, a torrential downpour ensued. The raging tempest began to intertwine, and Xiagu could not suppress a couple of groans. She clutched the grass mat beneath her tightly and immediately called upon the system. "System, please check if the children are safe." Despite the stark contrast to her initial intentions, she was acutely aware of the precious life within her, a shared existence with Xuelan, and she was desperate to ensure the fetus remained unharmed. The system promptly activated, its tone tinged with urgency. "There has been some disturbance. There is a risk of miscarriage. A miscarriage at this juncture would be catastrophic. Without the support of herself and Xuelan, the likelihood of preserving the child was grim. System, I implore you, I need your assistance. Xiagu rarely seeks help from the system, but there is a noticeable urgency in her tone. The system fell silent for a moment. Unless a new side quest is completed, it cannot provide the fetal protection elixir. What side quest? Xiao Mush tightly bit her lower lip, her pallid complexion rendering her even more fragile in the darkness of the cave. The children must not come to harm. The system's cold voice echoed in her mind, instructing her to venture deep into the forest, to seek out the antlers and bring them back. The system's words were succinct and direct. Xiao Mush felt no hesitation as she suppressed her physical discomfort, preparing to rise. However, upon witnessing her determination, Xuelan immediately grasped her shoulder, preventing her from moving. Her tone laced with urgency. Xia, what are you doing? Xiagu gritted her teeth, declaring her intent to venture into the forest to procure deer antlers, believing it could save their children. In that fleeting moment, a hint of confusion flickered in Xuelan's eyes. Although he could not fathom the connection between the antlers and the children, he chose to trust Xiagu's words. Yet, it was imperative for Xiagu to rest well now. He lowered his gaze and gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. Xiagu, wait for me here. I shall return. Xuelan sought to obstruct him, yet without uttering a word. He turned and exited. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, its intensity unabated, growing ever more ferocious, as if the heavens had split open, unleashing an endless cascade that shrouded the forest in a veil of mist. Xuelan navigated the muddy path, each step proving exceptionally arduous. Along the way, he not only had to contend with the venomous serpents and ferocious beasts lurking within the dense foliage, but also remained vigilant of the traps beneath his feet and the sudden storms that could arise. Though his pace was slow, it was remarkably resolute. For the sake of Xia, he must hasten there and back. He clutched tightly the sharp dagger that Xiagu had pressed into his hand before his departure. At that moment, his hide was thoroughly soaked with sweat and rain, clinging heavily to his body. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. At last, amidst a thicket of dense underbrush, he stumbled upon an injured stag. It lay there quietly, its eyes betraying despair and helplessness. Xuelan's heart tightened, feeling a pang of reluctance. However, for Xia's sake, he had to proceed. Xuelan approached the stag cautiously, the dagger in his hand glinting ominously in the downpour. In that instant, he seemed to hear the stag's mournful cry, sensing the fragility of its life. Nevertheless, his resolve did not waver. With a swift strike, the antlers fell in response. He quickly wrapped the antlers, then tended to the stag's lifeless body, preparing it for transport. The rain continued unabated as Xuelan trudged laboriously through the forest. Just as he was preparing to return, a massive beast suddenly lunged from the shadows, its sharp claws aimed directly at Xuelan's vitals. Instinctively, he attempted to defend himself, yet his strength was nearly depleted, rendering his movements clumsy and sluggish. In that critical moment, he swiftly adjusted the angle of his dagger, plunging it deep into the beast's chest. Its colossal form finally collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. Xuelan gasped for breath, sweat and mud mingling on his face, his eyes shimmering with the fatigue and determination of one who has narrowly escaped death. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, interrupted only by the distant roars of other beasts. With great effort, Xuelan rose, his legs trembling from the prolonged struggle. He gazed at the fallen creature, devoid of any pity, filled instead with an ardent desire for survival and an unwavering courage toward the unknown path ahead. He withdrew the dagger from the beast, wiped it clean with his sleeve, and sheathed it at his waist. The downpour showed no signs of relenting, and the cold wind seeped through the thin hide, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Xia is still waiting for him. Along the way, Xuelan cautiously evaded potential traps and the traces of wild beasts. Relying on her keen intuition and years of survival experience, she deftly navigated through danger and finally returned to the cave. Xuelan, you have returned. Xiagu sat within the cave, and from a distance, she discerned a tall yet somewhat frail figure, her voice instinctively rising in pitch. Xuelan hurriedly approached Xiagu, unable to resist the urge to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. His body was smeared with dirt and blood, as if it bore witness to the fierce battle that had just transpired. It was the antlers. As Xuelan presented the antlers, Xiagu found herself irresistibly drawn to kiss him. Thank you, my child, for taking such great risks. Xuelan softly patted the back of Xiagu's hand, inquiring, is there anything you need me to assist you with? Xiagu shook her head, desiring to converse with the system, yet unwilling for Xuelan to perceive anything amiss. She hesitated for a moment, unaware that Xuelan had already discerned her indecision and promptly turned her back to her. I will step outside to attend to the blood on me. Call for me if you require anything. With that, Xuelan swiftly exited the room. Xiamu cast a grateful glance at him, grasping the deer antler. Before she could utter a word, the system's voice resonated once more, imbued with a subtle hint of approval. Congratulations, host. The side quest has been completed, and the pregnancy preservation pill has been issued. Xiagu, feeling a sense of urgency and still experiencing a dull ache in her lower abdomen, swiftly retrieved the precious elixir and swallowed it. Before long, she felt significantly better. The discomfort in her abdomen ceased entirely. The nurturing essence of the preservation pill had taken effect, ensuring the safety of her unborn children. Xiagu let out a gentle sigh, rising to approach the cave's entrance. Noticing a hint of confusion in Xuelan's gaze, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Thank you. The child is fine, and I am well now. That is good to hear. Xuelan involuntarily exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually descended, casting a dimming light throughout the forest. Xuelan furrowed his brow and said, Xiaoxia, it is getting dark. We should head back. Xiagu no longer wished to linger in that place. Thus he nodded in agreement. The two hastened their steps, retracing their path. Along the way, they encountered several wild wolves, yet each threat was deftly neutralized by Xuelan. Before long, they emerged from the forest. Xianli and Xueting had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing their safe return, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Xianli jested. You two are remarkably slow. We've been anxiously awaiting your return. Xuelan then presented a haul of formidable beasts he had hunted, casting them before Xianli. A gasp erupted from Xianli. Wow, you are truly impressive. So many trophies. Astonishment and admiration filled his voice. Brother Lan has indeed proven his prowess. Since his ascension to Golden Beast Man, he has become a force to be reckoned with. There are so many large and ferocious creatures here that I would typically avoid. Xueting's eyes sparkled upon seeing the bounty. Their future meals promised to be sumptuous. In response to Xianli's accolades, Xuelan merely smiled modestly. Xiaxia is equally remarkable. Without Xiaxia, I could not have captured these beasts. He grasped Xiagu's hand tightly, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Xiaxia, our harvest today is indeed bountiful. Xiagu raised her head, her complexion slightly pale, yet her smile radiated like the sun. Thank you so much, Xuelan. Without you, given her condition at that time, obtaining the preservation elixir would have been exceedingly difficult. Xianli, observing from the side, couldn't help but admire the harmonious rapport between the couple. Perhaps having expended too much energy just moments ago, Xiagu suddenly felt the world spinning around her. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and as her figure swayed, she was promptly supported by Xuelan. Xiaxia, do you feel unwell anywhere else? Xuelan inquired with genuine concern. Xueting also noticed her condition and hurried over, her eyes filled with worry. Sister, why is your complexion so pale? Are you injured? Let me see. With that, she reached out her hand, eager to check. Xiagu gently shook her head, forcing a faint smile. It's fine, Xueting. I might just be a little tired. However, Xueting was unwilling to relent easily, insisting, no, let me check. What if you are genuinely injured? Seeing his unwavering determination, Xuelan immediately positioned herself in front of Xiagu. You cannot examine Xiaxia's body. She is somewhat exhausted. We should return now so she can rest properly. Upon hearing this, Xueting recognized the impropriety of his actions. He pouted, his eyes still reflecting evident concern. Then let us hasten back, so as not to distress my sister. Xianli, also worried about Xiagu's well-being, proactively assisted by carrying the prey, allowing Xuelan to devote her attention to her. Upon their return to the tribe, the setting sun had painted the horizon in hues of orange, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, infusing this primitive, beastly realm with a sense of warmth. The orcs they encountered along the way were astonished to see such an abundance of game. Their mouths agape in surprise. Before long, tales of Xuelan's bravery began to circulate throughout the tribe. Xianli stood by, grinning widely, frequently boasting of Xuelan's valor and Xiagu's harmonious cooperation. Meanwhile, Xueting followed closely behind Xiagu, his expression laden with concern, occasionally reaching out to lend her support. Fearful of her discomfort, a warmth blossomed within Xiagu as she gently shook her head, indicating that she was indeed untroubled. Upon returning to the den, Xiagu reclined to rest, while Xuelan busied herself by kindling a fire. She meticulously prepared a herbal soup and carefully presented it before her. Sip this. It will dispel the chill and warm your body. Xuelan's voice was soft yet resolute, her eyes brimming with concern. Xiagu gently took a sip. The bitter flavor intertwined with a hint of sweetness, a warm current instantly coursing through her body. She smiled faintly, tenderly caressing Xuelan's fluffy ears, unable to resist the affection. You go ahead with your tasks. I shall rest for a while. This evening, Xuanli intended to stay for dinner, and Xuelan was preparing to serve the game they had hunted. Xueting was busy grilling meat, skillfully turning the pieces over by the fire. As night deepened, the sounds of laughter and merriment echoed through the tribe, as if the matters concerning the chief and the shaman had left no mark on their spirits. Xuelan stepped out to lend a hand, and Xuanli immediately made way for him. Inside the cave, Xiagu lay upon the soft animal hides, her expression revealing a touch of weariness. After all, she had experienced a moment of distress. It would take her some time to regain her strength. Xiagu gently massaged her temples as the sound of footsteps approached. Turning her head, she beheld Xueting bringing her a cup of warm water, extending it towards her. With genuine concern etched on her face, Xueting inquired, "Sister, are you truly all right? Your complexion appears quite poor." Xiagu took the cup of water, gently sipped, and smiled while shaking her head, assuring her not to worry. Xueting's gaze subtly fell upon her slightly protruding abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, she pointed and finally said, "Is it because of this?" She felt somewhat shy discussing it, as the child was still young, and even struggled to articulate her thoughts completely. Sister Xiagu, being so beautiful, must be carrying an equally exquisite beastly offspring. Xiagu smiled gently, acknowledging the sentiment, yet it bore no significance. Meanwhile, Xueting was engaged in conversation with Xiagu inside the beast's den. Just as their dialogue flowed, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside. Xuemiao listened intently. Was it Xuezhan? Had he arrived at this moment? Outside the cave, Xuezhan observed Xuelan and the others grilling meat. Although he had heard tales of Xuelan's impressive hunting prowess prior to his arrival, it was not until he witnessed the numerous untouched beasts strewn across the ground that he truly grasped the extent of Xuelan's skill. Upon seeing him, Xuelan smiled and waved, inviting him to join in the feast, which was quickly nearing completion. However, the first portion was reserved for Xia. Xuemiao settled beside him, praising the bounty. "It seems we shall dine well tonight, but there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Xuelan replied, turning the skewers without lifting his gaze. Xuemiao lowered his voice, feeling the weight of his words. Following the majority vote of the tribe's beastmen, the chief and his group have been exiled from the Highland tribe and will not return. At this revelation, Xuelan paused, a mix of emotions washing over him. Having been born into the Highland tribe, he felt a twinge of nostalgia for the chief, despite their lack of camaraderie. Xuemiao's head hung low, his eyes reflecting a tumult of feelings. "To where have they been exiled?" Xuelan inquired softly, striving to quell the turmoil within. With a somber expression, Xuemiao explained. "The chief and his followers have been sent to a remote wasteland, where survival is harsh. This serves as punishment for their past actions. The tribe requires a fresh beginning, free from the shadows of the past." Xuelan nodded silently, acknowledging the truth of his words. Moreover, Xuemiao hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The aroma of grilled meat wafted nearby, prompting him to breathe deeply, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. "Our clan is in urgent need of a leader to guide us. Everyone believes your combat prowess is unparalleled, and, as a golden beast man, you are the most suitable candidate. Would you be willing to accept this role?" Upon hearing this, Xuelan furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I understand that this is a necessity for the tribe. But the position of chief carries immense responsibility. I need time to reflect." Xuemiao felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded in understanding. "The clan members are discussing your strength, insisting that you are the mightiest beastman among us, and they desperately need you." Xuelan pursed his lips, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Soon, the meat was ready. Xuelan promptly stood up, carrying the fragrant skewers into the beast cave. Unable to resist, Xuemiao followed him inside, where he found Xiagu leaning against a fir, with Xueting beside her. Xia, enjoy the grilled meat," Xuelan said gently, offering the skewer to her. Xiagu accepted it, remarking that it was delicious. A look of satisfaction spread across Xuelan's face. Although their earlier conversation had been hushed, Xiagu and Xueting had overheard everything. At this moment, none of them broached the topic again. Xuemiao opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking further. "The meat is ready," Xianli called from outside, having focused solely on grilling. Xueting pulled Xuemiao outside, while Xuelan remained by Xiagu's side. Reiterating what Xuemiao had just said, glancing at Xiagu as if seeking her counsel, Xiagu gently clasped his hand, a tender smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. "Xuelan, whatever decision you make, I will stand by you." The voice of Xiagu is both gentle and resolute, as if it could soothe all the uncertainties within Xuelan's heart. In the steadfastness of Xiagu, Xuelan's gaze gradually discovered its direction. He took a deep breath, as if to swallow all his hesitations and fears in one go. Xiao, thank you. Your support means the world to me. Perhaps I truly should give it a try. For the sake of the mountain tribe and for myself. Xiagu smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with trust. Xuelan, you have always been exceptional. I firmly believe that you will become an outstanding chieftain. With just these 2 sentences, Xuelan felt enlightened. He nodded, his resolve growing ever more steadfast. As Xuelan emerged from the beast den, he found Xuezhang with grease smudged all over his mouth, which made him chuckle softly. Xuezhang had been chatting with Xuanli, but upon seeing Xuelan, he immediately stood up. The atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. Taking a deep breath, Xuelan addressed Xuezhang. Thank you for bringing me this news. The Gaoshan tribe is currently in turmoil, and as a member of this tribe, I am willing to shoulder this responsibility. Upon hearing this, Xuezhang's face lit up with joy. He even forgot the piece of roasted meat that had fallen to the ground, feeling an urge to shout in celebration. That's wonderful, Xuelan. I will go inform the other beastmen right away, urging them to prepare for the arrival of the new chieftain. With that, he dashed off, forgetting his meal entirely. Really? Xuelan, you are going to be the chieftain? Xuanli was the first to rush over with a grin, thinking that if his brother became chieftain, he could strut around the tribe without a care. Xuelan nodded, noticing Xueqing also rushing towards him, and he sighed in exasperation. Why are you both more excited than I am? In contrast, he felt rather indifferent inside. Of course, I'm excited. You will be in charge. And I want a larger beast den, preferably close to yours, so I can come visit every day, Xueqing said, munching on roasted meat. I want a beast den too. I'm tired of living in this small wooden house. It would be great to open a little shop to earn some money. And then I can spend it all on my sister. Xiagu listened intently within the beast den, unable to suppress a slight smirk. It appeared that the younger brother she had casually picked up was indeed quite loyal. Xuelan gazed skyward in silence. I do not possess such authority. Nor can I act for personal gain. Otherwise, what would distinguish me from the previous chieftain? The aspiration for wealth and a grand beast den should be pursued through your own efforts. It is achievable. Upon hearing Xuelan's words, Xuanli felt no anger nor discouragement. Rather, a spark of determination ignited within his eyes. You are correct. Let us strive together, Xueting. One day, we shall reside in a magnificent beast den. Xueting smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with hopeful light. Indeed, I believe we can achieve this. Furthermore, the idea of opening a small shop within the tribe is quite splendid. I can craft unique handmade items to sell, which will surely attract many beast folk. Observing the spirited resolve of the two, Xuelan felt both gratified and somewhat helpless. This as well. Having a goal is far better than languishing in idleness. He lifted his chin, casting his gaze toward the distant peaks, his voice resolute. I shall do my utmost not to disappoint your expectations. In the days that followed, Xuelan began to prepare for assuming the role of chieftain. The beast folk collectively chose a clear and auspicious day for the occasion. On this day, Xuelan donned a splendid garment crafted from rare beast hides, adorned with a crown encrusted with gemstones, standing in the central square of the high mountain tribe. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating his handsome visage. Today marked his formal ascension as the chieftain of the high mountain tribe, as well as a moment of celebration for the entire tribe. Naturally, Xiagu was present for such an event. Since her arrival in this realm, it was her first time donning such exquisite beast hide attire. Adorned with delicate jewelry around her neck and wrists, she showcased her esteemed status as the chieftain's partner. The consecration ceremony was conducted solemnly under the auspices of the tribe. The officiant, holding an ancient totem pole, chanted incantations to imbue Xuelan and Xiagu with the tribe's blessings and strength. The beast folk encircled them, vociferously expressing their support and respect for the new chieftain. In this moment, Xuelan and Xiagu felt an unprecedented sense of honor and responsibility. After the ceremony concluded, Xuelan and Xiagu returned to their original beast den, enveloped by their kin. Despite the monumental change in their status, they remained grounded and humble. Within the den, they ignited a bonfire, gathering together to share food and joy with the tribe members who had come to offer their congratulations. Chieftain Xuelan, you are the hope of our high mountain tribe. A young beast folk raised a cup in tribute to Xuelan. Xuelan smiled in response. Each individual is a beacon of hope for the high mountain tribe. Only through unity can we confront the challenges that lie ahead. Xiagu silently observed everything from the side, smiling without uttering a word. As night fell and the campfire gradually extinguished, The thoughts of Xuelan and Xiagu remained restless. Becoming the clan leader signified that they would bear greater responsibilities and missions. For the prosperity and tranquility of the tribe, they could not afford to be idle. Xiaoxia, what do you think we should do next? Xuelan inquired softly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiagu thoughtfully remarked, we must first strengthen the internal unity of our tribe, ensuring that every orc feels a sense of belonging. Concurrently, we should focus on the economic development of the tribe to enhance the living standards of all. In this era of beasts, it is disheartening that some orcs still struggle to find sufficient nourishment and warmth. Xuelan nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, my dear Xiagu is the wisest. Additionally, I wish to foster communication and collaboration with other tribes to collectively fend off external threats. Only in this manner can we guarantee the enduring peace and stability of the Gaoshan tribe. The day's bustle and clamor soon faded away. The bonfire flickered brightly, illuminating the cave, where only Xuelan and Xiagu remained. Unconsciously, Xiagu began to caress Xuelan's fluffy tail, inevitably noticing the flush that crept across Xuelan's handsome visage. Xiagu's delicate fingers gently entwined around the fluffy tail, reminiscent of clouds, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The thought of the mycelium nestled within such a soft tail was undeniably comforting. Xuelan parted his lips slightly, his tail quivering ever so slightly. A manifestation of his bashfulness and stirred emotions. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his voice. Xiaoxia, please refrain from teasing. You are currently carrying my beast offspring and require ample rest. Xiagu raised his head, gazing into Xuelan's gentle eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your tail is truly so soft. Are the tails of snow leopards like yours? Xuelan paused for a moment, intending to say no. But fearing that Xiaoxia would touch the tails of other snow leopard beastmen, he quickly changed his response. Yes. Subsequently, he cautiously extended his hand, wishing to gently reclaim his own tail. Xiaoxia, are you tired? Sleepy? The summer mushroom seemed to penetrate his thoughts, deftly shifting its body, allowing its tail to slip away from Xuelan's grasp. I yearn to recline upon your tail. Xiagu's face radiated a triumphant smile as he gently caressed the soft and warm white tail, leaving Xuelan unable to articulate her desire to refuse. His handsome visage flushed deeper, as if the entire beast had ripened. Xuelan gazed at him with eyes brimming with affection, slightly tilting her head to nuzzle her nose against Xiagu's cheek. As long as you are happy, I am willing to give anything. Xiagu was somewhat shy from this sudden display of affection. She was not a mushroom adept at expressing her feelings, nor was she accustomed to such intimate gestures, even though Xuelan was her beast husband. Xuelan's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet he embraced his large tail even more tightly. It is truly wonderful to have you, Xuelan. Upon hearing her words, a wave of warmth surged within him. He gently swayed his tail, producing a deep, contented purr, as if responding to her in this manner. As nightfall quietly descended, the darkness deepened, and the two savored each other's companionship and warmth. Unbeknownst to her, Xiagu drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate time, she was awakened by a gentle warmth. Warm lips brushed against her forehead, tenderly placing a soft kiss as if treating an incredibly precious treasure. Xiagu's eyelashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to take flight, disrupting the tender moment of exploration that Xuelan was about to embark upon. She seemed to sense this disturbance, her eyelids slowly parted, revealing eyes that sparkled with the clarity of morning dew and a hint of drowsy haze. As their gazes met, Xuelan's heart began to race uncontrollably, her usually tranquil eyes now brimming with affection and adoration. Xiaoxia, why are you awake? Xuelan's voice carried a note of anxiety as she hastily averted her lips, her cheeks involuntarily tinged with a rosy hue. Xiagu chuckled softly, her laughter ringing like delicate silver bells. She reached out her hand and gently caressed Xuelan's face, clicking her tongue playfully. Still so shy after stealing a kiss? She adored this magnificent feline. Xuelan, what were you just thinking of doing? Xiaogu's words carried a hint of playful mockery. When Xuelan met those bright and beautiful eyes, her heart skipped a beat, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. His delicate lips lingered just above Xiaogu's eyelids, his voice deep and sincere, whispering the desire to kiss her. He carefully enveloped Xiagu in his embrace, his long tail gently wrapping around her, as if wishing to envelop her entirely, offering the warmest protection. Xiagu nestled against his chest, her brows arching gracefully. From now on, there will be no need for secretive kisses. I shall respond to you openly. A fleeting glimmer of joy sparkled in Xuelan's eyes. He grasped Xiaogu's hand tightly, as if to etch this promise into his very bones, vowing to remember it eternally. Xuelan's heart raced like a drum, his gaze shimmering with uncontainable desire. He leaned slowly toward Xiagu, each step reminiscent of walking on clouds, both weightless and profound. Even the formidable figure who had emerged from a world of chaos could not suppress the blush that crept onto Xiagu's face, her eyes reflecting both shyness and a hint of anticipation. Xiaoxia, Xuelan's voice was deep and tender, as if he feared disturbing the tranquility of this exquisite moment. He gently lifted his hand, his fingertips delicately brushing against Xiaogu's cheek, the sensation akin to a spring breeze caressing newly blossomed petals. Xiagu slightly tilted her head, avoiding his gaze yet not shying away. This subtle gesture was akin to a silent consent, bolstering Xuelan's courage. He gradually drew closer, and at last, his warm lips gently met Xiagu's, tender yet not searing. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Xuelan's heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy, while a soft glow flickered in Xiagu's eyes. Their hearts were irrevocably intertwined, unable to part. Yet, the tender moment was fleeting, abruptly interrupted by an unexpected sound. Sister, sister. I'm here. Xueting's voice rang out, bright and clear, laced with a hint of pride and anticipation. Xuelan's movements halted abruptly, a wave of helplessness and regret washing over him. He sighed softly, slowly withdrawing, his gaze filled with reluctance and tenderness. Xiaogu's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness, yet also revealing a trace of amusement. Sister, I have something wonderful to show you. Xueting, completely oblivious to the subtle atmosphere within the cave, excitedly raised her creation and hurriedly stepped inside. Xiagu cast a glance at Xuelan's somewhat awkward expression, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her lips. She gently patted Xuelan's large tail, signaling him to relax. At that moment, Xueting had dashed in front of the two, clutching a delicate artifact in her hands, her face alight with excitement. Sister, look, this is what I just traded for at the market. I heard it was crafted by the most renowned artisan in our tribe. Xiagu cast her gaze upon the exquisite artifact held in Xueting's hands. It was a delicate ornament, intricately carved with elaborate totems, emanating a soft radiance that seemed to harbor some enigmatic power. Truly beautiful. Xiagu nodded, gently caressing every intricate detail of the artisan craft before her, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Xuelan swiftly composed herself, the embarrassment in her heart gradually dissipating. Is this the quaint little shop you envisioned? Xueting nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, his skills surpass mine. I aspire to become his apprentice. Xiagu wholeheartedly agreed. What is his personality like? Xueting rested his chin on one hand and pondered for a moment, then remarked, he is quite easy to converse with, though somewhat stingy, unwilling to offer any concessions or even gift him small trinkets. Xiagu let out a soft click of her tongue, saying, tomorrow, I will accompany you and your brother-in-law to have a look. Brother-in-law? Xueting's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly choking on his own saliva. He glanced at Xiagu, then at Xuelan, and cautiously inquired, can I address him as brother-in-law now that he is the clan leader? Xuelan smiled gently, a subtle warmth flickering in her eyes as she lightly patted Xueting's shoulder. You were brought back by Xiaxia, so naturally, you should call me brother-in-law. This simple statement seemed to construct an invisible bridge, instantly narrowing the gap between the two. Sister, brother-in-law. Xueting shyly scratched his head, unable to suppress a soft growl of delight. He never expected to have family, and two at that. After calling him brother-in-law, Xuelan, who previously had her reservations about him, now found him quite agreeable. As the day turned to dusk, Xueting realized it was time to leave them be. He placed down the crafted item and hurriedly exited. Tomorrow, they could all stroll through the market together. The following morning, Xuelan was the first to awaken. She turned her head and beheld Xiagu's serene sleeping face, feeling a sense of bliss. Not wanting to disturb Xiagu, she tiptoed out of the beast den. The morning chill made her shiver, yet her heart warmed at the thought of preparing breakfast for Xiagu. Skillfully, she kindled a fire and set a cast-iron pot over it, beginning to cook a porridge of beast meat. The flickering flames illuminated her face, revealing a gentle expression. Unbeknownst to her, Xueting had quietly followed her out, rubbing his eyes and gazing sleepily at Xuelan's diligent efforts. Brother-in-law, you're up so early. Let me handle the cooking, he offered. Xuelan looked up at the sound and replied kindly, Xiaxia is still asleep. Let us not wake her. You've come at the right time. Help me gather some firewood. Xueting obliged, turning to collect dry twigs. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon the aroma of food wafted around the campfire outside the beast den. Before long, Xiagu awoke as well, stepping out to stretch languidly. Upon seeing her, Xuelan cheerfully called out, Xiaxia, you're awake. Come and taste the beast meat porridge I made. Xiagu approached the campfire, accepting the bowl of porridge handed to her by Xuelan. She gently blew on it before taking a sip. It was delightful. So exquisite that the very mycelium seemed to stir with joy. Xuelan's culinary skills had truly reached new heights. Xuelan smiled tenderly, sitting beside her to share the meal. The morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm and radiant glow upon them. Xiagu's cheeks flushed slightly as she savored the gentle feeding from Xuelan. Xuelan gazed at her with tender affection, occasionally inquiring softly whether the food was too hot or too cold. Xueting, observing the scene from the side, felt a twinge of discomfort. He cleared his throat, attempting to divert his attention. He picked up a piece of animal hide, beginning to polish the stone knife in his hands, feigning busyness. Yet, the inexplicable emotions within him grew like wild grass, making it difficult for him to find peace. Xueting, aren't you eating? Xuelan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Embarrassed, Xueting scratched his head and smiled, then moved to sit by the fire. He took a piece of roasted meat and began to eat heartily, gradually dispelling the shyness and awkwardness within him. After their meal, the trio tidied up and prepared to head to the market that Xueting had mentioned the day before. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a warm golden veil over the land of the tribe, illuminating this wild and primitive world. Xuelan walked in the lead, his step steady, firmly holding Xiagu's hand, seemingly unwilling to part from her even for a moment. Xueting bounced alongside them, occasionally stopping to curiously observe the flowers and grasses by the roadside, as well as the small creatures scampering in the distance. The market lay at the heart of the high mountain tribe, a bustling hub of activity. Various beastmen gathered here, exchanging the items they needed. As they stepped into the market, the clamor enveloped them. Xuelan and Xiagu held hands tightly, fearful of losing each other in the crowd, while Xueting eagerly gazed around, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. They made their way to the stall of the craftsman as per their previous agreement. At that moment, the stall was already surrounded by a throng of people, all marveling at the master's exquisite craftsmanship and beautiful creations. Xueting squeezed to the front of the crowd, scrutinizing each piece with eyes filled with awe and longing for the art. The craftsman was an elderly beastman, his hands marked by the passage of time. "Young man, you're back again," he said, noticing Xueting immediately and pausing his work with a smile. Xueting quickly returned the smile. "Master Shuelan, I wish to become your apprentice. You wish to learn my craft?" The craftsman studied him with keen eyes, assessing his focus and enthusiasm. Xueting nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes. "Yes, I aspire to be a craftsman as skilled as you, and to open a small shop selling these crafted items." Shuelan squinted, examining Xueting as if trying to glean something from his somewhat youthful face. His voice was deep and resonant as he inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" The skills of this stall are not easily mastered by just anyone. The stall displayed an array of handcrafted items, from delicate ornaments to practical tools, each radiating Shuelan's superb artistry and the weight of experience. "Master Shuelan, I have heard that you are the finest craftsman in the High Mountain tribe. I have always been passionate about forging and creating objects, and I hope to learn your techniques," Xueting earnestly declared, his hands clasped tightly, betraying his nervousness yet brimming with anticipation. Shuelan's sharp gaze met Xueting's resolute expression. He appeared upright but did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he said, "It is not so easy to become my apprentice. I must first test you." Upon hearing this, Xueting felt a surge of joy and eagerly nodded. "No problem, Master Shuelan. Please test me. I will do my utmost." Shuelan pointed to a piece of iron or a crude iron hammer on the stall, instructing, "Let us begin with the basics. Forge this iron or into a simple dagger, and let me see your talent and patience." After a moment, Shuelan added, "Remember, patience and perseverance are equally important." Without hesitation, Xueting approached the forge, grasping the hammer and tongs, and began to work diligently. He carefully heated the iron ore, then clamped it with the tongs, hammering it repeatedly on the anvil. Each strike encapsulated his dedication and effort as he immersed himself in the task, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Xiagu and Xuelan stood quietly to the side, observing the diligent figure of Xueting. Although they did not comprehend the art of forging, they recognized the intense focus that Xueting exhibited in that moment. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, yet he persisted in his labor, striking the iron ore with even greater fervor. The other orcs at the stall watched with curiosity, showing no inclination to depart. At last, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the iron ore in Xueting's hands gradually transformed, taking on the shape of a dagger. After a while, it culminated in a sharp blade. Satisfied, Xueting set down his hammer and picked up the dagger for a closer examination. though simple in design. The dagger emanated a rustic and resilient beauty. Xuelan approached, scrutinizing the dagger closely. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Though somewhat coarse, your perseverance and patience reveal your determination. I am willing to take you on as my apprentice and teach you the art of forging. Upon hearing this, a surge of indescribable joy and excitement welled up within Xueting. He hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Xueling. I shall endeavor to learn and not disappoint your expectations." Xueling patted Xueting on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. The path of forging is long and arduous, demanding considerable time and effort. However, if you remain steadfast, there will come a day when you will become an exceptional craftsman. Xueting nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. Xueling then retrieved a small wooden carving from the stall and handed it to him. The essence of craftsmanship lies in the heart. Sincerity brings forth skill. This carving is a token of encouragement for you. This piece was Xueling's first work from years past, a vividly lifelike carving of a small beast. Its somewhat juvenile craftsmanship had left it unsold to this day. Xueting gently caressed the small beast carving, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable joy and emotion. The creature's charming form, every cut and stroke, revealed Xueling's skill and sentiment. He felt as though he could sense the dedication and aspirations Xueling had poured into its creation. With a voice trembling slightly, Xueting expressed, "Thank you, Master. This is the most precious gift I have ever received." Xueling smiled gently, speaking with weighty intent. "This carving not only represents my heartfelt intention but also embodies my hopes for you." Xueting nodded earnestly, etching Xueling's words into his memory. He carefully tucked the carving close to him and solemnly bowed to Xueling. Xiagu and Xueting stood by, observing the scene before them, feeling a sense of solace. To acquire a skill and have the opportunity to pursue one's passions, Xueting was undoubtedly fortunate. With Xuelan having just ascended to the position of chieftain, there remained a multitude of matters requiring his attention. It was not long before an emissary arrived to summon him. The orc, dispatched by Xuezhang, conveyed the request for the chieftain to attend a discussion regarding the day's agenda. Xuelan found himself unable to decline. Turning to Xiagu, he noted her lack of opposition and said, "You may proceed. We shall follow shortly." Once the orc had departed, Xuelan bid farewell to Xueling and encouraged Xueting to focus on her studies, before leading Xiagu to seek out Xuezhang. As they traversed the winding paths of the tribe, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a mottled glow upon the earth beneath their feet. Along the way, the tribe's members gazed upon their newly appointed chieftain with admiration and curiosity. Whispers filled the air, their hushed tones inevitably reaching the keen ears of Xuelan, the mightiest orc of the high mountain tribe. "Xia, do you believe I can fulfill the role of chieftain effectively?" Xuelan suddenly halted, turning to look at her, uncertainty shimmering in his eyes. Assuming the responsibilities of chieftain had not been a deliberate choice on his part, deep down, he remained unsure about the future of the entire high mountain tribe. Xiagu gently scratched his palm with his fingers and playfully ruffled his wonderfully fluffy ears, laughing. "You must have confidence, otherwise you'll bring me shame." Xia was right. "I cannot bring you disgrace." Soon, they arrived at the dwelling of Xuejian. It was a humble abode constructed from massive stones, yet it exuded an extraordinary sturdiness, as if it could withstand any tempest. Inside, Xuejian sat upright on a chair adorned with animal hides, with a stone slab before him, covered in various animal skins and blueprints, clearly preparing for the day's agenda. Before entering, Xuelan took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and stepped inside alongside Xiagu. Within, Xuejian's voice resonated, deep and powerful, as if he were deliberating over something of great import. As Xuelan pushed the door open and entered, the gaze of the assembled beastmen instantly converged upon him. "Chief." Xuejian rose with a smile to welcome him. "You have finally arrived." After being guided by Xuejian to take a seat, Xuelan's eyes roamed over the blueprints on the table, and he began to form suspicions in his mind. Today's topic must pertain to the future direction of the tribe, he surmised. Xuejian offered a slight smile and nodded. "Indeed. The chief is astute. Although the tribe has undergone significant changes under your leadership, the road ahead remains long. We need to discuss how to better utilize resources, enhance the tribe's defensive capabilities," he paused, his gaze growing profound, "and how to establish more amicable relations with other tribes." Upon hearing this, Xuelan furrowed his brow slightly. This was not merely a simple topic, it was a test of the future development of the Highland tribe. Rather than hastily offering his opinion, he turned to Xiagu, his expression gentle. "Xiao, I would like to hear your thoughts. How do you believe we should plan the future of our tribe? At that moment, Xuelan also looked toward Xiagu, filled with respect and gratitude for this life-saving benefactor. As the matriarch and a female endowed with exceptional reproductive capabilities, as well as a divine entity, Xiagu's opinions hold paramount importance. Xiagu originally intended to merely make a brief appearance and depart, but to her surprise, she was required to express her opinions. She paused for a moment, then began to ponder earnestly. Should we enhance our communication and collaboration with other tribes to collectively fend off potential external threats? At the same time, we must also focus on fostering unity and development within our tribe, thereby improving everyone's standard of living. Xuelan nodded in agreement, affirming that Xiao was indeed remarkable and that her insights were indeed correct. Xiao Mushu awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. With so many orcs present, her favoritism was glaringly evident. Xuezhang, adhering to Xiao Mushu's suggestion, applauded in a perfunctory manner. Does anyone have any opinions? She inquired. If not, let us proceed as the goddess has advised. The orcs, despite their reservations, dared not voice any dissent in the presence of the two powerful orcs who evidently favored the goddess. Moreover, the goddess's insights were both valuable and reasonable, prompting them to willingly comply. No objections here. I have no objections. I shall follow the goddess's guidance. So do I. Consequently, all the orcs in the room chose to acquiesce. Xiao Mushu supported her chin with one hand, blinking in confusion. Was she not merely accompanying Xuelan for a brief moment? To so readily determine the future direction of the tribe seemed rather hasty, did it not? After the decisive words of Xiao Mush, the orcs resolved to put their plans into action. Led by Xuelan, they proposed several concrete measures. They aimed to improve agricultural techniques and introduce more efficient planting methods to enhance crop yields. They sought to develop handicrafts, encouraging the orcs to utilize the natural resources surrounding their tribe to create more practical and exquisite crafts for trade with external supplies. They also emphasized strengthening hunting training to elevate the skills of the hunters, ensuring a stable food supply for the tribe. The proposals were met with enthusiastic responses from all. Xuelan gently rubbed his brow, a warm smile gracing his face. Xia, will you be resting this afternoon? He intended to explore the tribal lands to identify suitable areas for cultivation in preparation for sowing grain. Xiagu shook his head. Since the suggestion was mine, I shall assist you. Xuelan appeared somewhat perplexed. This afternoon, I shall visit a nearby tribe to explore potential opportunities for collaboration. Xuelan felt a twinge of concern, but I reassured her, saying that my health is not an issue. Xiagu does not believe that being pregnant with a beast's offspring necessitates staying quietly in a beast's den. Xuelan purses her lips and asks, shall I accompany you? Xiagu shook her head, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his large tail. I am merely going for a brief visit. I shall return shortly. We shall meet at home this evening. Xuelan embraced her with concern. Xiaoxia, please take care and ensure your safety. After the meeting concluded, Xiagu set off on her journey. Fortunately, several tribes surrounded the Gaoshan tribe, not too far apart. She walked with a light step, traversing the lush forest until she arrived at the gem tribe. This tribe was renowned for its abundant gem resources, with vibrant stones glistening enticingly in the sunlight, as if they were nature's most generous gifts. She entered the central area of the tribe, where numerous beastmen had gathered, engaged in lively trade and animated conversation. Xiaogu's gaze traversed the crowd, seeking potential collaborations between the Highland tribe and the Gem tribe. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to an elderly moose orc, who held a gem radiating an enchanting luminescence, passionately recounting a tale to the captivated audience. Xiagu gradually approached, politely interrupting their conversation. May I inquire about a few matters? The elderly moose orc, taken aback by the interruption, turned his head, a flicker of curiosity and scrutiny appearing in his gaze as he regarded Xiagu. A female? In both the Highland tribe and the Gem tribe, females are a rare and precious presence. His eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, and rather than expressing annoyance, he smiled warmly and said, What would you like to ask, little female? Please, feel free to speak. I hail from the Highland tribe and am aware of your tribe's renowned hospitality. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with the chieftain of the Gem tribe. Could you please guide me to the chieftain's residence? The elderly moose orc squinted kindly, surveying Xiagu from head to toe, his tone imbued with warmth and respect. Esteemed little female, an envoy from the Highland tribe, it is indeed a rare encounter. I am well acquainted with the location of the chieftain's abode and would be delighted to escort you there. Xiagu revealed a grateful expression with a gentle smile. Thank you. Our mountain tribe has long yearned to establish amicable relations with the Gem tribe, united in the face of external threats. My visit today is to discuss potential collaboration with the chieftain. The old moose orc nodded, seemingly appreciative of Xiagu's candor. Our tribe has also been eager for communication and cooperation with others. However, the chieftain has been preoccupied with a significant matter lately. And I fear you may have to wait outside for a while. Xiagu felt a slight tightening in her heart, yet her demeanor remained composed. No matter. I am willing to wait. However, she wondered what the chieftain was preoccupied with. The elder moose beastman sighed, his expression turning somber. Recently, some enigmatic creatures had emerged in the forest surrounding the tribe, exhibiting peculiar behaviors and seemingly harboring hostility towards them. The chieftain was currently rallying the warriors to bolster their defenses, just in case. Upon hearing this, Xiagu furrowed her brows slowly. An unknown creature? What could that possibly be? Could it be a beast that has undergone evolution? The old moose beastman said little more, instead leading the way ahead for Xiagu. Xiagu leisurely followed the elder moose orc, who guided her through the tribal streets lined with an array of quaint cottages, each adorned with vibrant gemstones that sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Before long, they approached the grand palace where the chieftain resided. The palace stood tall and majestic, its walls embedded with gemstones of various hues that shimmered brilliantly under the sun, captivating the eye. The elder moose orc stepped forward to announce their arrival, and indeed, they would have to wait for a while. During this interlude, the elder moose orc, as if presenting a treasured artifact, retrieved a long-preserved gemstone from his bosom. It was a piece of deep azure, emanating a gentle radiance. The elder moose orc tenderly caressed it, eagerly showcasing it to Xiagu. Xiamu's gaze instantly sharpened, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. The years of experience she accumulated during the apocalypse in her past life had rendered her acutely vigilant towards any anomalies. This gem of yours appears to be somewhat extraordinary, she remarked. The elder moose orc, taken aback for a brief moment, quickly transformed his surprise into pride. Ah, young female, you possess remarkable discernment. This gem is a treasured heirloom of my kin, said to grant the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. However, it is rarely revealed. Today, witnessing your keen intellect, I shall make an exception. Xiagu's lips curled into a faint smile, yet within her heart, a tempest of emotion surged. She realized that this journey to the Gem tribe might be far more intricate than she had anticipated. It seemed that this gem bore a tale of its own. The elder moose orc nodded, slowly unraveling the ancient and delicate connection between the Gem tribe and the mountain tribe. It turned out that the oldest orc of the mountain tribe possessed a similar gem, a testament to the collaboration between the two tribes from years past. Now, the mountain tribe has once again extended an olive branch to the Gem tribe, and it would be no trouble to show you this gem. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in the elder moose orc's eyes, for he believed that Xiagu's arrival was a manifestation of fate's design. Xiagu attentively listened, her mind quietly contemplating. This gem might indeed serve as the crucial link between the two clans. Just as she pondered how to broach the subject, a melodious chime resonated from afar. A distinctive signal of the Gem tribe, indicating the arrival of an important guest or an urgent matter requiring attention. The elder moose orc, upon hearing this, promptly stowed the gem away, his demeanor turning grave. My dear young lady, it seems we must momentarily suspend our discussion. The chieftain's envoy has arrived, likely concerning further arrangements for our collaboration. Please follow me. I shall personally introduce you to the chieftain. Xiamu nodded and followed the venerable moose orc through the winding corridors, arriving at the central square of the Gem tribe. In the square, a middle-aged orc adorned in a resplendent robe and crowned with a jeweled diadem gracefully emerged from the palace. He was the chieftain of the Gem tribe. The chieftain's gaze was both wise and gentle as he scrutinized Xiamu intently, before smiling and saying, "Welcome to the Gem tribe, envoy of the Highland tribe. I am the chieftain here, and I am eager to hear your purpose." Xiamu took a deep breath and smiled gently. "Chief, our tribe hopes to establish a cordial cooperative relationship with the Gem tribe." Oh? The gaze of the chief of the Gem tribe flickered, revealing a glimmer of evaluation. "Esteemed young female, may I inquire about the advantages that the mountain tribe currently possesses?" Xiagu wore a subtle smile, as we are blessed with an exceptional geographical environment. High atop the mountains, the climate is unique, and the land is fertile, making it suitable for cultivating a variety of rare herbs. These herbs not only possess remarkable medicinal value, but are also rare treasures seldom seen by the outside world. Should we have the opportunity to collaborate with the Gem tribe, we are eager to harness these resources to jointly develop the herbal market, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Upon hearing this, the chieftain nodded slightly. a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Xiamu continued, "The orcs of our mountain tribe possess exquisite craftsmanship. Whether in weaving, carving, or pottery, we exhibit unparalleled skill. If these handcrafted items could be combined with the gemstones of the gem tribe, we could certainly create one-of-a-kind adornments." As the chieftain listened to Xiamu's account, a look of anticipation gradually emerged on his face. However, he refrained from giving an immediate agreement. He was acutely aware that Xiamu's words held truth. The advantages of the mountain tribe could indeed bring immense benefits to the gem tribe. Yet, he sought to secure greater rights for his own people, especially since the visitor was not the chieftain of the mountain tribe. Thus, he nodded lightly, his tone gentle. "Little one, your proposal is commendable. But I must deliberate further for the sake of my tribe's interests." Xiagu, of course, was well aware of the situation, and thus had no intention of immediately negotiating a partnership with the gem tribe. The highland tribe, with its distinct seasons, cultivated bountiful crops of exceptional quality, which could easily be exchanged with other tribes for resources. While the gem tribe possessed an abundance of gemstones, it lacked mineral resources. In contrast, the highland tribe was rich in various minerals. Iron, ore, copper, and other metallic deposits were crucial for crafting tools and weapons. Not only the gem tribe, but other tribes also coveted these resources. Though gemstones were beautiful, they could not be directly converted into combat strength. As for the craftsmanship of the gem tribe, the chieftain showed little interest. The initial impression that the orcs of the gem tribe left on Xiagu was quite favorable. Yet upon gaining some understanding, she decided to take her leave. Before departing, she smiled and said, "I apologize for the intrusion today, chieftain. Let us meet again on another day. When you have the opportunity, please visit our highland tribe, where our formidable golden orcs stand guard, unafraid of danger." As soon as the words left her lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the orcs. What had they just heard? Golden orcs. The orcs could hardly believe it. After all, the most powerful beings in the gem tribe were the silver orcs, and they had never even laid eyes on a golden orc. The chieftain of the gem tribe was also taken aback by this revelation. A flicker of surprise and curiosity shone in his eyes as he focused intently on Xiagu, as if seeking to glean more information about the golden orcs from her every subtle expression. "Golden orcs?" the chieftain of the gem tribe repeated, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Xiagu nodded, her face radiating a confident smile. "Indeed." The chieftain's eyes glimmered with warmth. "Might I inquire about his name? Could we possibly invite him for an audience?" No, it would be more sincere for me to visit him personally." It was unexpected that the chieftain of the gem tribe would react so strongly upon hearing the words golden orc. After all, golden orcs are rare and precious. Would the chieftain care to visit our highland tribe for a chat? The chieftain eagerly nodded. "If it is convenient, young female, could we depart at once? Regarding your proposal for collaboration, I shall communicate thoroughly with the chieftain of the highland tribe. Although collaboration entails both gains and losses, if we could persuade the golden orcs of the highland tribe to resolve the recent threats and protect the orcs of the gem tribe, he might be willing to endure some concessions in the partnership." Thus, the chieftain of the gem tribe, accompanied by only a few orc attendants, followed Xiagu to the highland tribe. Upon reaching the highland tribe, the chieftain of the gem tribe was filled with urgency. They traversed the winding paths of the highland tribe until they arrived at the entrance of a beast den. The chieftain of the gem tribe, named Xuelan, took a deep breath, striving to calm his excited heart, and stood in orderly formation with his accompanying orcs, awaiting respectfully. However, after a considerable wait, there was still no movement from within. Xuelan furrowed his brow, a hint of discontent and confusion flickering in his gaze. His attendants dared not breathe, fearful of incurring the wrath of their traditionally formidable chieftain. Xiagu stood to the side, seemingly indifferent to Xuelan's impatience. "Little female, are you certain that the golden orc resides within this cave?" A hint of skepticism colored Xuelan's voice as his gaze swept back and forth over Xiagu. Xiagu maintained a tranquil demeanor, which was entirely understandable. If he were not within the cave, he was either out hunting or attending to other matters. Thus, patience was warranted. Upon hearing this, Xuelan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He snorted coldly, "I am the chieftain of the gem tribe, yet I am made to wait here for so long. Should I discover that you are mocking me, I assure you, even if you are a female, I shall not let you off lightly." Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from a distance, followed by the imposing silhouette of a beast emerging before the crowd. Draped in golden fur, his skin was fair, and his features were sharply defined. The floral pattern of the fragrant snow orchid on his chest had transformed into a brilliant gold, and his light blue eyes glinted like an eagle's when cast upon outsiders. The appearance of Xuelan instantly brightened Xuelan's expression. He scrutinized Xuelan closely, his gaze lingering upon the golden floral pattern, captivated. He silently marveled at the golden beast man, whose mysterious aura radiated an indescribable authority and strength. However, Xuelan's countenance was far from pleasant. Having just returned, he had overheard Shurian's questioning and threats directed at Xiagu. Igniting a surge of displeasure within him, he strode directly to Xiagu's side, shielding her behind him, his gaze fixed intensely upon Shurian. Chieftain of the Gem tribe. Welcome to the Highland tribe. But remember, this is neither your territory nor a place where you may act recklessly. Xuelan's voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone, causing Shurian's complexion to shift from pale to flushed. He had not anticipated such a direct show of authority from Xuelan. Although Xuelan was a rare golden beast man, Shurian, as the chieftain of the Gem tribe, could not easily concede. I have heard of your exceptional prowess and wish to witness it firsthand. You are not the chieftain of the Highland tribe. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? Shurian remained unaware that the former chieftain of the Highland tribe's circumstances had yet to reach the Gem tribe. Thus, he did not recognize that the individual before him was, in fact, the current chieftain. Xuelan smirked slightly, one arm wrapped around Xiagu's waist, his eyes narrowing. Xiagu summoned you, presumably to discuss an alliance between our tribes. But if you possess no desire for this, then let it be. Upon hearing this, Shurian felt a sense of disquiet. Having served as chieftain for decades, his gaze froze in disbelief as he looked at Xuelan, a mixture of shock and astonishment flickering across his face. Could it be he hurried forward a few steps, his voice trembling slightly? Are you now the chieftain of the Highland tribe? Xuelan's expression remained impassive and composed. He said nothing further, simply standing there, emanating an undeniable aura of authority and strength. Meanwhile, Xiagu smiled gently, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Indeed, he is our chieftain, Xuelan, the golden beast man of our Highland tribe. Upon hearing this, Shurian inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Unbeknownst to him, the Highland tribe had changed chieftains. He was astounded to find this golden beast man so youthful and possessing an extraordinary presence, in stark contrast to his preconceived notions of age and ruggedness. It dawned on him that his rashness and disrespect had undoubtedly provoked this formidable beast man, eliciting a pang of regret within him. Chieftain Xuelan, I have previously been quite offensive. I implore you to forgive my ignorance. As he spoke, Shurian gradually bent at the waist, adopting a posture of almost reverent apology. Xuelan's gaze lingered on Shurian for a moment before shifting to Xiagu, silently inquiring what should be done next. It was unexpected that the chieftain of the Gem tribe could exhibit such humility, offering a younger individual a gesture of profound respect. Xiagu waved his hand, leaving him to make his own decisions. Xuelan pressed her lips together, ultimately nodding gently, as a sign of her acceptance of his apology. This scene astonished the orcs of the Gem tribe present. Was their chieftain truly swayed by the prowess of the Golden Orc? Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us return to matters of importance. Xiagu actively initiated the conversation, clearly feeling somewhat fatigued from standing. Shurian promptly nodded. Shall we sit down for a more detailed discussion? Xuelan glanced at Shurian before turning her gaze back to Xiagu. Xiagu nodded gently, signaling that he could grant Shurian an opportunity. Thus, Xuelan slightly inclined her head and said, Please, come in. Upon hearing this, Shurian discreetly exhaled with relief. He understood that as long as Xuelan was willing to sit down for a discussion, there was not only hope for cooperation but also the possibility of securing her protection for them. He nodded eagerly in agreement, exclaiming, Excellent. Subsequently, Xuelan led Shurian and his companions into the beast cave. At the center of the cave lay a massive stone table, accompanied by several stone stools. After everyone took their respective seats, Xuelan slowly began, I wonder if the chieftain has other matters to discuss during this visit? From Shurian's demeanor and tone, Xuelan sensed that he might have additional concerns to address. Shurian hurriedly nodded, unable to contain his urgency as he proclaimed, I am Shurian, and our Gem tribe is eager to collaborate with the Highland tribe. However, we are presently facing an unprecedented crisis, and as the chieftain of the Golden Beastmen, I believe you can assist us. Xuelan raised an eyebrow, a hint of gravity flickering in her azure eyes. What kind of crisis? She inquired. To be frank, we have recently encountered unidentified creatures surrounding our tribe. Their behavior is peculiar and rather unfriendly. Our warriors have already sustained injuries while attempting to prevent their entry into our territory. As they draw nearer, if they were to affect the ordinary beastmen, the consequences could be dire. What kind of creatures are they? Xuelan pressed. Shurian shook his head, unable to articulate a description, insisting that one would need to witness them firsthand. Xuelan listened intently, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. So, if I intervene to help you resolve the threat posed by these unidentified creatures. The Gem tribe would then be willing to engage in a cordial partnership with the Highland tribe? Xuelan had not expressed it so directly, yet that was indeed the implication. He was taken aback by Xuelan's astuteness. Xiagu lightly clicked her tongue, crossing her arms as she boldly declared, all of Chief Shu's terms favor the Gem tribe. Offering us no advantage, we no longer wish to collaborate. Xuelan did not regard the words of a mere female as capable of swaying matters of such magnitude. He dismissed her statement, replying, how can a female interfere in the significant affairs of tribes? It would be best for you to remain obedient. Little did he know, this remark would further offend Xuelan, who huffed indignantly, Chief Xuelan, Xiao is the goddess of our Highland tribe, possessing unparalleled fertility. Moreover, she is my wife. Upon hearing the word wife, Xuelan's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate female, bearing the offspring of a beast, was the chief's spouse. The other orcs of the Gem tribe were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. She is actually the wife of Chief Xuelan. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. As the chief's wife of the Highland tribe, she had ventured alone to the Gem tribe to negotiate cooperation. A wave of regret surged within Xuelan, and he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Xiagu, sincerely saying, I was reckless. Recognizing Xuelan's propensity for bowing, Xiagu began to understand his survival tactics in this beastly world. Before she could respond, Xuelan coldly interjected, his gaze slicing through Xuelan like a blade. Chief Xuelan, my wife Xiagu is exceptionally wise and should not be underestimated. Her reluctance to cooperate is justified. At this, Xuelan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Offending a golden orc would jeopardize his mission entirely. To placate Xuelan? He quickly nodded, yes, I understand. This acquiescence prompted an exchange of glances between Xiagu and Xuelan. During this time, Xuelan dared not raise his head, waiting for the atmosphere to ease before attempting to broach a topic to alleviate the awkwardness. Just as he hesitated to speak, Xiagu preemptively addressed him, Chief Xuelan. I understand that your intentions are for the good of your tribe, but our Highland tribe cannot suffer losses. If we are to collaborate, we require sincerity in this partnership. Xuelan, his expression complex, nodded, what conditions do you propose? Speak freely. With her thoughts laid bare, Xuelan found himself momentarily at a loss. He cleared his throat, striving to diffuse the tension, his eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and concession. At her words, a triumphant smile graced Xiaogu's lips, as if she had anticipated Xuelan's response. Her gaze flitted to the silently supportive Xuelan, bolstering her confidence. Since Chief Xuelan is so forthcoming, I shall not hold back. First, the Highland tribe seeks to establish a closer trade relationship with the Gem tribe, ensuring our orcs can access more essential goods and precious resources. Xuelan nodded slightly. This request was not excessive, for trade would indeed foster mutual understanding and cooperation, benefiting both parties. Naturally, I will ensure the trade routes are opened, guaranteeing unobstructed flow of goods. Upon hearing Xuelan's quick acquiescence, Xiagu leisurely proposed a second condition. Furthermore, we wish to partake in the extraction of the gem quarry. And prior to the mining, we are willing to remit a corresponding fee to your Gem tribe. This request momentarily took Xuelan aback, but he swiftly regained his composure. The gem quarry was of paramount importance to the Gem tribe. However, if the Highland tribe were to pay the fee, it was certainly a matter worthy of further discussion. After a brief hesitation, Xuelan nodded and inquired if there were any additional stipulations. With a gentle smile, Xiagu articulated that the Highland tribe desired a greater voice in future decisions, particularly concerning issues that pertain to our mutual interests. This request struck at the very core of power dynamics, prompting Xuelan's expression to turn grave. Yet, he soon recognized that granting the Highland tribe a measure of influence would not only bolster mutual trust, but also forge a unified front in the face of external threats during critical moments. Stealing a glance at the taciturn Xuelan, he pondered, this demand is something I can contemplate, but it necessitates time for gradual implementation. After all, the distribution of power is not an affair that can be resolved overnight. At this juncture, he silently chastised himself, regretting his momentary lapse that allowed this diminutive female to make such audacious demands. However, he was no match for Xuelan, and now, in the territory of the Highland tribe, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Xiagu's expression faltered upon encountering Xuelan, yet a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of his lips. Chief Xuelan, I trust these conditions pose no challenge for you. Xuelan inhaled deeply, immediately casting a glance towards Xuelan. The gaze of this golden orc was as tranquil as still water. yet it instilled a sense of restraint in him, preventing any reckless actions. He was acutely aware that, in the presence of such formidable combatants, any provocation could ignite unnecessary conflict. Consequently, he opted for a more cautious approach. Madam Young Matriarch, your proposal is indeed sincere. However, certain terms may require further deliberation within our tribe. Xuelan's words bore a hint of diplomacy, as he sought to carve out more leeway for negotiation. Xiagu wore a faint smile, as though she had anticipated Xuelan's reaction. Of course, but our time is precious, and I hope you can provide a response at your earliest convenience. Xuelan, standing in front of Xiagu, suddenly interjected, Chief Xuelan, I urge you to consider these conditions with utmost seriousness. Xuelan pondered silently, calculating the implications. To outright reject the little female's terms could potentially incite Xuelan's ire. I am willing to accept the majority of the conditions. Yet I would appreciate some adjustments to ensure they align with the interests of our gem tribe while preserving the bond of our friendship, Xuelan articulated with sincerity, striving to strike a balance between competing interests. Upon hearing this, Xiagu nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Xuelan regarded him with an almost scrutinizing gaze. Xuelan's voice bore a hint of barely perceptible tension, yet it could not conceal his determination to advocate for the interests of the gem tribe. Our gem tribe has always maintained a stance of non-contention, but in this collaboration, we hope to secure a greater share of resource allocation and a preferential position within the partnership. Furthermore, we seek some technical assistance to enhance the development of our gemstone craftsmanship. Upon finishing his statement, Xuelan immediately turned his attention to the expressions of the two. While these demands seemed reasonable, neither Xiagu nor Xuelan spoke. Xuelan, feeling anxious, rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on Xiagu's inscrutable face. He pondered inwardly whether any of his proposals might have been excessive. Reflecting on this, Xuelan spoke with a touch of caution. The gem tribe has coexisted harmoniously with the mountain tribe, and these requests are merely the needs of our gem tribe. Chief Xuelan, I trust that everyone has a long-term vision for our respective tribes. This matter requires further discussion. Xuelan turned his head, contemplating the necessity of summoning Xuezhang, as his presence would facilitate a smoother collaboration. Xuelan, mistaking Xuelan's silence for reluctance to cooperate, quickly interjected, of course, we can also pursue just one right. Our gem tribe possesses abundant and beautiful gemstones, which are sure to generate greater value. Xiagu let out a sound of contemplation. It seems that the influence of those enigmatic creatures on Xuelan was considerable. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to agree, solely to solicit Xuelan's assistance. Very well. Xiagu, in response to Xuelan, agreed to draft a cooperation treaty and signed it. She went to summon Xuezhang. Xuelan requested that she remain in the beast cave for the time being, and shortly thereafter, she brought Xuezhang over. Xuezhang was taken aback by their swift decision to collaborate with the gem tribe, immediately feeling a deep respect for both Xuelan and Xiagu. Upon learning of Xuelan's terms for collaboration, he nodded slightly. Greetings, Chief Xuelan. We can engage in a thorough discussion regarding the specifics of resource sharing. Your gem tribe possesses an abundance of gemstone mines. We can jointly exploit the ores, and we shall take responsibility for processing them into various exquisite gemstone products for sale. Xuelan's eyes sparkled at this proposition, which undoubtedly presented a significant allure for him. The mountain tribe was home to numerous beastmen, and it was likely that many of them had an affinity for gemstones. Should the gemstone products circulate within the mountain tribe, it would undeniably serve as a substantial source of income for the gem tribe. Xuezhang cast a glance at him and continued, moreover, regarding the exchange of skills. We could establish a regular exchange meeting to afford artisans from both sides the opportunity to learn from one another. This would not only enhance our craftsmanship but also deepen the friendship between our tribes. Xuelan nodded repeatedly, his joy difficult to contain. I agree wholeheartedly. As the discussions about collaboration progressed, the atmosphere between Xuelan and them gradually became harmonious. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed the document, only to pause and voice his concern. What about the unidentified creatures that pose a threat to us? Xuelan raised an eyebrow. Leave that matter to me. As night fell, Xuelan departed from the mountain tribe, filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. The night was deepening, and Xuelan's tail was warm and soft, with Xiagu lying atop it, instinctively rubbing her face against it, unaware of the subtle blush that crept onto Xuelan's ears. Her fingers gently caressed the delicate fur on Xuelan's body, her gaze bright. Xuelan, what do you think those unidentified creatures look like? The voice of Xiagu seemed to carry a hint of anticipation as she simultaneously summoned the system. However, for reasons unknown over the past 2 days, the system had scarcely manifested, nor had it proactively issued any tasks. Xiagu called out twice, but the system remained unresponsive. She didn't pay much attention to it and temporarily ceased her communication with the system. Xuelan lowered his gaze upon her, his beautiful eyes filled with a hint of tenderness. He understood Xiagu's curiosity and even surmised that she wished to accompany him. However, given that she was with child, any hint of danger could lead to unforeseen consequences. He sighed softly, his tone becoming gentler. Xiaoxia, tomorrow you shall remain safely in the beast cave while I investigate. They were oblivious to the origins and intentions of those enigmatic creatures. Should Xiagu encounter peril, the repercussions would be dire. Xiagu raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of following along. Her intuition whispered that should she choose to accompany them, a delightful surprise would await her. After all, being referred to as an enigmatic creature by the orcs surely hinted at something extraordinary. Xuelan realized she could not resist her insistence. After a moment of contemplation, her large tail was unexpectedly kissed, causing her to blush a vivid pink. Then you may accompany me, but do not wander off. I shall protect you, she stammered, her shyness overwhelming her as she hastily lowered her head and withdrew her tail, her voice trembling with urgency. Xiagu could not help but smile. Her beastly husband was both innocent and simple-hearted. She yearned to cherish this night deeply. Xuelan slept soundly, with Xiagu nestled in his embrace until dawn broke. The following morning, as the horizon began to reveal a pale hue reminiscent of fish belly, two figures could be faintly discerned within the beast den. When the first rays of sunlight streamed in, gently caressing the forms of Xuelan and Xiagu, they slowly awoke. Xuelan's tail tenderly encircled Xiagu, serving as a warm shield, protecting her in its embrace. Xiagu opened her eyes and met the tender gaze of Xuelan, whose light blue eyes shimmered with affection. A smile of pure happiness instinctively graced her lips. When shall we embark on our journey? In Xiagu's voice, there was a trace of anticipation and tension as she gently caressed Xuelan's tail, savoring the warmth it emanated. Xuelan smiled tenderly and softly remarked, "Once we finish breakfast, we shall depart. But remember, no matter what transpires, you must stay closely by my side." Xiagu nodded repeatedly, swiftly donning her attire. Subsequently, Xuelan retrieved his sharp bone spear from the wall, while Xiagu adorned herself with a petite dagger. After a brief breakfast as they emerged from the beast den, Xueting approached. Upon hearing of the matter, he expressed his desire to accompany them. However, it was evident that Xuelan was not inclined to take him along. "You should seek assistance from Xuejian regarding the tribe's affairs. This time, it suffices for just Xiagu and me." The chief's word was final, and Xueting, aware of his place, refrained from dissent, instead urging Xiagu to exercise caution and return safely. Xiagu and Xuelan walked hand in hand, their journey resembling a leisurely spring outing, filled with ease and delight. As they emerged from the highland tribe, the morning air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of grass and the earthy scent of soil, uplifting their spirits immensely. Strolling along the narrow path at the edge of the tribe, their silhouettes stretched gracefully in the morning light, exuding an extraordinary sense of harmony. With each step deeper into the unknown, an indescribable aura began to permeate the atmosphere, both foreign and exhilarating. Had they arrived? They found themselves at the site where mysterious creatures had been sighted in the Gem tribe, where several valiant orc warriors stood guard ahead, forming a formidable checkpoint. Xiagu narrowed her eyes and suddenly recalled that in her previous life during the apocalypse, a similar obstacle was always established at the gates of safe cities to prevent zombies from breaching. Xuelan walked over to Xiagu, and the orcs, recognizing her as the chieftain of the highland tribe, immediately paid their respects. Xuelan waved her hand and inquired about the situation inside. One of the orcs replied, "Some of our people have been bitten and are currently being taken for treatment. The creature in question has red eyes and is quite large, distinctly not resembling an orc." Red eyes? Not resembling an orc? Xiagu's heart tightened. What was that? "You all are preparing to provide support here. Let us venture in and take a look." Xuelan gripped her weapon tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The orcs bestowed upon Xuelan and Xiagu the highest honors, then watched as the two slowly entered the dense forest. Within the thicket, an eerie silence enveloped them. Xuelan gestured for Xiagu to stay behind her, stepping forward with utmost caution. Along the way, they encountered several small creatures foraging early in the morning. Xuelan carefully circumvented them, fearful of disturbing these innocent lives. Xiagu closely followed behind him, her gaze a blend of curiosity and vigilance, her grip on the dagger firm, ever ready to confront any imminent danger. As they ventured deeper into the uncharted territory, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate. The trees stood sparse, and the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves and withered vines, evoking a sense of oppression. Xuelan's footsteps gradually slowed. An instinct warned him that an unusual presence lurked here. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl shattered the stillness, followed by a massive creature bursting forth from the thicket, charging directly toward them. The beast was colossal, its fur a pitch black, and its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, radiating a malevolent light. Xuelan swiftly shielded Xiagu behind him, gripping his spear tightly, ready to engage in battle. Yet, Xiagu stood frozen. How strikingly similar this creature was to the mutated beast of her past life. She could not yet ascertain its nature, but if she could subdue the monster, she would unveil its true identity. Be cautious. With a resounding shout, Xiagu maneuvered from the side, attempting to divert the monster's attention. Xuelan raised her spear and immediately lunged towards the creature. Utilizing her agile prowess and precise strikes, Xuelan continuously diminished the monster's onslaught. Meanwhile, Xiagu capitalized on her petite and nimble form, delivering lethal blows from the creature's blind spots. However, the monster was no pushover. It was evidently quite astute. It evaded Xiagu's attacks several times and let out a furious roar directed at Xuelan. This roar sounded all too familiar. Was it not the unmistakable cry of a mutated beast? Xiagu and Xuelan stood back to back, confronting the colossal crimson-eyed creature. Xiagu clutched a dagger, which quivered slightly, a manifestation of her anxiety and exhilaration. I must survive. She believed that her presence today was not in vain. Xuelan nodded, and as the beast unleashed a deafening roar, she swiftly maneuvered away from Xiagu. The creature lunged forward with astonishing speed, leaving one in awe. With a swift motion, Xiagu's dagger clashed against the monster's sharp claws, producing a resonant sound of metal striking metal. Simultaneously, Xuelan wielded a bone spear, channeling a tremendous golden force from his palm, launching a direct assault upon the creature's eyes. In response, the monster let out an anguished roar, its crimson eyes tightly shut as blood streamed down, leaving behind several deep wounds on its body. Ultimately, through their seamless collaboration, the creature began to tremble before collapsing with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the monster lay on the ground, breathing heavily, Xiagu approached cautiously, scrutinizing it intently. Xia, is something amiss? Xuelan, having never encountered such a creature, keenly sensed Xia's curiosity and investigation towards the beast. A twinge of jealousy flickered within him. How could Xia show such interest in another creature? Xiagu crouched down, utilizing the sunlight to scrutinize the still-breathing crimson-eyed beast before her. Its skin was coarse, adorned with peculiar patterns, and its eyes glowed a fiery red. Distinctly different from the common beasts, yet strikingly similar to the mutated creatures of the post-apocalyptic world. A flicker of doubt arose in her heart. If this were indeed a mutated beast, what could account for its presence in the realm of beasts? Could it have traversed here, much like herself? Xuelan, bind it. The voice of Xiagu was remarkably composed, while Xuelan had long held a disdain for the creature. He swiftly drew a robust leather cord from his waist and skillfully bound the limbs of the crimson-eyed beast, ensuring its inability to escape. Let us proceed, he declared. Given their combined stamina, confronting additional crimson-eyed creatures was unfeasible. Examining this one would suffice. Xuelan nodded, dragging the subdued beast outward, while Xiagu remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings to prevent any sudden incursions from its kin. Along the way, the crimson-eyed creature occasionally emitted weak yet deep growls, but ultimately remained ensnared. Xiagu closely followed Xuelan, occasionally furrowing her brow in deep contemplation. They traversed through dense forests and crossed babbling brooks, ultimately arriving at the juncture where the orcs of the Gem tribe had intercepted them. Upon hearing the news, the orcs rushed over, their expressions transforming into astonishment as they beheld the bound crimson-eyed creature. Upon learning of Xuelan's arrival, Xuelan hastily made his way there. Observing the creature before him, he instinctively stepped back a few paces. This fairy beast had inexplicably cost their tribe dozens of orc lives, including that of a rare silver orc. It appeared that collaborating with the Highland tribe had indeed been a prudent decision. With Xuelan's intervention, the creature was swiftly subdued. Is it still alive? Xuelan glanced at the creature, contemplating ordering the orcs to slay it, but was halted by Xiagu. Chief Xuelan, she implored, this creature bears a striking resemblance to an orc. Preserving its life could facilitate valuable research. Xuelan gaped in astonishment. Are you suggesting that this is an orc? Xiagu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Xuelan suppressed the wave of nausea and stepped forward to scrutinize the creature, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Very well, I shall heed your words, he finally articulated. I will have it taken away and will endeavor to uncover its origins and the reason for its presence here. Xuelan and Xiagu had also exerted themselves today, and Xuelan kindly invited them to rest within the tribe. The two did not decline and followed him into the gem tribe. The other orcs of the tribe regarded them as if they were saviors, erupting in expressions of profound gratitude and admiration. Once inside Xuelan's domain, they settled down to rest, and he arranged for a sumptuous meal to be brought to them. Xiagu, feeling quite hungry, began to eat while admiring the exquisite gems surrounding her. Xuelan sat beside her and softly inquired, "Do you have an affinity for these gems?" Xiagu was lost in thought, casually nodding in response, while Xuelan took his words to heart. Before their departure, he intended to procure additional gemstones for Xia to play with. Shortly thereafter, Xuelan hurriedly entered, immediately acknowledging Xiagu with a nod. "Madam Chieftain, we have uncovered the origins of that creature." "Oh?" Xiagu set aside her food, her expression shifting to one of solemnity. Xuelan gestured, and soon an orc was brought forth. No, he was no longer a creature. The gem tribe possessed a shaman, and Xuelan had summoned him for assistance. To everyone's astonishment, after consuming a mysterious potion, the creature gradually reverted to its orc form. Xuelan's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized the orc before him, inquiring gravely, "Are you truly one of our missing tribesmen?" The orc lowered his head, eyes tightly shut. Though sightless, he still bowed in Xuelan's direction. "Yes, chieftain. I was initially on a quest to gather gemstones, but I inadvertently lost my way and transformed into that dreadful form." His voice trembled, clearly betraying his rising fear. Xuelan inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. "Tell me, what transpired?" The orc, shaking with trepidation, began recounting his ordeal. It turned out that while collecting gemstones, he had stumbled into an uncharted cavern. The gems within sparkled brilliantly, pure and flawless, captivating to the eye. He had intended to gather the gems from the cave, but was inadvertently consumed by their energy, ultimately transforming into a monster. Upon finishing the orc's tale, Xuelan fell into a deep contemplation. Xiamu rested her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation. The pristine, flawless gem, imbued with energy, beckoned her thoughts. "We must locate that cavern and uncover the reasons behind your transformation." At that moment, Xuelan decisively spoke up. "This cave evidently conceals monumental secrets. If left unchecked, it could lead to further misfortunes for our kin." Upon discovering that the monsters were once lost members of their tribe who had ventured into the mysterious cave, Xuelan promptly requested Xuelan's assistance to ensure the safe return of the orcs. Xuelan did not decline, but proposed a condition to Xuelan. The urgency of rescuing their people overshadowed any reservation Xuelan might have had. He immediately nodded in agreement. As long as Xuelan could bring everyone back safely, he would acquiesce to any terms. Aware that the issue lay within the cave, Xuelan inquired about its location and resolved to lead a party there. "We must find a way to negate the gem's influence. Otherwise, such tragedies will surely recur. Xuelan, I wish to accompany you." In an unexpected turn, Xiamu suddenly stood up, insisting on joining. Xuelan's gaze fell upon her noticeably rounded belly, then shifted to Xuelan, who hesitated before speaking. "This." Xuelan pressed her lips together and embraced Xiamu. "I will join as well. I shall protect her." Unable to refuse, Xuelan thus set forth with a robust team of orcs, following closely behind. Xiagu's fingers pressed gently into her palm, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Would this gem truly be as she had envisioned? Xuelan remained silently vigilant beside Xiagu, never diverting her gaze. Today, Xia seemed strangely disconcerted, reminiscent of the very first day they met. Yet, Xuelan refrained from speaking, for his gaze held both tenderness and resolve. Xia's desire to venture forth must surely be born of a compelling reason. The group navigated through the forest, each step taken with utmost care. After an hour, they finally arrived before the entrance of a gem mine, nestled deep within the mountains. The mouth of the cave was obscured by intertwining vines and rocks, barely discernible, from which a faint aura of mystery emanated, instilling a sense of reverence. Sunlight streamed through the cave's opening, cascading upon the ground strewn with white gemstones, their brilliance captivating all who beheld them. Xuelan gestured for the group to halt, inhaling deeply before advancing, wielding his stone axe to sever the vines at the entrance. As the vines fell away, the wonders within the mine gradually unveiled themselves to the onlookers. The interior shimmered with silvery radiance, a captivating glow that seemed to possess a certain enchantment, drawing the gaze of every orc present. Yet, beneath this enchanting luminescence lay hidden, unfathomable dangers. Xuelan, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings, signaling for everyone to remain close as they cautiously stepped into the mine. The cave twisted and turned, resembling a vast labyrinth. They proceeded along a narrow passage, a chill creeping upon them. Xiagu tightly grasped Xuelan's hand, her heartbeat quickening with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. They were nearing the heart of the mine. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from ahead. The group halted abruptly, gazing intently towards the source of the radiance. The gems were breathtakingly beautiful. An orc could not help but whisper, his gaze flitting among the jewels. Just as he reached out to touch them, Xiagu sharply admonished, "Don't move, unless he wishes to transform into a monster." Xia. Xuelan sensed Xiagu's unease and looked at him with concern. There was something amiss with these gems. Xiao Mushroom pressed her lips together, her voice trembling slightly. "What is the problem?" Xuelan pressed on. "They are siphoning our strength." Before Xiao Mushroom could elaborate, an orc quickly responded, panic evident in his voice, "My power is being drained little by little." The other orcs soon recognized the danger and hurriedly retreated, preparing to flee the mine. Xuelan, momentarily unaffected, immediately shielded Xiao Mushroom behind him. "We must leave this place," Xuelan commanded decisively, yet Xiao Mushroom remained silent, crouching down to examine a gemstone intently. Xia, don't." Xuelan's face paled in shock. He had not anticipated that Xiao Mushroom would suddenly touch those gemstones capable of transforming people into monsters. Filled with anxiety and fear, he rushed forward, only to be blocked by Xiao Mushroom. "Do not be afraid. I will not become a monster." Xuelan's face was ashen, terrified that she might encounter even the slightest mishap. Even Xuelan could not help but step back, thinking that this little female had lost her mind. Unbeknownst to them, the gemstone in Xiao Mushroom's hand flickered as if imbued with life. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate. Suddenly, a soft glow radiated from her, her hands slowly lifting as if guiding some unseen force. Subsequently, the scattered gemstones on the ground began to tremble slightly, then flew towards her, encircling her. Xia, what are you doing?" "I can control these gemstones. Rest assured, they will not harm me, but you must not touch them." Xuelan remained steadfast beside Xiao Mushroom, contemplating that if she were to turn into a monster, he would accompany her. Yet, after a short while, as Xiao Mushroom attempted to absorb more energy without any adverse effects, the other orcs were filled with astonishment. Some were tempted to reach for the beautiful gemstones, but hesitated at the thought of the terrifying monsters. After a moment, Xiao Mushroom suddenly opened her eyes, her complexion rosy, brimming with vitality, looking even better than before. "No, this is not merely a gemstone. This is the core she had desperately sought since arriving in the beast world. By absorbing such abundant core energy, she had subtly repaired some of her damaged mycelium, allowing her to definitively ascertain that this was indeed the core she needed." Xuelan, witnessing Xiao Mushroom touch so many gemstones without transforming into a monster, promptly knelt before her, repeatedly bowing his head. "Goddess, oh goddess." The other orcs, seeing this, also fell to their knees, proclaiming, "The goddess has descended, the goddess has appeared." Xia, are you truly unharmed?" Only Xuelan disregarded the peril, clasping her in his arms, his tone filled with concern. Xiagu gently patted her back, a faint smile gracing her face. "I am well. Do you remember Chief Xuelan promised to grant you a request? I desire the gems within this mine." Xuelan regarded her earnestly and nodded solemnly. "All right." However, before Xuelan could utter another word, Xuelan interjected, "It's yours. The entire mine is yours." Who else but Xiagu could harness the power of these gems? Although they were unaware of the gems' mystical properties and the energy they contained, witnessing Xiagu absorb them, unscathed assured them that this little female was extraordinary. Xuelan wiped the perspiration from his brow, relieved that he had allied with the Highland tribe. With the entire crystal mine now under her control, Xiagu's smile widened, and she expressed her gratitude to Xuelan. Xuelan, feeling overwhelmed, watched as Xiagu collected numerous crystal cores before leaving the mine. She kept the secret of the cores to herself, and the orcs dared not inquire further. Xuelan assigned 2 orcs to guard the mine, declaring it Xiagu's domain henceforth. Xuelan honored his promise and returned to the gem tribe, bringing back those orcs who had turned into monsters within half a day. Xuelan was immensely grateful for their return. Before nightfall, Xuelan escorted Xiagu back to the Highland tribe. Though Xiagu had absorbed the energy from the crystal cores, the burden of her pregnancy left her weary. After discussing matters with Zulzhang, Xuelan quietly entered the beast den, finding Xiagu nestled on soft pelts, peacefully asleep. The fire in the cave crackled warmly, and Xiagu's breathing was deep and steady, indicating she was in a deep slumber. A warm wave surged within Xuelan, mingled with a hint of concern. He slowly approached Xiagu, sitting beside her with a gentle gaze. Perhaps due to the absorption of too much crystal energy, her abdomen had rounded more prominently than the day before, a sign of their unborn child. Xuelan tenderly caressed her swollen belly, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. Suddenly, Xiagu turned slightly, her brows furrowing as if discomfort. Xuelan's heart raced with concern. He swiftly reached out to touch her forehead, softly asking, "Xiaoxia, do you feel unwell?" Hearing his voice, Xiagu slowly opened her eyes, stifling a yawn, just tired. Xuelan's worry did not dissipate. He gently took her hand, speaking tenderly, "Rest a little longer. I will prepare some hot soup for you to replenish your strength." With that, Xuelan stood up and busied himself outside the beast den. He skillfully kindled a fire and simmered the soup. Before long, he returned with a steaming bowl in hand. "Xiaoxia, would you like some hot soup?" Xiagu was cradled in his embrace, unable to resist the urge to gently rub his ear. Only then did she open her eyes and accept the bowl of soup, savoring a few slow sips. "Is it delicious?" Xuelan pondered her reckless actions in the mine earlier today, instinctively lowering his head to nibble at her chin, followed by a gentle caress. "You must refrain from such impulsive behavior in the face of danger. You must remember that you are carrying our child." Xuelan leaned down, nuzzling Xiaogu's chin. And the intimate gesture stirred something within her. In response to Xuelan's touch, she found herself relishing the moment even more. "All right, I promise you," Xiagu conceded, shifting to nestle her cheek against Xuelan's chest. Just as they were about to deepen their interaction, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside caught Xuelan's attention, heightening his alertness as he instinctively shielded Xiagu. Moments later, Xuelan entered through the cave's opening, his expression grave. Upon seeing Xuelan, he immediately knelt, lowering his head. "This is dire news, Chief. The clansmen along the outer edge have reported a severe avalanche occurring without warning." As he spoke, Xuelan lifted his gaze, his brow furrowed, awaiting Xuelan's command. A look of concern spread across Xuelan's face. He pressed his lips together, formulating a plan in his mind. "I will go investigate at once," he declared, clenching his fists and withdrawing from Xiagu's embrace. Turning back, Xuelan earnestly instructed, "Xiaoxia, I must attend to the avalanche. Stay here and do not venture outside." Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, Xiagu nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. With Xuelan and Xueting departing, Xiagu sighed helplessly and wrapped herself tighter in the fur cloak. It seemed evident that all was not well outside. "System, what is happening out there? Why has the avalanche occurred so unexpectedly?" Alone in the cavern, Xiagu could do little to gather intelligence, thus placing all her hopes upon the system. However, after calling out several times, the system remained utterly unresponsive, which piqued her curiosity. Contemplating the situation, she surmised that the system was disinclined to engage, leading her to ultimately relinquish her efforts. She then picked up a precious gem unearthed from the mines of the gem tribe and began to slowly absorb the crystal core. As the core was gradually assimilated into her being, she felt her internal mycelium being repaired in multitudes. This sensation enveloped her heart, as the crystal core bestowed upon her immense power. At that moment, a soft voice echoed from outside, calling out, "Sister?" Xiagu finally ceased her absorption, licking her lips in sheer contentment. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" she inquired, settling beside the stealthy Xuezhang, who had tiptoed into the cavern. Xuezhang produced a glimmering necklace from her bosom, adorned with a rare blue diamond unique to the gem tribe, which sparkled brilliantly against the backdrop of the necklace. "Sister, our tribe has formed an alliance with the gem tribe, and they have brought forth an abundance of exquisite gems. I happen to be captivated by this blue diamond, and I specifically sought guidance from my master to craft this necklace, intending it as a gift for you." Xuezhang presented the necklace before Xiagu as if offering a treasure jewel. Xiagu took the necklace into her hands, feeling a deep sense of connection. It seemed that Xuezhang regarded her as a true sister. "I shall not be modest, for I am in need of a necklace to adorn myself, and yours is simply exquisite." With that, Xiagu held the necklace against her neck and approached a nearby mirror to admire her reflection, which indeed looked splendid. It seemed that Xuezhang's craftsmanship had seen notable improvement. With such skills, she would undoubtedly secure a life of comfort. Upon witnessing Xiagu accept the necklace, Xuezhang's eyes sparkled, though she shyly lowered her gaze. Yet, as Xiagu recalled the events unfolding outside, a wave of concern washed over her as she looked toward Xuezhang. "What has caused the sudden avalanche? Is it severe?" The unexpected inquiry darkened Xuezhang's expression, and she shook her head with a sigh. "Indeed, this year has brought an abundance of extreme weather. The severity of this avalanche is quite rare. I even inquired with my master about it, and it seems we haven't seen such extremity in decades." As this thought settled in, Xuezhang's heart tightened, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiagu furrowed her brow upon hearing this revelation, realizing why Xueting had appeared so grave upon her arrival. Indeed, The extreme weather outside had become a pressing concern for the Highland tribe. "I must go and take a look," Xiagu declared, wrapping herself in the animal hide that lay nearby. Seeing Xiagu secure herself tightly, Xuezhang hurriedly intervened, her face etched with worry. "Sister, you really should not go. It is already perilous outside, and you are with child. You should rest safely within the cave." Xuezhang extended her arms to block the entrance, her determination evident, causing Xiagu a moment of frustration. "I merely wish to step outside and assess the situation. There is no real danger." She feared that Xuelan alone might struggle to manage the disaster. By her side, she could at least serve as an advisor. Xiagu had encountered numerous instances of extreme weather in the apocalypse and possessed some experience. As Xiagu pressed forward, Xuezhang fell to her knees, compelling Xiagu to halt her advance. "What are you doing?" Xiagu felt a stirring of unease within her. This avalanche has already inflicted serious injuries on 2 bronze warriors. "Sister, if you venture outside, I would find it impossible to account for your safety." Witnessing Xuezhang's submission, Xiagu ultimately relinquished her desire to leave the cave. She had not anticipated the avalanche's severity, which had already resulted in harm to the orcs. She pondered how Xuelan would tackle this calamity. If mishandled, danger would inevitably follow. Rubbing her temples, Xiagu felt increasingly anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, familiar footsteps echoed from outside, and Xiagu lifted her gaze to see Xuelan's figure approaching. "At last, you have returned. The outside is fraught with peril. This avalanche will surely be challenging to manage." Xiagu hurriedly nestled into Xuelan's embrace, feeling that if he did not return soon, her mind would spiral into chaos throughout the night. Xuelan offered a resigned smile, gently stroking Xiagu's head. "This avalanche is indeed far more serious than the previous ones. However, I have already organized a team. The orcs will assist in the cleanup on site, and it will be resolved swiftly, ensuring there is no further danger." He carried Xiagu back to the blanket, intent on having a few words with her this time. This way, she would not be left alone in the cave, lost in her thoughts and unable to rest. "Xiaoxia, you are carrying our baby. Your focus should be on nurturing the life within you. As for the avalanche outside, I will handle it entirely. You must trust me." Xuelan looked at her with eager anticipation, believing that as long as Xiagu had faith in his abilities, everything would be just fine. Xiagu nodded, well aware of her considerable experience in this matter. Ever since the orcs of the Highland tribe revered her as a goddess, she recognized the weighty responsibility she bore. "Have you devised a method to address the avalanche?" Xiagu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a flicker of darkness passed through Xuelan's gaze. Currently, there were no measures in place aside from sending the orcs to clear the remnants of the avalanche. "I have a solution." Determination filled Xiagu's eyes. Xuelan, half-seated beside her, was intrigued to hear Xiagu's perspective. "It is imperative to keep the orcs as far away from the avalanche zone as possible, allowing only the strongest among them to clear the aftermath of the disaster. The remaining individuals should implement protective measures in the surrounding area. Constructing stone walls could effectively thwart the impending avalanche." Xiagu gradually articulated the methods he held within his heart. These strategies were promptly etched into Xuelan's memory, who nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall dispatch someone to implement them, and I shall also gather some sturdy stones to construct a stone wall." With that, Xuelan intended to depart. But upon noticing Xuezhang nearby, he seized him by the collar. "Do not disturb your sister's rest. Come along with me to help build the stone wall." Given the current shortage of manpower in the Gaoshan tribe, every additional hand was invaluable. It was essential to prepare against avalanches to prevent further casualties. Upon hearing this, Xuezhang exhibited no sign of reluctance and promptly followed his brother-in-law. Xiagu gazed at the receding figures of the 2 individuals, merely shaking her head. Were it not for the child she carried within her, she would undoubtedly stand alongside Xuelan to confront the situation. Suddenly, Xiagu felt a tightening in her lower abdomen, a wave of pain gradually enveloping her. Xiagu reclined on the blanket, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. She gently caressed her protruding abdomen, a wave of panic surging within her. "System, cursed system, where are you? What on earth is happening? Has the blessing of many children system failed me? No, I must take medication. You need to appear at once. Is there any remedy to alleviate my pain? Why are you still absent? If anything happens to the child, you will have no explanation." Despite her fervent calls within her mind, the system remained utterly silent, leaving Xiagu increasingly bewildered. She had not anticipated that the system would abandon her in such a critical moment. Resolute, she made her way to the or nearby, hoping to absorb the energy from the crystal core contained within. Fortunately, this resource proved somewhat beneficial, Within mere seconds, the pain in her abdomen subsided considerably. She exhaled a deep breath, grateful that the energy core existed, for she shuddered to think of what could have transpired otherwise. Yet, the sudden disappearance of the system left Xiagu in a state of confusion. Once she fully regained her composure, she settled back onto the warm blanket. This unexpected incident illuminated the fact that the system was not the most reliable entity. Ultimately, she must rely on herself and gather some spiritual herbs, which would help her manage unforeseen circumstances, preventing her from feeling as helpless as she did moments ago. After some time, Xiagu dozed off on the blanket. Upon opening her eyes again, she noticed that Xuelan had not yet returned, and she felt a desire to venture outside. However, considering her condition, she ultimately dismissed the thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the cave, prompting her to rise and approach the entrance. To her surprise, it was a messenger from the Gem tribe. Reluctantly, she stepped out to meet this envoy. Is there something you need? The chieftain is currently away, attending to the avalanche situation. The alliance between the Highland tribe and the Gem tribe had facilitated the movement of both factions of beastmen, making Xiagu somewhat familiar with this stone Ming. Divine Maiden. I have been sent by the chieftain of the Gem tribe. The avalanche has begun to impact our tribe. As Stone Ming spoke, Xiagu noticed the concern in his eyes. It was evident that this avalanche was a grave matter. Both tribes had suffered, and the extreme weather had left them defenseless, compounding the issue. The Gem tribe had previously been plagued by disturbances from aberrant beasts, severely compromising their overall defensive capabilities. The arrival of this avalanche would undoubtedly deliver a more devastating blow. What do you wish to do? Xiagu inquired, prompting a response from Stone Ming. We implore the Divine Maiden and the chieftain of the Highland tribe to grant us protection. Currently, our beastmen have suffered greatly, with several on the brink of death, having been unearthed from the avalanche. Merely listening to Stone Ming's description shook Xiagu to her core. It was clear that their situation was dire, and she felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Very well, I have understood your plight, and I will discuss this matter thoroughly with Xuelan. Rest assured, we shall provide our protection. However, I do have one condition. Xiamu is not a saint, despite the evident alliance with the Gem tribe. However, she can distinguish between conflicting interests and would never recklessly send her kin into perilous situations for assistance. Such actions would betray the title of goddess she bears. Thus, it is far more prudent to secure tangible benefits. This approach not only assures her peace of mind, but also garners unanimous support from her people. Upon hearing this, Ming felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at Xiamu. Given the current circumstances of the Gem tribe, any assistance from the High War tribe would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. As for the conditions that could be met, they would undoubtedly be accepted without hesitation. As the goddess has expressed no objections, our Gem tribe shall certainly spare no effort. Ming knelt before Xiamu, demonstrating his resolute commitment. In response, Xiamu pondered deeply for a moment before formulating a favorable condition. Our tribe can provide protection for you, but you must grant the High Mountain tribe full authority over the newly mined resources. Rest assured, we will manage these affairs responsibly and will not strip you of your rightful benefits. Xiagu gently uttered these words, her gaze fixed intently on Ming's expression. She too harbored concerns that her requests might be deemed excessive, leading to rejection. Yet, this was merely a matter of equivalent exchange. If such a condition could not be accepted, then what reason was there to offer them protection? Ming lifted his head, his face alight with surprise as he looked at Xiagu, nodding in excitement, unhesitatingly agreeing to her terms. Goddess, your conditions are entirely acceptable to our Gem tribe. We kindly request that you send someone to our Gem tribe at your earliest convenience. This unexpected acquiescence momentarily left Xiagu taken aback. However, she swiftly regained her composure and recognized the need to begin organizing the forthcoming arrangements. Very well, I shall promptly send someone to assist you. Xiagu pondered deeply, realizing that the Gem tribe had suffered tremendous losses, and the orcs must have endured significant casualties as well. After all, it was imperative to send those of higher rank to assess the situation. She promptly summoned a healer from the Highland tribe to investigate the matter. She also called upon Xuelan to accompany her. If any issues arose, they could lend a helping hand together. Furthermore, as a silver orc, Xuelan possessed the capabilities to address challenges more effectively, enabling him to return swiftly to assist with the affairs of the Highland tribe. Goddess, I heed your command. I shall be back shortly and will not forget the circumstances of the Highland tribe, Xuelan replied without hesitation. He had initially been occupied with managing the aftermath of the avalanche. However, with Xuelan busy near the avalanche site and Xiagu's south arrangements in place, many began to build stone walls nearby, granting him some leisure time. After Xuanli and Shiming departed, Xiagu found herself ensnared in a solitary dullness. She languished alone in the cave, her thoughts drifting towards Xuelan. The gravity of the current situation left her uncertain as to when Xuelan would return completely. As night fell, Xiagu still awaited Xuelan's return in vain. She lay upon her blanket, letting out a languid yawn, realizing just how tedious life could be in the orc realm. Before long, she succumbed to slumber once more. With 10 unborn offspring within her, her growing belly necessitated longer periods of rest. It seemed that the hormones secreted for the growth of the little orcs contributed to her profound drowsiness. Outside the cave, a gaunt figure lurked at a distance. Biding his time, he gripped his dagger tightly, his expression darkening in accordance with his tumultuous emotions. Xiagu, today marks your demise, Xuehue murmured, a former mate of Xueli. With Xueli on the brink of death, he yearned to inflict upon Xiagu the same anguish. Currently, Xiagu lived a life of ease, prompting him to inch closer to her dwelling. He had anticipated that barriers would be set for protection. Yet Xiagu had intentionally dismantled them to allow the Highland tribe members to report news freely. Upon witnessing this, a smirk of triumph crept across Xuehue's face as he stealthily entered the cave. Before him lay Xiagu, peacefully ensconced in her blanket. She appeared to be in a deep, sweet slumber, illuminated by a maternal glow that made her the epitome of beauty among all tribes. This revelation caused Xuehue a moment of hesitation. He clenched his fists. Reminded of Xueli's suffering, the flames of fury ignited within him. Firmly grasping his dagger, he approached Xiagu. To rest in slumber is too lenient a fate for you. Just as Xuehue prepared to strike, Xiagu's eyes snapped open. The awakening of Xiagu made Xuehue's movements momentarily falter, providing Xiagu the precious opportunity to evade. She leaped swiftly to the side as the dagger grazed her waist, tearing through her animal hide. A surge of intense pain surged through her midsection. And feeling the threat posed by Xuehue, Xiagu's instinct to protect her child surged to the forefront. Ignoring her own agony, she dashed towards Xuehue with remarkable speed. Seizing his neck with a firm grip, Xuehue lacked formidable strength, and in the face of Xiagu's hold, he found himself utterly helpless to escape. He desperately attempted to use the dagger to free himself from Xiagu's grasp. Xiagu let out a cold smirk, forcefully casting him aside, and in an instant, Xuehue was thrown to the ground with a resounding crash. The shattered stones were visibly scattered, and Xuehue coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Who are you? And why have you attacked me? Xiagu furrowed her brow, casting a wary glance at Xuehue. You must be unaware. I should know Xueli. And it is precisely because of your presence that she now suffers so greatly. Xueli spoke the truth. You are nothing but a despicable creature. You do not even come close to Xueli. Xuehue wiped the blood trickling from his lips, glaring at Xiagu with indignation. Ah, so you are Xueli's beast husband. Xiagu mocked with a sneer, astonished that such a devoted beast husband could exist by Xueli's side. Surely you have chosen the wrong adversary. It is evident that Xueli lacks intelligence, and so does her beast husband. With that, Xiagu observed as Xuehue slowly rose, seemingly contemplating an escape. She narrowed her eyes, the mycelium on her body gradually coalescing into a formidable force, just as Xuehue was on the verge of fleeing the cavern. The flames from Xiagu's palm swiftly sealed the entire stone chamber. Her flames blazed fiercely, leaving Xuehue no opportunity to escape. What is the matter? Do you still wish to flee? You truly overestimate your own capabilities. Xiagu could not help but laugh aloud. It was inevitable that Xuehue's attempt to ambush him in the stone cave would lead to this outcome. Now, he was even contemplating escape. And Xiagu truly could not fathom the workings of his mind. Yet, Xuehue seemed resolute, turning his head to gaze at her with a mournful expression. Before Xiagu could react, Xuehue charged directly towards the stone wall beside him. With a resounding thud, Xuehue fell within the depths of the cave. Xiagu observed the scene before her, feeling a wave of nausea as she realized that Xueli's beast husband had taken his own life. It seemed there was still a hint of stubbornness within him. She quickly suppressed her queasiness, only to gradually become aware of the pain radiating from her waist. At that moment, Xuelan burst through the door, his face etched with concern as he gazed at Xiagu. I sensed an ominous premonition earlier. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Upon seeing the wound on Xiagu's waist, Xuelan rushed to her side, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. In response, Xiagu gently patted Xuelan's head, assuring him, I am fine. It is merely a small cut. However, Xuelan was not convinced by Xiagu's words of reassurance. He promptly began to lick her wound and then swiftly fetched a physician to tend to her injuries. The entire process was seamless and efficient, devoid of any delays. Xiagu no longer felt any pain from the wound on her waist. I am truly sorry, Xiao. It is my failure to protect you. Xuelan held Xiagu in his embrace, the guilt in his eyes palpable. However, Xiagu bore no resentment towards him. Faced with such overwhelming remorse, she found herself at a loss for words to offer comfort. Look, I am perfectly fine now. Moreover, you are aware of my capabilities. How could I possibly suffer deeply from an injury inflicted by such a lowly beast? The pain has subsided. Xiagu gently caressed the fluffy tail of Xuelan as a gesture of comfort. You must not break through the door of Building 10, she insisted. You need to take good care of yourself here. Although the avalanche is a grave matter, I shall return periodically to keep you company. Xuelan was reluctant to part from Xiagu, as he felt an overwhelming sense of danger lurking around her. It was imperative to station 2 beasts at the entrance of Building 10 to ensure her safety, for otherwise, his beloved Xiagu would continually find herself in perilous situations. Shortly thereafter, he summoned the physician to procure an array of precious medicinal herbs and nourishing lean meats. For the following 2 days, Xiagu remained within the stone cave, thoroughly indulged by Xuelan, to the extent that she did not even touch the ground during that time. Xiagu felt that if she continued to be pampered by Xuelan, she would undoubtedly transform into a plump mushroom. It was only when Xiagu faced restrictions that Xuelan permitted her to rise from the bed and engage in some physical activity. The crisis of the avalanche had been thoroughly addressed. Both the Highland tribe and the Gem tribe had erected stone walls, employing effective methods to mitigate the risk of avalanches. As for the injured orcs, they were treated one by one and soon regained their vitality. This crisis had been completely resolved, and Xuelan, as the chieftain, breathed a sigh of profound relief. As a period of ease and contentment gradually unfolded, Xueting paid a visit to the stone cave where Xiagu and Xuelan resided. Chieftain. Divine Maiden. According to the customs of the Highland tribe, the Divine Maiden is required to offer blessings for the tribe each year, and the time for this year's ritual is approaching. Xueting had meticulously calculated that in a couple of days, it would be the opportune moment for the Divine Maiden to pray for the Highland tribe. Xueting's preparations bore the gravitas of a high priestess, a fact that had become an open secret among the people. In anticipation of this blessing ceremony, Xueting had made extensive preparations. Provided the ritual proceeded smoothly, it would naturally yield a bountiful harvest of spiritual herbs and various forms of energy in the coming year. As Xiagu listened to Xueting's words, a wave of confusion washed over her. She had only just ascended to the role of the goddess of the Highland tribe and was utterly unfamiliar with the rituals of blessing. Immediately, she cast a pleading glance towards Xuelan, who instantly comprehended her plight. I will arrange everything, he assured her. You and Xuejian should prepare all the necessary items for the blessing. None must be omitted. Once Xuejian had departed, Xiagu, feeling dejected, approached Xuelan and nestled into his embrace. At that moment, she rubbed her belly while mumbling to herself. I understand that blessings are of great significance to your Highland tribe, but how exactly should I proceed? Given her new status as the goddess and the fact that her beast husband was the tribe's leader, Xiagu could not afford to waver. She had to adhere to the customs of the region for the blessing. Xuelan pondered for a moment before devising a suitable plan. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding blessings, albeit limited. However, I can summon the abbot of the Highland tribe to impart the wisdom of these rituals to you. The abbot participates in the goddess's blessings every year, and with his guidance, you shall undoubtedly succeed. Xiagu, do not fret. Seeing the determination in Xuelan's eyes, Xiagu finally exhaled in relief. At least she would have the opportunity to learn the ritual. Though the date was approaching swiftly, she would have time to prepare, thus avoiding the embarrassment of stumbling through it in front of others. That is reassuring. My time is limited, so please invite the abbot down from the mountain to teach me diligently. I shall ensure that I do not bring you shame. Xiagu blinked her large, expressive eyes, and this simple gesture made Xuelan feel as though her heart might melt. Xia, no matter what you do, I shall never feel embarrassed. Instead, I will only feel pride in your actions. This was not a mere platitude. It was the genuine sentiment she wished to convey. In the days that followed, Xiagu diligently sought the guidance of the abbot regarding the rituals for blessings. Time passed slowly, and at last, the day for the blessings arrived. Xiagu donned the crimson ceremonial robe designated for blessings, positioning herself at the heart of the mountain tribe. She gazed upon the shamanistic adornments and the offerings of beast meat before her, gripping the ritualistic artifact tightly in her hands while murmuring incantations of blessing. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Xiagu gracefully commenced the dance of blessings, showcasing her artistry for all to behold. Every step and gesture was executed with remarkable precision, exceeding even the performances of previous years. The admiration reflected in the eyes of the onlookers was palpable, prompting many to kneel and chant the same blessings as Xiagu. Divine Maiden, grant our mountain tribe a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The collective voices echoed the sacred phrases. Upon completing the entire dance, Xiagu paused to catch her breath, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her. Throughout the entire ritual, she exhibited no flaws, her performance being nothing short of exceptional. Xuelan then approached the central altar, placing the artifact from Xiagu onto the incense burner. Tomorrow, we shall beseech the Divine Maiden once more. Offering incense and reciting the sacred texts, only then shall the blessing ceremony reach its conclusion. He spoke calmly to Xiagu, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. She had already familiarized herself with the procedures from the abbot's explanations and was mentally prepared for the tasks ahead. Due to her status as the Divine Maiden, Xiagu was required to remain within the temple that evening. However, all necessities had been arranged to ensure her comfort. Later that night, as Xiagu devoted herself to the act of blessing, Xuelan unexpectedly entered the temple from outside, draping a warm hide over her shoulders. "What brings you here?" Xiagu questioned. Uncertain if this was proper protocol, Xuelan's arrival genuinely surprised her. "I worried that the exertion of the blessings might take a toll on your health. So I came to care for you," Xuelan replied, a blissful smile illuminating her face as she invited Xiagu to nestle in her embrace. Regardless of the outcome of the blessings, the effects were already set in motion, and the forthcoming year would surely yield abundant harvests. Feeling a tinge of helplessness as Xuelan doted on her, Xiagu remarked, "Are you perhaps making too much of this?" Throughout the blessing ceremony, Xiagu had not felt fatigued. Yet it was Xuelan who seemed overly concerned. Indeed, her devoted beast husband's gaze was filled with affection for her. Xuelan, reluctant to concede to Xiagu's observation, shook her head with a hint of pride. "How can you say such a thing? It is my greatest honor in this life to be your beast husband, and thus I must prioritize you above all else." Seeing the earnestness in Xuelan's eyes, Xiagu ultimately acquiesced to her sentiments. "Very well, let us retire early. Tomorrow, I must lead our kin in offering incense and blessings." Xiagu hoped more than anyone that the blessing ceremony would conclude smoothly. After all, it was her first time, and she wished for it to pass without any regrets. "Then rest in my embrace. The fur within is thick and warm." After speaking, Xuelan transformed into her beastly form, curling up and allowing Xiagu to settle in the central position. This enveloped Xiagu in a comforting warmth, bringing her great solace. The following day, upon awakening, Xiagu discovered that a number of her kin had gathered at the temple entrance. They eagerly vied to accompany her in offering incense. "Xia, shall we commence the blessing now?" Xuelan inquired softly, standing beside Xiagu. Xiagu turned his head to glance back, seemingly having discovered something, and frowned. "Let us wait a moment. Xuelan has yet to arrive." Meanwhile, Xuelan was nestled in his stone cave, tirelessly chiseling away at a piece of wood. He had been preoccupied with the notion of offering a prayer the previous day, but unexpectedly, his master, Shuelan, had imparted his invaluable skills the night before. Having spent an entire night without sleep, Xuelan bore 2 dark circles under his eyes, lost in reflection over the carving techniques his master had taught him. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance of the cave. "Why haven't you gone to offer your prayers yet? Everyone is waiting for you." Without further ado, Shuelan strode into the cave and immediately spotted Xuelan, who was engrossed in his carving. A pang of disappointment coursed through him as he patted Xuelan's head, prompting the latter to finally come to his senses. "Master, what brings you here?" "I am still practicing what you taught me yesterday. I will finish it soon," Xuelan exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he gazed at Xuelan. However, Xuelan had no desire to engage in further conversation. He hurriedly pulled Xuelan out of the cave, and as Xuelan felt the brisk wind from outside, he instantly regained his alertness. "The prayer. Xiagu is still waiting for us at the temple. Any further delay might jeopardize the auspicious timing." As Xuelan dragged Xuelan along, he muttered these words. Xuelan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was the first prayer festival for Xiagu's ascent as a goddess, and he had nearly missed it. Before long, he and Xuelan rushed to the temple, thankfully arriving just in time to honor the auspicious moment. As Xiagu observed that everyone had gathered, she began to lead them in the incense offering. During this sacred moment, she recited prayers of blessings under her breath. The ceremony was nearing its conclusion when Xiagu knelt on the mat and offered a sincere bow. Suddenly, a resounding thunder echoed from the heavens, yet the sky above revealed no clouds. This phenomenon caused everyone to drop to their knees, gazing at Xiagu's figure, and in unison, They exclaimed, "The goddess's blessings are surely effective. Next year, we shall undoubtedly have a bountiful year. The goddess is mighty. I shall follow her until my last breath." At this moment, Xiagu rose to face them, observing their unwavering devotion, leaving her somewhat speechless. It was undeniably a striking scene, as she had never experienced such reverence before. As the blessing ceremony came to a close, Xiagu urged, "Please rise, do not remain kneeling on the ground." Upon hearing her words, everyone stood, their faces illuminated with joy. After all, the efficacy of Xiagu was evident, as even the heavens responded to her call. In their hearts, Xiagu had ascended to an unparalleled status, one that no one could surpass. At that moment, Xuelan gazed at Xiagu, sensing a unique radiance emanating from her. However, Xiagu believed that the thunder was merely a coincidence and did not regard it as significant. It was simply a psychological effect. Yet witnessing the fervent devotion of the crowd left her without further comment. Xiagu understood that she had become a symbol of faith for her people. Regardless of her words or actions, they imbued her with profound significance in their eyes. Standing beside Xiagu, Xuelan felt an overwhelming sense of honor and fulfillment. "My Xiagu is truly remarkable. She is indeed a goddess, an embodiment of divine will," Xuelan tenderly whispered into Xiagu's ear. Xiagu felt a slight itch in her ears and thought that Xuelan's remarks were somewhat exaggerated. To the eyes of others, their behavior appeared entirely appropriate, as they were indeed a married couple. However, some men gazed at Xiagu not only with respect, but also with a hint of admiration. Xuelan noticed this and felt a twinge of discomfort within him. Although Xiagu becoming a figure of faith for many was undoubtedly a positive development, he couldn't shake the feeling that she might be taken away from him. If that were to happen, he felt powerless to prevent it and could only smile in acquiescence. He wished for his beloved Xia to receive tender treatment from others, as long as it pleased her. "What are you thinking? Why do I sense a hint of distraction in you?" Xiagu gently took Xueran's hand, finding her dazed expression immensely endearing. Upon hearing Xiagu's words, Xueran's thoughts were drawn back to the present, and she gazed earnestly at Xiagu. "I merely worry that after the Chifu festival, there will be an influx of suitors vying for your affection." Even though he felt powerless to prevent it, an unsettling feeling lingered in Xueran's heart. He simply wished to express his frustrations. Xiagu couldn't help but chuckle at those words, taken aback by Xuelan's unexpected revelation. It seemed that Xuelan had developed a slight possessiveness towards her, albeit not excessively so. In this society of beast folk, females were indeed a rare treasure. Even when a female wished to take multiple beast husbands, the males could only acquiesce, unable to voice any objections. "Well, I am still carrying your child within me." Xiagu gently clasped Xuelan's hand and placed it upon her abdomen. As Xuelan sensed the turmoil within Xiagu, she naturally cast aside any negative emotions. Upon returning to the stone cave, Xiagu was reluctant to remain confined, unable to engage in any activity. "I understand your desire to venture out. The prayers have been said, and the avalanche has been dealt with. If you wish to leave, I shall not hinder you. As the team leader, there are indeed numerous responsibilities that require my attention." Xuelan scratched his head, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, for this significantly curtailed the time he could spend with Xiagu. Yet, as the leader, he had to prioritize his duties and could not always remain by Xiagu's side. Xiagu felt a sense of ennui while confined within the stone cave, a sentiment that Xuelan comprehended. Upon hearing this, Xiagu rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against Xuelan's. In that fleeting moment, Xuelan's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze, his heart racing with exhilaration at this unexpected reward. During a moment of leisure, Xiagu called out to her system once more. "You haven't been feigning silence this entire time, have you? Just how long will you remain mute?" After a prolonged interval, the system remained unresponsive, deepening Xiagu's curiosity. Had the system absconded? Or had it perhaps severed its ties altogether? Given that she was carrying 10 unborn children, the disappearance of the fortunate offspring system would present her with insurmountable challenges. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a cold sweat broke out upon her. Nevertheless, she harbored a sly notion. After all, it was the system that had transported her to this world, and it couldn't possibly neglect her entirely. "By the way, Xiao, the Gem tribe will be visiting today to express their gratitude for our assistance during the avalanche. As the goddess of the mountain tribe, you must be present. This way, I can remain by your side, and you shan't feel bored." Contemplating this scenario, Xuelan's heart swelled with joy. With Xiagu beside him, every endeavor became a sweet delight. Xiagu nodded and rested for a while inside the stone cave, after which he accompanied Xuelan to the settlement of their tribe. Indeed, Xuelan, the leader of the Gem tribe, had been waiting at the designated spot for quite some time. "Greetings, Chief and Divine Maiden," Xuelan said respectfully, bowing deeply to them. After all, were it not for the assistance of the Highland tribe, they would have suffered grievously during the avalanche. Moreover, the members of the Highland tribe had earnestly provided them with all the help they could muster, to the point where even the tribe's healer was nearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, many severely injured orcs from the Gem tribe were able to prolong their lives due to this support. "Xuelan, you need not be so formal. Our two tribes are already in a state of alliance. Furthermore, since you have promised to entrust the management of the mind resources to our Highland tribe, it is only natural that we extend our assistance." Xuelan was fully aware of the arrangement between Xiagu and them and deemed the transaction exceedingly fair. At the very least, both parties had achieved their aims, thus incurring no losses. Regarding the management of the mind resources, Xuelan held no objections. If they were unable to address the avalanche threat, mining would be entirely unfeasible. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, Xuelan wholeheartedly agreed to such terms. "One matter at a time. I have come to offer some rewards for your tribesmen, to express our gratitude for their timely assistance during a crisis. The members of your Highland tribe are indeed our heroes, and this is only fitting. Additionally, here is the map of the mineral veins." Xuelan slowly revealed these items, each reward meticulously packaged within elegant boxes. Upon seeing the box, Xiagu felt a surge of curiosity about its contents. The Gem tribe is renowned for its abundant mineral resources, and it is highly likely that the box contains precious ores. However, her greater desire is for the minerals within to encompass the crystal core she so yearns for. Once everything is laid out before them, Xiagu hurriedly led Xuelan and Xueting to the exquisite array of gifts before them. "Let us open them and see what treasures lie within," she exclaimed. Her enthusiasm for unwrapping presents palpable. This pastime was undoubtedly a feminine delight. And as Xuelan observed Xiagu's animated gestures, a sense of satisfaction blossomed in his heart. He had no intention of hindering her joyful antics, for this gathering had been orchestrated solely by Xiagu. As the leader, he was well aware of the proceedings. Yet he willingly chose to heed the guidance of this enchanting maiden. After all, every occasion involving Xiagu's first love had been meticulously arranged to perfection. With great enthusiasm, Xiagu opened the box before her, only to discover a dazzling array of gemstones. If these stones were meticulously polished, they could undoubtedly be transformed into exquisite diamonds. It was astonishing that the Gem tribe had bestowed such precious gifts merely to express their gratitude. The sincerity within this gesture was palpable to Xiagu. "How beautiful they are!" she exclaimed joyfully to Xuelan. Although this was not the crystal core she had desired, the inherent value of these gems rendered them immensely significant, providing ample emotional worth. Xuelan, slightly bashful, offered a shy smile, having carefully selected these high-quality stones from a myriad of options. "This is merely a small token of our appreciation. We sincerely invite you to visit our Gem tribe. We have prepared meals and drinks in anticipation of your arrival." His earnest gaze sought their agreement. However, Xuelan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, glancing at Xiagu's abdomen, and ultimately declined Xuelan's kind offer. "Under normal circumstances, I would not refuse your invitation. But with Xiagu currently expecting, the journey might prove to be quite taxing for her. In the future, we of the Highland tribe will certainly prepare a more lavish feast for you, and we hope you will honor us with your presence then." Even though Xuelan had declined, he understood the importance of maintaining face in such matters. As the leader, he recognized the necessity of being tactful in all situations. Upon hearing this, Xuelan realized his own abruptness and could only express a slight apology. "Very well. Once your child is born, our Gem tribe will present you with a grand gift." In this context, Xuelan continued to engage in the customary exchange of pleasantries, recognizing its essential role. As gifts were distributed, Xiagu mounted Xuelan's back for their return to the stone cave. Yet, upon their arrival, Xuelan stood frozen in place, his fur bristling. Xiagu, perplexed by his unusual demeanor, watched as he resembled a frightened kitten. She too began to grow wary. "Xuelan, what is happening?" she softly inquired. "I have an unsettling feeling that our tribe is under threat, though I cannot be certain." Since ascending to the rank of Golden Beast Man, Xuelan's perceptions had sharpened significantly. Even within the confines of the stone cave, he sensed an ominous presence. Xiagu furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The troubling occurrences seemed to multiply, compounded by the system's lack of response. Fortunately, the energy within her remained intact. Otherwise, in the face of impending peril, she would feel utterly powerless. "Xiagu, I must step outside to investigate. Please wait for me here in the cave." Xuelan made his decision, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He wished to ascertain whether his instincts were indeed correct. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of noise erupted outside, seemingly validating his suspicions. Xiagu hurried to his side. "You cannot leave me behind. I possess the ability to protect myself, and I must accompany you." Her resolute words brooked no argument. Seeing the determination in Xiagu's eyes, Xuelan reluctantly acquiesced, concern mingling with his resolve. The pair swiftly exited the cave, where they found the Highland tribe members fully armed, swords in hand, standing vigilant against potential intruders. Xuelan soon spotted a group of beastmen from the Confronting tribe encircling them, armed with bows and arrows, their faces twisted in derision. This sight heightened Xuelan's caution, as the Confronting tribe was renowned for their swiftness. Yet, he could not fathom why they would invade without prior conflict. "You stand no chance. It would be wise for you to surrender now and spare yourselves further humiliation," declared a brazen figure at the forefront. This individual, whom Xuelan recognized as Feng He, the leader of the Confronting tribe, was notorious for his arrogance. The Highland tribe had never engaged much with the Confronting tribe due to their disdainful attitude. "How dare you? Our leader is a golden beast man, and you possess no grounds for such arrogance, nor the audacity to invade our territory." Xuanli glared furiously at Feng He, determination radiating from him. "What does being a golden beast man mean? Can it withstand our speed? It is utterly laughable. Had I not learned of the treasures in your tribe, I would not have wasted my time here. However, this is your tribe's merit. Consider it an honor that I deem you worthy of invasion. You should quickly humble yourselves and grovel at my feet." Such words plunged Xiagu into confusion. Gripping Xuelan's arm tightly, she leaned closer to him. "If they invade us for gemstones, does that not seem utterly absurd? Surely, the gem tribe possesses far more gems to entice them." Xiagu truly failed to comprehend Feng He's train of thought, perceiving the situation as a mere jest. However, Xuelan shook his head upon hearing this. He understood the depths of Feng He's arrogance, which had led him to fixate on their Gaoshan tribe. The Baoshan tribe had once aided the Confronting tribe during a time when they nearly faced extinction, rendering the Confronting tribe unable to retaliate against them. Had they done so, Feng He would undoubtedly have been drowned in the spittle of the elders within his clan. Presently, Feng He and Xuelan shared an unbreakable bond. At this revelation, Xiagu grasped the underlying truth. They had exploited a loophole to invade the Gaoshan tribe. How utterly laughable. With Xuelan and Xuanli at the helm on the front lines, he urged her to return swiftly. Both factions were poised to act, and with her as his Achilles heel, he found himself unable to unleash his full potential. Weighing the pros and cons, Xuelan ultimately confided in Xiagu, recognizing that this vulnerability would be mercilessly exploited by the opposition, thereby hampering his effectiveness. Though Xiagu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at his words, she acknowledged the validity of Xuelan's reasoning. Furthermore, without the support of a system, she could not afford to act recklessly, especially for the sake of the child growing within her. "Xueting, ensure that you escort Xia back safely. Protect her well. Xia, once I return, I shall bring you good news." Yet, unbeknownst to them, their exchange was under the watchful eye of Feng He. He had not anticipated that Xuelan, newly appointed as clan leader, would be accompanied by such an enchanting lady. As Xueting led Xiagu away, Feng He crafted a cunning plan in his mind. This marked the true commencement of hostilities, with Xuelan and Xuanli at the forefront. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, as they remained oblivious to the fact that Feng He had already vacated the opposing camp. Meanwhile, Xueting was escorting Xiagu back to the stone cave, her spirits considerably dampened. Suddenly, a rope appeared on the ground, tripping Xueting and sending him sprawling. Almost immediately, a massive net descended, ensnaring both Xueting and Xiagu within its grasp. This unforeseen turn of events took Xiagu by surprise, leaving them both in a precarious situation. "Sister, are you all right?" Xueting's first instinct was to check on Xiagu, his concern for her well-being palpable. Xiagu shook her head, yet the trap before her appeared rather peculiar. Just moments ago, she and Xuelan traversed this very path, and there had been no such trap in sight. "At last, I have ensnared you. Once I have you firmly in my grasp, I need not fear subduing Xuelan. In due time, all of you shall bow before me." Addressing me as clan leader, rather than that insignificant Xuelan. Not far away, the arrogant and self-important Feng He's mocking laughter echoed as he leisurely approached the two individuals. Observing their disheveled state, Feng He wore a smirk of astonishment, never anticipating that capturing Xueting and Xiagu would prove to be such an effortless endeavor. Xiagu wore a cold smile, seemingly amused by Feng He's ignorance of his own limitations, daring to commit such an act. "I shall take you to the front line shortly, so that Xuelan can witness what his wife is like in my grasp. However, before Feng he could finish his words, Xiagu extended her palm, and within mere seconds, a burst of flames erupted from her hand, incinerating the ropes binding her. The barrier was swiftly dismantled by Xiagu with effortless ease. Feng he stood by, momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Xiagu, as a female, possessed such remarkable divine power. Truly, you are worthy of being the clan leader's wife. It appears I have underestimated your abilities. With that, Feng he assumed an aggressive stance towards Xiagu. Before she could react, he launched a series of relentless attacks against her, observing her visibly rounded belly. He surmised that Xiagu was carrying Xuelan's child, yet Feng he was never one to show mercy. Seizing the moment, every move he made, every surge of power, was directed towards her abdomen. Although Feng he was swift, Xiagu exhibited remarkable agility, evading each of his strikes just in time. This only served to instill a sense of frustration in Feng he. He had not expected a female to wield such formidable strength. During the exchanges, Xiagu also sought to counterattack, aiming to bring him down. Yet, his speed allowed him to evade her blows. And he knew that a mere moment of distraction could lead to his demise at her hands. Xiagu exerted little effort in response to this assault. It was merely the relentless strikes to his abdomen by Feng he that fueled the indignation within him. You little vixen are indeed formidable. Your speed is commendable. Yet I shall not relent. It would be best for those wretched spawn to arrive swiftly, so that Xuelan may witness what unfolds. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Feng he licked his lips, his crimson eyes fixated on Xiagu, emanating an aura of bloodlust. Beside him, Xueting yearned to shield Xiagu. But the latter's overwhelming strength left him bereft of any opportunity. Is that so? Let us see whether your kin discovers your corpse first, or if Xuelan finds mine. With those words, Xiagu swiftly teleported behind Feng he. The latter sensed the movement and turned, intending to deliver a lethal blow. However, Xiagu did not allow him any reprieve. She remained motionless, forcefully gripping Feng he's shoulders. Rendered immobile by her grasp, Feng he found himself unable to harness any strength to retaliate against Xiagu. Release me. Let go of me. Feng he was thoroughly flustered, astonished by Xiagu's immense strength. Even the effort to break free required Herculean exertion, yet he remained ensnared. Gradually, Feng he's fury dissipated in the face of this predicament. Observing this, Xiagu lost interest in further tormenting him. It appears you are merely a decorative vase, aesthetically pleasing, yet utterly ineffectual. Alas, there is nothing to be done. I shall have to send you to the afterlife. Xiagu, now bearing a child, had never harbored any intention of taking a life. Yet, faced with Feng he's provocation, she found her patience utterly exhausted. Her hands swiftly encircled Feng he's neck. And before he could utter a plea for mercy, a sharp crack resounded as she decisively ended his existence. Xueting, witnessing this event, remained in a state of shock. Yet he was acutely aware of Xiagu's formidable strength. Otherwise, she would not have been capable of extinguishing Feng he's life. He had been present during her confrontation with the priest, thus he was well aware of her remarkable prowess. As he gazed upon Feng he's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, contorted and devoid of vitality, Xiagu finally exhaled in relief. Her earlier apprehensions lingered, especially considering the absence of the system's support. Fortunately, she had recently absorbed a significant amount of crystal core energy, enabling her to turn the tide in her favor. Truly, he was nothing more than a decorative cushion, daring to act insolently in my presence. Xiagu wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling an undeniable sense of exhilaration. Ever since she became pregnant, she had been closely monitored by Xuelan in all her endeavors. Engaging in such vigorous activity today was indeed a refreshing change. Sister, you are truly remarkable, Xueting remarked timidly from the side. As a male, he found himself utterly incapable of assisting Xiagu, who managed everything on her own throughout the entire process. Xiagu smiled faintly, yet she felt a persistent ache in her lower back. Coupled with the earlier injury inflicted by Xuelan's beast husband, the recent movement may have exacerbated the discomfort. Noticing Xiagu's unease, Xueting hurried to her side to inspect the previous wound. Fortunately, it appeared to be of no serious consequence. Otherwise, Xuelan would have certainly taken issue with it. I am fine, Xiagu reassured. The wound on my waist has long since healed. It was merely the vigorous movement that caused some strain. There is no need for you to escort me back to the stone cave. I can return to rest on my own shortly. Xiagu felt a slight stir within, realizing the necessity to return promptly to ensure the well-being of her unborn child. As for the remains of Feng he, take them directly back to the front lines and bestow them upon the members of the Qingfeng tribe. Xiagu longed to witness the bustling scene, eager to discern the expressions of her tribesmen from the Qifeng clan upon encountering the lifeless body of their chieftain. Regrettably, her current malaise necessitated prioritizing her own well-being and that of her child, forcing her to forfeit the opportunity to witness such a gratifying spectacle of retribution. Xueting promptly nodded, hastily shouldering the twisted corpse and making his way back to the front line. Upon arrival, he unceremoniously cast the body before the astonished members of the Qifeng clan, bringing both sides to an abrupt halt. The tribe's people stood frozen, confronted with the grim fate of their leader, a stark reminder of their own impending doom. A triumphant smile graced Xueting's face, for this was a matter resolved by her sister herself. However, upon witnessing the scene, Xuelan swiftly comprehended the events that had transpired along the way and hurriedly dashed toward the stone cave. Meanwhile, Xianli, observing the unfolding situation, recognized that the battle had reached its conclusion and followed Xuelan back. The two arrived nearly simultaneously, finding Xiagu comfortably recuperating within the stone cave. To her surprise, she suddenly beheld the appearance of two beast men. Initially, she presumed them to be foes from the Qifeng clan, but upon closer inspection, she realized they were, in fact, her own kin. What on earth are you two doing? You nearly startled me to the point of instinctively preparing to defend myself. Xiagu rolled her eyes in exasperation, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the two imposing males. Could you perhaps refrain from being so intimidating? She thought, taking a deep breath and resting a hand on her abdomen. A peculiar sensation enveloped her, as if the offspring within her were on the verge of bursting forth. Yet, she attributed this oddity to her recent exertions, believing she had merely overexerted herself, resulting in some discomfort. The male lead approached Xiagu, enveloping her in a deep embrace. Unwilling to relinquish his hold, his heart raced fervently, and even through the layers of animal hide, Xiagu could feel the rapid thrum. What is the matter with you? Is it necessary to be so anxious? I'm perfectly well, aren't I? Xiagu comprehended that the male protagonist and Xuanli had come over solely due to the incident involving Fenghe. Thus, it was imperative to soothe the hearts of both individuals, for their gazes were laden with concern for him. What truly transpired? Did you confront Fenghe face to face? Did he inflict any harm upon you? Reluctantly, the male protagonist released his grip, meticulously inspecting Xiagu for any signs of injury. Upon failing to find the anticipated wounds, he finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that Xiagu had emerged victorious from this battle. Indeed, she was a goddess, an existence beyond compare. Even the chieftains of other tribes paled in significance before her, as everything seemed to fall under her command. Meanwhile, Xuanli was grappling with his emotions as a clansman. He felt a profound worry for the goddess in light of Xiagu's peril. Fenghe had truly overstepped his bounds, daring to bypass them and launch an assault directly on the goddess. Thankfully, she had sustained no injuries. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss as to where to direct their outrage. After all, Fenghe's death had become an undeniable reality, and the manner of his demise was exceedingly brutal. Upon hearing this, Xiagu smirked. He had exerted every ounce of strength to bring about Fenghe's downfall. Therefore, you should trust me. There was no need for such haste in returning from the front lines. Am I not well? Now, I am curious about the current state of the Qifeng tribe. Initially, both sides were embroiled in fierce combat, each person harboring an unwavering resolve to triumph. However, their leader had suddenly perished before their eyes, and the brutality of his death was extraordinary. This should serve as a significant blow to the Qifeng tribe. And the mere thought of it filled Xiagu with delight. You have returned far too soon. I genuinely wish to know how that group of fools from the Qifeng tribe will react. Xiagu cast a disdainful glance at the two of them, her cheeks puffing in dissatisfaction. The male protagonist was taken aback, realizing that Xiagu was still preoccupied with such matters. Indeed, this was a quintessential trait of his wife. Meanwhile, the people of the Gaoshan tribe had ceased their hostilities, gathering together to witness the spectacle put on by the Qifeng tribe. The members of the Qifeng tribe knelt before the lifeless body of Fenghe, repeatedly calling out his name in mournful lamentations that echoed throughout the forest. It was indeed our divine maiden who, without the intervention of our tribe leader, had already dispatched their chief. Who could have bestowed upon them such audacity, daring to invade us with such meager prowess? Their ignorance of their own limitations is truly their most fatal flaw. One can only hope they soon recognize their own capabilities. Yet, given their current leaderless state, might we not consider incorporating them into our Gaoshan tribe? This is a splendid idea. Perhaps the tribe leader should subdue the Qifeng tribe, especially since their chief has already met his demise. The members of the Gaoshan tribe continued their discussions from the sidelines, their imaginations soaring higher with each passing moment. Xueting nodded in agreement, finding their reasoning sound, deeming it an excellent proposition. Indeed, the sister had merely exchanged a few blows with Feng He before utterly vanquishing him. Initially, I had believed the Qingfeng tribe to be formidable, renowned for their speed. Yet, it appears they are but a shadow of their reputation. Even their speed pales in comparison to that of our divine maiden, rendering them akin to snails in her presence. Xueting raised her head, recounting the earlier events to the assembly. The images were vivid in their minds, each person able to envision the might of Xiagu. Soon, they hoisted Feng He's lifeless form aloft, prominently displayed at the periphery as a warning to other tribes. Once this matter was settled, it was time to address the remaining members of the Qingfeng tribe. As moments passed, everything was meticulously resolved. Subsequently, Xuelan retreated to their stone cave to deliver the latest intelligence. Tribe leader, divine maiden, the members of the Qingfeng tribe have been swiftly dealt with, and Feng He's body now hangs at the edge of our territory. Xuelan conveyed this news to the male protagonist and Xiagu, while Xianli, overhearing, was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, in their leaderless state, those tribesfolk would prove exceedingly manageable, hardly a challenge at all. Originally, Xianli anticipated a fierce battle, but now, having triumphed in less than an hour, he felt rather underwhelmed. Very well, you may commence the cleanup of the battlefield. I shall visit later. For now, I need to ensure Xiagu is settled in the stone cave. After issuing his orders, the rest departed, leaving only the male protagonist and Xiagu behind. At that moment, the male protagonist gently lifted Xiagu, placing her upon a warm blanket, his expression rife with concern. Xiao, are you feeling unwell? Your condition seems somewhat off, and you appear to be sweating profusely. Speaking thus, he wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Yet, Xiagu herself felt no significant discomfort. Aside from a noticeable swelling in her abdomen, suggesting the impending arrival of the cubs, she felt nothing amiss. Upon hearing his words, Xiagu felt a surge of panic. Could she be going into labor? The rapidity of her recent movements could indeed induce premature labor. Yet she sensed no signs of it. Could it be a consequence of the system? Although the system had seemingly vanished, the function of painless childbirth appeared to linger. I might be about to give birth, Xiagu exhaled, relieved that she felt no pain or discomfort. The thought of birthing 10 cubs was daunting enough to instill fear. The male protagonist's eyes reflected his anxiety. He was genuinely worried about Xiagu's condition, especially since she had just engaged in battle with Feng He. Despite Xiagu's resounding victory, her current state seemed somewhat precarious. Bring forth all the healers from the tribe immediately, and summon the midwives. Ensure they are all on standby. Xiagu was taken aback by the swiftness of the male protagonist's actions as he swiftly arranged everything. When he uttered those words, a warm current surged within her, and upon glancing down, she realized that her amniotic fluid had broken. It appeared that the moment of childbirth had truly arrived. Xiagu could think of nothing else and focused on deep, steady breaths, determined to deliver her offspring smoothly. Perhaps due to the presence of a system aiding her, she felt no pain. The male protagonist dismissed all the males, leaving only the females within the stone cave, with the assistance of midwives. In merely a quarter of an hour, Xiagu successfully delivered 10 healthy offspring, all without experiencing any discomfort. I had never witnessed a female give birth with such divine grace. She appeared radiant and unfazed by the fatigue that typically follows childbirth. The midwives, upon observing Xiagu's countenance, were utterly astonished. It was clear that she was unlike any ordinary beast man. Even the cicada could achieve uniqueness. What was this? The offspring born of the divine were revealed to be silver beast men and bronze beast men. All 5 females delivered by the divine bore levels of distinction. Furthermore, the remaining 5 males were all silver beast men as well. My goodness! Divine lady, you are truly remarkable. The midwives cried out in excitement, their voices so loud that they reached the ears of those waiting outside. This revelation astonished the male protagonist, who had not anticipated that Xiagu would give birth to females of such caliber. Indeed, it was unprecedented. Divine lady, you are magnificent. Divine lady, you are magnificent. In that moment, nearly all the clan members waiting outside fell to their knees in reverence, offering their worship. The arrival of the summer mushrooms signifies a harbinger of good fortune for them. Now, the birth of a female with discernible rank further validates it all. The summer mushroom was regarded as a divine gift by their senior year tribe, and everyone held it in the highest esteem. Within its confines, the summer mushroom could faintly hear the mysterious and majestic words echoing from outside. It was unexpected for it to realize that its act of giving birth had been mythologized in the eyes of others. Nevertheless, this sentiment was rather pleasant. The summer mushroom chose not to voice any objections, preferring instead to bask in the adulation bestowed upon it. Wiping the sweat from its brow, it acknowledged that although the birthing process was painless and it had absorbed energy crystals, it still felt an overwhelming sense of weakness from within. Enough of this kneeling. Please swaddle the little ones quickly so they don't catch a chill. Outside, the world was a frozen expanse, and the maternal instinct of the summer mushroom was fully unleashed the moment its offspring were born. Naturally, it wished for its children to be warm and protected from the biting cold. Observing the little ones move about playfully evoked a sense of delight. Each one was charming in its own right, with distinct features that were utterly endearing. System, where on earth have you vanished to? Are you not witnessing the birth of my children? This should suffice to fulfill the task, so why are you not hastening to reward me, even in this moment? The summer mushroom did not forget to call upon the system, yet there remained no response from that quarter. Xiagu, perplexed by the situation, found herself bewildered. Although the privileges bestowed upon her by the system remained intact, the sudden absence of responses certainly raised suspicions. Once everything was tidied up, the male protagonist ventured into the stone cave, where he gazed at the 10 children with overwhelming excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. He first approached Xiagu, gently embracing her, before placing the 10 children beside her. Xia, our children are truly adorable. This is the finest gift you have given me. After uttering these words, he tenderly kissed Xiagu's forehead, all the while cradling a few children in his arms, soothing them affectionately. Xiamu has now given birth to precious females, and these beings possess varying ranks. Some have even ascended to the status of silver orcs. These silver orcs have surpassed the majority of their kin, and the news of Xiamu's progeny has become a topic of fervent discussion among the masses. The tales surrounding Xiamu's childbirth are described in a manner that stirs both heaven and earth, captivating the imagination of many. Thus, Xiamu's image has grown ever more exalted in the eyes of others, spreading from one person to another, amplifying her majesty. With a visage full of maternal affection, Xiagu gazed lovingly at the cluster of young ones. Fortunately, this group was remarkably well behaved, neither crying nor causing a ruckus, but instead peacefully slumbering. A few of the little ones, however, kept their eyes wide open, fixated on Xiagu, which made her heart nearly melt. Indeed, they are our children. A tear cascaded down her cheek, holding within it the struggles that only she truly understood. Rest assured, I shall take utmost care of you all, ensuring that no harm befalls you. Following this day, the male protagonist remained within the stone cave, never venturing outside even to attend to matters of his clan. He was acutely aware of the tremendous hardships Xiagu endured, and during this time, he consistently had the finest nourishing soups and medicines brought to her. Each bowl of restorative broth was lovingly fed to Xiagu by him, for he never entrusted her care to another. Xiao Mushroom felt as though she was on the verge of becoming utterly useless. However, as a new mother, she truly relished this special treatment. Yet, the young ones did not enjoy such privileges, as they could only be cared for in turns by Xueding, Xianli, and Xuezhan. The trio found themselves somewhat at a loss when faced with these infants, with Xianli observing them with a curious gaze. After all, they had been born as silver beast men, sharing the same rank as him, which left Xianli questioning his own identity while tending to the few-day-old Xuezhan. Xianli, do not overthink it. Remember that this child was born of the goddess sister, destined to be extraordinary. If you feel discontent, you can only blame your own circumstances. Xueting teased him lightly. Nevertheless, Xianli shook his head, for he bore no resentment, and he was quite earnest in his approach to caring for the young ones. Meanwhile, in the stone cave, Xiao Mushrooms lay discontentedly on the blanket, feeling a lack of spirit due to the system's issues that weighed heavily on her. Upon seeing her distress, Xuelan placed his large tail in her embrace for her to stroke, resting his head against her cheek. His eyes fixed on her as he tentatively asked, Xia, do you have something on your mind? Can you share it with me? Xiao Mushroom turned her face to gaze at the exquisite features of Xuelan, whose beauty brought her a modicum of solace. I have an old friend who abruptly severed our connection. We had always supported one another, and the prospect of our estrangement is bewildering. The sudden disappearance of the system implies that she must now rely entirely on herself. Contemplating this, Xiao Mushroom felt a twinge of anxiety, for she had grown accustomed to the system, and its absence was indeed a blow. Xia, I believe your old friend has merely departed to attend to personal matters, and will reconnect with you once this period is past. There is no need for concern. Moreover, whatever challenges arise, I shall be by your side. ensuring your protection against any harm, Xuelan reassured her, serving as a calming presence to alleviate Xiao Mushroom's troubled spirit. As Xiao Mushroom gently stroked Xuelan's magnificent tail while listening to her words, she felt a sense of relaxation enveloping her. Shall we visit the little ones? Xuanli and the others must be quite busy by now, Xuelan finally suggested, initially intending to allow Xiao Mushroom a moment of rest. However, given Xiao Mushroom's current state of mind, it seemed more beneficial to take her out for a stroll to see the children. Upon hearing this, images of the adorable little faces sprang to Xiao Mushroom's mind, and she eventually nodded in agreement. All right, let us go and see our children, she said, her eyes narrowing in anticipation. Before long, she found herself perched on Xuelan's back, making their way to the stone cave of Xuanli and Xuezhang. Inside, the three beastmen were diligently caring for the 10 newborn cubs, who were both restless and hungry. Their frantic efforts were evident, as beads of sweat glistened upon their foreheads. In fact, they were so engrossed in their tasks that they remained oblivious to the arrival of Xuelan and Xiao Mushroom, their focus solely on the infants in their care. Ahem. Noticing their lack of response, Xuelan cleared her throat a few times to capture their attention. This finally prompted them to turn around, and upon seeing the still recovering Xiao Mushroom, concern washed over their faces. Sister, you shouldn't be out in the wind. I've heard from other females that exposure during the postpartum period can lead to lingering ailments, Xuezhang expressed with genuine worry. Hoping that Xiao Mushroom would take proper care of herself, assuring her that they could manage the cubs without issue. In response to Xuezhang's words, Xiao Mushroom shook her head. Those postpartum ailments are not merely the result of cold exposure. It is a consequence of a female's inability to rest or nourish herself while caring for her young, leading to accumulated fatigue over time. With all of you here as caretakers for the cubs, how could I possibly suffer from such ailments? Xiagu's words instantly enlightened several individuals about the origins of the confinement illness, and they understood that it was imperative to prevent females from giving birth while remaining ensnared in the responsibilities of child rearing. After speaking, Xiagu promptly gathered several cubs, examining them with great care. The cubs, seemingly sensing the bond of their lineage, smiled brightly while cradled in Xiagu's arms. This gentle smile melted her heart, allowing her to truly appreciate their exquisite charm. By the way, Xiaoxia, we have yet to name our children. Do you have any thoughts? I hope they can bear your name and carry on your surname. Similarly, Xuelan cradled a few children, feeling an overwhelming surge of paternal affection. He even contemplated absconding with them in a sack, though he was acutely aware that these were indeed his own offspring. These children were the result of Xiaogu's arduous labor, and thus, Xuelan wished to respect her rights, hoping that they would all heed her wishes. Xiagu, pondering over the question posed by Xuelan, found herself at a loss for a suitable name. Despite racking her brain, she could only conjure a few rather simplistic options, revealing her struggle with the art of naming. Since she was to follow my surname, she proposed that the female name be a single character, embodying the essence of spring, flowers, snow, moon, and wind. While for the male, she whimsically suggested the numbers 1 through 5. Xiagu scratched her head, a smile gracing her face as she finally solved the puzzling dilemma. The others were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name Xiagu had chosen. They had not anticipated such a simple designation. However, considering there were 10 cubs, this name seemed remarkably easy to remember. Xuelan shook his head in exasperation, yet his face remained adorned with a fond smile for Xiagu. As his beloved, she was deserving of his utmost affection, and regardless of the name she selected, he cherished it. After observing the children, Xiagu was led back to the stone cave by Xuelan to rest. Xuelan took great care of Xiagu, hoping to alleviate any discomfort she had endured during childbirth. Days slipped by, and Xiagu felt herself growing rounder. If this continued, she would truly become quite plump, while the constant presence of Xuelan filled her with joy. This happiness came at the cost of gaining weight. At that moment, Xueting unexpectedly arrived at the stone cave. Observing the blissful scene of Xuelan and Xiagu, he genuinely felt happiness for his sister. Sister, your spirit seems to have improved significantly. It appears that your husband has wholly rejuvenated you, Xueting remarked. Unable to contain himself, for Xiagu's condition was indeed radiant and flourishing. Xiagu gently touched her face, observing the same visage each day, yet failing to detect any discernible change. However, she was aware that Xueting had come specifically for a purpose that transcended mere flattery. Clearly, there was more to this visit. Well, since she was here, what was the point of exchanging pleasantries? What, indeed, was the true reason for her visit? Curiosity sparked within Xiagu as she inquired further, and simultaneously, A profound excitement illuminated Xueting's countenance. Sister, the chieftain of the Gem tribe, Xiao, has paid us a visit, extending an invitation for us to partake in the Gem tribe's Thanksgiving celebration. The Gem tribe annually hosts this Thanksgiving as a gesture of gratitude for the assistance rendered by neighboring tribes, as well as to express appreciation for the treasures yielded by the mines. On this occasion, they invite friendly tribes to join in the festivities, enhancing the atmosphere with a larger gathering. Well, since I have fully recovered, let us embark on this adventure together. Observing the eager anticipation radiating from both Xuelan and Xueting, Xiagu felt no desire to dampen their spirits. Moreover, having given birth, she found herself with little to occupy her time. Thus, a visit seemed an excellent opportunity for enjoyment. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her mind. The unmistakable sound of the system, which took Xiagu by surprise. Rebinding host successful, currently undergoing detection. Host, where is your child? Where has your child gone? Why is there no child within you? I am unable to detect any child in your womb. Xiagu seemed to perceive an underlying sense of anxiety in the cold voice. She helplessly shook her head, uncertain whether the system had truly returned. Xiagu, where on earth have you been during this period? I have called out to you countless times, yet you have shown no response. Host, please enlighten me about the whereabouts of the child within you. Observing the system's current anxiety, Xiagu felt compelled to speak the truth. Xiagu, during your absence, I have already given birth to the snow leopard cubs. Rest assured, each and every cub is in excellent health. Upon reading Xiagu's words, the system's previous state of panic was instantly replaced by silence. Xiagu sighed, deciding not to elaborate further. She had to attend the Thanksgiving celebration of the Gem tribe shortly. You may proceed with your examination at your own pace, she remarked. Throughout the journey, the system had been gradually assessing Xiagu's condition, and it unexpectedly detected anomalies, specifically the energy crystal core. The moment the core was identified, the system emitted a notification, yet it continued to probe, sensing that Xiagu remained unaware of its presence. The system requested the host to fulfill a task, to meet new beast men and bear more offspring, or to conceive children with existing beast men, elevating them to golden orcs. The reward for completing this task was a substantial 500 points. Upon reading this, Xiagu felt a wave of darkness engulf her. Having just given birth, the prospect of having to bear more children was overwhelming. It was as if she were being reduced to a mere reproductive vessel, stripped of her humanity and transformed into a tool. She resolutely refused to bow to such treatment. Furthermore, the allure of points held little significance for her, should peril arise. She would never turn a blind eye to those in need. Xiao Mushrooms, enough already. I have not had a moment's respite. You have been absent for such an extended period, and upon your return, all you do is assign me tasks. You might as well have remained gone. The host will not continue to receive energy cores if tasks are not completed. I implore the host to reconsider. The system promptly issued a warning to Xiao Mushrooms. Yet she merely laughed in response. Having absorbed so many cores already, did the system really believe it could keep anything from her? Xiagu, I shall grant you an opportunity to elucidate your recent whereabouts. As for the matter concerning the energy core, there is no need for your input, for I have already located it. Indeed, the system was instantly enveloped in silence, utterly at a loss for words. With a soft smile, Xiagu had thoroughly grasped the system, allowing her to turn the tables and threaten it in return. This way, she would no longer need to undertake those absurd tasks. For there was no sense of fairness in her situation. She had always been led by the nose. How did the host acquire the energy crystal core? The host is requested to clarify promptly. Even at this juncture, the system still sought to control Xiagu and maintain all the initiative. Yet, Xiagu was no fool. How could she possibly divulge everything in the face of such circumstances? Xiagu, I have conveyed all that needs to be said. There are still certain matters that I can only address once you have completed your discourse. I have granted you an opportunity, and I sincerely hope you do not choose to drink the ceremonial wine only to face the consequences. In the face of Xiagu's formidable presence, one ultimately finds oneself at a loss, unable to match her verbal prowess. Host, during the preceding period, I was undergoing repairs and inspections, hence my silence. Xiagu, then why did you deceive me before? There are no energy crystals in this world. The system fell into silence at Xiagu's words. This was indeed a question that it could not answer. Xiagu can only continue to communicate with the system, as certain matters must be addressed, after all. The system is constantly monitoring one's actions. Concealment holds no significance. In the realm of orcs, Xiagu discovered a crystal core mine, abundant with cores that she could absorb. Consequently, the threats posed by task assignments were rendered futile. Faced with Xiagu's fervent inquiry, the system ultimately divulged all the facts to her. Host. There are indeed several other crystal core mines scattered throughout the Orc world, and the system can assist you in locating them. However, you must also fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Otherwise, both the system and the host will face complete annihilation. In that final statement, Xiagu seemed to grasp the system's grave implications regarding life and death. It became evident that this system was not merely a frigid machine, but rather a construct manipulated by unseen hands. After such a lengthy period, during which she even gave birth to snow leopard cubs, she finally received this revelation. The absurdity of it all struck her. In the Orc world, she appeared to be at the mercy of others, despite having painstakingly ascended to her current position. Had it not been for her relentless efforts, she might have been obliterated long ago. Xiamu, it appears that we are indeed part of a community. Given this, it is rather audacious of you to impose so many demands upon me, showing no fear of my potential rebellion against such expectations. As if I have no desire to fulfill the tasks at hand. Xiagu, I can also assist you in completing the task, ensuring that we are not obliterated. But you must wholeheartedly fulfill my demands. Otherwise, none of us shall survive. Having faced death once, she has long since become indifferent to the matter of life and death. If she can live, she shall. If not, so be it. For her experiences thus far have been sufficiently rich. This life has already yielded its worth. She does not mind ascending to the pinnacle, yet whether she can achieve that depends solely on the system's cooperation. All of this hinges on the system's own decision. Xiagu has already extended the olive branch. Now it is up to the system to accept it. Host, I am willing to collaborate with you. Having witnessed Xiagu's resolve, the system naturally recognizes the necessity of cooperating with her. However, it must impose lower limits on the types of tasks. Otherwise, it is certain to learn a lesson from Xiagu. Moreover, there must not be any penalties, for given Xiagu's temperament, should she encounter punishments, she would simply abstain from compliance, knowing well that her fate is intertwined with that of the system. Shortly thereafter, Xiagu, along with Xuelan and the others, arrived at the Gem Tribe. The Gem Tribe was adorned with exquisite decorations, with bonfires nearby. The tables were laden with a variety of delectable dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. Xiagu could never have anticipated that the Thanksgiving celebration of the Gem Tribe would be imbued with such a sense of ritual. Xia, this place is truly enchanting. Is there anything in particular you wish to eat? I can fetch it for you. The Thanksgiving here resembles an ordinary banquet, where one can both sit down to share a meal and freely help themselves to the offerings. Xiamush felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, her gaze fell upon the crystalline core encased within a crystal box resting on the table. She furrowed her brow, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the core. Goddess, may you find peace. Surely this is something you cherish. We exerted considerable effort to secure it within this crystal box. A gem of such exquisite beauty is meant for you. As he spoke, Xuelan presented the core, extending it directly before Xiamush. Typically, ordinary orcs could not directly touch the core, for doing so would result in the absorption of all its power. Ever since they discovered Xiamush's fondness for crystalline cores, they had diligently collected such gems to offer her. Witnessing this, Xiamush felt no hesitation and accepted the gift from Xuelan without a second thought. Thank you, Chief. By the way, should your Gem Tribe discover any mines of this kind, we would appreciate being entrusted with their management. After all, ordinary orcs cannot handle them. It would be far better to invite Xiamush to absorb the cores. To them, these were not energy cores but merely gemstones imbued with toxicity. Upon hearing this, Xuelan nodded in agreement, affirming that this arrangement would remain unchanged. Yet, amidst this joyous phase, the system announced a new task. Considering the host's aversion to my previous task, I am reopening this matter with reduced difficulty and no penalties. Task: within half a month, acquire 2 new beast husbands. Reward: 800 points. The prospect of such a substantial reward indeed piqued Xiamush's interest, yet upon reading the details, she could only feel a sense of exasperation. At this moment, she had no particular inclinations, and since there were no penalties, failure to accomplish the task would bear no consequence. Regarding the matter of beast husbands, Xiamush would simply do her utmost. After all, the children had already been born, and it was not impossible to take in a couple more husbands. However, finding those who caught her, I posed a challenge, for she was somewhat discerning in this regard. Host, you might find Xianli to be quite agreeable. Perhaps you should consider him. Xiagu, there is no need for you to overthink my matters. Kindly be silent at once. Xiamush glanced over briefly, unwilling to dwell on such matters. Throughout the entire Thanksgiving celebration, The orcs of the tribe and their chieftain held Xiao Mush and Xuelan in high regard. Once the banquet concluded, Xiao Mush mounted the steed of Xuelan's descendant and returned to the highland tribe. Meanwhile, Xueting was not idle. He devoted his skills. Learned from his master to carve small statues for Xiao Mush's snow leopard cubs. The cubs were peacefully slumbering in the stone cave, while Xueting diligently sculpted nearby, with Xianli acting as a devoted caretaker, attentively watching over the little ones. Xiagu, feeling utterly bored, sauntered over to Xuanli. For this orc was indeed someone who understood both himself and others. If one were to seek a new beast husband, it would be most prudent to rely on those closest at hand. My children are likely quite challenging to care for, being little snow leopards. They are rather mischievous. Xiagu, with a smile, uttered these words, having intentionally initiated a conversation with Xuanli. Xuanli was taken aback by Xiagu's sudden proximity. He could even catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance emanating from her, which instantly caused his cheeks to flush. Given Xiagu's remarkable beauty, Xuanli felt his heart racing increasingly faster. However, Xiagu's actions were also a means to gauge Xuelan's reaction. Although Xuelan had repeatedly claimed not to mind Xiagu seeking a new beast husband, the truth of the matter could only be discerned through his genuine response. Indeed, upon witnessing the interaction, Xuelan showed no inclination to intervene. He could accurately sense Xiagu's deliberate engagement with Xuanli. Xuelan understood that an exceptional female like Xiagu would invariably attract numerous males, and had he been truly concerned from the outset, he would not have made such statements. Observing Xuelan's lack of reaction, Xiagu's demeanor grew bolder as she placed a hand on Xuanli's shoulder. "Why is your face so red? I don't believe I have said anything particularly noteworthy. Or could it be that the cave is simply too warm?" Xiagu, filled with curiosity, observed Xuanli's adorable demeanor, which only heightened her affection for him. In contrast, Xuelan exuded a more domineering presence, wielding significant authority, while Xuanli appeared as an innocent young colt. Witnessing Xuanli's bashfulness, Xiagu's thoughts began to wander, eager to tease him playfully. "Could it be that the goddess wishes for me to become your beast husband? Why else would you toy with me, utter such words, or dare to touch me?" Indeed, Xuanli seemed flustered, glaring at Xiagu in confusion, unable to grasp her true intentions. Upon hearing her words, Xuelan couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by Xuanli's sheer naivety. "Xuanli, you are rather foolish. Xiagu clearly harbors feelings for you, which is why she teases you. You should simply embrace it. After all, Xiagu is an exceptionally remarkable female, and serving her would be a tremendous honor." Xuelan, ever the supportive friend, aimed to unite the two, thus providing Xiagu with someone to cherish her. This would also allow him to address matters within their clan without worrying about Xiagu's solitude. Faced with Xuanli's agitation, Xiagu decided to be direct rather than evasive. Indeed, the system's suggestion proved astute. Having a beast husband like Xuanli would undoubtedly bring her immense joy. "Xuanli, I genuinely have feelings for you, and I wish to know how you feel about me." Understanding Xuelan's thoughtful nature, Xiagu resolved to seize the moment and fully embrace Xuanli as her beast husband. Hearing her confession, Xuanli quickly bowed his head, his cheeks flushing crimson. At that moment, Xiagu gently took his hand, and he felt the warmth of her touch, his heart racing uncontrollably, unable to calm itself. On the sidelines, Xuezhang shook his head in exasperation, astonished by Xuanli's bashful demeanor. "Xuanli, you're nearly my new brother-in-law. Why do you remain silent in the presence of my sister? Are you truly that shy?" As a supportive ally, Xuezhang was determined to assist Xiagu in this endeavor. Upon hearing these words, Xuanli could no longer contain himself and enveloped Xiagu in a tight embrace, burying his face in her delicate neck. His heartbeat escalating with each passing moment. Xiagu gently caressed Xuanli's hair, contemplating that such a beast husband would undoubtedly provide her with a wealth of emotional value. "Very well. Xuanli, with this gesture, I shall take it as your willingness to become my new beast husband. I promise to cherish you, and I aspire for us to nurture our children together." These words were the most heartfelt promises for Xuanli, who nodded, releasing Xiagu, and gazed intently at her face, unable to resist planting a kiss on her lips. Love is often born in an instant. He could sense Xiagu's affection and admiration for him. It was indeed an honor to be Xiagu's beast husband, and the excitement swelling within Xuanli was palpable. "Congratulations, host, on completing half of your task. The system will now provide half of the rewards, for 100 points, along with the pregnancy pill, the miscarriage prevention pill, and several exotic seeds, all of which have been placed in your bag. The host may activate these seeds at any time. They can be planted anywhere and will sprout rapidly. The fruits produced from these seeds have the potential to enhance the strength of beastmen and may offer a chance for class advancement. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiaomush's eyes brightened with surprise. She had not anticipated that these peculiar seeds possessed such remarkable abilities. Once she had resolved matters with Xianli, she casually sought out a secluded patch of soil and planted the extraordinary seeds. Given their evident usefulness, it was imperative that they sprout quickly, as this could significantly assist the orc community in elevating their ranks. After planting the seeds, Xiao Mush returned to the stone cave, where everyone began to devise a plan to hold a ceremony in honor of her and Xianli. Sister, I have already informed everyone about this matter. They all expressed their desire to bestow blessings upon you and Xianli, and it is clear that a ceremony is essential. We must celebrate this occasion splendidly, exclaimed Xuezhang, her heart brimming with anticipation. This was indeed a joyous event, and it deserved to be celebrated with great enthusiasm. Xiagu nodded. Recognizing that there was truly no way to resist their sense of ritual, it was better to acquiesce to their wishes. Soon, the entire tribe of the Highlanders gathered to celebrate the heartfelt union of the goddess and her beast husband. Almost every family prepared small gifts as a token of their affection, and Xiagu felt profoundly touched upon seeing these offerings. Holding Xuanli's hand, she expressed her blessings before everyone, solidifying their bond as a couple. Meanwhile, Xuelan, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew from Xiagu and Xuanli's sight. On such a splendid day, as a mature beast husband, he would not intrude upon their joy. However, this did not go unnoticed by Xueting, who followed Xuelan to a secluded spot. Xuelan was not idle. He took the opportunity to address the issues facing the Highland tribe, striving to resolve the problems encountered by his people. You are quite diligent. Since becoming the chieftain, you must care for the goddess during her pregnancy while managing the myriad affairs of the tribe. It must be exhausting for you, Xueting remarked, sitting on Xuelan's lap. Intending to offer some counsel, having sensed Xuelan's underlying melancholy, Xuelan kept himself busy to avoid dwelling too much on the relationship between Xiagu and Xuanli. As the chieftain, these matters are my responsibility. There's nothing amiss in that. Furthermore, with Xiagu surrounded by her new companions, I can redirect my focus elsewhere. Xuelan spoke with a sense of tranquility, devoid of jealousy, genuinely pleased for Xiagu and Xuanli. He understood Xuanli's character well, knowing that he would cherish Xiagu as much as he did. Throughout history, female figures have often had numerous beast husbands. As chieftain, possessing such an expansive perspective is commendable. Yet, no one can supplant your place in the goddess's heart. Xueting's insights surprised Xuelan, who had not anticipated such thoughts from him. I have never felt troubled by this matter. It is merely that with Xiagu having a new beast husband, she will inevitably become pregnant in due time. The Highland tribe is in dire need of new life, and Xiagu's actions have always contributed to the tribe's growth. However, this reality places immense pressure on Xiagu's body, which is why Xuelan felt a sense of melancholy. The thought of Xiagu perpetually giving birth would undoubtedly exhaust her, and that notion truly saddened him. Xuelan's gaze dimmed as he pondered the implications of Xiagu having a new beast husband. It seems you have this concern, but you need not worry. With both you and Xuanli tending to the goddess, she will not suffer unduly. Xuelan and Xuanli had always been steadfast in their devotion to Xiagu, and their affection was evident. Indeed, pregnancy and childbirth should be a source of joy for Xiagu, not merely a burden. Xuelan could only convince himself of this reasoning. Otherwise, he would feel immense pity for Xiagu. Now, the festivities are still lively. You need not linger with me. I will come to terms with this matter. Don't let my mood dampen your spirits. Go and continue celebrating with Xiagu and the others. I shall return shortly, Xuelan said understandingly, as Xiagu embraced a new beast husband. There was no imposition to include another. Rewards were naturally distributed, but the following day, the system issued new tasks. The task was to expand the Highland tribe's territorial radius by 3 kilometers, with rewards including healing elixirs, rare seeds, and a random mystery box. Xiaomush raised an eyebrow, hardly anticipating that the system would arrange for the random distribution of blind boxes. This was indeed quite a spectacle. However, the task assigned to her was undeniably challenging. Although Xiaomush held the identity of a divine being, the expansion of territory would ultimately fall to Xuelan. At this moment, Xuelan lay beside her, and upon waking, Xiaomush embraced him, gently stroking his fluffy, bushy tail. Indeed, it was far more comfortable to rest upon you. Your soft fur is truly therapeutic. Xiagu tenderly caressed Xuelan's tail, rousing the latter from her slumber. Xiagu was originally meant to sleep in Xuanli's cave, yet in the dead of night, she returned here, drawn by the warmth of Xuelan's fur. Having just emerged from her confinement, she delighted in lingering beside Xuelan, and Xuanli showed no objection to this, allowing Xiagu to indulge herself freely. Xiao, why are you awake so early? You should indulge in a leisurely sleep. You must be quite fatigued from yesterday. Please, go back to sleep, Xuelan said, embracing Xiagu with a look of concern, eager to shower her with affection. In the presence of Xuelan and Xuanli's generosity, Xiagu basked in a blissful atmosphere, feeling utterly unburdened. Oh, never mind, I shan't sleep any longer. Later, I shall accompany you to the clan to attend to matters. Sleeping too much is not advisable. Primarily, Xiagu felt that she had become somewhat plump in her newfound happiness, and she deemed it necessary to seize the opportunity to slim down. Becoming a portly goddess might render her less appealing, and should the system assign her any tasks involving beastly suitors, she would find herself at a loss. Seeing that reasoning with Xiagu was futile, Xuelan simply nodded in agreement and led her to the clan to attend to their affairs. As Xiagu observed Xuelan diligently engrossed in her writing, she couldn't help but notice how increasingly captivating Xuelan had become. Yet, she remained mindful of the task assigned by the system, recognizing the necessity to seize an opportune moment to broach the subject with Xuelan. At that very moment, an ideal opportunity presented itself. Xiagu gradually settled beside Xuelan and gently patted her head. I have a commendable proposal. The Gaoshan tribe cannot remain in this state of tranquility indefinitely. To avert a situation akin to that of the Chieftain tribe, we must inevitably expand our territory. As she spoke, Xiagu's gaze gradually transformed into one of seriousness, and Xuelan could discern the gravity in her demeanor. The proposal put forth by Xiagu is indeed quite commendable. He has been contemplating this matter lately, and it is remarkable that he and his spouse are united in thought. It is imperative that we expand our territory. However, such actions will inevitably lead to conflict, which would inflict suffering upon our civilian populace. Therefore, I must ensure that we are thoroughly prepared. Without adequate preparation, how can one recklessly initiate a war? This matter requires careful deliberation, lest we end up like the Chieftain tribe, suffering from a backlash. In addition to occupying the territories of other tribes, we can also explore and develop the desolate regions. Is this not another means of expanding our domain? Furthermore, as the number of orcs continues to rise, the urgency to enlarge our territory becomes increasingly pressing. Xiagu's words hold a semblance of truth. Indeed, the number of orcs has been steadily increasing. If we neglect this matter, the tribe will inevitably become overcrowded. You are right, Xiao. I shall diligently seek out a suitable place. Recently, I have set my sights on a tribe that we can seize while our forces are robust. Xuelan promptly conveyed her discovery to Xiagu, who nodded in agreement. Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by your side to assist you in addressing it. As the future matriarch, Xiagu is acutely aware of her growing responsibilities. She is determined to support Xuelan and fulfill every task to attain her desires. By the afternoon, Xuelan had already gathered all the formidable orcs, preparing to conquer the Jinling tribe. Her execution capability is indeed remarkable. Within a mere afternoon, she rallied everyone together. All individuals were filled with enthusiasm, eager to strive for a greater dominion alongside Xuelan. This occupation is imperative. The Jinling tribe is primarily composed of the elderly, weak, and infirm, especially following a recent epidemic that ravaged their community, leaving them vulnerable. Of course, we can extend assistance to those innocents. Our battle is genuinely aimed at conquering the Jinling tribe, yet we shall only engage those orcs who resist. In this regard, Xuelan is quite clear-headed and fully aware of how to navigate the situation. Xiagu, listening attentively, wholeheartedly concurred, for the endeavor of conquest was undeniably arduous. To ensure that the people of Jinling would eventually yield to the Gaoshan tribe and seamlessly adopt its name, meticulous attention to detail was imperative. Upon hearing Xuelan's commands, the orcs readily assented, their eyes brimming with anticipation, eager to follow Xuelan into battle. Soon, they set forth together, arriving at the fringes of the Jinling tribe. Indeed, even at the outskirts, there were scarcely any sentinels stationed. Without losing a single soldier, they ventured directly into the heart of the tribe. However, Xuelan's audacious intrusion inevitably caught the attention of the Jinling inhabitants. They swiftly armed themselves to fend off the intruders, and Xuelan, along with the other orcs, exhibited no mercy, plunging headlong into a fierce confrontation. Xiagu followed closely behind Xuelan, consistently exerting her own energy to maintain control over their troops. The presence of Xiagu rendered this fierce battle remarkably effective. However, Xuelan, ever concerned for Xiagu's well-being, kept her sheltered behind him. Xiaoxia, you need not remain by my side at all times. You may position yourself at the periphery and observe. Only come forth should I truly require your assistance. Out of concern, Xuelan seized a fleeting moment to express these sentiments to Xiagu. Before she could decline, Xuanli cast a disapproving glance. Taken aback by the unwavering protectiveness Xuelan exhibited towards Xiagu, you must understand, Xiaoxia is not fragile. She has single-handedly resolved numerous predicaments. In response to Xuanli's words, Xuelan recognized their validity and refrained from excessively shielding Xiagu. He plunged headlong into the fray, utilizing the prowess of the Golden Beastmen to vanquish numerous Silver Beastmen. Indeed, he was capable of facing 5 adversaries at once with ease. Xuelan's abilities had always been formidable. This time, Xiagu witnessed Xuelan's prowess firsthand, deepening her admiration for him. It was not until nightfall that they decisively triumphed over the Beastmen of the Jinling tribe, thereby securing dominion over the entirety of the Jinling territory. Xiagu exhaled a sigh of relief, for she had exerted considerable effort. Soon, the tribal healer from the Gaoshan clan hurried to the battlefield at a swift pace, commencing the healing of the injured orcs. Xuelan, unscathed, directed the peculiar orcs in the restoration of the Jinling clan, while also ensuring the care of the elderly, weak, and infirm of Jinling. Henceforth, the Jinling clan was entirely rebranded as the Gaoshan clan, becoming an integral part of it. Xiamu relentlessly commenced the search for the system to conduct an assessment, eager to determine the extent of the territory they had seized. Congratulations, host. The domain of the Highland tribe has now expanded to a radius of 2 kilometers. Please continue your efforts and achieve even greater glory. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiamu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, astonished that so much had been accomplished in merely an afternoon. It appeared that the endeavor of expanding their territory was indeed not a formidable challenge for them. Xiagu, then you should conduct a survey to ascertain if there are any undeveloped lands or other tribes that can be conquered. With the assistance of the system, Xiagu need not toil excessively in search of suitable locations. After all, this serves as a golden opportunity for him. If it can be utilized, he should do so without hesitation, for both parties are inherently part of a community and there is no need for concern. Host, the system has detected the presence of a Xiantai tribe nearby. Conquering this tribe would enable the successful completion of the mission. Xiagu felt an immense sense of relief, knowing that the mysterious Xiantai tribe was nearby. After all, they had only just conquered the Jinling tribe, and there was no need to rush. They must wait for their orcs to fully recuperate before embarking on the quest to conquer other tribes. Xiagu, in that case, you must have other tasks that you can assign to me, as multitasking concurrently will not hinder any progress. Xiagu naturally harbored such thoughts, aspiring to acquire more tools through legitimate means. This would undoubtedly facilitate her endeavors. The system tirelessly prepared additional tasks for Xiagu. Given that the host had welcomed a new beast husband and successfully birthed offspring, it urged her to conceive once more. After all, I am a system that thrives on abundance. The more children the host bears, the greater the rewards she shall receive. Listening to the system's discourse, Xiagu scratched her head in exasperation, not anticipating the swift arrival of another pregnancy. This indeed weighed heavily upon her, despite childbirth being painless. However, the psychological pressure remained. An inescapable reality. She had come to accept her fate, to continue bearing children in order to reap greater rewards. Xiagu did not resist this notion. As night fell, she chose to rest in Xuanli's stone cave, wishing to propagate new offspring with him. Yet, upon learning of Xiagu's intentions, Xuanli hesitated. Xiagu, your cubs with Xuelan have yet to mature. Must you be in such a rush to conceive again? At this juncture, Xuanli's cheeks flushed, unsure of how to proceed. Nevertheless, for a male, everything should unfold naturally. Yet, the discussion left Xiagu feeling quite bashful. Nestling in Xuanli's embrace, she savored the warmth he offered. Undeniably, Xuanli was a tender-hearted stallion, willing to care for her and considerate of her present circumstances. Xuanli, you have become my beast husband, and naturally, I wish to bear your children. I long to have a few foals and little snow leopards as companions, Xiagu said, her hand gradually slipping beneath Xuanli's hide. He could no longer suppress his reactions. The night passed in this manner, and Xiagu wiped the sweat from her brow. Xuanli's stamina rivaled that of Xuelan, leaving her utterly fatigued. Yet, this time, Xiagu realized her body had not responded as expected. Under the system's scrutiny, it was revealed that she had not conceived from this union. The host is encouraged to make further efforts. After all, an abundance of oil does not spoil the dish. The system's encouragement felt utterly futile to Xiagu. Once her endeavors concluded, she returned to Xuelan's stone cave to rest, thoroughly exhausted. Observing Xiagu's return to the 10th building, Xuelan understood perfectly what had transpired with Xuanli. He bore no resentment, however, seeing Xiagu's weariness tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, Xuanli was there to pamper her, and Xuelan hoped that Xiagu's affection would only grow stronger, devoid of any possessiveness or jealousy. The following morning, Xiagu awoke to a lively commotion outside, the sound of song and dance filling the air. She glanced at Xuelan, her face a mask of confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. "You may sleep a little longer. Xuanli and Xuelan are celebrating with our cubs, for they have reached their first full moon," he informed her, a look of bliss adorning his face. The 10 little snow leopards had been born through Xiagu's arduous efforts. All the beastmen had gathered solely to celebrate and offer their blessings, and Xuelan felt immense satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Xiagu nodded, pleasantly surprised that the beastmen held such high hopes for her offspring. "How wonderful that our cubs are cherished by everyone," she gently remarked to Xuelan. He agreed, recognizing that Xiagu's offspring were unlike those born to ordinary beastmen. Even though the females had attained the status of silver beastmen, they were destined to be adored like stars. After freshening up, Xiagu ventured outside, witnessing the joyous assembly surrounding the cubs. Standing at the center, she felt compelled to share her thoughts for the brighter future of the Gaoshan tribe. The territory of the Gaoshan tribe is expanding, and we beastmen must continually increase our numbers and produce more to cultivate a robust labor force and productivity. These lands belong to us in the future. We shall take charge and ensure that no one feels slighted. Xiagu's words ignited a fervent excitement among everyone, who wholeheartedly concurred. "Goddess, you speak the undeniable truth. What our Highland tribe currently lacks most is both manpower and resources. With the promise of quality progeny, our tribe shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness." The outcome had already become evident to all, and the necessity for procreation was now imperative. Furthermore, Xiagu's remarkable achievement of bearing 10 children in her first litter provided additional encouragement to the community. "Very well, let us revel in merriment and indulge in feasting. The future of the Highland tribe shall be constructed by our collective efforts, with each individual playing a vital role." Xiagu's words carry significant weight and serve to inspire those around him. In this regard, Xuelan feels that as the leader, he pales in comparison to Xiagu. However, with Xiagu by his side, assisting in the planning for the future of the mountain tribe, he feels an immense sense of happiness and joy. On the following day, the tribe members gathered once more, united in their intention to launch an assault on the Xianai tribe. This undertaking had long been a collective decision, and Xuelan had already issued directives well in advance. Xuelan's inclination towards this course of action stemmed entirely from Xiagu's suggestion, as the Xiantai tribe was conveniently located nearby. Having already conquered one tribe, seizing control of another in close proximity was merely a fortuitous opportunity that Xuelan was determined not to squander. Nevertheless, before embarking on the assault, it was imperative for everyone to convene and meticulously strategize their battle plan. The Xiantai tribe was renowned for their mastery in ironwork, and their weaponry far surpassed that of their own. Thus, capturing the Xiantai tribe would not be a simple endeavor. For now, let us outline our deployment. A portion of our forces will execute a flanking maneuver from behind, aiming for a surprise attack. I, along with Xuanli, will take the forefront. Should any complications arise, we will be the first to engage. This strategy should be clear to all of you. Having already conquered one tribe, our team has developed the necessary coordination. Xiagu, listening attentively from the side, nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the desired outcome. It appeared that Xuelan could independently manage all affairs effectively. Once all arrangements were finalized, they proceeded directly towards the Xiantai tribe, having prepared thoroughly. As they stepped into the territory of the Xiantai tribe, they were met with several individuals brandishing weapons, their expressions filled with fury. "What is your intention? Having already invaded the Jinling tribe, do you dare to encroach upon us as well?" One of the orc warriors, TG, stepped forward, his face a mask of indignation. "In order to expand our territory, such measures are unavoidable. If you were to surrender and submit to the Gaoshan tribe early on, we could certainly negotiate." Xuelan fixed her gaze upon them, articulating her proposition, eager to observe their response. Should a conflict prove inevitable, Xuelan held no objections. Her ultimate aim was their complete allegiance. However, upon hearing this, TG furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to acquiesce. Yet, an impulsive battle would only bring suffering to the Xiantai tribe. We can certainly discuss this matter further. There is no need for immediate conflict. TG sighed, lowering his weapon, wishing to engage in a serious dialogue with Xuelan. Observing this, Xuelan exchanged a knowing glance with her kin, who instantly grasped her intent. Given the opportunity for negotiation, they were determined to explore it fully, leaving no chance unexamined. Very well, where is your leader? We can have a proper discussion. Xuelan readily agreed, and TG led her before Tiechia. Tiechia, an orc in his 50s, with a mane of silver hair, still possessed a gaze that radiated unwavering resolve. Xuelan took her seat directly opposite Tiechia, fully aware of what needed to be said and done. Xuelan was accompanied by a consistent presence, never straying even a step away. This time, we have indeed made ample preparations to seize the Iron Tribe. Should you choose not to cooperate, your chances of success are exceedingly slim. Given your desire for negotiation, you may now willingly submit to our Mountain Tribe, which will certainly not neglect your kin. At this moment, Xuelan spoke with unwavering conviction, laying all the advantages before them. As for how they would ultimately choose, Xuelan was filled with anticipation. Having reached this juncture, it seemed unlikely they would refuse. However, upon hearing these words, Tiechia could not help but smirk coldly, looking at the much younger Xuelan, feeling rather speechless. Young man, I truly did not expect you to be so obstinately defiant. You are aware that our Xiantai tribe is renowned for its iron craftsmanship. Do you truly believe your trifling efforts can rival us? Instead of wasting time in such bravado, you would be better off refining your own skills. At your age, you could very well be my grandson. Tiechia unabashedly voiced these criticisms, dismissing Xuelan's ambition to conquer their territory as mere folly and considering it nothing more than a jest. Upon hearing this, Xiagu could not help but find it amusing. It was truly astonishing that, faced with impending doom, one could still utter such words. It was evident that the Xiantai tribe had long since become fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to the whims of others. Out of respect for your position as the leader of the Xiantai tribe, we were willing to lower ourselves to negotiate with you. Yet, to our surprise, you chose to utter such remarks. Since you refused to submit to our Gaoshan tribe while bearing the name of the Xiantai tribe, we shall have no choice but to pursue alternative means to attain what we seek. Xiagu, with a calm demeanor, uttered these words, genuinely intending to issue a stern warning to Tiechia. However, upon hearing Xiagu's remarks, Tiechia burst into even louder laughter. You, a mere female, dare to assume the role of a male? What a ludicrous joke. I am eager to witness how you intend to seize control of our tribe. How audacious for such a little female to utter such words. When I was crafting iron, you were still oblivious to its very essence. Tiechia glared fiercely, his arrogance palpable, unwilling to concede even an inch. After hearing these words, Xiagu resolved not to endure any further. She merely glanced at Xuelan, who instantly grasped her intent. Prepare for battle. Yet, as Xuelan and Xiagu readied themselves, they discovered that a throng of young orcs from the Xiantai tribe had already gathered behind them. It appeared that the recent negotiations had merely served as a fade, allowing them to swiftly assemble their forces for a counterattack. Xuelan, you must remain vigilant. Do not allow our Xiantai tribe to completely engulf your Gaoshan tribe. The Xiantai tribe indeed possessed exceptionally robust weaponry, and in this regard, the Gaoshan tribe found themselves at a disadvantage. However, the orcs of the Gaoshan tribe had been honing their magical skills since childhood, granting them a significant edge in terms of energy. This advantage alone could potentially leave the Xiantai tribe in disarray, and Xuelan was curious to see how the Xiantai tribe would plead for mercy in the face of such prowess. Suddenly, a man leaped from the side, wielding two extraordinarily hard and sharp curved blades, intending to launch a surprise attack on Xuelan. Xiao Mushrooms originally intended to intercept the impending attack before Xuelan. However, Xuelan moved with swiftness beyond compare, shielding Xiao Mushrooms behind him and gripping one of the curved blades with ferocity, emerging unscathed. In a flash, Xuelan propelled Tai Ji aside with remarkable speed. Being a golden orc, he had long possessed the capability of self-healing, rendering him unconcerned about potential injuries from such assaults. As he was adept at withstanding these knife wounds, Tai Ji was violently cast aside by Xuelan's kick, clutching his abdomen as he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Tiechia felt a pang of compassion, astonished at Xuelan's formidable prowess. It appeared they had indeed underestimated the strength of Xuelan and his companions. This ambush ignited immediate hostilities, transforming a moment of dialogue into a full-blown melee. Xiagu and Xuanli, alongside Xuelan, combined their strengths. Upon witnessing such a formidable display, the opposing side promptly dispatched 6 heavily armored cavalrymen. Clad in thick armor and wielding imposing scythes, they appeared undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, Xueting joined the trio, forming a united front of 4 against the 6 cavalrymen. Caution was imperative. Although their movements were not swift, the sharpness of their blades posed a significant threat. It was crucial to evade their assaults and await an opportune moment to counterattack. Xiagu, with a directness that brooked no misunderstanding, expressed his thoughts. Yet all present misconstrued his words. A few individuals harmoniously collaborated, demonstrating remarkable synergy. In the face of the relentless assaults from the 6 Iron Riders, they remained unscathed, with both Xuanli and Xuelan each engaging a fully armored orc. Observing this, Xiagu felt a profound satisfaction. How could they, with such prowess, dare to challenge them? Xiagu was truly baffled by the mindset of the members of the Xiantai tribe, feeling a surge of exasperation. Outside, the tribe's people commenced a frenzied offensive, with the 2 factions thoroughly engaged in battle. The cacophony of shouts and clashes resonated throughout. Faced with the 6 Iron Riders, Xiagu resolved that rather than squander any more time, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity and resolve the matter swiftly. Let us strike. Xiagu, undeterred, provocatively regarded the individuals before her, intent on inciting their wrath. Only through sufficient anger could she muster every ounce of her energy to vanquish them. Yet, as they faced her, a flicker of panic danced in their eyes. How could this female possess such formidable prowess? The energy she wielded rivaled that of a male. Collectively, they doubted their ability to overcome her. Never mind, let us charge at her together. If we can slay even one, it will suffice. This female will soon exhaust her strength. They had all conspired with a singular focus on targeting Xiagu. Swiftly, they launched their attack upon her, but Xiagu remained unfazed, hurling fireballs with unrelenting vigor. Moreover, her energy seemed inexhaustible as she deftly manipulated their bodies, sending them crashing against the nearby stone wall. Such a dimensional assault left Tietia, a bystander, utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Xiagu's energy could be so abundant. Remarkably, she wielded no weapon. It was solely her energy that laid waste to the members of their tribe. Do not attack blindly. At worst, it will be a life for a life. I will assist you. Tietia could no longer endure such humiliation. In light of the circumstances, he had fully resolved to eliminate Xiagu. Xiagu could even perceive that Tietia's gaze was tinged with red, indicating that he was indeed approaching her with intent. Suddenly, a group of individuals converged, wielding long weapons that they aimed directly at Xiagu. Their coordinated movements rendered it nearly impossible for her to discern who among them was launching the assault. This disarray caused Xiagu to feel a surge of panic. She furrowed her brow, holding her breath to focus intently on identifying the true assailant. In this moment of peril, Xuanli became aware of Xiagu's predicament. He immediately relinquished everything he was holding and enveloped her protectively in his embrace. Xiagu could sense a formidable force piercing through Xianshi from behind. Xianshi had indeed suffered grievous wounds from the scythe, with several large gashes marring his back. Blood trickled from his lips, yet there was a glimmer of solace in his gaze as he looked at Xiagu. As long as you are safe, I can endure. Xianshi gritted his teeth tightly and uttered these words to Xiagu. Upon hearing this, Xiagu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and she hurriedly shielded Xianshi. He succumbed to the depths of pain in Xiagu's embrace, igniting a rapid surge of fury within her heart. Xiagu, I will directly exchange points for energy. I must eliminate them all in one fell swoop. This group of lunatics truly fears nothing at all. With the system's assistance, Xiagu felt an intense heat radiating from her body. She opened her eyes and fixed her gaze fiercely upon Tietia. Before Tietia could evade, Xiagu hurled an entire fireball at him. The fireball instantly enveloped Tietia's entire form, and amidst his heart-wrenching screams, it reduced him to mere ashes. Such a scene left everyone frozen in shock. They never anticipated that their leader's life could so easily extinguish at Xiagu's hands. The other members of the Xiantai tribe, witnessing Tietia's complete demise, were filled with valor and resolutely sought to avenge him with their own lives. Xiagu understood that if this continued, the members of the Gaoshan tribe would only suffer further harm. She directly invoked her protective abilities, keeping the frenzied tribesmen at bay outside the barrier. Observing those few spirited individuals, a subtle smirk danced on her lips, her eyes glinting with a predatory light. Channeling her utmost power, she annihilated them utterly before her. Due to the barrier, the members of the Xiantai tribe perished in flames outside, deprived of any chance to inflict harm upon her. Only after their lives had completely extinguished did Xiagu withdraw her strength. However, this time, Xiagu sensed that her energy had been nearly entirely depleted, as if it had been siphoned from her very being. She collapsed to the ground, breathless, unable to summon any malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Xuelan's eyes brimmed with concern as he swiftly gathered Xiagu in his arms. "I am fine. Quickly tend to Xuanli's wounds, for his injuries are far more severe. I merely require some rest to restore my energy." Xiagu, in a frail voice, uttered these words, casting a reassuring glance towards Xuelan. Xuanli was swiftly taken away by Xueting to tend to his wounds. Yet, Xiagu could perceive the overwhelming concern that Xuelan harbored for her, and she felt a lingering sense of reluctance. The members of the Xiantai tribe had not been entirely eradicated, although several prominent figures had been vanquished. Xuanli had sustained injuries as well. Moreover, their weapons were inherently as hard as iron, rendering them difficult to harm. During this period, the Gaoshan tribe had indeed found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite having slain the chieftain of the entire tribe, they still exhibited remarkable solidarity in their resistance against outsiders. "Do not worry about me. I possess sufficient strength to conjure a barrier for myself. If you attempt to take me away, the remaining members of our tribe will still be capable of fending off the enemies of the Xiantai tribe." Xiagu spoke with unwavering determination. She understood that Xuelan wished to protect herself, yet this was not a time for sentimentality. It was imperative to seize the opportunity presented by the demise of the leader of the Xiantai tribe and to eliminate them entirely. Otherwise, should they regroup, they might select a new leader, making them even more formidable to confront. Xuelan nodded, placing Xiagu in a secure location before turning to engage the members of the Xiantai tribe. With reddened eyes, Xuelan gazed upon the group of adversaries. To her, their lives had lost significance, rendering them mere insects. To mitigate the casualties among her kin, Xuelan summoned all her strength, swiftly dispatching the remaining members of the Xiantai tribe one by one. The war had reached its conclusion, leaving the battlefield strewn with bodies, covered in blood. Xuelan paused to address her foes. "I shall not annihilate you completely. Initially, my only desire was for you to submit to the Gaoshan tribe. However, your leader was unable to comprehend reason, and now the outcome is evident. You may choose your path. To remain, you must yield to me. To leave is also acceptable, and I shall respect your decision." Xuelan's perspective had matured significantly. She had presented the necessary choices to this group. Regardless of their decision, she would treat those who stayed with kindness, while she would not pursue those who departed. As anticipated, some chose to remain while others opted to leave, with the former obediently submitting to Xuelan. This allowed her to relinquish her bloodlust, and she hurried back to Xiagu's side. At that moment, Xiagu's barrier had completely dissipated, leaving her looking quite frail. "Xiao, are you all right? I will take you to see a healer shortly to help you regain your strength." Xuelan's face was etched with concern. Having won the battle, she felt no pressure and could properly care for Xiagu. Upon hearing this, Xiagu merely shook her head, revealing her lack of desire for such assistance. "You truly are foolish. I am not injured at all, so there is no need for a healer. If you have the time, you would be better off taking me to the Gem tribe's mine. I wish to absorb some energy course." This was the key to Xiagu's recovery, enabling her to swiftly regain her strength and escape the current state of weakness and fatigue. Xuelan promptly nodded and led Xiagu to the mine. By touching the gemstones, Xiagu acquired a significant amount of energy cores, replenishing her strength entirely. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. You have obtained a Yunzi Dan, points, and a mysterious seed." Upon hearing the term Yunzi Dan, Xiagu felt a surge of surprise. She had not anticipated the presence of such an item within the tool. "Xiagu, this pregnancy Dan should indeed not require great effort to conceive a child, right?" As the name suggests, it is so. After hearing the system's words, Xiagu felt completely at ease, knowing that it wouldn't be too exhausting. She can keep this pregnancy Dan for when Xianli is healed from his injuries, allowing her to fulfill the system's task. However, host, please remember that the previous task is only half completed. You still need to acquire another beast husband. Xiagu felt a sudden throbbing in her head. She truly possessed no advantage in this matter. Although she was aware of the multitude of males awaiting her favor, her interest in the situation was rather lukewarm. Were it not for the necessity of completing her task, rapidly accumulating points, and restoring her own body, she would have had no intention of continuing to entertain those beastly suitors. Days slipped by, and Xiagu had been diligently observing the males of the Highland tribe, hoping to select one who would be a suitable match for her. Ideally, living together would entail minimal conflict and no need for constant adjustment. However, after an extended period of deliberation, she had yet to find a contender that met her expectations, which only compounded her frustration. When Xuelan returned to the stone cave after attending to matters within the tribe, he was greeted by the sight of Xiagu, her face etched with concern, understanding, and perceptive. He approached her side and gently ruffled her hair, expressing his bewilderment. Xiaoxia, I can't shake the feeling that something weighs heavily on your mind these past few days. You seem disheartened despite the expansion of our tribe, which should bring you joy. Xuelan scrutinized Xiagu closely, eager to uncover the source of her melancholy. Yet, upon hearing his words, Xiagu found herself at a loss. She comprehended the depth of his affection for her, and in this context, even if Xuelan were unfazed, she herself began to feel the weight of concern. It's nothing. You must be mistaken. I'm not gloomy at all. Xiagu wore a smile, attempting to brush off the matter at hand. However, Xuelan had already discerned the truth, for he was aware that Xiagu had been seeking a male companion of late. A remarkable female like Xiagu, as he had previously surmised, would undoubtedly not hinder the acquisition of additional beast husbands. He approached her directly, enveloping her in an embrace, determined not to restrict her freedom of choice in his presence. I know you have been searching for other males, and I am aware of your desire to welcome more beast husbands. I bear no resentment. In fact, I find joy in the notion that others will care for you. He stated candidly, revealing his understanding of the situation. For him, it was inevitable, so he thought it best to address it openly with Xiagu. Upon hearing Xuelan's words, Xiagu felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Yet, after the initial astonishment, a hint of embarrassment followed. She had not anticipated Xuelan's profound understanding of her. He seemed capable of discerning her intentions through her every action and gesture. I am merely concerned that this arrangement may seem inequitable to you, especially as you are the chieftain of the Gaoshan tribe, she expressed, her worries evident. Regardless of her feelings, this task had become a responsibility for Xiagu, one she could not simply disregard. Nevertheless, Xuelan felt a deep sense of contentment, for he could clearly perceive that Xiagu held him in high regard. I know there is a place for me in your heart, and that position shall never be usurped by anyone else. Xiao, that alone is sufficient for me. I am aware of your feelings, and I trust that you will not neglect me for the sake of others. Xiagu has always been treated with unwavering attention and even greater enthusiasm. In light of this, Xuelan is indifferent to the situation and decides it would be better to take the initiative and offer Xiagu the opportunity to make a selection. Recently, I have also been observing numerous males for you, and a few exceptional orcs will be arriving shortly for you to examine and choose from. Xuelan has discreetly arranged everything, leaving Xiagu utterly astonished. He never anticipated that after being with Xuelan, he would receive such comprehensive service. Moreover, there was no chance for Xiagu to voice any objections, as the orcs would soon be arriving. Your actions are remarkably swift. I haven't even had time to contemplate my preferences before you've already summoned someone. Xiagu scratched his head awkwardly, genuinely perplexed by Xuelan's behavior. However, Xuelan lifted her chin with an air of pride. After all, she was merely selecting a beast husband for herself, which posed no issue whatsoever. Naturally, I too wish for those around you to be of outstanding quality. And as the goddess of the Gaoshan tribe, you possess the right to choose exceptional males. In order to enhance Xiagu's quality of life in the future, Xuelan ought to proceed in this manner. As Xuelan issued this directive, numerous male beast men began to stir with anticipation. Within the Gaoshan tribe, many males harbored secret affections for Xiagu. Now that an opportunity had arisen to become Xiagu's beast husband, they hastened to present themselves. Xiagu sighed helplessly. She found it difficult to argue with Xuelan. Faced with such an understanding companion, her heart ached even more. To fulfill her task and avoid annihilation, she needed to make a careful selection, which would also benefit her future quality of life. Before long, a throng of male beast men had gathered outside the stone cave. Xiagu quickly spotted Lanshan K standing in the far corner, appearing quite gentle and endearing. He was also a silver beast man, yet he seemed somewhat marginalized. Observing him, Xiagu walked directly up to Lanshan K, gazing intently at him. To her surprise, he appeared shy, lowering his head, and she noticed a subtle change in the color of his fur. He truly looked adorable. Xiagu smiled softly and gradually took his hand, her face adorned with curiosity. Would you be willing to become my beast husband? I promise to treat you well, ensuring that you endure no grievances. Xiagu's words rendered Xueqing increasingly shy. As if he had not anticipated that Xiagu would choose him, he restrained the excitement surging within him and gradually lifted his gaze to behold Xiagu's exquisite visage. In this moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. He even pinched his cheek with his other hand. Am I truly not dreaming? Have I genuinely been chosen by the goddess? Xueqing's melodious voice resonated in Xiagu's ears. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, and indeed, Xueqing possessed a commendable appearance. Although he paled slightly in comparison to Xuelan, Xiagu was solely focused on fulfilling her task and did not mind how handsome he might be. As long as he exuded a sense of comfort, that was sufficient, for they were destined to share a life together. Yes, I have chosen you. And now I shall inquire whether you are willing. You ought to be able to provide me with an answer at this moment, should you not? As Xiagu gently caressed his ear, their intimate actions elicited envy from those around them. Xuelan, upon witnessing this, smiled softly, despite feeling a twinge of bitterness within. She understood that this was an inevitable development. From the very beginning, prior to her relationship with Xiagu, she had recognized the possibility of such an occurrence. Thus, she refrained from any actions or feelings of jealousy. I am willing, O divine maiden, I am indeed willing. Xuelan exclaimed joyfully, fluttering her wings with delight. Xiagu, upon witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She cradled Xuelan in her arms, attuning herself to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Xuelan's heart raced fervently, a testament to the excitement that coursed through him. Standing at a height of 8 feet, he towered over Xiagu, yet his presence exuded a profound sense of security. Congratulations to Xiagu for successfully completing yet another task. The rewards have been duly credited to the host backpack. A new challenge awaits, to assist in elevating Xuelan's rank to the esteemed golden level within a limited time frame. As Xiagu listened to the system's words, a wave of darkness engulfed his vision. He had not anticipated that the system's tasks would come in an unrelenting succession, leaving no respite for the weary. Despite the allure of numerous enticing rewards, undertaking these tasks felt akin to a relentless struggle for survival. Xuelan had endured countless setbacks before successfully ascending to the rank of Golden Orc, yet Xiagu found himself at a loss as to how to impose such challenges upon Xuelan. Xiao Mushroom, in such a short span of time? Surely, you jest, this cannot be the truth. Host, there is no need to fret. There are myriad ways to elevate Xuelan's rank, such as completing additional tasks to earn further rewards, which would grant evolution pills, thereby facilitating a swift advancement of the orc status. Given the relative simplicity of the task, Xiao Mushroom chose not to dwell on the matter further. Once this was settled, Xiao Mushroom and Xuelan proceeded directly to Xianli's cave. Xianli lay curled upon a blanket, appearing quite pitiful. Xiao Mushroom hurried over to inspect her, only to be taken aback by what she saw. Xianli's injuries had nearly healed. The deep gashes seemed to have mended, leaving only faint traces behind. This revelation astonished Xiao Mushroom, prompting her to reach out and gently touch Xianli's wound. Xianli, sensing Xiao Mushroom's caress, experienced a peculiar sensation in her heart. I am quite well now, Xia. I have improved significantly. In just a couple of days, those marks may vanish entirely. Concerned that Xiao Mushroom might feel distressed for her, she quickly uttered these words. Xiagu gently nodded, finding Xuanli's remarkable recovery ability utterly astonishing. Observing this, Xuelan approached Xiagu and provided a detailed explanation. This unique talent belonged to the Pegasus, enabling Xuanli to heal at an astonishing pace. Upon hearing this, Xiagu nodded in realization, surprised by the usefulness of the Pegasus's innate gift. If they were to indeed bear offspring together, would it not allow the young ones to train and grow without restraint? After all, even if injured, they would recover swiftly. Xiagu deemed this ability quite impressive. Xuanli, you must rest well. I will come to see you every day. Xuanli, not requiring Xiagu's constant care due to his condition, allowed her the freedom to pursue her own desires. After hearing this, Xuanli nodded, feeling deeply satisfied. As long as Xiagu could spare some time to visit him. Meanwhile, Xueting, while learning carving from Xuelan, accidentally sustained an injury, causing her palm to bleed profusely. Witnessing this, Xuelan had no choice but to urge Xueting to cease her actions temporarily. Master, I can simply bandage this. There's no need for such alarm. Xueting was indeed quite displeased, not expecting Xuelan to insist on halting her progress due to such a minor wound. Having endured numerous injuries in the beast den, she had long since grown indifferent to these trivial cuts. Upon hearing her words, Xuelan's demeanor turned more serious, emphasizing that this was no trivial matter. You must understand that the injury is on your palm. If it does not heal properly, it will undoubtedly affect your future carving skills. Therefore, for the sake of your future, you must heed my advice and refrain from recklessness. Faced with Xuelan's sternness, Xueting reluctantly acquiesced. Uncertain of how to occupy her time thereafter, she wandered aimlessly along the path. Just then, Xiagu appeared, having just exited Xuanli's cave, and was surprised to encounter Xueting on the road. Noticing the bandaged wound on Xueting's hand, Xiagu furrowed her brow, unaware of the circumstances that had led to this injury. What happened to you? How did you injure your hand? Was it during your carving lessons? Xiagu swiftly approached Xueting, gently patting her head, her face etched with concern. Observing Xiagu's deep worry, Xueting felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For she always had an elder sister by her side, offering care and attention. I simply wish to acquire more skills, to carve more intricate pieces. As I find those wooden sculptures come alive in my hands, once my craftsmanship becomes more refined, I could even sell the creations I produce. With these thoughts in mind, Xueting was filled with anticipation, dedicating herself to her studies day and night. However, she never anticipated that this small wound would hinder her path to learning, leaving her in a state of deep despondency. Xiagu sighed in exasperation, never having anticipated that Xueting would harbor such thoughts. One must understand the importance of balancing work and rest. One cannot become excessively engrossed in a single matter to the detriment of all else. It is precisely because you have neglected to rest adequately that you inadvertently injured your own hand. Xiagu could only endure a lesson. Yet within this lesson lay an abundance of tenderness. Upon hearing these words, Xueting naturally did not wish to refute them and merely nodded in acquiescence to Xiagu's counsel. All right, sister, I shall remember this. I will certainly not allow myself to be harmed again. With Xueting's assurance, Xiagu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. However, the thought that Xueting had reached an age where she could seek a beast husband to care for her crossed Xiagu's mind. Xueting, now is the time for you to find a beast husband. This way, you will have someone by your side to look after you, and you shall not feel so lonely. Xueting felt an absence of warmth in her surroundings, lacking a caring presence, which led her to immerse herself in the art of wood carving. Although her pursuit was to master a craft, the experience would undoubtedly be different if there were a beast husband eagerly awaiting her return at home. Upon hearing this, Xueting could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, as her past experiences had not been kind to her. Thus, she maintained a sense of calm regarding intimate relationships, though the closeness shared among Xiagu, Xuelan, and Xianli filled her with envy. If only she could find someone who shared her sentiments, that would be ideal. Yet, if such a person eluded her, she would not force the matter. Can I truly find someone willing to treat me well, sister? I can't shake the feeling that this is quite a challenge, she pondered, scratching her head. Having already relinquished her hopes for such a possibility, rest assured, no one will bully you now. Everyone knows you are my sister. Would anyone dare to mistreat the sister of a divine being? Xiagu comforted her. Moreover, I will ensure that I find you a remarkable beast husband, one who will never let you suffer. Encouraged by Xiagu's assurances, Xueting ultimately acquiesced, yearning for her own happiness. Soon, Xiagu summoned several exceptional beast men for Xueting to choose from. As she gazed at the array of beast men before her, a blush crept onto her cheeks. However, she did not hesitate. Her gaze landed on one named Xuelan, and they promptly conducted their ceremony that very day, coinciding with the celebration of Xiagu and Xueqing's union. Instantly, the tribe erupted in jubilant cheers, reveling in the joyous news of Xiagu's new beast husband. The tribe felt immense joy, for Xiagu was the most productive female, and her union with a beast man promised to bring forth a greater number of offspring for the tribe. With more younglings, the Gaoshan tribe could flourish even further. Given the ample space available for nurturing these offspring, they would have the opportunity for a healthy upbringing. The ceremony was swiftly and smoothly completed, after which Xiagu accompanied Xueqing to his stone cave. Xiagu was pleasantly surprised to discover that this blue mountain sparrow was, in fact, an exceptionally tidy orc. The stone cave was immaculately organized, devoid of even the faintest trace of dust. I cannot help but think that living within your cave must be incredibly comfortable. You have ensured that every corner is spotless, perhaps in anticipation of welcoming your lady. Xiagu embraced Xueqing before her, directly uttering these words, their intimacy unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Xueqing merely blushed and nodded. He had never anticipated becoming the beast husband of a goddess. Overwhelmed by such a monumental surprise, he was now inclined to acquiesce to Xiagu's wishes. However, Xiagu felt that there should be a sense of order. She had yet to conceive a child with Xuanli. To hastily embark on parenthood with Xueqing would indeed be rather inequitable. There was no need for urgency between us. I yearn for a relationship that unfolds gently over time. Xiagu elaborated on the matter, hoping that Xueqing could comprehend her perspective. Xueqing immediately nodded in agreement. He was entirely unperturbed by Xiagu's request and wholeheartedly supported it. I too desire a relationship that flows gently and steadily, and one day we shall have a child of our own. He had long contemplated this notion, and as a male, he was naturally self-aware. He would never allow jealousy to arise over such matters, especially considering that Xiagu's primary beast husband was Xuelan. If Xuelan had nothing to say, what right did Xueqing have to object? Thus, it would be wise to heed Xiagu's wishes. A few days later, Xuanli had fully regained his vitality, no longer appearing as weak as before. Xiao Musho arrived at Xianli's cave, just in time to see Xianli standing before a bronze mirror, inspecting his scars. With a hint of resignation, he let out a sigh, which struck Xiao Musho as rather peculiar. Xiagu hurriedly approached, gently caressing the scars adorning Xuanli's body. Surely you are not troubled by these marks? They are nothing to worry about. I perceive them as your most luminous tokens. Upon seeing these scars, I am reminded of your selfless bravery in protecting me. You have already become a hero in my heart. In response to such tender words, Xuanli was indeed deeply moved, and he instinctively drew Xiagu into his embrace. Xia, I am unconcerned about anything else. My sole fear is that you might come to despise me. Yet, the words exchanged moments ago were ample proof that Xiagu would never harbor disdain for these scars, even if they remain as remnants. They signify the bond shared between him and Xiagu. What a foolish little one you are. How could I ever disdain you? My heart aches for you, if anything. At the very least, Xiagu could sense that Xuanli truly loved her, and that was sufficient. However, Xia, are you not meant to be with Xueqing? You have only just married him. What brings you here so suddenly? Xuanli, like Xuelan, possessed a magnanimous spirit and would not succumb to jealousy over such matters. I came because I cherish our promise. I wish to bear your Tianma child. Is there something amiss with that? Xiagu raised her eyebrows, her hands revealing Xuanli's waist, drawing the two of them closer together. Hearing those words, Xuanli's breath grew heavier, compelling him to lift Xiagu and place her upon the blanket. This time, Xiagu directly retrieved the pregnancy pill from the system's backpack and consumed it. Indeed, it struck a profound chord within her, after experiencing an intimate union with Xuanli. Xiagu felt life blossoming within her. Congratulations to the host for successfully conceiving a celestial steed offspring, a total of 8 young ones, 3 males and 5 females. Upon hearing the system's assessment, Xiagu finally exhaled in relief. With the assistance of the pregnancy pill, she had truly conceived Xuanli's progeny. As she pondered the potential rewards awaiting her upon the completion of this task, a sense of eager anticipation filled her heart. Xiagu, so, what are we waiting for? A system like yours should promptly assign me new tasks, shouldn't it? With the assistance of the system, this pregnancy should pose no issues. Previously, without the system's presence. In such a perilous situation, Xiagu managed to safely deliver Xuelan's offspring. This time, there will undoubtedly be no complications, as the system has assured me. Dear host, it is time to issue a new task, significantly enhance the safety measures within this tribe and establish the necessary societal systems. For Xiagu, this was not a daunting challenge, considering her past experiences in the chaotic apocalypse. However, the concept of safety measures left her perplexed. She had not anticipated the need for such regulations in the world of beasts. Historically, no such rules had been established, allowing for unbridled conquest and immediate conflict. Should regulations be implemented, it would undoubtedly necessitate a flurry of activity among the tribe, with each member performing their designated role. While there may be some drawbacks, the benefits to the tribe's members would be immense, which is not a negative outcome. Thus, she made her way to the bustling cave of Xuelan, intending to discuss matters thoroughly with him. Upon seeing Xiagu, Xuelan was understandably taken aback, but as she approached, he immediately sensed her pregnancy. He was filled with joy and eagerly supported her, his excitement palpable. Xia, have you indeed conceived Xuanli's offspring? I can even feel the child growing within you. With tender affection, Xuelan caressed Xiagu's belly, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Indeed, Xiagu's exceptional fertility would bring forth greater manpower and resources for the tribe, ensuring her children would thrive in a nurturing environment. I have indeed conceived Xuanli's offspring. I have come to you this time to avoid repeating past mistakes. The tribe is fraught with peril, and numerous others eye us with suspicion. Therefore, I wish to establish some regulations to strengthen our tribe's capabilities and organize a patrol team for protection. Xiamush's words left Xuelan feeling perplexed. However, as Xiamush gradually elucidated the situation, Xuelan finally grasped the circumstances at hand. That is indeed wonderful. I too wish to gather robust orcs for training, as this will better safeguard the others within the tribe. Once they had reached an agreement, Xiamush promptly summoned Xianli. We must meticulously draft a detailed training plan to ensure our endeavors proceed in an orderly fashion. Xiagu has taken this matter as a serious endeavor, diligently striving to fulfill her responsibilities. Xuelan and Xuanli can only support Xiagu from the sidelines, offering suggestions when appropriate. Thus, half a day passed, during which the trio successfully devised all training plans and patrol schedules, swiftly disseminating this initiative to all the young males of the Gaoshan tribe. Upon receiving the news, they naturally complied with the directives of Xuelan and Xiagu, for the majority of the orcs had already witnessed the true prowess of both Xuelan and Xiagu, ensuring no dissent would arise from this matter. Congratulations to the host for once again accomplishing the task. The host's efficiency remains commendably high, with tasks being completed in succession. The host has successfully earned rewards, receiving a promotion elixir. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiagu promptly opened her backpack to check, discovering that she had indeed accumulated a significant number of points. If she perseveres under these circumstances, those points will undoubtedly enable her to exchange for even more valuable items. In order to restore her energy, Xiagu directly began a new recuperation using the rewards from her previous territorial expansion. Soon, she felt her mycelium healing considerably. Perhaps with a little more time, she would be able to revert to her original form and seamlessly alternate between her true shape and her human guise. At that moment, Xuelan approached Xiagu, holding some delectable treats in her hands. "Goddess, I have brought you some of your favorite delicacies. I had previously observed the chieftain feeding you." Now that Xuelan finally had the opportunity, she was determined to cherish it, wishing to remain by Xiagu's side. Upon witnessing the delectable dishes, Xiagu hurried over, genuinely surprised that Xuelan had remembered this matter. Coincidentally, she had intended to seek out Xuelan, for assisting her in ascending to the status of a golden orc was also part of her own duties. "If you can recall my fondness for certain delicacies, I would be quite content. By the way, how long have you been in the silver stage?" Curiously, Xiagu inquired about the situation, genuinely wishing to comprehend it more clearly. However, upon hearing his question, Xuelan felt a tinge of embarrassment and lowered his head, for this matter indeed stripped him of his dignity. "I have been a silver beast man for several years now, and throughout this time, I have found myself unable to make any progress. I perceive myself as utterly worthless." As he uttered these words, Xuelan's spirits plummeted, as he truly wished to avoid any humiliation in front of Xiagu. Yet, advancing to become a golden beast man is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, one that he does not possess the innate talent for, unlike Xuelan. Moreover, he lacks the continuous resilience that Xuelan embodies in overcoming challenges. Should it fall upon him, the task would become immensely daunting. At that moment, Xiagu retrieved an advancement elixir from his backpack and placed it before Xuelan. "This is a beneficial potion for you. Consume it directly and observe if any changes occur." Xiagu presented the elixir, initially anticipating that Xuelan might harbor some doubts. However, she asked nothing and promptly swallowed the pill without hesitation. "You are exceedingly obedient," Xiagu remarked, curious about her reaction. Indeed, Xiagu felt a twinge of surprise at Xuelan's actions, yet, as the priestess of the tribe, it seemed quite natural for the beast man to heed her words without question. "Whatever the goddess commands, I shall unconditionally comply." Devoid of any skepticism, Xuelan pondered. "But do I not exhibit any response? Is this elixir supposed to provoke a reaction? Have I inadvertently squandered it?" Upon hearing Xuelan's anxious inquiry, Xiagu quickly shook her head, thinking her quite the foolish young woman. "No, do not fret so. My intention was merely to offer it to you. It is entirely normal not to experience a reaction." After Xiagu's explanation, Xuelan gradually calmed down, no longer exhibiting the tension she had moments ago. "Xiagu, what is the nature of this elixir you speak of? Does it possess any efficacy? Why is there no discernible reaction whatsoever?" Xiagu naturally found it utterly perplexing, unable to comprehend the situation at all. The host, Xuelan, indeed faces considerable challenges in advancing her rank, necessitating the accumulation of 4 gemstones to meet the criteria for promotion. Xiagu cast a sidelong glance, surprised that so much effort was required for a class upgrade. However, Xuelan, had exerted immense effort to ascend to the rank of Golden Orc. If other orcs were permitted to upgrade to golden status with such ease, it would be unjust to me. Thus, in this regard, I must remain indifferent. I shall diligently continue to complete tasks, and in due time, other advancement opportunities will naturally present themselves. Xiagu, I have nearly completed all the tasks. Shouldn't you inform me of the location of the crystal core? Currently, the only crystal core location I am aware of is the mine in the Gem Tribe. However, the energy crystal there has almost been entirely absorbed by me. Therefore, I must urgently seek out other energy crystals to continue enhancing my power. Please do not be anxious." "Host, it is evident that the system is rather reluctant," Xiagu chuckled coldly. "Xiagu, you must understand that we are bound together. If you do not divulge the information, I shall be unable to complete the task, and ultimately, it is we who shall face obliteration." She had already expressed that her existence across these lifetimes has been nearly fulfilled, and should annihilation truly occur, she would harbor no regrets. The system found itself at an impasse, for Xiagu consistently employed this reasoning to coerce it. Host. 300 miles south of the territory of the Yuan Xian Iron Tribe lies an undeveloped crystal core mine. Its scale may be modest, yet it is sufficient for you to absorb the crystal cores. Amidst the cold mechanical tone, Xiagu discerned a hint of resignation. However, this was precisely what Xiagu required. She needed to compel the system to comply unconditionally, facilitating her future endeavors. Now that she had acquired the location, Xiagu was resolute in her actions. She hastily sought out Xuelan to engage in earnest discussion regarding the arrangements for that site, determined to investigate further. Yet, upon learning of this, Xuelan gazed at Xiagu with concern, gently taking her hand. You are currently with child. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while. We have only just begun to expand our territory, and there are numerous matters that I must attend to personally. Xuelan's inquiry was tentative, as she sensed Xiagu's urgency. Do not fret. Attend to your responsibilities. I am fully capable of investigating on my own. Do you not trust in my abilities? Xiagu always felt that Xuelan wanted to protect her meticulously, yet she was never a flower confined to a greenhouse. If you are truly concerned, I shall have Xianli and Xueqing accompany me, if that pleases you, she finally conceded, deciding to take the two ladies with her. Upon hearing this, Xuelan immediately nodded in agreement, assuring that as long as someone was there to safeguard Xiagu, there would be no cause for alarm. You should inquire with the Gem tribe before venturing into the mine. They might possess valuable techniques that could prevent unnecessary toil, Xuelan advised. She understood that the mine, which excited Xiagu so, must contain energy cores. However, the other orcs were unable to touch the cores. Only Xiagu had that privilege. Thus, she needed to personally extract the resources, while Xianli and Xueqing could only observe without interfering with the cores. Although he was concerned about Xiagu's potential fatigue, she promptly shook her head, declaring that she had already regained considerable strength, making the task of mining a trivial endeavor for her. Soon, Xiagu, accompanied by the two ladies, set forth lightly equipped, diligently searching the location indicated by the system. Prior to their departure, Xianli and Xueqing had indeed taken Xuelan's advice to learn from the Gem tribe about mining techniques, ensuring they were well prepared for the task. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Xiagu and the two ladies retrieved their mining shovels. However, to conserve her energy, Xiagu opted to utilize her power to blast through the mine. After a period of explosive effort, all that was revealed were stones. The elusive energy core remained unseen. Xiao Mushrooms, you wretched system, quickly reveal yourself. Why have I detonated such a vast area and still found no energy crystal cores? Xiao Mush sit to the side, wiping the beads of perspiration from her brow, while Xianli and Jing He attentively offered her tea and water. However, Xiao Mush found herself unable to refrain from voicing her grievances directly to the system. Host, there may be slight discrepancies in coordinates, yet there is undoubtedly an energy crystal core in this vicinity. I recommend the host to excavate nearby for further exploration. The system's words remained futile for Xiao Mush, as she realized that her previous efforts had been in vain. In her pursuit of greater energy, she reluctantly suppressed her frustration, considering this an opportunity for personal growth. After a brief respite, Xiao Mush resumed her endeavor of using energy to blast the stones. Meanwhile, Xianli and Xueqing did not remain idle. They exerted their utmost strength to assist Uncle Li. As time passed, they still failed to uncover any energy crystal or veins, leaving Xiao Mush in a state of existential doubt. Xia, could it be that there are no veins here that meet your desires? Perhaps we should consider returning. For you are carrying my child and require rest, Xianli expressed, genuinely concerned for Xiao Mush's well-being. Recognizing the hardships of her pregnancy compounded by the arduous task of mining, Xiagu has been holding back her emotions, feeling somewhat discontented. It's all right. I am not so fragile as to require your protection, so please do not attempt to cradle me in your hands like Xuelan does. Once this statement was uttered by Xiagu, Xuanli ceased his attempts at persuasion. Xiagu, is your system utterly useless? Why have I been digging for such a long time without any results? The system offered no response to Xiagu, as it too seemed somewhat perplexed. Xiagu, please do not feign ignorance any longer. If you are not inclined to offer another position, I would rather not have made this trip in vain. Having come this far, it would be utterly pointless to return empty-handed. Such an outcome holds no significance, and Xiagu detests engaging in meaningless endeavors. However, the system is indeed quite perplexing. Had it the ability to articulate, it would have done so long ago. It is regrettable that Xiagu must persistently urge it, as this is counterproductive. I apologize, host, but to acquire additional energy-enhancing positions, you must unlock them progressively by completing tasks. Xiagu, it seems you cannot distinguish between the major players and the minor ones. Even now, you speak to me in such a manner. If I fail to obtain the energy crystal core, I will have no means to preserve my existence. Should I perish, can you truly survive on your own? Host, even if you threaten me, I am unable to divulge any information. Those of us within the system face competition among ourselves. If you neglect your tasks and I fail my evaluation, the corresponding rewards will be withheld by my superiors. Host, if my rewards are diminished by my superiors, I will be unable to provide you with further benefits. All of this is a matter of equitable exchange. Xiagu found the situation rather amusing. She never anticipated that the system would indeed harbor notions of competition among peers. She was utterly unaware of the peculiar nature of the system to which she had inadvertently bound herself, yet her concerns were evidently overheard by the system. The system, in its own way, dared not refute her sentiments, swallowing any resentment it may have harbored. Observing Xiagu's puffed-up demeanor, Xianli chose to sit beside her, wishing to offer her some comfort. All right, Xia, if you wish to continue exploring the mines, both Xueqing and I will remain by your side. However, let us handle the excavation while you observe from the sidelines. Should we uncover the energy crystal core you mentioned, we shall cease our efforts immediately. As orcs, they were inherently unable to touch the energy crystal core. Doing so would result in the complete absorption of their own energy, leading to their ultimate demise. Faced with such perilous circumstances, they could only endeavor to do their utmost. Xianli and Xueqing preferred to spare Xiagu from further exertion, allowing her to rest peacefully until a discovery warranted her involvement. No need, Xiagu replied. This location likely does not harbor an energy crystal core. I must have chosen the wrong spot. There is no rush. Allow me a moment to contemplate further. Otherwise, we risk undertaking unnecessary labor. Xiagu let out a sigh. Acutely aware that this matter was far from simple, however, it was all a product of the system. She truly did not anticipate that this system could be so profoundly flawed, for how else could it possibly err on such trivial matters? Host, I can hear your thoughts. Might you refrain from disparaging me? The system implored, its tone tinged with a sense of grievance, as it felt that Xiagu had misconstrued its intentions. Xiagu, do not jest with me. If this is indeed the situation, could it be that you have incurred the displeasure of your superior? Contemplating this, Xiagu felt that such a scenario was indeed quite plausible. The words of Xiagu made the system feel utterly innocent. Host, during the maintenance period, there were indeed peers who inquired about information, but it remains uncertain whether any foul play occurred at that time. Xiagu did not anticipate encountering such phenomena within the realm of systems. Could it be that even in systems, intrigue and rivalry have begun to take root? What then distinguishes this from humanity? Xiagu, perhaps you should return and make the necessary repairs, ensuring that all your faults are thoroughly addressed before coming back. She certainly does not wish to experience the frustration of returning empty-handed due to system malfunctions, as that would only diminish motivation further. Host, I promise to conduct a thorough maintenance and inspection. I will never let you down again. However, Xiagu was not inclined to hear such empty assurances. Having come this far, it would be utterly meaningless to return without any gains. Xiagu, before you proceed with repairs, please provide me with another location of a mine. Faced with Xiagu's insistence, the system had no choice but to furnish a specific location once more. Upon receiving this information, Xiagu felt a sense of relief wash over her, no matter what. This time she had to uncover the true energy pup. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Xuanli and Xueqing, shaking her head in resignation. It seems that this place is destined to hold nothing of value for me. We might as well explore other areas. Observing the disappointment etched on Xiagu's face, Xuanli quickly moved to stand beside her. Xiaoxia, perhaps we should return for some rest. Let Xueqing and I handle the mining. Xiagu remained resolute, determined to partake in the unfolding events. Furthermore, the energy pup was not to be touched by the orcs, and Xiagu had no desire to endanger Xuanli and Xueqing. No, this is not safe for you. It is better with my presence. Observing Xiaogu's unwillingness to yield, the two had no choice but to accompany her to a new location. Upon their arrival, Xiagu could faintly sense the presence of the energy pup. The cave appeared treacherous and challenging for mining operations. They could only set up camp there. And Xuanli assessed the cavern. To extract resources successfully, it would likely take an additional 2 days. After speaking, Xiagu nodded. 2 days was neither short nor long for her. As long as they could achieve results after this period, it would not matter. That night, Xiagu slept nestled between the two beastmen when suddenly, a disturbance arose around them. Xuanli was the first to sense it, his gaze tense as he scanned the surroundings, intent on safeguarding Xiagu from any harm. A figure gradually approached from the distance, and as it drew nearer, Xiagu awoke to the commotion. She noted Xuanli's defensive stance and prepared herself for action. "What are you doing?" "It's me." Xuelan hurriedly arrived. His heart burdened with worry since Xiagu had not returned. He could hardly find rest. Following the scent, he sought them out, believing that having an additional presence near Xiagu would be beneficial. Xuanli felt a wave of relief. If there was no danger, he could return to slumber. "What brings you here? You work late every day at the High Mountain Tribe and neglect your rest." Upon hearing this, Xuelan quickly shook his head. He did not feel fatigued by the mundane affairs of the tribe. Rather, thoughts of Xiagu stirred a longing within him. "This place is already perilous. And considering you are with child, I must come to protect you." Xuelan spoke with utmost seriousness, given Xiagu's vulnerable state. It was best for her to have more companions to care for her. However, Xiagu frowned at his words, perceiving no imminent threat nearby. "You are making too much of this. How could there possibly be danger in this vicinity?" Xiagu shook her head, realizing that there was truly no way to handle the situation with the few of them. Xuanli and Xueqing had become her steadfast guardians solely to protect her, remaining by her side even during slumber, unwilling to forego any opportunity to shield her. Yet, scarcely had Xiagu's words faded when she was abruptly proven wrong. Suddenly, the rustling of sparse leaves in the forest reached their ears. The group instantly became alert, discerning that there were quite a number of footsteps approaching. "On my way here, I caught a whiff of wolf scent. A pack of wolves might be nearby, and what we now hear could very well be a throng of them." Xuelan, at this moment, was exceedingly cautious, keeping Xiagu shielded behind her while surveying the surroundings. Although these wolves were deemed lesser creatures, they exhibited remarkable unity. Once they had a target, they would band together and launch an unrestrained assault. They would not attack mindlessly. Rather, they followed a leader, executing their hunt with swift precision. At this juncture, they likely regarded the group as their prey, lying in wait in the shadows for the opportune moment to strike. We positioned ourselves strategically, placing Xiagu in the center. Should a wolf pack ambush us, we would strive to mitigate the damage. Xuelan spoke with utmost seriousness, and the other two nodded in immediate agreement. Indeed, no sooner had Xuelan finished speaking than the wolves initiated their first wave of attack. Several wolves suddenly darted from the darkness, eager to sink their fangs into flesh. At that moment, the group united to fend off the advancing pack. Xuelan and Xuanli stood at the forefront, exerting tremendous effort to repel the assailants, even managing to fell a few wolves, thereby asserting their dominance. As the wolves retreated, they collectively exhaled in relief, yet an underlying understanding lingered. They knew that this initial wave of wolves would not relent easily in their pursuit. Upon witnessing this situation, Xiagu suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have allowed them to accompany him in the excavation of the mine. Yet, the circumstances were already set, and it was futile to lament fate. A plan for the next steps was imperative. They must still be lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. The predators, having caught a whiff of our presence, would undoubtedly be watching us with keen intent. The wolf pack has fixated on us because they have detected our scent, leaving us no choice but to remain vigilant, without the luxury of rest. Xuanli resolutely articulated this sentiment. However, continuing in this manner was not a viable solution, and Xiagu could not shake the lingering worries that troubled his heart. "Xiagu, system, awaken quickly. Do you possess any tools that can completely mask our presence? If so, please retrieve them at once. The moment is critical." She did not wish to miss the opportunity to extract or due to the presence of this pack of wolves. Nor did she want her companions to be deprived of rest because of this situation. "Host, there is indeed such a tool, however. You must first complete a new task before the reward can be granted. Otherwise, I shall assign you a new task to recruit another beastman." Upon hearing this task's content, Xiagu's expression fell utterly despondent. "Xiagu, are you truly out of your mind? This matter has become incessant. Swiftly retract this task. I have no desire to fulfill it. Your absurdity knows no bounds." Faced with such a ludicrous assignment, Xiagu had no choice but to refuse outright. Moreover, in such circumstances, where could she possibly find a new beast husband? The very thought is utterly laughable. This system seems intent on compelling her to seek a beast husband. After finding one, she would be expected to continue producing offspring, effectively reducing Xiagu to a perpetual progenitor. Since the host is unwilling to undertake this task, perhaps you should consider extracting the power of a beast husband, as merely drawing upon half would suffice to procure the necessary item. Regarding this task, Xiagu furrowed her brow as she gazed at the several beast husbands before her. Xiagu, why must you extract half of their power? What benefits does this confer upon you? This must be a significant blow to them. The system's tasks should fundamentally prioritize them. Even Xuelan could use a promotion pill to elevate her rank. Therefore, it is even more unjustifiable to siphon their strength, as it would merely serve to weaken them temporarily. Rest assured, dear host, this task is indeed quite manageable. It merely requires your choice. Moreover, the extraction will only render them slightly weakened for a span of 7 days. After this period, they will fully restore their energy, and the power taken can be exchanged for rewards. This is not so much a task as it is an equitable exchange. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiagu finally felt a sense of relief. If it were a matter of equitable exchange, then it could indeed be comprehended. Gazing at her 3 husbands before her, Xiagu was engaged in silent contemplation. She only sensed that something was amiss with Xiagu, feeling intuitively that she harbored unspoken concerns. Rest assured, Xia. We are all here to protect you. You and the baby are under no threat. Once we have successfully driven them away, we can resume mining the ores. After all, Xianli had no intention of resting in such circumstances. It would be more prudent to expedite the mining process, enabling Xiagu to acquire the energy pup she desired. This way, they could swiftly depart from this place and return to the Highland tribe, allowing her to nurture her pregnancy in peace within the community. Observing Xianli, Xiagu had arrived at her conclusion. Indeed, Xianli was one who cherished silent devotion. Given this, it seemed only fitting to choose him. After all, the child she carried was his, making the choice a most favorable outcome. Xiagu, then let us choose Xuanli. You can directly extract half of his power in an equivalent exchange. Hurry up, for I do not wish to wait any longer. Xiagu indeed felt a twinge of guilt. Yet the system swiftly extracted Xuanli's power. Instantly, Xuanli experienced a wave of dizziness, feeling considerably weakened. He propped his head up with one hand and shook it gently. What is the matter? Xuelan inquired, noticing Xuanli's peculiar condition. Xuanli could only muster his will to remain by Xiagu's side, but she still cradled him in her arms. You appear somewhat frail. Is it because of my previous injury? Your vitality is yet to recover. It would be wise for you to rest here and not overexert yourself. Moreover, the pack of wolves should not pursue us any further. They did not gain any advantage earlier, and they must possess some intelligence. Xiagu had no choice but to offer other excuses for Xuanli to rest beside her, rather than remaining constantly before her. Upon hearing this, Xuanli nodded in agreement. Showing no reluctance, in such circumstances, he was even more inclined to heed Xiagu's words. Host, the item for concealing your aura has already been placed in your backpack, and you may retrieve it for use at any moment. Xiamu, uninterested in idle chatter, promptly utilized the tool at hand. Indeed, the pack of wolves concealed in the shadows lost their target in an instant, wandering aimlessly away. Xuelan, sensing the departure of the wolves, was naturally taken aback. What on earth was happening? It seemed as though the wolves had ventured far away. Could there be yet another scheme at play? Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Xuelan remained exceedingly cautious. Xiagu let out a resigned sigh, yet it is only natural for Xuelan to harbor such thoughts. Since she has departed, it signifies that there are no issues. For now, let Xuelan keep watch while we proceed to extract the ore. Xiagu swiftly issued the command, and Xuelan had no choice but to comply. Xuelan lingered nearby, unwilling to miss any opportunity for oversight. The other 3 were diligently engaged in mining, and indeed, the ores began to fall one after another, though they refrained from touching them. This matter could only be entrusted to Xiagu, who, upon spotting the energy pup, was filled with exhilaration. At last, she had found the energy pup, and it seemed the system had proven to be somewhat reliable this time. Naturally, 1 misstep and 2 missteps do not warrant a third. Host, you ought to place your trust in me. Hearing the system's confident words, Xiagu offered no response. Instead, she seized the moment of respite to absorb energy, allowing the pup to regain its strength. After a while, Xiagu felt a surge of warmth and restlessness coursing through her body, a manifestation of the energy absorbed from the pup. Her strength had already been restored by 50%, and a sense of satisfaction blossomed within her heart. Xiagu, system, I have already restored 50% of my strength. I believe there is no need for you to protect me any longer. You should seize this opportunity to return home for maintenance and upgrades. At this moment, Xiagu naturally put forth her suggestion, leaving it to the system to decide whether to comply. After all, it was quite possible that a rival was at play. so returning for repairs and enhancements should mitigate these errors. Understood, host. I am willing to heed your counsel. With that, the system exited Xiagu's world without uttering a sound. Xiagu is now methodically mining ores alongside them. She has acquired a considerable number of energy crystals, leaving her thoroughly satisfied, having obtained everything that was to be gained. Let us take a moment to rest before we return home. Xiagu, filled with excitement, expressed her thoughts aloud. The energy she exuded was abundant, capable of imparting additional emotional value. A few individuals nodded in agreement. For them, returning was undoubtedly the best choice. However, as they began to move, Xiagu suddenly sensed an ominous atmosphere encroaching upon them. Why had the aura shielding abruptly ceased? She had not anticipated that this feature would be so short-lived. It had completely faltered by this moment, rendering it utterly unworthy. Indeed, the three beastmen surrounding Xiagu immediately became vigilant. What was amiss? Hadn't the pack of wolves just departed? Why did she now hear the sound of their footsteps? Xuelan found the situation exceedingly peculiar, while Xuanli and Xueqing, initially perplexed, also began to adopt defensive postures. Yet, Xuanli now bore the burden of diminished strength, appearing precariously unstable, which deeply concerned Xiagu. Given such circumstances, she regretted having drawn on Xuanli's power from the outset. Wild wolf packs possess a remarkable ability to communicate. They are considered astute creatures among lower beings. While they seemed to have left earlier, they had actually lingered nearby, lying in wait. Xueqing slowly articulated this crucial fact, which shed light on the primary situation. Upon hearing her words, Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of distress. It was her presence that had led them to this remote locale, and now, encountering a sudden peril, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Let us not panic. Let us carefully contemplate our course of action, Xiagu asserted with unwavering determination. Resolute in her intention to resolve this predicament, she was unwilling to allow anyone to come to harm. However, it appeared Xiagu had underestimated the number of wolves. Even in the darkness, countless pairs of eyes glimmered ominously. It seemed they were confronted by an entire pack, having mobilized all their wolves. Xuelan, sensing the intensity of the situation, transformed into a snow leopard, fully prepared to confront the impending threat. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon, as waves of wolves surged forth relentlessly, showing no signs of respite. Within a mere span of time, Xuelan deftly repelled a myriad of assaults. Xueqing and Xuanli coordinated their efforts, remaining ever vigilant. Yet, despite their formidable strength, they found themselves unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of an unending wave of unfamiliar wolves, each maintaining their optimal condition. Xiagu understood that allowing this situation to persist was untenable. A viable solution must be sought. Since you are so belligerent, this predicament cannot be attributed to me. Xuelan, you and the others quickly withdraw and allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Before Xiagu could finish her words, she leaped in front of several males. Seizing the moment while they were still taken aback, Xiagu unleashed a barrage of fireballs. These fiery orbs struck the wolves, causing them to wince in pain. They were left with no choice but to evade, devoid of any intent to retaliate. However, waves of wolves continued to surge forth, indicating that the opportunity for further assault remained. Xiagu glared at their actions, revealing a fierce demeanor, with a fireball swirling in his hand. If you are willing to meet your demise and be reduced to ashes, I have no objections. You must understand that my energy is more than sufficient to contend with your pack of wolves. Xiagu, in truth, merely sought to engage in earnest communication with them. After all, Xueqing had previously stated that even the most primitive wolf packs possess the capacity for dialogue. Given this, it would be prudent to cease all actions and ascertain their true intentions. However, upon uttering these words, Xiagu was met with continued low growls. Within those sounds, he discerned a note of menace, as if they would relent only upon their own surrender. Should you indeed choose to reject my goodwill and invite punishment instead, then I shall have no choice but to demonstrate the consequences. With a cold smile, Xiagu manipulated her strength, gradually merging the force of her hands. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful strike, even though she could not see the enemy before her. Nevertheless, her formidable energy swiftly toppled a pack of wolves, disrupting their rhythm of attack in an instant. They appeared taken aback by the sheer intensity of Xiagu's power and began to regard her with caution. Xuelan, witnessing this, refrained from intervening further, recognizing Xiagu's formidable capabilities. Since Xiagu had chosen to act in such a manner, they could only stand by, silently safeguarding her from any harm. I have already chosen to confront your pack of wolves, thus you ought to heed my words. Why did you choose to attack us? And in such a manner? The mode of their assault seemed less like that of hunters and more akin to that of vengeful adversaries. Suddenly, a leader emerged from the pack, and upon perceiving Xiagu's sincere approach to negotiation, he ultimately decided to forego the attack. After all, Xiagu's strength was undeniable. Any reckless aggression would only lead to their own detriment. I am willing to communicate with you. I possess but a single intention to convey. The leader sighed, positioning himself before Xiagu, still retaining his wolf form. Upon hearing these words, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. For at least they would no longer be targets of continual aggression. Indeed, it was Xiagu who had compelled the adversary to relent. Had she not showcased her true power, they might not have softened. I have but one inquiry. Please state your matter directly. Xiagu did not wish to engage in lengthy and roundabout discourse, as it was entirely contrary to her temperament. We are here to confront you over a singular issue. You have trespassed into our territory and taken our possessions. Upon hearing this, Xiagu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the ruins of the Xian tribe were, in fact, part of the wolf pack's domain. Nevertheless, even with this newfound knowledge, she would still choose to approach, for she was compelled to acquire the energy effect. Surely, you remain unaware of the true nature of this object, and its potential significance to you eludes your understanding, does it not? To relinquish it to you would be an act of sheer folly, a thought Xiagu could scarcely entertain. Regardless of its relevance to us, you should not have recklessly seized it. Furthermore, by occupying our territory, you have committed an act of infringement against us. Xiagu felt a profound sense of helplessness. However, following a throng of lesser beings prevented him from becoming mired in stubbornness. Otherwise, given their limited reasoning, they would incessantly launch futile attacks, which would undoubtedly prove exhausting for them. The item I possess is known as an energy crystal core, and such artifacts are detrimental to your kind. I inadvertently trespassed upon your territory, and for that, we sincerely apologize for our recklessness. Xuelan appeared taken aback, surprised that Xiagu would bow his head over such a matter. Yet, having reached this point, there was no need for further words. The wolf pack seemed to cast aside their prejudices entirely in light of Xiagu's apology. Xuanli was even more astonished, for as high-ranking beastmen, they were under no obligation to apologize to mere wolves. However, the deed was done, and Xiagu had chosen this course of action, thus, they could only comprehend it. Since you have offered your apology, we shall refrain from attacking you, but I do have a request. I hope you can provide us with compensation. And also Xiao Mush frowned, clearly displaying a hint of impatience. He was taken aback that they were audacious enough to demand compensation. It was utterly preposterous, after all. If the crystal core were truly placed in their hands, it would merely siphon away their energy, rendering it utterly useless to them. Even so, there was no justification for their claim for compensation. What more is there? Speak quickly. Xiagu wished to see what further demands this pack of wolves could possibly make. Though she was on the verge of losing her temper, she refrained from allowing the current situation to deteriorate. I desire the weapon in your possession, the one that conceals your scent, correct? Just moments ago, we could not detect your presence at all. This perplexity was indeed troubling for the leader, who could not fathom how they had managed such an abrupt disappearance of scent, only for it to reappear just as suddenly. Had they not been lying in ambush from a distance, they might have completely missed such a fortuitous opportunity. Your expectations are rather grandiose, even as wolves. You cannot have it both ways. I have already stated that the energy crystal cores hold no benefit for you and may even prove detrimental. If you doubt my words, feel free to send a wolf to test it. Since they were already present, Xiagu was indifferent to their trial, after all. It would only cost the life of a single wolf. However, the wolves remained reluctant to accept this notion, perceiving Xiagu's words as mere evasion. I have presented you with a condition. All you need do is adhere to it. On what grounds do you make such claims now? Indeed, upon hearing Xiagu's remarks, the leader's expression grew even more menacing. You must understand that these energy crystal cores are harmful to you, yet you dare to demand compensation in return? Do you take me for a soft target? Is that something I can tolerate? Xiagu offered a cold smile, clearly disinclined to engage in further trivial conversation with them. Enough of this idle chatter. The opportunity lies before you, yet you fail to cherish it. Do not blame me for the consequences. After speaking, Xiagu turned her gaze to Xuelan and Xueching beside her, though her concern lingered for Xuanli. Xuanli's complexion was indeed troubling, appearing rather innocent yet distressed. Since you have voiced your intentions, our patience has waned. The assault will persist, and I am eager to witness how many waves of wolf attacks you can withstand. The wolves lurked in the surroundings, and none could predict from which direction a pack might suddenly emerge. Thus, they were compelled to exercise greater caution. and Xiagu had no desire to allow them to bask in their arrogance any longer. Fear not, dealing with these inferior creatures is well within our capabilities. With their penchant for ambush, the little fox ascended into the sky, vigilant for any signs of movement. Once an opportunity presented itself, she would deliver a lesson that would surely temper their hubris. Xiao Mush's mind was persistently occupied with this matter, and he gradually began to make arrangements. Upon hearing this, Xuelan transformed into her true form, a blue mountain sparrow, and soared into the sky. Indeed, the aerial perspective provided remarkable clarity. No matter which pack of wolves was poised to strike, she could anticipate their movements. Time and again, their assaults were thwarted. Xiao Mush and Xuelan executed precise strikes, significantly increasing the wolves' casualties. During yet another attack, Xuelan could no longer contain her power and delivered a devastating blow to the wolf pack, leaving them sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Xiao Mush realized that the promotion elixir was indeed beneficial to Xuelan. Without it, the ordinarily unremarkable Xuelan would not have unleashed such formidable force. Xuelan, you are truly remarkable. Quickly return to the skies and ascertain their intentions, Xiao Mush declared with unwavering determination. He had already discerned the pattern and needed only to adhere to this strategy. The wolf pack was thoroughly intimidated by their prowess. Witnessing Xiao Mush and Xuelan's ease, they found it impossible to persist any longer. Xianli, despite her physical frailty, did not retreat to rest but instead collaborated with them in their assault against the wolves. The pack's leader was utterly at a loss. They had foolishly believed that sheer numbers would secure victory. However, it now appeared that the greater the numbers, the higher the casualties, which pained the leader deeply. Initially, they sought to reclaim their beautiful possessions, yet unexpectedly found themselves in such dire straits. What right do you have to attack us? It is you who have invaded our territory and taken our belongings. The leader struggled to accept this reality, but Xiao Mush remained exceedingly pleased. I seem to recall granting you an opportunity. However, since you failed to cherish such a splendid chance, I can do nothing more. If you intend to continue your assaults without considering our release, your losses will only escalate. Nevertheless, we would be more than willing to assist in your annihilation. The summer mushroom has become increasingly easy to obtain, leaving the other party with no choice. In order to minimize casualties, they could only allow them to depart. On the journey of departure, the system unexpectedly bound the summer mushroom once again. Xiagu, at last, you have returned. I have noticed that whenever you depart, inexplicable dangers seem to arise suddenly. In this regard, Xiagu truly perceives a distinct law at play. Such occurrences are simply inevitable. However, she has long since acclimatized to this reality, for in the realm of orcs, anything is possible. The host and the system have also been made aware that they have been undermined by other systems. Xiagu finds herself at a loss, astonished that even the system would encounter such a dilemma. Now, all that remains is to hasten back to the high mountain tribe, and fortunately, the journey has been uneventful. With the system's support, Xiagu feels a semblance of luck, though she cannot quite fathom the reasoning behind it. Yet, upon her return to the tribe, she discovers that the inhabitants were expressions of tension and anxiety. What could possibly be amiss? Why do their gazes seem tinged with an unsettling depth? Just then, Xiagu spots Xuelan nearby, someone she is acquainted with, being the husband of Xuelan. However, Xuelan's countenance appears even more troubled. In light of this, Xiagu approaches him to ascertain the situation. What has transpired in our absence? She inquires. With tears welling in his eyes, Xuelan gazes at Xiagu with an air of helplessness, his voice trembling with emotion. Xuelan is gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. I have searched throughout the tribe for a healer, yet none possess the means to assist. What am I to do? I cannot bear the thought of losing Xuelan. As he speaks, his agitation grows, and he places all his hopes upon Xiagu. He is willing to sacrifice everything if it means awakening Xuelan. Upon hearing the news, Xiagu was struck as if by a thunderbolt, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Xuelan had sustained injuries. A flicker of confusion passed through her mind, leaving her uncertain of how to navigate this troubling situation. Meanwhile, Xuelan sought clarity, recognizing the need for precise action. Do not rush, speak slowly. What transpired in the tribe over these past few days? What led to Xuelan's grievous condition? Xuelan's composed demeanor helped Xuelan regain some focus, prompting him to recount the events. In recent days, enigmatic creatures had been lurking persistently around the tribe's perimeter. Intrigued, Xuelan ventured outside to investigate. However, when I followed her, I found her lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. As Xuelan recounted these details, a profound sorrow enveloped him. For this haunting scene replayed in his mind repeatedly, instilling a deep sense of guilt for not being by Xuezhang's side in her moment of need. Had he accompanied her, such a dire situation might have been averted. Now, no one knew precisely what had transpired, not even himself. Xuezhang remained in the stone cave, plagued by a high fever that showed no signs of abating. Should she fail to awaken, the truth would remain elusive. Xuezhou felt that this crisis posed a threat to the entire clan, necessitating a thorough discussion with Xuelan and Xiagu to determine an effective course of action to resolve the matter. Upon hearing this, Xuelan shook her head in resignation and summoned all the tribe as healers. However, when the healers arrived at Xuezhang's cave, they were met with expressions of dismay. We have examined her previously and found no means to save her. Xuezhang's ailment is beyond our understanding, and we have delayed seeking assistance. Perhaps we should consult healers from other tribes, they admitted. Despite previous communications with healers from neighboring tribes, none possessed insight into her condition, if left untreated. It was feared that Xuezhang might not survive beyond 5 days. The healers exchanged words, reaching a unanimous conclusion. The gravity of the situation left all present feeling a profound sense of loss, as Xuezhang was in the prime of her life. It was lamentable that her fate had been sealed by the attack of these unknown creatures. Xuelan felt a deep sorrow, yet there appeared to be no remedy, rendering the situation seemingly insurmountable. No, you must save her. She is my sister. Xiagu was utterly agitated. Xuejian had always been by her side, affectionately calling her sister. She could hardly fathom the distressing turn of events that had befallen her mother, and she fervently wished that this was not the final chapter for Xuejian. Xuezhou, too, could empathize with Xiagu's anguish, as she was among the most heartbroken. What should one do in such a predicament? Countless solutions had crossed her mind. Was there a miraculous elixir capable of wholly restoring Xuejian's health? She was prepared to endure any hardship if such a remedy existed. However, Xuezhou's words had served as a poignant reminder to Xiagu. If that were the case, the system possessed a plethora of pills. Perhaps one of those pills could indeed provide the much-needed assistance, and Xiagu was filled with anticipation. She hurried into the stone cave, and upon seeing Xuejian lying feebly on the blanket, her heart ached profoundly. She longed for the days when Xuejian would call her sister with youthful exuberance. Xiagu, we are indeed at a critical juncture. You should know what actions to take. I must rescue Xuejiao. You must understand that I am the goddess of my clan, and I must possess this ability to truly be regarded as a goddess. Xiagu, if you wish for me to find more beastmasters, you must ensure that I can fully heal Xuezhang. In this situation, Xiagu could only weigh the pros and cons as he contemplated how the system would ultimately decide. After all, this also pertains to Xiagu's motivation to complete tasks in the future. All right, host, I understand your intentions, and I recognize that you are currently issuing a threat. Nevertheless, I am willing to provide you with the pill. Once Xuezhang consumes this pill, it will cure him completely, regardless of any complex ailments he may suffer from. The system promptly placed the pill into Xiagu's backpack, and without overthinking, Xiagu took out the pill and administered it to Xuezhang. After the pill was ingested, Xiagu began to feel hopeful. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, Xuezhang showed no signs of awakening. Xiagu, what on earth is happening? The pill you gave me seems to have no effect whatsoever. Faced with this situation, Xiagu felt a tinge of frustration. Host, could you please refrain from being so impatient? It has only just been administered, and it will undoubtedly take some time for the effects to manifest. Upon hearing this, Xiagu managed to calm herself down and diligently assisted Xuezhou in caring for Xuejian. Although she was pregnant, she did not wish to miss the opportunity to look after Xuejian. Even when Xuelan came to visit Xiagu, she could not dissuade her from her actions. You are still carrying a child. Let me and Xuanli help take care of Xuejian. You should focus on your recovery. Xuelan only hoped that Xiagu would listen, but if Xiagu were to be obedient, she would not be herself. It's all right. I cannot simply cease all activities because of my pregnancy, and I am genuinely concerned about Xuejian's condition. The doctor had already indicated the severity of the situation, and now Xuejian still had a high fever. Thus, Xiagu felt even more anxious. Witnessing this, Xuelan could only stay by Xiagu's side. Xuezhou looked at Xiagu with an added sense of gratitude. After all, Xiagu was genuinely concerned for his wife. Nearly half a day had passed when Xuezhou noticed that Xuejian's fever had finally subsided, filling him with delight. The fever has broken. Xuejian is really getting better, isn't she? At that moment, Xuezhou openly expressed all his joy. Upon hearing this, Xiagu approached Xuezhang's side and carefully gauged her body temperature. Indeed, the fever had subsided, indicating a partial recovery. She would awaken soon. The reduction in fever was a testament to the efficacy of the pill, and her awakening was merely a matter of time. After a while, Xuezhang finally awoke completely. What is happening? Why do I feel so achy and weak? Have I been asleep for an extended period? She rubbed her eyes. Utterly oblivious to the circumstances that had transpired, Xuezhou quickly embraced her, still weeping softly, a sound he had never made before. You have finally awakened. Do you not realize that you have been in a coma for the past few days? Others were almost ready to arrange your funeral. Fortunately, the divine maiden was here. After administering the medicine to you, you regained consciousness. As he recounted these events, Xuezhou cast a gaze of profound gratitude toward Xiagu. Xiao Mush did not say much. Upon seeing Xuezhan awaken, she finally felt a sense of relief. Once Xuezhan and Xuezhou had composed themselves, Xiao Mush approached her. Sister, did you not go mining? How did it go? Was it a bountiful harvest? Upon hearing these words, Xiagu furrowed her brow. Taken aback that Xuezhang had indeed fixated her thoughts upon this matter. Do you not realize that I rescued you from the threshold of death? What on earth is happening? Why do you take such reckless risks, disregarding your own safety? Xiagu, in a fit of anger, confronted the situation with palpable frustration. Xuezhang instantly lowered her head, fully comprehending the depth of Xiagu's ire. I am uncertain about the circumstances. I sincerely apologize, dear sister, it was my fault. Observing Xuezhang's pitiable demeanor, Xiagu found it difficult to persist in her reproach. Enough, enough. Do not attempt to act coy before me. You are nearly frightening Xuezhou to death. Pray tell, what transpired that day? Speak to me candidly, for otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Xiagu felt that the most pressing issue at hand was this very matter, and it was imperative to inquire further. Upon hearing this statement, Xuezhan began to slowly recollect the events that had transpired earlier. At that moment, he had heard unusual sounds emanating from outside the cave, peculiar footsteps that prompted him to venture out for a closer look. To his astonishment, a creature resembling a monstrous entity suddenly sprang forth, its size overwhelming. As it approached, he was engulfed by an excruciating pain, accompanied by a searing sensation. In that instance, he was quite taken aback, and before he could evade, he inexplicably collapsed to the ground. Upon hearing this account, everyone was rendered speechless, while Xuelan furrowed his brow in concern. As the chieftain of the mountain tribe, he felt a profound responsibility to address this incident. Xiagu stood frozen in place, for from Xuezhan's description, the beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the failed experiments she had encountered in the research facility during the apocalypse. She was filled with astonishment. If this were true, could it signify a confluence of two worlds? Yet how could such a phenomenon even occur? It was utterly perplexing. Xuelan discerned that Xiagu's expression was one of grave concern, perhaps indicating that she possessed knowledge of the creature in question. Xia, what troubles you? Do you recognize the monster spoken of by Xuezhan? Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Merely being brushed by Xuelan startled her immensely. She sighed, realizing that she was merely frightening herself, as she was indeed in a very safe environment. Uncertain of whether her thoughts aligned with what Xuelan had expressed, she contemplated that perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. Thus, she resolved to search and see if she could uncover that elusive object. Xiagu instinctively uttered these words, for she had encountered such circumstances in her previous life. Thus, should she discover the truth this time, she would undoubtedly recognize it at a glance and comprehend the situation. The others were taken aback by Xiagu's declaration, astonished that she was willing to seek it out personally. Xuanli and Xueching stepped forward, their faces etched with seriousness, entirely opposed to allowing Xiagu to take such a perilous risk. Xuelan also approached Xiagu, showing no intention of letting her depart. Xia, you just mentioned that Xuejin was too dangerous. Isn't this an even greater risk? You cannot go. This concern stemmed not only from Xiagu's current state of pregnancy, but also from the inherent danger of the matter at hand. They could not permit Xiagu to confront this threat directly. Upon hearing their words, Xiagu found herself momentarily speechless. She regretted bringing up the topic, as it only served to heighten their worry for her. In response, Xiagu could only offer an awkward smile and shake her head, dismissing her earlier statement. I was merely joking. There is no need to take me seriously. How could I possibly place myself in such peril? Upon hearing this, the others finally relaxed, reassured that Xiagu would refrain from engaging in dangerous undertakings. However, that very night, while everyone slumbered, Xiagu stealthily slipped out of the stone cave. Her earlier words had not been a jest. She merely wished to calm their fears. As for the entity that Xuejin had encountered, she needed to confront it personally to grasp the full extent of the situation. Before long, Xiagu arrived at the location Xuelan had described. Not far from the entrance of her cave. It was a secluded mountaintop, and under the cloak of darkness, the surroundings were indeed difficult to navigate. Suddenly, she heard an unusual sound of footsteps and proceeded with caution. Yet, Xiagu felt no fear. She followed the direction of the noise without hesitation. Within moments, she found herself hiding in a grove, where she could distinctly see the silhouette of the creature, just by observing its shape. She felt an uncanny resemblance to a failed experimental subject. Xiao Mushroom remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why the experimental subject from the apocalypse would manifest in this place. Could it be that my arrival here was not mere coincidence? Might this experimental subject have also traversed from that world? Xiao Mushroom pondered these questions internally. Yet no satisfactory answers emerged. The existence of this experimental subject within the realm of the beastmen would undoubtedly incite numerous attacks against them, as its emotional instability, a consequence of the failed experiment, rendered it indiscriminately hostile towards all living beings. It was precisely this that had inflicted such severe injuries upon Xuejiang. Fortunately, Xiao Mushroom had come to investigate personally. Otherwise, one could only speculate on the extent of the harm this experimental subject might have wrought upon the beastmen. However, to eradicate this experimental subject, it would surely require a specially formulated potion from the laboratory, wouldn't it? Xiao Mushroom possesses a profound understanding of the apocalyptic world and has long been aware of the prevailing circumstances. She currently feels an increasing sense of responsibility commensurate with her burgeoning abilities, compelling her to expedite the resolution of the experimental subject. However, a significant obstacle has emerged. The Orc realm lacks the specialized potions found in laboratories. Xiagu, concealed within the woods, has been plagued by a persistent dilemma that proves to be quite challenging to resolve. Xiagu, system, it is now the moment for you to dedicate yourself. What must I do to manage this appropriately? Xiagu, it is rather implausible to expect this experimental subject to remain in the Orc realm indefinitely. I sincerely apologize, host. The system finds itself utterly powerless, with no feasible solutions for the experimental subject. It appears that the system is entirely oblivious to the intricacies of this situation, thus, discussing it further seems futile. Xiagu could only feel an increasing sense of anger, for it was utterly perplexing that even the system lacked an effective solution. This was the most bewildering aspect of the situation. If this state of affairs were to persist, what hope would there be for prosperity in the Orc realm? Everything would inevitably face annihilation. Although Xiagu possessed considerable abilities, she realized that, based on her own capabilities, she could not completely eradicate the experimental subjects. The host detected that the perilous experimental subject before her had likely developed a modicum of sentience, which explained its decision to establish a presence in this vicinity. The system's remarks left Xiagu even more at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that a failed experiment could exhibit any degree of intelligence. Xiao Mushrooms, if he truly possesses intelligence, does that not suggest that he might refrain from attacking the tribe? Any creature endowed with a modicum of reason understands that the world of orcs is inherently communal. Thus, it would be unwise to launch an impulsive assault. Indeed, host. He merely chose to ambush the snow fox under the cover of a moonless night. The arrival of good news has finally allowed Xiao Mushrooms to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that this matter is not as formidable as it once seemed. Subsequently, Xiao Mushrooms had no choice but to quietly depart from this place, for it was essential to return and devise a thorough plan. Moreover, having been absent for such an extended duration during the night would undoubtedly attract attention. As anticipated, just as Xiao Mushrooms was nearing the stone cave, she discovered the anxious Xuelan, who had been searching for her with a worried expression. Upon spotting Xiao Mushrooms, Xuelan rushed to her side with utmost speed and embraced her tightly. Xia, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I have been about you? With the recent events concerning the snow fox, and you wandering about at night, were you seeking that monster? Xuelan was filled with indignation, yet his concern for Xiao Mushrooms overshadowed all else. He quickly assessed her from head to toe, and upon confirming that she had not sustained any injuries, he finally felt a sense of relief. Upon hearing Xuelan's words, Xiagu felt a twinge of guilt, for she had indeed engaged in a rather perilous endeavor. Moreover, considering she was carrying young ones, it was entirely reasonable for Xuelan to feel anger. Well, Xuelan, I have returned safely, haven't I? That serves as a testament to my ability to protect myself well. Xiagu let out a helpless sigh at Xuelan's words, realizing that there was no way to discuss anything further at that moment. Even if you truly wish to venture elsewhere, you must inform me. I shall accompany you and will not always stand in your way. Xuelan's assurance elicited a smile from Xiagu. For as long as he could come to terms with his thoughts, it mattered little. This time, I was indeed in the wrong. Such a situation shall not occur again. Let us hasten to rest and not linger in the cold air any longer. Regarding the matter of the creature, Xiagu chose to dismiss it casually, refraining from lengthy explanations. After all, even if she were to share her concerns with Xuelan, it would only serve to incite undue worry. To completely eradicate the monster, the laboratory's potion was essential, and she needed to carefully deliberate her next steps. The following day, Xiagu awoke early, mentally revisiting the details of the laboratory potion. Although she had not personally participated in the experiments, her previous life's extraordinary abilities had led to her involvement in research. She had witnessed, to some extent, the process of developing experimental subjects, and given the scarcity of materials in the post-apocalyptic world, she believed that, placed within the context of the Orc realm, such resources could still be gathered. Even if collecting them proved impossible, assistance from the system could be sought. Xiagu, you should have the materials from the laboratory in the post-apocalyptic world, right? Can they be exchanged for points? I have accumulated a considerable amount of points, as both of us are on the same front, resulting in a doubling of the system's rewards. Consequently, those points have remained largely unused, simply languishing in storage. Which feels wasteful. It would be better to exchange them for materials. Of course, the system promptly responded that such exchanges were indeed permissible. As for the materials, it depends on whether you can recall them. Xiagu immediately wrote down the list on the ground. Her memory served her well, and she was confident that the items listed were accurate, with no significant discrepancies. Congratulations, host. All the materials you have listed are available here and can be exchanged for points. This revelation brought a profound sense of relief to Xiagu, alleviating her previous concerns. However, the system cautioned her to conserve her points, as they might prove crucial in the future. It wished to dissuade Xiagu from hastily depleting her entire balance in a moment of impulsiveness. Yet, for Xiagu, these points were a renewable resource. The system would continually dispatch tasks, allowing her to earn more upon completion. With no interest accrued while saving, she deemed it wiser to utilize them promptly, as tasks would persistently flow in. Xiagu, at that time, you could assign me tasks, and once I complete them, you can reward me with double points. It is not a difficult matter, after all. Xiagu understands that in terms of points, the system should retain its authority to issue them. So it is perhaps better to forego excessive politeness. Host, your actions put the little system in a difficult position. It cannot maintain this approach indefinitely, though it may manage it occasionally. Xiagu, if you do not take that course of action, then I will be unable to assist you. We might as well be erased together. This is truly your sentiment, is it not? In response to Xiagu's words, the system appears to be utterly powerless, as if this matter has reached an insurmountable impasse. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to proceed, dear host. I shall now commence the issuance of your tasks. Upon hearing this, Xiagu felt somewhat overwhelmed. The tasks at hand remained unfinished, yet she was required to undertake a myriad of responsibilities. Xiagu, it must be kept simple. You are well aware that I am currently exhausted both physically and mentally, and I am continually required to bear offspring. You must treat me well. Host, one cannot have it all without compromise. Such behavior only leads to my disdain for you. Furthermore, this is clearly an act of deceit, and should the headquarters discover this, I would be left with no recourse. After a lengthy and earnest plea from the system, Xiagu reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that a step back was inevitable. As long as she could attain her desires, there was no need to contemplate anything further. New task, host. Utilize all available resources to ensure that Xuelan becomes pregnant within 3 days. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Mush felt as though the sky was about to collapse. She never anticipated that the system would issue such an arduous task. Was the system out of its mind? Just yesterday, Xuelan had barely recovered, and now she was being thrust into the childbearing organization. Were it not for that miraculous pill, Xuelan would still be teetering on the brink of life and death today. However, since the system had already made a concession, Xiao Mush had no choice but to strive to complete the task. Even if this endeavor was as daunting as reaching the heavens, Xuelan, noticing the ashen hue of Xiao Mush's complexion, felt a surge of curiosity. Xiao, what is the matter with you? You look unwell. Are you feeling all right? Given that Xiao Mush had ventured out yesterday, Xuelan would become anxious at the slightest sign of distress. I'm fine. You should hurry back to the clan and attend to the responsibilities befitting your position as a leader. Don't be so overly concerned. I am a goddess, after all. Is it so easy to defeat a goddess? Xiagu hurriedly soothed Xuelan's heart, hoping that he would not always be so flustered, even when undertaking simple tasks. Upon hearing this, Xuelan eventually nodded, yet he did not believe that worrying about Xiagu was a mistake. It was only through such concern that he could swiftly discern Xiagu's troubles and resolve them with utmost urgency. After Xuelan departed, Xiagu made his way to the stone cave where Xuejin resided. At that moment, Xuejin was reclining on a blanket, while Xueju was feeding him. The two appeared to be in perfect harmony, and Xiagu felt an immense sense of happiness, her face adorned with a contented smile. However, upon seeing Xiagu, Xueju quickly rose. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of color. "Sister, what brings you here?" Xuejin exclaimed joyfully, eager to rise from the blanket to welcome Xiagu. Yet, Xiagu swiftly stepped forward and gently pressed Xuejin back down onto the blanket, insisting that she must not move about carelessly. "You are still in the recovery phase. Do not overexert yourself, as it genuinely worries me. I merely came to check on your progress, but seeing you spring up so suddenly, I believe you must be recovering quite well." Xiao Mushroom had not anticipated that merely after a single night, Xuelan would be as vibrant and spirited as ever. It appeared that the medicinal pill was indeed extraordinarily effective. Products from the system are undoubtedly of premium quality. Indeed, host, I possess numerous miraculous elixirs that are exceedingly beneficial. The system promptly interjected, eager to assert its presence upon sensing Xiao Mushroom's contemplations. "Yes," Xiao Mushroom mused, "I feel quite invigorated this morning. If it were not for Xuezhou insisting that I remain here to rest adequately in the stone chamber, I would have ventured out long ago." Xuezhan genuinely yearned to continue carving wood alongside her master, finding the confines of their dwelling unbearably dull. Upon hearing this, Xuezhou felt undeniably awkward, realizing that in Xuezhan's eyes, their relationship had morphed into a form of constraint. "All right, you and your sister engage in conversation for now. I shall prepare something nutritious for you shortly. You cannot continually refuse my care. You must rest well, and regardless of your protests, I shall not permit you to go out." Xuezhou, feeling helpless, could only employ this approach to convey to Xuezhan that restoration of her health was paramount before undertaking further endeavors. Xiao Mushroom affirmed Xuezhou's sentiment, recognizing that Xuezhan indeed needed to recuperate and should refrain from unnecessary excursions. In this regard, Xiao Mushroom could only offer impartial support, which was ultimately beneficial for all parties involved. Once Xuezhou departed, Xiao Mushroom and Xuezhan found themselves in a private space. Xiao Mushroom had initially intended to reassign Xuezhou, but now it seemed unnecessary to concoct an excuse. "By the way, Xuezhan, I believe you are nearly ready for a discussion. May I inquire if you and Xuezhou have yet succeeded in starting a family?" Xiao Mushroom had previously ardently encouraged all the beastmen to procreate, thus Xuezhan was quite understanding of the matter. However, upon hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a blush of shyness. "We have not yet ventured in that direction. Primarily, he remains uncertain of how to proceed, so I can only delay for the time being." Although Xuezhan possessed experience, those memories remained haunting. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mushroom's gaze softened with compassion, recalling Xuezhan's prior lack of vitality. "You must endeavor to explore. It is through such experiences that you will discover that some matters are not as daunting as they seem, but rather beautiful memories. My intention in asking you this is to encourage you to propagate your own offspring and to immerse yourself in diverse experiences." "All right, I understand. I truly wish to escape the nightmare of my past and embrace a fulfilling life." Xuezhan was inherently eager for this prospect, which was why she chose to be with Xuezhou. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Mushroom's words, her heart stirred with anticipation, especially given that Xuezhou had always treated her with kindness. Xiagu did not anticipate that Xuezhan could completely escape from the previous predicament, and naturally felt a profound sense of relief. With this in mind, there was no longer any need to worry about other matters. They simply needed to wait. 4. In the natural course of events, the two of them could conceive normally. However, due to the urgency of their mission, Xiagu was compelled to ensure that Xuezhan became pregnant within 3 days. She rummaged through her backpack, but found no trace of the pregnancy elixir. "Xiagu, without the embryo Dan, what exactly do you expect me to do? How can this task be accomplished? Isn't this simply a trap?" "Host, this system firmly believes that you are fully capable of resolving this issue flawlessly." Xiagu felt herself growing faint. After all, natural conception indeed requires time and the continual union of two individuals. It is ultimately a matter left to fate, and Xiagu could not possibly compel two people to conceive a child. Nevertheless, she thought, it is of little consequence. If the task cannot be accomplished, then so be it. Xiagu has now gained a profound understanding, realizing that certain matters cannot be resolved solely through one's own influence. Fortunately, after meticulous care, Xuelan's health has been completely restored. After departing from Xuelan, Xiagu made her way to the center of the tribe where Xuelan resided. "What keeps you so busy here?" Xiagu observed that Xuelan was deeply engrossed in planning various affairs. The patrol team had gathered, exhibiting a serious demeanor. This was quite understandable, for the emergence of a monster necessitated a united response to address the threat. Otherwise, it would endanger more tribespeople, a situation of grave concern. Indeed, we must formulate a strategy to combat that monster and prevent our people from remaining in such perilous circumstances. His urgency was palpable, especially since Xiagu had personally ventured out to investigate the situation yesterday. Xuelan understood that if this issue remained unresolved, anxiety would spread among everyone. There is no need for such haste. At present, that monster poses no threat to us. Did it not refrain from approaching yesterday? Furthermore, when I went to inspect last night, I found no imminent danger. Xiagu did not wish for these beasts to sacrifice themselves in vain before the monster. He simply wanted to clarify the matter. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications, rendering it meaningless. Furthermore, regarding that monster, if it were to be dealt with, it could only be done with the aid of certain potions. Therefore, it would be better to refrain from futile efforts and focus on vigilant patrolling instead. Xuelan, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. However, Xiagu's assertions were remarkably accurate, and even if he were unwilling, he could not deny the truth. "Do you still harbor doubts about me? Trust my judgment. This matter should be set aside for now." Xiagu spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving Xuelan no choice but to abandon the matter entirely. "Very well, let us disperse. Each should attend to their own affairs. As for confronting the monsters, that is a discussion for another time." Upon hearing this, the others displayed no reaction and could only depart from the center of the tribe. Xiagu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no longer a need for concern. A new task had been assigned. The host was to diligently educate her 10 offspring, urging them to practice diligently and enhance their abilities as swiftly as possible. Upon seeing this task, Xiagu felt a wave of dizziness, astonished by the unexpected pressure. Moreover, the younglings had only recently been born. Although orc growth is indeed swifter than that of humans, they were still merely tiny beings, having just begun to articulate words. How could it be so simple for them to elevate their capabilities? Xiagu, even divine powers cannot exert such pressure. Those young ones are still so small. Yet they are expected to practice diligently. How can I possibly accomplish such a task? Xiagu was utterly distressed, having long desired to thoroughly deliberate with the system regarding this matter. Otherwise, the situation would truly spiral out of control. "Host, I shall assign you a task. For numerous rewards await your acquisition. Otherwise, you would be left to collect at a sluggish pace, uncertain of when you might complete it. The rewards for this task include 1,000 points and 3 conception pills." Upon seeing these rewards, Xiagu's reaction became entirely subdued. Had the system mentioned these rewards earlier, the previous commotion could have been entirely avoided. Now, Xiagu truly needed to contemplate how best to proceed. "You may continue your work here. Remember to return early tonight. I shall first go check on our child." In a fleeting moment, Xiagu uttered these words to Xuelan, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Initially, she had assumed Xiagu approached her out of concern, yet, unexpectedly, Xiagu was preparing to depart after only a brief while. "I had been contemplating leaving together with you shortly, but it appears that I am now deprived of that opportunity." Xiagu smiled awkwardly but soon departed, leaving Xuelan to return to the stone cave. Inside, the young ones frolicked carefree, while Xuelan and Xuanli diligently watched over them, striving to alleviate any concerns for Xuelan and Xiagu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, spring flowers, snow, moon, and wind, quickly form a line and heed my command. You have all grown to a considerable extent and must practice earnestly under your mother's guidance. Should any of you falter in your efforts, rest assured that mother will not easily spare you. It is imperative that you enhance your abilities to safeguard our kin and relieve your father's burdens. With utmost seriousness, Xiagu addressed the younglings, yet in truth, these little ones had only just begun to learn to walk and speak. Beside them, Xuelan and Xuanli were taken aback, hardly anticipating Xiagu's eagerness to have the cubs practice. "I understand your thoughts, but this is for the future of our tribe. They are destined to become the pillars of our community and must commence their training now." Initially intending to offer some counsel, they found themselves silenced by Xiagu's resolute declaration, leaving them to stand by in silent vigilance. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the younglings lined up, obediently following Xiagu's commands. However, Xiagu had gravely underestimated their mischievousness. After only a brief moment of seriousness, they began to play among themselves, entirely disregarding Xiaogu's words, engrossed solely in their frolics. "Hey, why aren't you listening to your mother? Have you all grown so bold?" Xiagu, straining her voice, called out. Yet none of the young ones paid her any heed. Beside her, Xuanli felt a sense of helplessness, finally grasping the arduousness of child-rearing. In her desire for her future offspring to thrive and flourish, Xuanli diligently immersed herself in the task of guiding the little ones. Who could have anticipated such formidable challenges? "Very well, Divine Maiden, you should take a moment to rest. Xuanli and I will oversee the younglings, ensuring they swiftly acclimate to their training," Xuelan asserted. Stepping forward with resolve, mindful not to push Xiagu into undue exhaustion, Xiagu let out a sigh of relief as she settled down beside herself, meticulously reflecting on her teaching experiences. Perhaps she could learn from human postpartum caregivers, for before the advent of the apocalypse, Xiagu had indeed encountered such figures. Their approach to child-rearing was fundamentally different, exhibiting a remarkable methodology. Following their example, Xiagu began to imitate their techniques, and indeed, the combination of education and entertainment proved to be extraordinarily effective. The young ones were remarkably obedient to Xiaogu's words, responding to her commands with unwavering compliance, a stark contrast to their earlier unruliness. Upon Xuelan's return, Xiagu gathered 3 beastmen before her, standing confidently in their presence. "I possess a unique method for educating our young, and it is imperative that you listen attentively. You must engage the cubs in practice, fostering their growth and shaping them into the pillars of our tribe." Xiagu spoke with utmost seriousness, and the 3 beastmen showed no inclination to refute her, dutifully adhering to her instructions, once she had thoroughly imparted her teachings. Although the beastmen were filled with curiosity regarding her unconventional method of child-rearing, they could only follow Xiaogu's lead. In the end, Xiagu leisurely rested nearby, completely unconcerned with the training of the younglings. "Host, you are quite the master of idleness. No other host behaves quite like you," the system remarked, unable to suppress its critique, as Xiagu was indeed exploiting loopholes without contravening any rules. In response, Xiagu felt quite content, realizing that with this time, it would be more beneficial to continue absorbing energy cores to expedite the restoration of her abilities. She produced an energy core, only to find that it was ineffective. Despite absorbing the energy, there was no response at all, which piqued Xiaogu's curiosity significantly. "Xiagu, what on earth is happening? Could this possibly be my punishment? Why has the crystal core become useless to me?" "Host, there is no need for concern. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. Xiao Mushrooms, surely there must be a solution. If I cannot assimilate these crystal nuclei, I will be utterly unable to restore my own abilities." The system's response only heightened Xiao Mushroom's sense of urgency. It was imperative to address this matter swiftly. If the host is indeed anxious, the system can offer a body refinement elixir to mitigate the body's adaptation to the crystal nuclei. It was inevitable that familiarization with the energy crystal nuclei would initially yield no effect. Hence, one must undertake alternative measures to eliminate these adverse influences, allowing the body to continue absorbing the nuclei. Xiagu never anticipated that it would be due to such circumstances. It turns out that even the energy crystal cores have become increasingly insensitive. "Xiagu, this world is indeed filled with an overwhelming number of rules. I am on the verge of losing my patience." She can no longer endure it, and simply longs to express her frustration. However, in the face of the system, she finds herself devoid of any alternative but to vent her grievances. "Xiagu, allow me to speak candidly. What method must one employ to obtain the body refinement pill?" It seems that Xiagu has become acutely aware of the system's patterns, as an array of challenges perpetually awaits her. Consequently, she has begun to succumb to despair in this regard. Nevertheless, survival necessitates the completion of tasks. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged, rendering the process itself devoid of significance. The system perceives Xiagu's helplessness, but is at a loss for words of consolation, as this is merely the mandate from her superiors to acquire the body refinement pill. The task at hand is to elevate the orc population within the tribe at the silver stage to represent 20%. Xiagu once again felt as though her senses were becoming overwhelmed, for the tasks assigned by the system grew increasingly arduous. Previously, she had contemplated the idea of manipulating the system to secure simpler challenges, thereby reaping greater rewards. Yet, it now appeared that such an opportunity was utterly non-existent. Every aspect of the situation was deftly orchestrated by the system. Perhaps this scenario was never meant to unfold, It seemed destined to relentlessly compel Xiagu to retreat and compromise. How adeptly it has ensnared me. As someone emerging from a post-apocalyptic world, I am acutely aware of how to train my fellow kin. Thus, it is evident that your tasks align seamlessly with my plans, is it not? Xiagu, feeling somewhat speechless, directly addressed the system without any pretense. In this situation, she had no desire to save face, but rather wished for them to genuinely reflect on their actions, as their mistakes were utterly outrageous. Host, refrain from lamenting these matters any further. I have already exerted considerable effort on your behalf. You must understand that the system is here to assist you, having granted you a multitude of rewards that even the higher-ups are unaware of. The system felt it necessary to comfort Xiagu, for unbeknownst to her, it had indeed accomplished many tasks in her favor. Xiagu, very well, I understand. We shall proceed with our tasks as required. Before long, Xiagu took Xuelan aside, preventing him from continuing the training of the young ones. Xuelan, I feel that our tribe has an alarmingly insufficient number of silver orcs. We must collectively enhance our people's abilities to better safeguard our tribe. Upon hearing this, Xuelan nodded earnestly. He too had recognized this issue and had been contemplating solutions. Xia. I am also devising a plan. It is imperative that we rigorously train our kin, elevating them to the silver stage, so that we need not constantly fear sudden assaults from other tribes. Xiao Mushroom nodded in satisfaction, for it was evident that Xuelan was obedient. She comprehended everything upon mere mention. Xiao Mushroom articulated her plans directly, hoping that the master would comply, and these tasks posed no difficulty for Xuelan. Xia, I have come to realize how remarkably intelligent you are. Any challenge placed before you ceases to be a challenge. A few days later, Xiao Huang, brimming with joy, hurried to Xiao Mushroom's stone cave. Sister, splendid news. Xuelan is pregnant. Xiao Huang promptly conveyed this delightful tidings to Xiao Mushroom. Xiagu was taken by surprise at the favor of fortune, as Xuezhang became pregnant so swiftly. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving all the rewards. It has been detected that Xuezhang is now carrying 4 offspring, 3 females and 1 male. Upon hearing the news, Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of excitement, as she never anticipated that such rewards would come into her possession so effortlessly. Moreover, with the abundance of points at her disposal, she could now make the most of these rewards. Shemu, I intend to utilize these points to exchange for potions, as the matter concerning the monsters remains unresolved, and I cannot afford to be complacent. Fortunately, the system operates seamlessly. With sufficient points, anything can be redeemed. In a short span of time, Xiaomu's backpack has been enriched with several potions. Now, only 2 types of potions remain to be acquired for the successful concoction of the necessary materials. Gazing at her well-stocked backpack, Xiaomu feels an immense sense of satisfaction. As long as she can thoroughly accomplish this task, there shall be no issues. Observing the host's elation, the system is also reassured, encouraging her to undertake more tasks to garner additional rewards and points. In contemplating these matters, Xiaomu does not forget her other responsibilities, as there are still numerous young ones that require successful guidance. Although these responsibilities have largely been delegated to her 3 beastly husbands, she must still oversee their progress diligently. Xiagu assured, rest assured, these matters are inherently simple and there can be no oversight. Subsequently, he returned to the stone cave, where all the young ones were lined up in an orderly fashion. However, Xiagu could perceive the weariness etched upon the faces of the 3 beast men, their dark circles more pronounced. You truly are remarkable, managing to teach my young ones so well. Their skills must have also seen an enhancement, I presume. Xiagu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as he had not anticipated the remarkable capabilities of these 3 beastmen. However, it was evident that they possessed considerable intelligence. With merely a casual instruction from him, they absorbed everything with remarkable ease. Indeed, Xia, you ought to observe our offspring. They are not only independent thinkers, but also adept at managing a myriad of unforeseen circumstances. As Xuelan spoke, his gaze brimmed with admiration for the young ones, who were indeed his progeny. Their exceptional aptitude for learning brought joy to all. Yet it was he who felt the greatest delight. Xiagu nodded and diligently practiced in the manner of Xuelan. They truly proved to be exceptionally capable. Moreover, these younglings exhibited remarkable quickness in their learning, regardless of the circumstances. Fear not, dear host, for I have deposited your rewards into your backpack, 3 fertility pills, which are indeed the highest tier rewards granted by the system. Xiagu comprehended the matter at hand, and to her surprise, the completion of these tasks one after another brought her immense satisfaction. In light of this situation, she felt a profound sense of reassurance, allowing other issues to resolve themselves effortlessly. Initially, she had contemplated using some of the pregnancy elixirs to hasten Xuejian's conception, but unexpectedly, she discovered that Xuejian was already expecting before receiving any rewards. Consequently, these resources would have to await the next reproductive endeavor, sparing her the exertion of effort. The notion that having more offspring would yield greater rewards made Xiagu determined to cherish her resources. By the way, Xia, our clan's training is progressing in an orderly fashion. Would you care to observe and see if it aligns with your expectations? Xuelan promptly expressed this to Xiagu, her heart brimming with anticipation. Gaining Xiagu's approval would be an added boon. Very well, let us all go together and take a look. As long as we adhere to the training regimen I devised, there should be minimal deviation, Xiagu replied, recognizing Xuelan's eager demeanor and feeling no inclination to decline. Moreover, Xuelan had been tirelessly training not only the young but also the clan members, which undoubtedly took a toll on her, making her appear far more fatigued than Xian Li and Xueqing. Yet, as the clan leader, Xuelan bore significant responsibilities, a burden that could not be alleviated. Her sacrifices must be substantial. Without such dedication, commanding respect within the High Mountain tribe would be unattainable, leaving Xiagu to silently empathize with her. Before long, they arrived at the training base, where indeed, the clan members were engaged in their exercises with remarkable discipline, each individual endeavoring to strengthen their physique. Compared to before, there had been a qualitative enhancement, prompting Xiagu to nod in satisfaction. She immediately turned and embraced Xuelan. You are truly remarkable. I never anticipated such significant changes in such a brief period. I always knew you were the best. Indeed, you are the esteemed leader of the High Mountain tribe. Your current demeanor is incredibly captivating to me. Xiagu tenderly uttered these words, entirely disregarding Xuanli and Xueqing beside her. As she caressed Xuelan's tail, she lavished praise upon it, which brought great satisfaction to Xuelan. The emotional value of summer mushrooms is inherently abundant. Xuelan feels that all her efforts are indeed fruitful. Xiagu, just as I have been completing my tasks one after another, I implore you to bestow upon me additional rewards to aid me in addressing the forthcoming challenges. She has yet to forget about that monstrous incident, and naturally, she hopes the system will grant her more rewards, which would serve as greater motivation. Certainly, dear host. I shall continually present you with new tasks. As long as you fulfill them, there shall be ample rewards awaiting you. Xiao Mush suddenly felt that he and the system were speaking entirely different languages, akin to a chicken conversing with a duck, or playing music to an indifferent cow. They were simply not on the same wavelength. The new task issued was for the host to refine the essence in accordance with the system's framework, transforming it through the host's own power into an essence that the orcs could utilize to enhance their strength. The system swiftly presented Xiao Mush with this new assignment, accompanied by a detailed series of operational steps. When Xiagu first encountered this task, she found it to be quite challenging. However, the signal system generously provided a series of steps. Otherwise, had she been left to her own devices, it would have been uncertain how long her research would have taken. The reward for the task, an evolution elixir. Xiagu gazed thoughtfully at the steps provided by the system, feeling a twinge of frustration. While the task was not inherently difficult, the execution proved to be rather cumbersome. I must first absorb the essence, yet I am unable to utilize it. I can merely store it within my being. However, at this moment, Xiagu found herself incapable of absorbing the essence, which fortuitously aligned with her predicament. Subsequently, I must envelop 5 energy meridians with my own strength and then expel them, condensing them into an energy sphere? Xiagu furrowed her brow, overwhelmed by the multitude of steps that lay ahead, evoking a profound sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast, diligently scrutinizing the subsequent procedures, which grew increasingly challenging. Once the energy ball was fully condensed, it was imperative to extract it from within her body. This step was particularly crucial. A failure here would necessitate a complete restart. An inevitability she had to accept as part of the process. She hurried back into the stone cave and began to follow the outlined steps. Fortunately, Xiagu possessed a considerable amount of energy essence at her disposal, which she could utilize for this task. However, she soon realized that executing these steps proved to be far more arduous than she had initially anticipated. Several cycles had passed, yet Xiagu still struggled to successfully expel the condensed energy ball, leaving her in a state of discomfort and agitation, compelled to begin anew each time. Xiagu, what kind of troublesome task have you assigned to me? Why is it so challenging? I must say, I am truly exasperated. Xiagu now merely desires to express her grievances with the system, Otherwise, she finds it utterly unbearable. She is uncertain whether she can undertake a different task to continue her journey, yet the thought of leaving this matter unresolved pricks at her conscience. This task serves as a form of training for the host, and should the host accomplish it, it may ultimately render greater assistance in the future. Presently, Xiagu is utterly disinterested in such aid, having long since exhausted herself, yet the obligation to persevere remains. She certainly wishes to refrain from squandering time in this endeavor. A few days of proper rest would be far more beneficial, especially considering the multitude of tasks awaiting her completion, which are not pressing. Suddenly, Xiagu realizes that she has not seen Xuelan for several days. It seems that during this busy period, he has refrained from disturbing her, recognizing her preoccupation. Xiagu felt as though she was not a competent wife. However, with so many beast husbands, it was inevitable that one would feel neglected. Despite her utmost efforts to maintain harmony, she found it increasingly challenging. Before long, Xiagu arrived at Xuelan's cave, only to discover that Xuelan was not there. She could only lie on Xuelan's blanket, waiting for his return, the fabric still infused with his refreshing scent. The aroma was quite comforting, and before she realized it, Xiagu had drifted off to sleep on it. When she awoke, she found Xuelan lying beside her, gazing at her intently. "What are you doing? When did you return? Why didn't you wake me?" Xiagu rubbed her eyes, feeling entirely at ease after a restful slumber. "I could never bear to rouse you. Your sleeping visage is simply too endearing, and I find myself wanting to gaze at you from beside you." When Xuelan returned from hunting and discovered Xiagu nestled in her stone cave, she was naturally filled with delight, cherishing this rare opportunity. After all, if Xiagu were to attend to other beastmen, it would mean losing the chance for a private moment together. "My purpose in coming here was to spend quality time with you. There's no need for concern. After all this time together, we have yet to consummate our bond. Might this weigh on your mind?" Xiagu candidly expressed her thoughts, not wishing for Xuelan to harbor any resentment. It is essential to articulate any grievances and engage in a thoughtful discussion. Otherwise, they may inevitably lead to greater misunderstandings in the future. Xuelan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet Xiagu's words resonated with undeniable truth. He had long anticipated her affection, but he hoped she would take the initiative, as he wished to spare her any discomfort. His sincerity was palpable, laying everything bare before her, allowing Xiagu to perceive Xuelan's honesty. However, she also recognized that his reluctance to voice his feelings was a sign of her own irresponsibility as a wife. "Well, I am here now to keep you company. Aren't I? I too desire to consummate our union. There simply was no time before, but now the moment has arrived. So, could you please refrain from dwelling on this matter any further?" Xiagu tilted his head gently, inquiring softly of Xuelan. At that moment, Xuelan pursed his lips, ultimately nodding in agreement. He directly enveloped Xiagu in his embrace, and in the process, there seemed to be an element of possessiveness in his actions. Even the timbre of Xuelan's voice became somewhat hoarse, hinting at an unmistakable arousal. However, Xiagu was already discussing a rather candid topic, and with their proximity, it was hardly surprising that desire lingered in the air. "I yearn for the same treatment they receive. O goddess, my goddess, can you fulfill my longing?" Xuelan held Xiagu tightly, showing no intention of releasing him. Xiagu could feel the warmth radiating from Xuelan, yet after so many days of relentless toil, she found herself utterly drained. "I'm so exhausted, Xuelan. Can't we wait until tomorrow? If I weren't so tired, I wouldn't have fallen asleep on your blanket," she murmured. Upon hearing this, Xuelan furrowed her brow in discontent and decisively pinned Xiagu beneath her. "My goddess, you need not exert any effort. Simply allow me to take care of everything." Once all was accomplished, Xiagu indeed succumbed to slumber, devoid of any remaining strength. Xuelan gazed tenderly at the weary Xiagu, gently caressing her hair, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Since their union, he sensed a burgeoning power swelling within him, coupled with his recent rigorous training. He felt on the verge of a significant breakthrough, his aura steadily ascending. Xuelan wished not to disturb Xiagu's rest. Instead, he seized the moment to enhance his own abilities outside. Hunting presented one such opportunity for growth. Becoming Xiagu's beastly consort was no trivial feat. Now that the circumstances had aligned, he was determined not to let Xiagu down, striving earnestly to elevate his status. He did not wish to keep her waiting for too long, lest she become displeased. He certainly did not want to risk losing her favor. So he quietly slipped away from the stone cave. Xiagu felt the absence of Xuelan and opened her eyes, only to realize that his figure had long since vanished. What was he up to? Had he forsaken sleep entirely? Well then, I shall rest alone. Not long after, Xuelan successfully ascended to the rank of Golden Beastman, joining Xuelan in the same echelon. However, Xueqing neither boasted nor celebrated, as he preferred to embody humility. Not wanting to draw undue attention to himself, he hurried back to the center of the tribe to oversee the training of the beastmen. Xianli also sensed that something was amiss with Xueqing's aura. Approaching Xueqing, he scrutinized him closely, seemingly catching a whiff of promising news. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, "You haven't already ascended to Golden Beastman, have you? How on earth did you manage that? It must have been quite arduous." Xianli inquired earnestly, eager to learn from Xueqing's experience, as he too aspired to ascend swiftly, aware that there were few Golden Beastmen around. If he could ascend, it would indeed be a tremendous honor, and he could only hope for that moment to arrive. "I can't quite explain it, but ever since I became involved with the goddess, everything seems to flow effortlessly." Xueqing recalled that Xiagu had used the advancement elixir on him just the day before, facilitating his ascension significantly, thanks to Xiagu's diligent efforts behind the scenes. "However, I must admit that my progression has been remarkably smooth, and I sincerely hope you can ascend to Golden Beastman soon." Speaking of these matters filled Xueqing with anticipation. If Xianli could achieve advancement as well, it would be splendid. "I still don't know when I can ascend to Golden Beastman. I've lingered in this silver stage for far too long." Xianli sighed. Yet he bore no jealousy towards Xueqing. After all, it was a matter of merit. Moreover, there was an element of luck involved, and he could only wish to reach that stage himself. "But now that you have ascended to Golden Beastman, we should celebrate properly. It wouldn't be right for you to remain unnoticed." Upon expressing this, Xianli looked expectantly at Xueqing, who frowned slightly, appearing reluctant. "Perhaps not. It all feels too sudden, like a dream. I haven't even considered celebrating yet. I think it's best to let things unfold naturally." Xueqing promptly declined the idea, and Xianli, upon hearing this, had no objections. After all, it was Xueqing's own journey, and others could only follow his lead. "You've been busy for so long. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I know you have to train the young ones and supervise the beastmen, which is quite taxing. Let me handle things from here." Xueqing spoke firmly, recognizing Xianli's dedication and believing it prudent for him to rest. This would surely help Xianli regain his vigor, preventing him from appearing as exhausted as he currently did. Upon hearing this, Xianli nodded. Having Xueqing to share the burden was indeed a welcome relief. Meanwhile, Xiagu had awakened, stretching her body. Yesterday had been immensely enjoyable. Yet being the one beneath had its own fatigue. Thankfully, after a full night's rest, she felt rejuvenated and sat cross-legged, determined to continue her efforts in condensing the energy sphere. This time, she resolved to succeed. Otherwise, it would mean wasting several weeks before she could attempt again. Xiao Mush sighed, her mind devoid of distractions as she focused on the task at hand, which required utter concentration. Gradually, she extended her hand, channeling the energy orb from within her being. At this pivotal moment, all of Xiao Mush's thoughts converged on this singular endeavor. At last, the energy orb was completely extracted from her body, resting triumphantly before her, a true testament to her success. Surrounding the orb were shimmering violet hues, presenting a captivating sight that filled Xiao Mush with exhilaration. Finally, she had achieved her goal. Xiao Mush leaped into the air, elated by the culmination of her prolonged efforts, which had finally yielded a tangible response. Congratulations to the host for successfully manifesting the energy orb. The reward has been deposited into the host's backpack. Xiagu glanced at her accumulating points, which had significantly increased. She promptly redeemed these points for potion ingredients. Relying on her memory, she hurriedly began the potion-making process. Fortunately, she had acquired an ample supply of materials, alleviating any concerns. With the cost of experimentation already covered, even multiple failures would not deter her spirit. During this period, anyone who sought out Xiagu was met with her polite refusals, as her entire focus was devoted to concocting potions. She yearned to achieve success swiftly, for only then could she obliterate the monstrous threats. Alas, the path to success was fraught with challenges. Despite her relentless efforts, she had yet to achieve a definitive breakthrough. How exasperating! Xiagu, feeling somewhat perplexed, scratched her head, overwhelmed by a profound sense of discomfort. She was acutely aware that the stable hue of a successful potion was a vibrant orange-yellow, yet she had failed to achieve this even once. The concoction she produced varied wildly, manifesting either as yellow or purple, but never as the desired orange-yellow. She had exhausted so many of her materials. Could it be that she was truly incapable of succeeding even once? After all, she had meticulously followed the methods outlined by others. Was it possible that she had misremembered? Xiagu closed her eyes and gently tapped her head, pondering the ratios of materials from her previous experiments in the laboratory. There truly seemed to be no discernible difference. Could it be that the measurements were not precise enough? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If she were to exhaust all the materials and still achieve no success, she would have to undertake tasks anew to accumulate points. Oh well. There's no need to be so pessimistic. If it comes to that, she can simply redo the tasks, which is not particularly challenging for her. Xiagu truly wished to escape her state of despair, for such negativity would only exacerbate her circumstances. After yet another attempt at concocting the potion, she finally achieved success. This accomplishment brought her immense relief, as the process of formulating the elixir had nearly taken a toll on her very spirit. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit. Manifesting in a vibrant orange hue, the complexity of this potion was far beyond her initial expectations. It is undeniable that Xiagu felt an overwhelming excitement. Yearning to share her elation with others, Xiagu stepped out of the cave, eager to share her joy with the three beast tamers. However, upon her exit, she noticed Xuelan, Xuelan, and Xuanli standing at the entrance. What brings you three to the cave's mouth? Given your appearance, I trust you haven't been waiting here for an extended period? Xiagu had never anticipated that three beast men awaited her at the entrance, nor did she know how long they had been there. Indeed, we have been waiting for quite some time. You have been inside the cave for 2 days and a night, one of them remarked. Their expressions shifting from surprise to relief upon seeing her emerge. They had genuinely worried about what she might be doing within those confines. The thought of any danger had been troubling them, prompting a prior agreement on a specific time to intervene. I intended to check on you myself, but was halted by Xuelan and Xuelan. Thus, we decided that if you had not emerged by sunset today, we would have to rush in, regardless of whether you would be upset. Upon hearing this, Xiagu's eyes glistened with emotion, for she could sense the concern and affection the three beastmen held for her. Well, here I am now. I have indeed been preoccupied with certain matters. Just look at this potion. It possesses the capability to completely eradicate the monsters. Once the time comes, our Highland tribe shall no longer be threatened by those creatures, and we will no longer have to harbor such worries. Xiagu hurriedly raised her potion, eager to share her findings with the three beast handlers. Yet, the trio remained indifferent to the matters concerning the monsters, for they were confident in their ability to safeguard Xiagu's safety. Xuelan was the first to embrace Xiagu, at a loss for how best to express her thoughts. We can certainly unite to tackle the issue of the monsters. After all, you are carrying a young one. After enduring such a lengthy period researching this potion, one must wonder, how could you be so oblivious? Do you not realize how deeply Xuanli and Xuelan worry for you? Ultimately, the child within Xiagu is Xuanli's. Thus his concern is even more profound. All right, I understand now. I will ensure that you need not worry so much in the future. Now that the potion has been developed, let us address the impending dangers. As Xiagu spoke, she contemplated moving towards the direction of the monster. However, how could the three beastmen allow her to depart so easily? It was evident to the naked eye that Xiagu appeared utterly fatigued. You cannot leave. You must rest properly now. Do not be stubborn. We can deal with the monster at any moment, especially with your potions at our disposal. This matter is not a concern. Xuelan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, realizing that Xiagu, perhaps due to her excitement, was oblivious to her own exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Xiagu let out a resigned sigh, recognizing that there was truly no way to refuse their insistence any longer. Very well, must I rest properly then? I suppose if I do not acquiesce to your wishes, you would likely resort to binding me and making me sleep in the stone cave. Observing the unwavering determination in the eyes of the three beast men, Xiagu had a strong premonition that such a scenario could indeed unfold, and thus she decided to concede. At this, the three beast men nodded in agreement, for they indeed might resort to such actions. Xiagu swiftly returned to the stone cave to rest, while Xuelan voluntarily stayed behind to provide care. Meanwhile, Xuelan seized this brief moment to continue overseeing the training of their kin. After a period of rigorous practice, the overall strength of these orcs had significantly improved. Xiagu, having successfully completed her task, was rewarded with various accolades, including the remarkable body refining elixir. The effects of this elixir were truly remarkable, completely negating Xiagu's own adaptability to the crystal course. After consuming the elixir, she proceeded to absorb the crystal cores. And indeed, all of them were smoothly integrated into her being. This achievement filled Xiagu with immense satisfaction, after such a long period of anticipation. She had finally accomplished her goal. Moreover, her spirit appeared significantly rejuvenated. Now, should she choose to vanquish the monsters, it seemed unlikely they would impede her. Having thoroughly rested and feeling invigorated, she pondered whether it was time to utilize her potions to eliminate the monsters once and for all. The three beast men, upon hearing Xiagu's words, found themselves unable to refuse her, though they harbored concerns about her venturing alone, thus they resolved to accompany her. Soon, the four of them set forth together, determined to seek out the monstrous foe. Along the way, they exuded an air of confidence, and Xiagu felt a considerable sense of assurance regarding their endeavor. She was eager to resolve this matter swiftly, ensuring a safe environment for the people of the Gaoshan tribe. This was also for the sake of her own young, as well as the other offspring in the tribe. If the surroundings were perilous, how could there be prosperity in having many children? However, during their journey, Xiagu stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Heavens! Is this not the extraordinary medicinal herb developed in my previous life as laboratory? This revelation left Xiagu momentarily speechless. In the apocalyptic world, cultivating such herbs was impossible. They could only be grown through meticulous research and in optimal conditions, which was undeniably arduous. To her astonishment, these herbs flourished abundantly around her. Xia, what type of herb is this? Is it of great use to you? If so, we should harvest some to take back, Xueqing inquired, ever willing to support Xiagu in whatever she chose to do. Indeed, these herbs are incredibly beneficial to me. Let us all gather a few to take with us. They may prove useful in the future. The mere thought of this brought Xiagu joy, and she felt a sense of contentment. As she collected the herbs, her primary objective of locating the monster remained firmly in her mind. In a concealed spot, Xiagu finally caught sight of the monster's silhouette, and her heart raced with excitement. At last, we have found it. The monster is hiding right here. We can now engage in battle. Xiagu extracted a potion from his pocket, simultaneously preparing himself while addressing the three beast men. They too assumed battle stances, intent on supporting Xiagu. As long as Xiagu could vanquish this monster, they would undoubtedly take the lead in the charge. Armed with the potion, he was resolute in his belief that there was no way to fail in eliminating this creature. As Xiagu and his companions approached the beast, it suddenly went into a frenzy. It turned around, facing Xiagu and his group, its claws bared in a terrifying display. The three beast men were taken aback by the sheer horror of the monster before them, momentarily frozen in place. However, Xiagu was eager to seize the opportunity, unwilling to let the creature escape once more. Do not stand there in shock. Quickly subdue this monster with the potion. As long as we drench it in this liquid, it shall be utterly obliterated. Xiao Mushrooms spoke with palpable urgency, hoping they would heed her words and swiftly resolve the matter. Upon hearing her, Xuelan was the first to react, applying the entirety of Xiao Mushrooms' potion to her palms. The other two beastmen, witnessing this, followed suit. They encircled the creature, which found itself at the heart of their formation. When the monster caught sight of Xiao Mushroom, it lunged forward, seemingly intent on denying her any chance to resist. However, Xiao Mushroom quickly summoned her own strength, evading the creature's assault, which resulted in it missing its target. Seizing this opportunity, she evenly dispersed the potion around them. Indeed, the monster, deterred by the potion, was reluctant to move freely, and the burning sensation on its body began to emit smoke. It held in agony, a sight that was oddly gratifying. The remaining three beastmen took advantage of this moment to shield Xiao Mushroom, engaging the monster in close combat. To their astonishment, within a short span, the monster was utterly vanquished, reduced to a foul, viscous substance that was quite nauseating to behold. Yet, upon witnessing this, Xiao Mushroom's mind was flooded with thoughts. She never anticipated the potion would prove so effective. At last, they had dealt with the creature. Xia, your potion truly works wonders. Xuelan approached Xiao Mushroom, her joy evident. Resolving such a significant problem was a testament to their collective effort. Nevertheless, Xiao Mushroom felt a twinge of confusion. The potion had been effective, as had the monster. It seemed this place bore a connection to the apocalyptic world of her past life, suggesting that the two realms might indeed be intertwined. Yes, now that the issue was resolved, let us inform the others in the tribe. I still have matters to attend to. I must return to the stone cave. In stating this, Xiao Mushroom remained remarkably composed, eager to delve deeper into her research on the apocalypse. However, her resolute gaze plunged the three beast men into contemplation. Previously, Xiao Mushroom had abstained from food and drink for several days solely to study this potion. They wondered if this time would mirror the last. You ought to refrain from further research. Haven't we successfully resolved this situation? You needn't exhaust yourself. Xuanli expressed his concern, hoping Xiao Mushroom would heed his words. Although her efforts were for the tribe's benefit, Xuanli was deeply worried for her. This sentiment was shared by the other two beast men as well. Oh, how could I possibly repeat the past? You three are genuinely concerned for my well-being. Rest assured, I will not engage in such practices again. Xiao Mush let out a sigh. It seemed that this group was indeed over-concerned. However, in this world of orcs, being a female meant one would inevitably be pampered. A fact that could not be altered. Now, Xiao Mush longed to return to the stone cave to thoroughly study the herbs from the apocalypse. If her research proved successful, she would naturally acquire more herbs to pursue her endeavors. Xianli, Xueqin, I entrust Xiao Mush to you. I shall report to the tribe about the monster's resolution. Xuelan stated, fulfilling his role as the team leader. Thus, he could no longer keep watch over Xiao Mush and had to leave her in their capable hands to attend to other matters. Upon hearing this, the two immediately nodded in agreement. They had intended to do just that. Must you all be so serious? Can't you refrain from treating me like a child? Xiagu felt an undeniable sense of embarrassment. However, there truly was no alternative in the current situation. Before long, she returned to the stone cave and commenced her meticulous study of herbs. With an abundance of energy at her disposal, Xiagu was able to catalyze several herbs simultaneously. Once the herbs fully matured, an even more delightful surprise awaited her. These herbs not only lacked the detrimental side effects typical of apocalyptic conditions, but their efficacy was also enhanced, acting with greater swiftness. Had I realized this issue sooner, I would not have squandered so many points exchanging for medicinal materials. Xiagu now feels an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known earlier, she should have embarked on her research sooner. However, it now seems that her efforts have been in vain. With the current understanding of the situation, it is imperative to cultivate on a large scale. Yet, Xiagu possesses no experience in post-apocalyptic farming, and the few herbs she has managed to grow are merely a byproduct of catalysis. If Xiagu were to catalyze such a vast quantity, she would undoubtedly lack the necessary energy, leaving her feeling rather powerless. Xiagu, the system. It is now your turn to take the stage. What actions must I undertake to cultivate those herbs on a grand scale? When it comes to this matter, Xiagu is filled with anticipation. However, the system remains utterly unresponsive. This has left Xiagu profoundly disheartened, as it is truly unexpected that the system can vanish without any prior warning. Why does it always falter at the most crucial moments? This flawed system is proving to be quite ineffectual. Xiao Mush could only silently curse a few times in her heart. She hurriedly tidied up the messy area after completing her research, intending to venture out and search for a suitable venue. However, upon exiting, she was greeted by the sight of two beastmen stationed at the cave's entrance. They appeared taken aback by her swift emergence, their expressions filled with surprise. Goddess, Xia, we didn't expect you to come out so soon. What were you researching inside? Are you tired? Would you like to take a proper rest? They spoke in unison, conveying their genuine concern for her well-being. Xiagu rubbed her eyes, feeling undeniably fatigued. After a period of catalysis, she sensed a depletion of energy within her. Indeed, she was quite weary. Perhaps it would be wise to indulge in a brief slumber? She felt as though her very brain cells were on the verge of extinction, and without proper recuperation, she would be unable to accomplish anything at all. Upon hearing Xiaogu's words, the two beastmen sighed in relief. It appeared that there was no need for excessive concern. In such circumstances, Xiagu's willingness to rest was indeed a positive sign. The two beastmen remained steadfastly by Xiagu's side, never straying far, while their offspring busily engaged in playful activities without causing any disturbance. However, shortly after Xiagu settled down for a rest, an urgent situation arose at Xuezhang's side. Xuezhou hurriedly approached the entrance of Xiagu's dwelling, seeking her assistance. Goddess, are you available at this moment? It seems there are some issues at Shuelan, and I would like you to take a look. Xuezhou had always held a deep affection for Xuezhang, and naturally wished to ensure her comfort. Yet, given the current predicament, it was imperative to have Xiagu examine the situation to achieve true peace of mind. Upon hearing these words, Xiagu finally opened her eyes, rubbing her neck, which still bore traces of fatigue. The two beastmen felt quite helpless about the situation, as they had not anticipated that at such a crucial moment of rest for Xiagu, Xuezhou would approach so lively. Xia, perhaps you should continue to rest. We will personally check on the situation with Xuejiang, Xianli promptly suggested, clearly wishing to consider Xiagu's well-being. However, Xiagu quickly shook her head. Now that she was awake, it was impossible for her to return to a peaceful slumber. No need, I would rather go and take a look myself, especially since this is Xuejiang's first experience with carrying young. After speaking, Xiagu followed closely behind Xuezhou as they made their way to Xuejiang's stone cave. Upon entering, Xiagu immediately noticed Xuejiang curled up on the blanket, her expression contorted in distress. It was evident that Xuelan had endured considerable suffering. Xiagu hastened to her side and examined her closely. Sister, you have finally arrived. My stomach hurts terribly. Am I going to die? My demise is inconsequential, but my offspring must survive. Xuelan lamented, overwhelmed by the pain and fear of any potential harm to her young. Do not worry. I will examine you thoroughly, and all will be well. It is quite normal to experience abdominal pains during pregnancy, Xiagu reassured, though she was uncertain of the actual circumstances. Upon hearing this, Xuelan merely nodded, gripping Xiagu's hand tightly, placing all her faith in her companion. Host, I have returned. Today, I was occupied at headquarters, participating in the system upgrade, which is why I left without a word. Is there anything you require assistance with? The sudden notification from the system startled Xiagu, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiao Mushroom, fortunately, you returned at a crucial moment. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to comprehend you. Please conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the nature of the snow mushroom. The system had no choice but to perform an in-depth analysis of the snow mushroom's physiology. However, after completing the examination, the system remained unresponsive, which only deepened Xiao Mushroom's perplexity. Xiagu, do speak up quickly. What is the situation? You must tell me. Host, the system also finds this quite peculiar. It has detected that the two cubs within Xuelan's womb have autonomously begun their advancement. Observing Xuelan in such discomfort, Xiagu could only offer her solace, and gradually, Xuelan seemed to improve. After all, the realm of the cubs within her was indeed affecting Xuelan significantly. Once the cubs ceased their commotion, Xuelan slowly returned to her normal state. I believe it is due to your babies beginning their progression. When I was with Xuelan's cubs, I experienced similar labor pains. As she spoke, Xiagu was resolute, conveying her findings to Xuelan in this manner. Xuelan had not anticipated such a circumstance, yet she placed her complete trust in Xiagu. After all, Xiagu had indeed given birth to orc cubs of a certain caliber, which already substantiated everything. So, this is how it is, sister. I feel much better now. Since you say so, I shall find peace. Xuelan sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow, gently leaning against Xiagu. Upon witnessing this, Xiagu naturally refrained from further contemplation. It was an opportune moment to remain here and provide Xuelan with companionship. If you are in pain, you might engage in other activities to divert your attention, as there surely will be no issues. Have you crafted any other items after learning so much with Shuelan? I would love to see your creations and assess the fruits of your labor. Xiagu, therefore, uttered these words, intending to divert Xuelan's entire attention towards the art of carving. Indeed, upon discussing this topic, Xuelan appeared exceedingly exhilarated, as it pertained to her area of expertise. Of course, I engage in carving every day, and some of the pieces I have created have already been sold. Many people admire them, she remarked. Following her statement, Xuelan resolved to showcase all her finished carvings to Xiagu. However, at that very moment, Shuelan heard whispers of unusual activity concerning Xuelan's offspring, and, fueled by their teacher-student bond, felt compelled to investigate. To her surprise, Xuelan had completely recovered. And with the presence of the divine maiden by her side, Shuelan felt considerably reassured. As long as you are safe, my dear, that is all that matters. I have been quite worried about you. Observing Xuelan's vibrant demeanor, Shuelan realized there was no longer any need for concern. Divine maiden, how fortunate it is that you care for Xuelan so diligently. Otherwise, this girl would not have such a fortunate fate. Xiagu hastily shook her head, clarifying that she merely came to accompany Xuelan on occasion. It hardly amounted to anything significant. Master Shuelan, I have observed the exquisite objects you taught Xuelan to carve. They are truly lifelike. Your skills are remarkable. Xiagu, of course, had her own thoughts on etiquette, and this was not mere flattery. The evidence lay plainly before them. The techniques I possess have indeed been thoroughly learned by Xuelan. Oh, master, let us not dwell on such matters. As your disciple, I must inherit your craft. Xuelan, somewhat shy, had not anticipated Shuelan's sudden remarks. The protagonist felt this was a promising development, for this was, after all, a skill that could provide sustenance. Xuelan, since you have no pressing matters at hand, why not shift your focus? This way, you won't feel so uncomfortable carrying the burden of motherhood. Why not showcase your skills? I would love to see it. Upon hearing this, Xuelan found herself in a quandary, uncertain whether to display her talents. She regarded the protagonist as a sister and did not wish to embarrass herself before her. Shuelan discerned Xuelan's internal struggle and thought her humility was excessive. Very well. Let us work together to create a piece, showcasing the prowess of our master and disciple. Xueling's suggestion piqued Xuezhang's interest under these circumstances. She felt less inclined to be modest. All right, master, I happen to have an idea. I wish to carve a small concealed weapon for self-protection. After all, Xuezhang had previously been harmed by a creature, and this thought resonated deeply with her. If she could apply her carving skills to this endeavor, it would be splendid. And she looked forward to it. Upon hearing her words, Shuelan nodded in agreement, willing to assist Xuezhang in crafting such a weapon. Let's get started without delay. We must not give the impression that we lack true skill. For an experienced carpenter like Shuelan, creating a concealed weapon was a straightforward task. However, crafting a highly intricate piece would require collaboration with Xuezhang. Despite her youth, Xuezhang was exceptionally talented and brimming with innovative ideas. Shuelan was not an antiquated figure. He welcomed these innovations and was eager to explore them together. The protagonist observed them as they worked on the small contraption, surprised by its diminutive size, which made the task rather challenging. Moreover, the need for precision added to the complexity, making each step appear intricate. As she watched, the protagonist stifled a yawn, unable to help but admire Shuelan and Xuezhang's focus, which allowed them to remain engrossed for such a prolonged period. Xuanli, remaining by the protagonist's side, noticed her growing drowsiness. After pondering for a moment, he fetched some snacks and placed them before her. Xia, do you feel tired? A little something to eat might help. Xuanli said gently, clearly willing to stay by her side and alleviate her fatigue. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised to see so many snacks, appreciating Xuezhang's thoughtful gesture. As she nibbled on the treats, her weariness diminished, and she began to discuss the concealed weapon with Xuanli. It was undeniable that such a small item would be incredibly convenient to carry, allowing everyone to have one for self-defense. The protagonist expressed her thoughts, asserting that such a diminutive weapon could be immensely effective. Additionally, utilizing various materials for the weapon would ensure it delivered a fatal blow to adversaries. What could be wrong with that? Xuanli wholeheartedly agreed with her, sharing the same sentiments. Indeed, Xia, if everyone had one, our tribe would have nothing to worry about. It would be useful against both those creatures and invasions from other tribes. Just then, Xuelan exited the tribe's center and, upon hearing the protagonist was there, approached them. She was surprised to find the protagonist and Xuanli engaged in lively conversation about the concealed weapons crafted by Xuezhang and Shuelan. Once she understood the situation, Xuelan settled beside the protagonist, joining her to observe the master-disciple duo's creation. What brings you here so leisurely to watch their crafting of concealed weapons? Xuelan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The protagonist took this opportunity to explain Xuezhang's discomfort to Xuelan, who quickly grasped the situation. It seemed a fitting distraction. At this moment, Xuezhang was diligently shaping the wood, while Shuelan occasionally offered guidance. The small concealed weapon was primarily the work of Xuezhang alone. Observing Xuezhang's serious demeanor, Xuezhou found himself utterly captivated. Xuezhang is truly enchanting. At this moment, she is even more alluring than a goddess, he declared, oblivious to the protagonist's presence. Xuelan and Xuanli merely exchanged amused glances. It was indeed true that love makes one blind. Though Xuezhang was petite and exquisite, she paled in comparison to the protagonist. What are you two laughing at? Xuezhou's words hold truth, and he is genuinely fond of Xuezhang. The protagonist felt a wave of satisfaction upon realizing this. She had personally arranged for Xuezhang's mate. As long as the two could be happy together, that was all that mattered. The protagonist observed everything closely. As long as they remained blissful, she was content. Not at all. I was pondering if I too have fallen under the spell of love's blindness. But I quickly dismissed the notion, for everyone finds you beautiful. Xuelan took the protagonist's hand, expressing his heartfelt sentiment. He believed his words to be accurate. Whenever the protagonist stood in a room, she attracted the attention of countless beastmen. Presently, the protagonist had 3 mates, which Xuelan considered a modest number. He felt confident that, given her allure, many more would seek to become her suitors in the future. All right, let us not dwell on this. It's making me a bit shy. The protagonist shook her head in exasperation, unsure how to respond to Xuelan. Seizing the opportunity, she took stock of her backpack, which contained several herb seeds. How should I cultivate these herbs for the fastest growth? Is there a guide available? She inquired of the system, always seeking its assistance for various matters. There exists a planting manual, host, but to acquire it, you must complete a task. Upon hearing the word task, the protagonist felt a twinge of discomfort. Surely everything here has been explicitly priced, which is quite exasperating, she mused. However, her dialogue system offered no response, as she understood that it too had its own temper. After all, it would not vanish and return to headquarters for upgrades without reason. Such petulance was unparalleled. Yet, she recognized the truth in the adage that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. To obtain what she desired, she could only proceed through the completion of tasks. The task read, "Please merge the Gem tribe with the Mountain tribe." Upon reading this, she was taken aback, unable to fathom that the system had assigned her such a formidable challenge. Could it be that my momentary complaints have prompted you to make this intentionally difficult for me? Is this arduous task a trade for the planting manual? At this moment, her frustration spilled forth, and she felt compelled to argue with the system. Please expedite the completion of the task. Otherwise, you will lack the planting manual, rendering those herb seeds utterly useless. The system seemed to be displaying its own brand of obstinacy, and the protagonist found herself at a loss for words. You truly cannot discern the greater from the lesser. You must realize that you exist because of me. If I choose not to fulfill this task, can you truly compel me? The absurdity of the situation struck her as amusing. Was the system genuinely attempting to assume the role of master? This task does not require you to forcibly conquer the Gem tribe. It suffices to have the leader of the Gem tribe, Xiao, yield to you. They can fully affiliate with the Mountain tribe. Sensing the system's concession, she felt relieved, for forcibly conquering the Gem tribe would indeed be unwise. The two tribes already enjoyed a cordial relationship. Any disruption would only cast the Mountain tribe in a negative light. Moreover, their relationship extended beyond mere diplomacy. The Gem tribe had prioritized the Mountain tribe for mineral development rights. To annex them would be devoid of humanity and decency. Just then, Xuelan skillfully crafted a concealed weapon, drawing the attention of everyone present, eager to admire her creation. It's finished. Shall we test its power and see just how formidable it truly is? They had watched intently for some time, as Xuelan exhibited remarkable ingenuity in addressing intricate details. When employed, it would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly effective, presenting no challenges whatsoever. Observe. All it takes is a twist of this small mechanism to launch the weapon contained within. You can customize it as you please. But only one can be loaded at a time, as the opening is rather small, affording just a singular chance for survival. Xuelan explained with clarity, emphasizing the practicality of the weapon. Regardless of the circumstances, it offered a prime opportunity to neutralize threats. After her demonstration, she swiftly loaded a slender wooden arrow and released it with remarkable speed. The arrow embedded itself firmly into a tree, showcasing its evident power. If it could penetrate such sturdy wood, one could only imagine its efficacy against the flesh of a beast. How extraordinary! The strength is truly remarkable, Xuelan. Your ingenuity is commendable. If everyone possessed one, it would be ideal for self-preservation. Xinli, standing nearby, fervently praised Xuelan, recognizing the reality of her creation. However, it would be unwise for everyone to have one. What if someone accidentally triggers it? That could be quite perilous. Xuelan considered this possibility with a hint of concern. Acknowledging that while patrol members could each possess one, caution was paramount. If accidental discharge were to occur, it could indeed pose a significant issue that required meticulous handling. I shall explore ways to refine it, minimizing the risk of accidental triggering, but for now, it is ready for use. Generally, such mishaps are unlikely. Xuelan spoke with conviction, and the others expressed their admiration for her talent. Observing the scene, Xuelan nodded seriously, recognizing Xuelan's skill. Xuelan, you are truly my most astute apprentice. Your brilliance surpasses even my own when I was your age. In this regard, Xuelan could not disagree. When she first entered this field, she lacked the depth of thought that Xuelan exhibited. It had taken her years to acquire such skills, while Xuelan achieved them in a mere fraction of the time. Master, please do not say that. Without a good mentor, how could one cultivate a talented disciple? My current abilities are all thanks to your guidance. Xuelan expressed profound gratitude for Xuelan's nurturing oversight, which had facilitated her development. Hearing these words, Xuelan felt a swell of emotion, as recognition from his disciple brought a sense of fulfillment. After tirelessly focusing on crafting the concealed weapon, Xuelan stifled a yawn. Feeling fatigued. All right, master, no need for such humility. You previously remarked on my modesty. This weapon required considerable effort and energy to create, and I wish to present it to you. Even though I have become your secluded disciple, I can confidently say I am ready to graduate. Upon hearing this, Xuelan nodded in agreement, eagerly acknowledging Xuelan's readiness to step into the world. That is certainly the case. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, my apprentice. After concluding this exchange, Xuelan cherished the weapon as if it were a treasured possession. Witnessing this interaction, everyone felt a sense of warmth, recognizing that Xuelan was a truly considerate individual. Now, let us not impose further on Xuejian. After all, she is expecting a child. It would be best to allow her some well-deserved rest. Xiagu could see that Xuezhang had been busy for quite some time, and was indeed quite fatigued. It would be best for her to leave promptly, allowing Xuezhang some time to rest properly. Upon hearing this, everyone naturally agreed and began to depart. Upon returning to the stone cave, Xiagu immediately sought out Xuelan, which brought a delightful surprise to her. "What is the matter? Have you missed me because you haven't had time to accompany me lately?" Xuelan nudged Xiagu with her tail, which made Xiagu feel a profound sense of comfort. With her by his side, he found joy in every endeavor. "Of course, I think about you every moment of every day. It's a pity that you are so busy, but I truly admire you for being the leader who ensures the safety of our tribe." Xiagu truly possesses an extraordinary understanding of how to capture a man's heart, and in this context, she is exceptionally clear. Indeed, when Xuelan heard these words, a blush spread across her face, revealing her bashful demeanor. "By the way, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you in earnest." Observing Xuelan's current sense of triumph, Xiagu felt it was the opportune moment to express her thoughts. This way, they could swiftly determine the course of action, alleviating Xiagu from the burden of constantly pondering the resolution. "What is it that requires discussion? Please speak candidly. Whatever it is that can fulfill your needs, I shall certainly endeavor to accomplish." In this regard, Xuelan's conviction was unwavering, with no room for doubt. Xiagu naturally comprehends the feelings that Xuelan harbors for him, and thus he feels all the more unrestrained in this regard. "I believe our tribe should forge an alliance with the Gem tribe, ideally persuading them to submit directly to us." The words spoken by Xiagu caused Xuelan to furrow his brows, and he cast a perplexed glance at Xiagu. "Xiaoxia, why must we proceed in this manner? I fail to comprehend the underlying benefits. It seems there is little distinction in our situation, regardless of whether the Gem tribe has truly submitted to us. The relationship between the two tribes has always been exceptionally harmonious, devoid of any disputes. Moreover, the Gem tribe is willing to heed their directives, executing whatever is requested without hesitation. The bond between the two parties is indeed profound. If we are to compel the Gem tribe to yield, will this not give rise to potential conflicts? It remains uncertain to anyone." Xiagu listened to Xuelan's words, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as she was at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. It was merely a glitch in the system that had led to such an absurd assignment. "I believe that if the Gem tribe were to align themselves with us, it would establish a clear boundary for any future challenges we might face. Moreover, this would facilitate a more fruitful collaboration with the Gem tribe, fostering a spirit of shared prosperity and mutual support in times of adversity, all of which is evident before us." Xiao Mushrooms meticulously identified every potential benefit, intending to engage in a thorough discussion with Xuelan. Although Xuelan felt a profound sense of helplessness, she ultimately nodded in acquiescence, expressing her willingness to heed Xiao Mushrooms' counsel. "Xia, you are inherently the goddess of our tribe. If you wish to proceed in that manner, I shall wholeheartedly support you." At this moment, Xiao Mushrooms exhaled in relief, yet numerous questions loomed ahead. For if they were indeed to pursue a more profound dialogue with the Gem tribe, it would necessitate a comprehensive discourse with Yangshi regarding the matter. Only then could they offer a more substantial guarantee. Xiao Mushrooms merely hoped that this endeavor would unfold without any hindrances, culminating in a direct completion. "You should arrange a meeting with Yangshi. This matter must be resolved expeditiously." Xiagu promptly instructed Xuelan, who was, at that moment, quite elated to encounter Yangshi. The camaraderie between the two tribes was indeed profound, and upon their meeting, Yangshi immediately expressed his welcome. He intended to extend the highest standards of hospitality to Xuelan and Xiagu, who swiftly made their way to the Gem tribe. Upon seeing Xiagu and Xuelan, Yangshi bowed respectfully, acknowledging the immense assistance that Xiagu had rendered. Such gestures of courtesy were essential in this context. However, there was no need for such formalities. They had collaborated for so long that superficial pleasantries were altogether unnecessary. Xiagu swiftly supported the rock, which bore a gentle smile upon its surface. What could possibly be the reason for this? Why were the two of you in such haste to arrive? Specifically at this hour? Since you are here, let us share a meal together. I happen to have freshly cut venison. Xiagu and Xuelan were smoothly seated, engaging in delightful conversation. The group exchanged courteous pleasantries until the formalities came to a conclusion, at which point Xuelan transitioned to the crux of the matter. Yangshi, we, the Highland tribe, hope that your Gem tribe will yield to us. The goddess and I have come specifically to ascertain your stance. In articulating this, Xuelan maintained a demeanor of utmost politeness, keenly observing Yinshi's expression. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Yinshi's countenance shifted, seemingly taken aback by such an objective. It was evident that his face bore the marks of hesitation, his brow furrowed, and he appeared decidedly reluctant. I fail to comprehend why you wish to pursue such a course of action. I believed we were equals, and our collaborations have been numerous, devoid of any conflict. Under amicable circumstances, to demand allegiance seems rather preposterous. Thus, I am entirely unwilling to entertain such a notion. Upon witnessing the rock's expression, Xiagu naturally deemed it entirely normal. As such circumstances are to be expected. Even if one were to adopt a perspective shift to facilitate Xiagu's acceptance, it would be an insurmountable challenge for her. Consequently, she finds herself at a loss for words regarding this matter. I acknowledge that this situation may indeed be somewhat unreasonable. If you are unwilling, there is no obligation to acquiesce. Otherwise, we would not have gone to such lengths to inquire about your circumstances. Xiagu sincerely apologizes. This is ultimately the system's fault, as I merely followed the instructions provided. I never anticipated it would turn out this way, and thus, there is no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Xiagu system, consider the consequences of your actions. If this situation leads to a rift between the two tribes, I will be unable to undertake any future missions and will lose all possibility of acquiring energy crystals. At present, Xiagu can only seethe in silence, directing his ire at the system, which remains utterly unresponsive. Xiamu is aware that the system still resides within him, neither upgraded nor vanished, merely reluctant to reveal itself. There is no need for haste. I wish to inquire about the rationale behind your thoughts. Is it possible that maintaining the allegiance of our tribe benefits both you and us? Yinshi sighed. Since we have reached this juncture, it would be prudent to refrain from urgency and simply ask. This approach would alleviate any potential awkwardness between us. If there are indeed advantages, it warrants consideration. The benefits are undoubtedly present. Our Highland tribe is valiant and skilled in warfare, capable of safeguarding your Jim tribe excellently. Moreover, in the face of any challenges, we adhere to a unique set of regulations. The collaboration between our two tribes would merely signify a formidable alliance, dissuading other tribes from harboring any intentions against us. In summation, this alliance ensures greater safety, enhanced development, and fosters enduring friendships. Although certain regulations may impose constraints, order is essential for harmony, as Xiamu has articulated clearly. Yet, it appears that Xiamu's words fail to sway Yinshi, whose expression remains one of reluctance. Additionally, I propose the establishment of a gem processing center within the Highland tribe. Suddenly, Xiagu pondered upon a brilliant idea and promptly expressed it, eager to discern their thoughts on the matter. If they were in agreement, it would be most fortuitous. And Xiagu was more than willing to dedicate his time and energy to this endeavor. The phrase gem processing center was utterly perplexing to them, shrouded in ambiguity. What could it possibly mean? Could it be that a gem processing center involves utilizing those gemstones to create something entirely different? Rock scratched his head, curiosity piqued, and inquired of Xiagu. Xiagu nodded immediately, acknowledging that this was indeed the essence of the matter, and could only proceed in this direction. Undoubtedly, the members of the Gem tribe possess the ability to impart their skills, while the Highland tribe supplies the raw materials and the necessary environment. Presently, the Highland tribe has been diligently mining gems, which has significantly facilitated the Gem tribe's endeavors. Thus, Xiagu chose to intersperse her thoughts within this context, hoping they would grasp her intent. In this manner, both parties would benefit, rendering the proposition more palatable. Rock turned to the elders behind him, intent on soliciting their opinions. They promptly nodded, their faces reflecting admiration. This was ample proof that Xiagu's words had indeed stirred their hearts. Xiagu felt a surge of excitement, though she maintained her composure. If that were the case, agreeing would not be out of the question, yet she still yearned to hear more details regarding the proposal. Rock placed all his hopes on Xiagu, eager to discern what her vision for the future entailed. Indeed, Xiagu's imaginative and articulate narrative completely captivated Rock and the multitude of elders. They believed that if subjugation were to occur under such circumstances, it would pose no issue whatsoever. Xiagu has indeed resolved this matter, which has been quite arduous. However, Xiagu has naturally received the system's rewards in return. Xiagu, please refrain from assigning me such tasks in the future, for they truly infuriate me, having consumed an inordinate amount of my time. She could only vent her frustrations towards the system internally, as there were no other alternatives available. Upon returning to the stone cave, Xiagu did not hasten to sleep. Instead, She retrieved the blueprints, intending to devise a plan for the realization of her proposed designs. Xuelan, now that we have resolved the monster issue, the immediate priority is to address this matter. You must collaborate with me diligently. Tomorrow, let them clear a space to serve as a processing center for the strengthening gem. And we should select a few apprentices from our tribe who are interested in gem processing to join the center, allowing them to learn directly from the gem tribe. Xiagu scratched his head, feeling that this matter was indeed troublesome. However, in order to ensure that the rock tribe could smoothly align with the high mountain tribe, he had no choice but to proceed as planned. Very well, this should pose no issue. I shall instruct them to commence shortly. As for the items you mentioned, I will ensure they are adequately prepared, creating a truly impeccable gem processing center for you. Xuelan gazed at Xiagu with admiration, for she understood the depth of his intentions, which were undeniably beneficial. This endeavor would not only win over the hearts of the gem tribe, but also provide numerous individuals with opportunities for survival. Ultimately, this was advantageous for both parties, which made Xuelan eager to heed Xiaogu's counsel at all times. Soon, the gem processing center was established, and the artisans from the gem tribe proceeded to the center for training. In this new environment, they discovered a wealth of creative inspiration during their sessions. This marked a significant advancement for them, freeing them from the constraints of a singular location that stifled innovation. Under such circumstances, everything progressed smoothly, and Xiagu observed with great satisfaction. Rock approached Xiagu, witnessing the artisans from the gem tribe find new creative sparks, and he felt a surge of delight. Indeed, it is thanks to you, Divine Maiden. Your ideas are truly commendable, and they have opened up many opportunities for them. In this light, I find myself regretting not aligning with your tribe sooner. We could have secured many assurances and avoided the constant vigilance we endure while patrolling the surrounding areas. The gem tribe, renowned for its abundant treasures, often incited envy among others. Consequently, they had endured various assaults. However, the situation was now transformed. At that moment, Rock presented a finely crafted gem before Xiagu. This exquisite gem has been created by our artisans. Pray, take a look and see if it pleases you. I intend to gift it to you. Xiagu was undoubtedly astonished, never having anticipated such exquisite beauty. Urgent task. Seize this opportunity to completely destroy the magnificent gem without arousing suspicion in others. Upon witnessing this task, Xiagu was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that it would involve the destruction of the gems. If such an action were to be carried out, it would surely lead the rock tribe to believe that they did not genuinely wish to safeguard the gem tribe. Shimu, I perceive that you must be quite mad to propose such a task. I cannot fathom what thoughts occupy your mind. In fact, Xiamu believes that this system is entirely devoid of intellect, merely a hollow contraption, and it has now ensnared her in a most perplexing dilemma. Host, you must undertake this task as I instruct, for the totem associated with the gem bears an uncanny resemblance to the insignia of the largest faction in the apocalypse. Should the higher-ups utilize the system to detect this layer, both you and I could face obliteration. This revelation only deepens Xiaomu's confusion. Is this totem truly something that should remain concealed? She scrutinizes the totem earnestly, finding it somewhat familiar, though she had failed to recall it moments ago. The gem is not yet fully realized. It requires additional strokes to be complete. I shall ensure that the craftsman carves it meticulously, and it will undoubtedly showcase the gem in its finest form. The rock proclaimed this with unwavering conviction, moved profoundly by the sentiments expressed by Xiamu and her companions. Consequently, it stands to reason that she deserves kindness, for Xiamu is now regarded as the goddess of the gem tribe. Xiagu furrowed her brow. If she were to add a few strokes as suggested by Yin Shi, it would indeed resemble the pattern from the apocalyptic era. Perhaps it would be best to refrain for now. She found the current design quite pleasing and intended to cherish it. However, the matter of collection was secondary. The immediate priority remained the complete destruction of the gemstone to avert any dire consequences. No, Yin Shi insisted. Adding a few strokes would be the finishing touch. If you carry this gemstone, it will undoubtedly showcase the divine radiance to its fullest. His unwavering conviction about the future left Xiagu feeling reluctant to refuse. Yin Shi then picked up the gemstone, intending to have the artisan continue carving according to his proposed totem. At that moment, Xiagu felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and desperate. Uncertain of how to provide a valid reason for Yin Shi to halt the drilling of the gemstone and also to justify its destruction. Host, you must grasp at least a little, or we may both face annihilation. The system's tone grew increasingly urgent, prompting Xiagu to let out a resigned sigh. Xiao Mushrooms, You must understand that I am compelled to act at this moment. It is not a matter of reluctance on my part. We initially intended to foster a good relationship with Rock, but should we proceed in that manner, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. As Rock was about to depart, Xiao Mushrooms exhibited palpable impatience, which did not escape Xuelan's notice. He quickly approached her, gently caressing her face. Xiao, what is troubling you? Are you unwell? If so, let me escort you home, Xuelan inquired with genuine concern for Xiao Mushrooms. Xiagu shook his head. The issue was no longer a matter of physicality, but rather the impending threat of annihilation. As long as the higher-ups of the system did not choose this moment to scrutinize the totem, they should remain undetected. However, herein lay the crux of the matter. No one could ascertain whether the system was conducting real-time evaluations. Should that be the case, their fate would be sealed. At that moment, a young female orc burst into the scene, her delicate features marred by an expression of indignation, resembling an irate child, which was somewhat provocative. Father, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize how absurd this is? Yinling exclaimed, her words ringing sharply in the air. It was unexpected that such an apparently adorable young female orc would display such audacity. Yin Shi, holding a gem, approached Yinling with a look of exasperation, his demeanor grave. Yinling, why have you come here all of a sudden? This is not your place. Hurry back to the tribe and stay there. Yin Shi's admonition only fueled Yinling's anger, prompting her to speak even more freely. Xiagu sensed that Yinling's gaze was persistently fixed upon him. Xiang Mush was taken aback, lowering her gaze to inspect her own body. Finding nothing amiss, she remained perplexed by the demeanor of the young female. Meanwhile, Yin Shi turned his head, an expression of contrition adorning his face as he addressed the assembly. I apologize. This is my daughter, Yinling. I am as bewildered as you are by her sudden appearance here, and I regret any embarrassment she may have caused. It was evident that Yinling was quite oblivious to the situation, exuding an air of mischievousness reminiscent of a wayward child. Why is the goddess of your tribe here? What on earth are you all doing? Why have you never taken me out, father? If you had brought me along, I could have caught more glimpses of my beloved. Yinling's sulky demeanor left everyone in a state of confusion, and even she cast a glare of hostility towards Xiang Mush. Xiagu could certainly sense that the rock spirit harbored some animosity towards her. However, she was perplexed as to what transgression had provoked such feelings, for it seemed to be their first encounter. Could you please refrain from your antics? Rock spirit, return to me at once. The rock could only attempt to placate the rock spirit. What antics are you referring to? I have never engaged in any mischief. It is you who incessantly seeks the favor of the goddess of the mountain tribe. I can no longer bear it. Father, will you truly demean yourself in this manner? The reason the goddess attained her divine status was largely due to Xuelan's support. Were it not for Xuelan's assistance, Xiagu would never have ascended to such heights. Had I married Xuelan earlier, Xiagu would not have held any standing here. Xiagu found herself inexplicably caught in the crossfire, having done nothing but listen to the words of the earth spirit, who appeared to be quite concerned about the relationship between her and Xuelan. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Xuelan, I was smitten. My affection for her has been unwavering since childhood. Had it not been for Xiagu's intervention, I would have undoubtedly become her partner in matrimony. The earth spirit seemed taken aback that such matters were being disclosed in front of everyone, and naturally felt quite embarrassed. Ever since learning of Xuelan's connection with Xiagu, Rock has devised numerous excuses to keep her away during their visits to the Gem tribe. He never anticipated that his naive daughter would present him with such a significant dilemma. Could you refrain from spewing nonsense here? And stop indulging in fanciful thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, Xuelan is the chieftain of the mountain tribe, and Rock is all too aware of whether his daughter is worthy of him. Furthermore, the earth spirit is in no position to assume the role of chieftain's wife. She is merely a child whose thoughts are far from mature. Upon hearing these words, Xuelan was equally bewildered. He had no recollection of this young female. Perhaps he had seen her during a visit to the vicinity of the Gem tribe, but he could not recall her identity. Xia, could she possibly be referring to us? We have wronged no one, Xuelan exclaimed innocently, gazing at Xiagu while wrapping his tail around her. Their actions did not escape the notice of the earth spirit, who was astonished to witness such a harmonious atmosphere between Xuelan and Xiagu in her presence. And father, how could you give Xiagu the most exquisite gems? I have never received such a treasure. What makes her deserving of it? You clearly do not cherish me as your daughter. The earth spirit was now expressing her displeasure, unwilling to accept the reality before her. Moreover, Rock's generous gift of gems to Xiagu only intensified her jealousy, rendering her incapable of coming to terms with the situation. The summer mushroom found itself in a perplexing situation, yet the appearance of the rock spirit halted the stone from further processing that precious gem. Had it proceeded, this totem would likely not have graced their presence, nor would it have been detected by the system. The stone had no choice but to patiently counsel the rock spirit. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule, and the dignity of their chieftain would be compromised. As for Xuelan and the goddess, the die had been cast. Even if one were to vent their frustrations here, it would prove futile. Might one not come to terms with this reality sooner and cease those futile struggles? At this juncture, the stone had entirely relinquished its anger, simply wishing to elucidate matters with the rock spirit. However, the rock spirit was entirely unwilling to act amiably in front of everyone, utterly unable to accept this reality. In our Orcish world, there have been instances of shared mates. If others can do it, why can't we? Xuelan and I can still marry, and he can indeed become my mate. The moment the rock spirit uttered this statement, astonishment rippled through the crowd, as they had not anticipated such reasoning from her. After all, Xuelan was the chieftain of the Highland tribe, and to even suggest he become a shared mate was the utmost mockery. This matter should never have been voiced. Its revelation only served to deepen the awkwardness of the situation, yet the rock spirit, in her ignorance, brought it forth without hesitation. Xiagu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xuelan, curious to discern her thoughts. Absolutely not. I belong solely to Xiaoxia. I cannot be a beast husband for anyone else. Xuelan's resolve was unwavering. Unable to accept such a circumstance, hoping fervently that Yinling would soon come to her senses. Moreover, my union with Xiaoxia was forged through acquaintance, understanding, and love. The bond we share transcends that of ordinary people, thus I shall forever be devoted to Xiaoxia. Xuelan explicitly declared her loyalty to Xiagu, fearful that her feelings were not sufficiently conveyed to Yinling. This time, it was imperative to establish a clear boundary, ensuring that others would not misconstrue the situation, nor would she be troubled by it. Yinling, we are simply incompatible, and as the daughter of the Gem tribe leader, your status affords you the opportunity to find a more suitable beast husband, one who need not be shared with others. Xuelan patiently endeavored to counsel Yinling, wishing for her to grasp this harsh reality. Furthermore, the age difference between them was considerable. Xuelan harbored no interest in the younger female. Upon hearing these words, Yinling felt as though the sky were collapsing, overwhelmed with sorrow and unable to accept the reality. Father, had you not hidden me away so well? Xuelan and I would have surely come to know and love one another. Your actions only serve to undermine me, and with Xiaogu's emergence, I know I can no longer be your most cherished daughter. Yin did not anticipate Yinling's reaction to be so grave, and his decision to offer the gem to Xiagu was based solely on her deserving nature. Under the current circumstances, it was untenable to proceed, and Yinling's presence had already tarnished his reputation. He could not yet reproach Yinling, given her significant emotional turmoil. Please disregard Yinling's words. My daughter is simply spoiled by my indulgence, which has led to her temperament. I shall check on her now, and as for the matter of the gem, let us set it aside for the moment. At this juncture, Yin did not dare provoke Yinling further and could only voice these sentiments, ensuring that no other notions were entertained. Upon hearing this, no one offered suggestions. They merely nodded in agreement, watching as Yin departed. Xiagu gazed at the gemstone set aside. The totem remained unfinished, and she exhaled in relief. Logically, she ought to express her heartfelt gratitude to the rock spirit. Had it not been for its sudden appearance, she might have found herself in peril. Xiaxia, you aren't upset, are you? I cannot fathom why I was targeted by such a diminutive female. You must trust that my feelings for you are unwavering and sincere. Xuelan now yawned to kneel before Xiagu, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Upon hearing these words, Xiagu smiled. She bore no intention of reproaching the rock spirit. Since the rock had suggested setting the gemstone aside, it would be prudent to destroy it rather than risk a rift between the rock and its daughter. There was no need to continue carving the totem or to present it to me. Instead, let it be reduced to fine fragments of rock spirit stone to be embedded in various ornaments. The others, upon hearing this, voiced no objections. If the gemstone threatened to disrupt the relationship between the rock and its daughter, it would be wise to dispose of it without delay. After observing that no one expressed any objections, Xiagu felt completely at ease and, employing her magic, shattered the gemstone into countless tiny fragments. The others, upon seeing the scattered stones on the ground, promptly picked them up, as these remnants could still be fashioned into decorative items. Well, the matter has been resolved, and we can now return, no longer needing to linger here. The gemstone processing center can continue its operations as usual. By the way, the processing center has yet to be fully completed, so it is essential to keep a vigilant eye on it. Xiao Mushu promptly instructed Xuelan, as she was unfamiliar with Xuelan's personnel arrangements. Although the processing center was capable of functioning smoothly, Xiao Mushu still hoped Xuelan would pay more attention to the matter, lest it provoke discontent from the enigmatic Xuanli of the Gem tribe. Once she had given her instructions, Xiao Mushu felt a sense of relief, allowing her mind to be free from such concerns. Soon after, she returned to the stone cave alongside Xuelan, yet she realized it was time to devise her next steps. She opened her backpack and contemplated. The system had rewarded her with a considerable quantity of herbal seeds. Should she embark on cultivating them, it would undoubtedly benefit both her and the few others involved. It would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. Though Xiao Mushu was uncertain about how to undertake large-scale cultivation of the herbs. Xiagu, system, you have provided me with an abundance of herbal seeds. Yet I have yet to commence their cultivation. How should I proceed with the planting? What methods can I employ to ensure the complete utilization of all seeds? In any case, I shall persistently undertake various tasks, and with them, rewards shall inevitably follow. Moreover, among the diverse rewards, there will invariably be a portion of these herbal seeds. It would be far more efficient to utilize them all at once. Host, you certainly have the option to engage in extensive cultivation. However, you must first complete a task to obtain the planting manual. Xiagu was taken aback to discover that he was required to complete a task. This was indeed somewhat troublesome. Nevertheless, I must harbor no resentment. The task, to assist the host in finding a female for Shuelan. Upon reading this assignment, Xiagu felt a sense of astonishment. After all, Shuelan was already of considerable age and yet had not found a female companion. Xuelan, has Shuelan not yet formed a bond? He is quite handsome and possesses ample abilities. Why has he not sought out a female? Xiagu, still somewhat perplexed, inquired about Xuelan, who had lived here for so long and interacted with so many people, undoubtedly possessing insight into the matter. You see, Shuelan dedicated the first half of her life to honing her craft. However, you are correct. Now that Shuelan has found a suitable successor for her legacy, it is indeed time to seek a female companion for him. Xuelan considered this suggestion quite commendable, agreeing that they could indeed proceed as Xiagu proposed. If you permit me, I shall take on this task. After all, I was the one who arranged Xiaowang's engagement. I believe I could serve as the matchmaker within the tribe. In fact, Xiaowang and Xuezhou's relationship was thriving, which was ample proof that Xiagu's initial choice was sound. Xuelan felt that if Xiagu were involved, it would alleviate her concerns, and naturally, this course of action could be pursued. Of course, Xiao, as long as it's something you wish to do, I will certainly prioritize fulfilling your request. After this exchange, Xuelan and Xiagu took a moment to rest. The following day, they approached Shuelan. Shuelan, taken aback by their unexpected visit, expressed his surprise. Chief, Goddess, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something you require of me? Please, share your designs, and I shall complete them with utmost haste. He spoke these words with great politeness, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm when discussing his craft. At this moment, Xiagu began to comprehend why Shuelan, despite his age, had yet to find a female companion. The issue lay precisely here. I have not come to request your assistance in creating something. Rather, I am here to help you find a female companion. Xiagu spoke with unwavering determination, preferring to address the matter directly rather than beating around the bush. If Shuelan were unwilling, then any efforts they made would be in vain. It would be best to refrain from such approaches altogether. Indeed, Shuelan seemed momentarily taken aback, as if he had not anticipated that Xiagu and Xuelan had come to propose a match for him. However, having lived alone for such an extended period without a warm and caring companion, he undeniably held a deep yearning for connection. He wished to tend to his wife just as Xuelan did, and if she were a charming female, it would be all the more delightful. Shuelan's face flushed a deep crimson in an instant. He scratched his head and lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Goddess, I truly appreciate your willingness to act as a matchmaker for me. However, I must confess that I do not know any other females. If you are willing to assist me, I would be immensely grateful. Shuelan did not decline. Rather, he left everything to Xiagu's arrangements. This filled Xiagu with excitement, as he had not expected the task to progress so swiftly. Xuelan, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and summon all the females in the tribe to see who might be suitable for Shuelan. We can arrange everything then. Xiagu directly conveyed this matter to Xuelan, who, as the clan leader, naturally possessed a unique authority over the situation. Very well, I shall summon them at once to present themselves before you, she declared. Shortly thereafter, Xiagu and Xuelan utilized various notifications to gather all the females from the clan, aware that they were to be scrutinized by Shuelan. Each one adorned herself with great care and elegance. After all, a superior male would undoubtedly attract many suitors, ultimately leaving the selection of females to Shuelan alone. Nearly half a day had passed when Xiagu successfully finalized the choice of Shuelan's wife. You two must live harmoniously, avoid any conflicts. Should any issues arise, feel free to summon me for a discussion. As a matchmaker, Xiagu naturally bears certain responsibilities. However, given her divine identity, it is not guaranteed that others would seek her out should any issues arise. Nevertheless, having expressed her thoughts, she recognizes that there should be no room for regret, and she genuinely hopes for the happiness of the two involved. Xuelan promptly nodded, his eyes reflecting gratitude towards Xiagu. For the female companion beside him was indeed of his preferred type. Once everything was resolved, Xiagu and Xuelan took their leave. With the successful completion of this task, the system duly rewarded them, bestowing not only points but also a manual on cultivation. In the serene confines of a cave, Xiao Mushroom immersed herself in a cultivation manual, realizing the necessity of finding an ideal location for planting. She promptly invited Xianli and Xueqing to accompany her to a secluded area, perfectly suited for land reclamation. Along the journey, Xianli and Xueqing felt a profound sense of relief, for Xiao Mushroom had been inseparably entwined with Xuelan in recent times. Xia, you must have been resting well lately. I sense that the young ones in your womb are not developing as they should. Unlike the previous litter with Xuelan, you gave birth quite early, Xianli expressed, her concern for Xiao Mushroom evident in her words. Xiagu caressed her belly, her face radiating maternal affection. During this busy time, she had indeed neglected her own nutritional needs. I can sense that our offspring is about to be born, so you must be prepared at any moment to embrace fatherhood. I too shall nurture our young with utmost care. As they conversed, they arrived at their destination, where Xiagu noticed a male figure clad in a white coat lying on the ground. Xuanli quickly positioned himself before Xiagu, having detected an unusual scent. This was a characteristic trait of the Tianma, known for their acute sensitivity to smells. What was happening here? Who was this person? Xuanli could not comprehend the situation, for he sensed that this individual before him was not an orc and bore no scent belonging to this realm. Xiagu furrowed her brow tightly as she gazed at the male figure clad in a white coat, utterly unaware of his identity. Do not fret. I shall return to ascertain whether he still draws breath, Xueqing promptly declared as she approached the male, scrutinizing him intently. To her relief, she discovered that he was still alive. Xiagu hurried forward to examine him as well. Initially, Xuanli intended to intervene, but Xiagu deemed it unnecessary, compelling Xuanli to relent. He has awakened, Xueqing announced, fully prepared for battle, poised to strike at any moment. The male staggered to his feet, his gaze fixed on Xiagu, confusion evident in his expression. He appeared utterly exhausted, his attire a disheveled mix of dirt and grime, creating a jarring visual disarray. Rubbing his head, he locked eyes with Xiagu, and a flicker of recognition seemed to ignite within him. Xiagu, is that you? He exclaimed with palpable excitement. This revelation left both Xueqing and Xuanli bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. How could the stranger possibly know Xiagu? Was there a hidden narrative between them? Xiao Mushroom gazed at the white coat, then fixed his eyes on the male figure, an unsettling notion creeping in that this individual might hail from a post-apocalyptic world. Xianli, Xueqing, you two go ahead and clear some land for me. It will facilitate my herb cultivation. As for this male, I shall have a few words with him. Xiagu spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression devoid of any emotion. Xuanli and Xueqing were well aware of the situation. Even if they were to inquire further with Xiagu, no answers would be forthcoming. They had no choice but to depart, leaving Xiagu alone to confront the male figure. Who on earth are you? If I am not mistaken, you must hail from a post-apocalyptic world, correct? Xiagu stepped forward decisively, her expression grave, eager to clarify the situation at hand. The male figure continued, Indeed, my name is Zhang Fenglan. Like you, I am a subject of experimentation from the apocalypse. I am unaware of the day I perished. All I know is that I awakened here after my demise. Zhang Fenglan had not contemplated the possibility of his survival, which explained his earlier astonishment at encountering Xiagu, another fellow subject. I wish to understand why you are here as well. Were you not dead too? Does this imply that our afterlife is in this realm? Those two individuals we just saw, were they truly beastmen? These revelations left Zhang Fenglan utterly bewildered. Unable to discern between reality and illusion, relying solely on Xiagu for insight. I do not know. Perhaps this world possesses a unique connection to the apocalyptic one. Are you aware of any others like us residing here? Xiagu squinted her eyes and inquired of Zhang Fenglin with great care, as she was still not entirely familiar with the rules of this world. Moreover, she remained uncertain if any of her kind had perished and subsequently arrived in this realm. I distinctly recall your sacrifice during the apocalypse. However, I possess no knowledge beyond that. My own demise mirrored yours almost exactly, which is why I too found myself in this world. At the time of my experimentation, there were 2 others who perished in a manner akin to ours. Yet I am unaware if they have also arrived here. Contemplating these matters, Zhang Fenglin felt an overwhelming headache, having initially thought he had found liberation, only to discover he had entered a new realm. As for his continued existence, he was uncertain whether to feel grateful or discontented, perceiving this situation as an undeniable torment. Upon hearing this, Xiagu could only nod in acknowledgement. At this juncture, every endeavor seemed arduous. Having come this far, it was best to find solace and acceptance. In due course, I shall arrange a place for you to reside, far removed from the current state of wandering and displacement. For now, I must cultivate the land to plant medicinal herbs. If you can endure, please be patient for a while longer. Once I have completed my tasks, I will be able to make arrangements for you. Xiao spoke casually, asserting that no matter the circumstances, they should not interfere with one's primary duties. Subsequently, Xiao made their way to the fields, where Xian Li and Xueqing had already cleared a substantial area with remarkable speed. Xiagu promptly commended them, which filled the two with a profound sense of happiness. However, they could not muster any pleasant expressions in response to the unexpected arrival of Zhang Fenglin. Once the space is adequately prepared, let us proceed to sow these seeds. You must observe the fertilization process and ascertain the appropriate type of fertilizer to use. All of this information has been meticulously documented on paper for your reference. Xiao swiftly issued commands, and the 2 individuals continued with the task at hand. Their obedience to Xiao directives evident. This left Zhang Fenglin feeling increasingly perplexed, prompting him to glance ahead at the contents of the planting manual penned by Xiao. Upon perusing the material, Zhang Fenglin suddenly grasped the underlying intricacies. He was astonished to discover that Xiao was cultivating these herbs in the realm of the beastmen. Having encountered many of these herbs during the apocalypse, he realized that they bore significance for both themselves and the beastmen. Some truths are best left unspoken, and Zhang Fenglin understood this implicitly. Observing his expression, Xiao recognized his comprehension and straightforwardly articulated, "Now that you are here, if you have the time, you might as well assist us in tending to this cultivation area. It could serve as a productive engagement for you." Zhang Fenglin nodded, acknowledging the validity of Xiao reasoning. Since he had arrived in this world, he must adhere to its rules. Moreover, he was uncertain of how to escape from this place, leaving him with no choice but to remain. Thus, time passed, and the gemstone processing center was flawlessly established. Xiagu and Xuelan traveled to the Gem tribe to jointly celebrate this significant ceremony. They also extended invitations to the clans of both the Gem tribe and the Mountain tribe to partake in the festivities. During the ceremony, the rock showcased the exquisite gemstone creations crafted by his daughter. The venue was adorned with an abundance of dazzling gemstones produced by the rock spirits, creating a truly resplendent spectacle. Xiagu and Xuelan were admiring from the sidelines, never anticipating that Yanling possessed such remarkable artistic talent. Although Yanling's temperament leaves much to be desired, her innovative ideas are indeed commendable. These gemstones are evidently superior to those crafted by the seasoned masters. Xiagu candidly expressed this sentiment, which was indeed his genuine thought, evoking a distinctly different impression. Moreover, she naturally possessed an inclination to appreciate the finer things in life, which brought forth a sense of joy. Upon hearing this, Xuelan was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated Xiagu would extol Yansheng. "What are you truly implying? You must understand that Yansheng previously intended to usurp me. Shouldn't you feel a sense of urgency?" Xuelan pouted, clearly somewhat displeased, surprised by Xiagu's praise for Yansheng. "But isn't it true that I haven't been usurped after all? I am well aware that no one could ever take you away from me. My faith in you has always been unwavering, and I am certain you shall not disappoint me." Xiagu could hardly fathom why Xuelan would be displeased over such trivial matters. The intricacies of masculine thought remained a mystery to her. Nevertheless, she casually expressed her hope that Xuelan harbored a sense of urgency. At this juncture, Xuelan merely offered a smile, indicating that there were no further issues to address. Meanwhile, Yanshi found himself at the center of attention. reveling in the admiration bestowed upon his daughter's creations by the throngs gathered around, and summoning everyone for a celebratory feast. He wished for collective effort in the pursuit of excellence. The prowess of Yinchu's daughter, Yinling, instilled a profound sense of pride in him, a sentiment shared by all present. Yinling, brimming with self-satisfaction, boldly approached Xiagu, confident that the latter lacked the ability to craft such exquisite gemstone works. Upon noticing Yinling's arrival, Xuelan furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of impatience. However, Xiagu felt it imperative not to dampen the spirits of the moment. She stepped forward to Yinling, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Yinling, I never anticipated your creations could be so flawless, surpassing any I have ever encountered. I must admit, you are undeniably gifted. Xiagu unabashedly extolled the virtues of Yinling, and her words resonated with sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Initially, Yinling had intended to tease Xiagu, but she was taken aback by Xiagu's unexpected praise for herself. Is what you say truly genuine? Yinling pondered in disbelief. Yet before Xiagu's beaming countenance, she found herself at a loss for further words. What is there to question? Your abilities are acknowledged by all, rendering my affirmation unnecessary. Xiagu wore a radiant smile, hoping that Yinling would refrain from pondering trivial matters, as they hold no significance. At that moment, Yinling was unexpectedly beckoned away by the rocks, for many wished to hear her thoughts while crafting her creations. Ultimately, the two exchanged little conversation, and Yinling simply turned to head home. You truly are something. She initially intended to showcase her talents before you. Yet you took the initiative to discuss these matters with her. Xuelan still felt that Xiagu was exceedingly magnanimous, which, in turn, instilled a sense of urgency within Xuelan. If one wishes to boast, let them do so. After all, they possess the merit to flaunt. Why should they refrain? I find myself perplexed by your sentiments. Xiagu appears utterly fearless, for this situation requires no excessive contemplation. Regardless of circumstances, the Earth Spirit cannot disrupt Xiagu's ordinary life, a fact long established. Yet, once the ritual concludes, the Earth Spirit takes the initiative to approach Xiagu. What is it? Do you have something further to discuss with me? Xuelan. Perhaps you should attend to matters within your clan first. Xiagu could discern that Yinling seemed intent on having a private conversation with him. Thus he first sent Xuelan away. Xuelan nodded, knowing that Xiagu was more than capable of safeguarding himself, so there was no need for concern. Especially since Yinling did not appear to possess the strength to cause Xiagu any harm. Why do you praise me? He inquired. I had always intended to take Xuelan away and wished for him to share his affections with 2 wives. Yinling, being rather innocent, sought to uncover the true answer to this matter. Xiagu let out a sigh, surprised that Yinling sought her out merely to inquire about these matters. I understand that under the protection of the Rock Clan leader, you remain quite innocent. I merely regard you as a sister and harbor no ill feelings towards the words you previously uttered. Perhaps you truly harbor affection for Xuelan. But as you mature and develop your own discernment, you will come to realize that Xuelan is but a fleeting presence in your life. If I were to mock you or deride you over this matter, making your days miserable, then I would be the one lacking in understanding, would I not? Xiagu slowly articulated these words, pondering that it would have been better to clarify things with Yinling. Yinling was not a person who could be easily swayed. She understood that she was indeed quite young and, in some respects, perhaps a bit naive. However, after her conversation with Xiagu, it felt as though all the barriers in her heart had vanished. Thank you, Xiagu. I never anticipated your remarkable generosity. I am willing to acknowledge my past mistakes. I truly was quite immature at the time, which led me to utter those words to you. Yinling suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing that Xiagu's admirable qualities were indeed deserving of admiration from others. At last, Yinling comprehended this truth. Between 2 good individuals, there ought to be mutual appreciation rather than rivalry. The bond between them had evolved into a genuine sisterhood. The host truly possessed an extraordinary ability to persuade, effortlessly winning Yinling over completely. Xiagu, please do not misunderstand. This is by no means a form of psychological manipulation. It can only be regarded as my inherent charm. After a conversation with the rock spirit, Summer Mushroom returned to the mountain tribe. She had numerous tasks to attend to, making it impossible for her to linger in the gem tribe. However, upon her return, she was astonished to find that her herbs had thrived remarkably under the care of the beastmen and Zhang Fenglan. You have tended to these herbs exceptionally well. How have you managed such growth in just a few days? Xiagu was naturally taken aback, eager to inquire further about this matter. During this period, she had refrained from venturing out to check on things, focusing instead on nurturing her young ones. She had entrusted all responsibilities to them, and it now appeared that there was no cause for concern, as they exhibited remarkable expertise. However, before Xiagu could fully revel in her joy, the system's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Host, do not rejoice prematurely. This herb seems to possess certain anomalies. Allow the system to conduct a thorough analysis. The system promptly initiated its examination of the herb, ultimately uncovering the underlying issue. Upon investigation, it was revealed that these herbs exhibited a rare genetic affliction not documented in the compendium. Although this genetic disorder showed signs of being contained, the system urged the host to exercise caution in handling these herbs. However, regarding this genetic condition, the system was at a loss, as such occurrences had never been recorded before. Xiao Mushrooms felt a profound sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the emergence of such circumstances. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Xuelan, you have been here for several days now. Have there been any unusual developments with these herbs? She seized the opportunity to inquire, for he had indeed not visited her. Even if issues had arisen, Xiao Mushrooms felt she possessed no grounds to reproach them, having delegated all responsibilities to the beastmen. Xuelan, seizing the moment, approached Xiao Mushrooms. His curiosity piqued. Is there something wrong with this batch of herbs that you have discerned? If you could specify, we might be able to rectify the situation. Xuelan's urgency was palpable, as they had meticulously nurtured these herbs, and any potential problems would undoubtedly cause them distress. However, his inquiry only deepened Xiao Mushrooms' confusion, for she had said nothing, yet he seemed acutely aware of the situation. Thus, his question could either be a deliberate probe or a feigned ignorance. Yet one thing was certain. Xuelan would not resort to deception. I have been diligently caring for the herbs here these past few days, and Xuelan arrived even earlier than us. We have all been exceedingly attentive to their needs. Xuelan scratched her head, still visibly intrigued, unable to fathom why Xiao Mushrooms would voice such concerns. Xiao Mushrooms, however, kept her gaze fixed on Xuelan, which elicited a flicker of unease in his eyes, a subtle detail that did not escape her notice. There's nothing to worry about. You may return to your duties. I wish to speak with Xuelan for a moment. Xiao Mushrooms instructed. Xuelan nodded and promptly departed from her side. Xiao Mushrooms then stepped closer to Xuelan, offering a cold smile. Do not feign ignorance before me. I am not a fool. I can discern what is genuine and what is fabricated. Xiagu spoke with remarkable candor, expressing her desire to dispense with unnecessary chatter. Logically, she had already provided Xuelan with considerable assistance. Whether in terms of accommodation or work arrangements, she had made ample provisions for him. Thus he ought to express his gratitude. However, it became evident that he harbored ulterior motives, which Xiagu found utterly unacceptable. How could I possibly know what issue has arisen with the mockery? You should seek the answer yourself. What do you gain by pressuring me? Xuelan, eager to shift the focus away from the discussion, attempted to divert the topic, yet Xiagu was resolute in seizing this opportunity. What exactly is going on? Speak quickly. You must realize that in this world of beasts, you possess no power. Only I do, and I am capable of resolving your predicament. Upon concluding her statement, Xiagu slowly closed her palms, and as she opened them again, a fireball appeared between her hands. Xiagu certainly does not mind dealing with a male here, as Xuelan inherently lacks presence in the orc world. Furthermore, being an outsider renders him even less of a concern. Resolving Xuelan at any moment poses no challenge. Upon witnessing the fireball in Xiagu's hand, Xuelan was drenched in cold sweat, utterly unable to maintain his faade. He seemed astonished that Xiagu could be so forthright, so decisively formidable. All right, I admit it, he stammered. I am merely a researcher, not a test subject. Xuelan was taken aback by how swiftly his true identity was uncovered, leaving him in an acutely awkward position. He had initially believed he could remain concealed within this orc realm for a bit longer, yet Xiagu proved to be exceedingly astute. She appeared to have an uncanny ability to discern even the slightest shifts in the atmosphere. Xuelan was genuinely curious about how she accomplished this. Upon hearing his confession, Xiagu was undoubtedly surprised, yet she found it within herself to accept the revelation. She understood that Xuelan had only just arrived in the orc world, thus lacking trust in anyone. I can comprehend why you chose not to disclose this to me, she said. After all, we all harbor our secrets. However, it is inappropriate for you to play mind games with me now. Regardless of past reservations, Xiagu had already rendered significant assistance. Any lingering suspicion should have dissipated by now. Moreover, I wish to glean all the details regarding your circumstances. You would do well to clarify everything, or I shall find it impossible to trust you again. Xiagu ultimately extended an opportunity, for they are indeed of the same kind, and she harbored no desire for complete annihilation. I am a researcher. Yet I have been ensnared and transformed into a subject of experimentation, ultimately arriving here, much like yourself, after my sacrifice. Recently, I have been pondering the potential eruption of internal conflicts and whether it bears any connection to our presence in this place. However, I discovered nothing before my demise. And now I seek to uncover clues, albeit uncertain of where to commence. This is undoubtedly a formidable endeavor, yet regardless of the circumstances that have led us here, we must strive to live fully. As for the experiences we have endured, Xuelan is eager to investigate them thoroughly, wishing to leave no regrets behind. Perhaps you could elaborate on your experiences. I too have traversed a similar path, yet I feel as though I have forgotten everything. Xiagu scratched his head, finding himself in a rather perplexing predicament. Given the considerable passage of time, it was only natural that he could recall few details of the circumstances surrounding him. After all, he had previously met his demise, which rendered the situation somewhat commonplace for him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xuelan let out a resigned sigh and shook his head. If I could remember, I wouldn't be in such a state of confusion now. Since arriving here, my mind has been muddled, and I have forgotten an abundance of things, only able to recollect relevant memories in specific contexts. This truly filled Xuelan with a sense of shame, as he had devoted considerable time attempting to remember everything that had transpired. Yet, each time he endeavored to reflect on those events, an inexplicable headache would ensue, as if such occurrences were predetermined. Both of them, having arrived in the world of orcs, found themselves unable to dissect their past experiences. So, what exactly is the matter with the herbs? Surely, you are not the one behind this, are you? Xiagu raised an eyebrow and directly inquired Xuelan, for he was a researcher and should possess a deeper understanding of the events unfolding here. I have been managing my affairs lately. There is no reason to harm you, nor would it yield any benefit to me. Moreover, you have already assisted me greatly. Could I truly be so heartless and ungrateful? The trust between the two individuals must naturally be established. Otherwise, any future endeavors would become exceedingly inconvenient. Xiao Mushroom naturally found Xuelan's words to be profoundly reasonable. Since they had already reached this point, there was no need to dwell further on these matters. Very well. Just make sure to recall the events that transpired earlier and inform me at your earliest convenience. That way I will know how we should proceed next. She patted Xuelan on the shoulder, eager to resolve the issues at hand, and she was also curious about the connection between these two worlds. Now bound to the system, she felt quite dissatisfied with the constraints imposed upon her actions. From now on, you shall take charge of caring for the herbs. After all, you have been relatively unoccupied lately, and engaging with these neglected matters should inspire you to think more creatively. In this regard, Xiao Mushroom indeed had her own plans, unwilling to squander precious time. Moreover, her beastly companions had other responsibilities to attend to. It was unreasonable to expect them to oversee the herbs indefinitely. Thus, she believed it would be more advantageous to fully utilize the resources at her disposal, confident that they would not mind. Xuelan readily acquiesced, and Xiao Mushroom did not feel the need to elaborate further. Upon her return to the stone cave, she extracted the developed energy essence and began to absorb it to restore herself. Once she had absorbed a sufficient amount, she contentedly set aside the energy essence. She could sense that her mycelium was gradually healing, having already mended about 80%. If this continued, it would not be long before she could regain her peak condition, a prospect she eagerly anticipated. In her moments of idle contemplation, Xiao Mushroom recalled the task that had been obliterated previously. She found herself perplexed about the nature of that occurrence. Xiagu, by the way, system, why did you insist that I destroy the gems created by the gem tribe? And what is the significance of that totem? This has indeed piqued Xiagu's curiosity, leaving her unaware of the underlying story. Even if the totem is related to a certain faction in the apocalypse, what does that truly imply? After all, these two realms are distinctly different. Even if there is a connection, it should not warrant such an extreme obliteration. Host, the system is also perplexed as to why destruction is imperative. This task was assigned to me on short notice from above, and the only justification provided was akin to that of the totem. As for the intricate details of the matter, the system remains in the dark. Xiagu felt as though the questions he had posed were utterly futile, leaving him in a state of ignorance. The system appeared to be remarkably ineffectual. Nevertheless, he resolved to retain this situation for the time being, anticipating a thorough discussion with Zhang Fenglin later. Everything unfolding here led Xiagu to sense that the underlying narrative was exceedingly intricate. Once he had quelled his suspicions, he gently patted his sizable belly. When, oh when, will you young lads make your grand entrance? I seem to feel no signs of your arrival. Xiamu shook her head in resignation, her anticipation to swiftly give birth to the 8 cubs palpable. At least it would make her tasks considerably more convenient. However, she also realized that she had not devoted much thought to the cubs lately. She continued to go about her business without concern, which resulted in the cubs' development not progressing as rapidly as in her previous litter. Host, your current lack of sensation is attributed to the blessings of the multiplicity system. Thus you are oblivious to any pain or reactions. Nevertheless, by the passage of time, it is nearly time for you to commence labor. And the cubs have grown to the appropriate stage. It should only be a matter of days. Upon hearing this, Xiamu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as she could give birth promptly, there would be no further issues. At that moment, Xuezhou suddenly burst in. And Xiamu knew immediately that there must be trouble at Xuezhan's location. What has happened at Xuezhan? Xiamu was already accustomed to Xuezhou's hurried arrivals with news. It seemed to happen every time, like a programmed NPC, yet Xiamu did not mind much. Thanks to Xuezhou's presence, she was always kept informed of the situation at Xuezhan. Xuezhan is about to give birth. Her water is broken, and I wanted to invite you, sister, to join us in anticipating the arrival of the cubs. This revelation surprised Xiamu. She had not expected such a situation. In truth, Xiamu's pregnancy had begun before Xuezhan's. But due to the fewer number of fetuses in Xuezhan's womb, they had developed more rapidly. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Xiamu hurried over. Upon seeing Xiamu, Xuezhan extended her hand towards her, appearing to be in considerable pain, which astonished Xiamu. If it were possible, she would have gladly transferred her multiplicity system to Xuezhan, alleviating her from the agony of childbirth. Unfortunately, such abilities could not be transferred. Do not fear, Xuezhan. I am here with you. You will surely give birth to the cubs smoothly. Xiamu spoke with unwavering determination, hoping to ease the pressure on Xuezhan. After all, it was her first experience with childbirth, and concerns were inevitable in every aspect. Xiagu, by her side, naturally had to soothe Xuezhan's troubled heart. Upon hearing Xiagu's words, Xuezhan merely nodded and proceeded to follow the medical guidance for childbirth. The agony of labor compelled Xuezhan to cry out in heart-wrenching distress, a sound that left the crowd outside utterly astonished. The beastmen of Xiagu hurriedly arrived at the scene, but they could only wait at the entrance of the cave. In such a case, should Xuezhan encounter any difficulties, they would be ready to assist without delay. Sister, I truly feel I can no longer endure this. Why has a single one been born yet? Xuezhan grasped Xiagu's hand tightly, refusing to loosen her grip for even a moment. Do not fret so. Take it step by step and breathe deeply. You will surely give birth soon. This is our threshold of life and death. Once we surpass this ordeal, everything will become remarkably perfect. Xiagu spoke with utmost seriousness, hoping that Xuezhan could take her time. Indeed, after heeding Xiagu's advice, Xuezhan practiced deep breathing in her manner. And before long, a young offspring was born. Xiagu cradled her newly born offspring, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility, with one successfully delivered. The remainder would surely follow with greater ease. Before long, the 3 cubs of Xuezhan were entirely brought into the world, with Xuezhou attentively tending to their needs by her side. Xiagu let out a sigh of relief, for he had successfully completed the task assigned by the system. Congratulations, host, on once again fulfilling your mission, aligning with our system's principle of prosperity through abundance. It appears that these young ones may eventually evolve into silver orcs. The system proceeded to conduct an assessment of the several cubs, and upon hearing the results, Xiagu was filled with a sense of delight. Xiagu, that is acceptable, after all. The rewards I am due must not be diminished. I have exerted myself tirelessly to assist others in their endeavors, to the point of exhaustion. Yet, Xiagu also sensed a slight distension in her abdomen, though she was at a loss for words. Host, exercise caution. It appears you are also on the verge of advancement. The system has been diligently alleviating your pain. The system's words left Xiagu somewhat astonished, as she observed her belly and could feel the stirring of the offspring within. Could it be? Am I about to give birth as well? How fortuitous is this timing? Xiagu gently cradled her abdomen, and the nearby physician seemed to sense something amiss. Divine maiden, you are about to give birth. The physician's words left many present in stunned silence. Upon hearing this, Xuanli felt an overwhelming urge to rush inside. Though he hesitated, concerned about the appropriateness of his intrusion. Xiaoxia, what is happening in there? Are you also about to bring forth our offspring? Do not be afraid. Xuanli spoke with unwavering conviction, yet Xiagu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Previously, Xuanli had heard the anguished cries of Xuejo, which fueled his concern. Now, Xiagu exhibited no response. She could only follow the physician's instructions and gradually lie down, preparing for labor. Hurry, please. I truly feel that our little one is ready to emerge. We must swiftly prepare the swaddling cloth. Xiagu could only instruct others to assist her in completing this task. Otherwise, if she were to become too anxious later, she might find herself with insufficient time, so it was imperative to resolve matters at present. The others, upon hearing her, were naturally very compliant, preparing everything diligently for Xiagu. The tribal physician remained at her side, always ready to assist with the delivery. Yet he was astonished by the rapidity of Xiagu's labor. One cub after another emerged, and judging by Xiagu's demeanor, she appeared to be in no distress whatsoever. Even Xuejin, who stood nearby, was taken aback by this remarkable occurrence, feeling utterly enchanted. However, a divine being such as Xiagu would naturally differ from other beastmen. Thus, experiencing no pain during childbirth was indeed within the realm of possibility, and they could only accept the unfolding of such extraordinary events. In the blink of an eye, Xiagu had given birth to 8 cubs. Observing the little ones crying, she was overwhelmed with maternal affection. She gently comforted each of her offspring, who were all exceedingly adorable. Their features bore a striking resemblance to Xuanli, and in an instant, the cave was filled with joyous commotion. Upon learning of this news, Xuanli felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. My babies have truly arrived. I am now a father. The long-anticipated moment that Xuanli had awaited had finally come to fruition. Furthermore, it was a source of great joy to hear from the physician that Xiagu experienced little pain during the delivery. Everyone was elated and continued to extend their congratulations. With the arrival of the children, the atmosphere within the tribe grew increasingly festive. A celebratory gathering ensued, the scene bustling with merriment, eliciting great happiness among all. At that moment, Xuejin cradled her own child, utterly captivated. Given that their deliveries coincided, she found a wonderful opportunity to share parenting experiences with Xiagu. Sister, how fortuitous it is that we both gave birth at the same time. I must learn from your wisdom in raising children. This was indeed a splendid opportunity, as Xiagu had previously nurtured many cubs and was sure to possess a wealth of experience to impart. However, Xiagu felt somewhat guilty, having largely left the care of her cubs to their beastmen fathers. This arrangement allowed her some tranquility. Yet there were many instances where she could provide crucial guidance to Xuejin. You need not rush to care for the cubs. You can entrust that to Xuejo. Your primary focus should be on resting and nurturing your own health. Xiagu spoke with great earnestness, emphasizing that such actions are essential for maintaining one's future health, as this is indeed a crucial step. I understand, dear sister, I replied. Over the past few days, I have been relying on Xuejo's assistance. After all, the cub is a shared responsibility between us. Observing Xuejong's clarity and her insightful perspectives on parenting brought me immense comfort. Their thoughts often aligned seamlessly, which undoubtedly delighted Xiagu. Having someone to share this journey with is a wonderful blessing for them. Meanwhile, Zhang Fenglin remained industrious, having earned Xiagu's trust. He took full responsibility for the care of the herbs. His background as a researcher equipped him with the knowledge to effectively manage the genetic ailments of these plants. Under such circumstances, he handled the situation adeptly, completing the task in a remarkably short time. When Xiagu discovered the herbs, he found that they were flourishing remarkably, largely due to Zhang Fenglin's diligent efforts. Unexpectedly, under your meticulous care, all these herbs thrived, and those inexplicable genetic maladies seemed to dissipate, progressing towards a positive outcome. Even the mutations that occurred were for the better, which naturally brought a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fenglin scratched his head, surprised to receive such praise from Xiagu. It is indeed a certainty. As a researcher, I am well aware of how to nurture the health of these herbs. In this realm, one must specialize, and Zhang Fenglin excelled in his endeavors, all to reciprocate Xiagu's kindness. However, Xiagu harbored other intentions, wishing to engage in a thorough discussion with Zhang Fenglin. With such a wealth of knowledge at your disposal, why not share it? After all, you reside in the mountain tribe, which has provided you with sustenance and shelter. It would be rather selfish to keep it all to yourself. Xiagu tentatively cast a glance at Zhang Fenglin. After all, he had no other options at present. It would be more prudent to heed his own counsel and adhere to his arrangements in order to accomplish this task effectively. As long as he could contribute significantly to the tribe's development, Xiagu would not hesitate to extend his kindness towards Zhang Fenglin. What would you have me do? Please, share your thoughts. If feasible, I shall acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fenglin let out a resigned sigh, realizing that escaping this predicament was indeed impossible. He understood all too well that one must bow one's head when under a roof. I require your assistance in providing educational training, enabling our tribespeople to acquire a broader range of knowledge and skills. With systematic support, Xiagu would naturally absorb a wealth of knowledge and be able to impart it to others. This is crucial for the tribe's advancement. It is essential to seize such opportunities to persevere. Isn't that rather exhausting for me? I would have to tend to your medicinal herbs and oversee those tribespeople as well. Do you truly intend to work me like a beast of burden? Zhang Fenglin furrowed his brow, taken aback by Xiagu's unexpected remarks, which indeed created an awkward atmosphere. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. Are you not aware of this? Only when the High Mountain tribe thrives can we all prosper. Xiagu merely hopes that her words can illuminate Zhang Fenglin's understanding, for only in doing so will the best outcome be achieved. It appears that Zhang Fenglin feels utterly incapable of refusal. His earlier remarks were merely an expression of frustration. Ultimately, he will acquiesce. And there is no need for excessive resistance. All right, I comprehend. What you propose is acceptable to me, is it not? Zhang Fenglin sighed in resignation, knowing that Xiagu had already meticulously arranged the course of action. It would be more prudent for him to follow her directives. Very well. I shall proceed with the arrangements now. You may await my updates at your leisure, without haste. After conveying this, Xiagu returned to the stone cave, where she discussed the matter with Xuelan. So, you wish to gather our kin to cultivate more herbs, correct? However, how do we procure these seeds? Xuelan scratched her head, perplexed by the origin of the herbal seeds Xiagu mentioned. Upon hearing this, Xiagu felt momentarily speechless. Yet it seemed there was no feasible way to convey this situation to Xuelan. The existence of the system must appear to Xuelan as something akin to the supernatural. I shall provide the herbal seeds. As for those seeds, they are ones I have discovered, and you would undoubtedly fail to recognize them. Only I possess that knowledge. My sole hope is that my kin will join me in cultivating these herbal seeds, for once these herbs flourish, they will prove immensely beneficial to all. Xiagu spoke with unwavering conviction, holding a wealth of herbal seeds in her possession, sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. Moreover, her relentless completion of tasks would yield additional rewards. Thus, there was no need to fret over a shortage of seeds. The only limitation lay in the number of cultivators. If you wish to pursue this path, you certainly may. After all, you are a divine being. And I trust that every decision you make serves the future of the Gaoshan tribe. Xuelan embraced Xiagu firmly, articulating these words with resolute assurance. Given the considerable passage of time, Xiagu had indeed navigated each step with precision, remaining impervious to external influences. The Gaoshan tribe gradually ascended due to Xiagu's choices, while rival tribes dared not provoke them. I always knew you were the best. After Xiagu spoke, she pressed her lips gently against Xuelan's. The two shared an endearing moment together. As dawn broke, Xiagu summoned a considerable number of tribespeople to commence educational training. Naturally, the instructor was Zhang Fenglin, and all the tribespeople gathered together with the purpose of learning. The collaboration between Xiao Mushroom and Zhang Fenglin has become increasingly harmonious, rendering any concerns in this regard unnecessary. A few days later, Zhang Fenglin presented a new herb before Xiao Mushroom. Our research has yielded a novel cultivation method for this medicinal plant, significantly enhancing both its quality and yield. Take a closer look at these herbs. Do they not appear to be vastly improved compared to the previous ones? Zhang Fenglin radiated excitement, eager to engage in a thorough discussion with Xiao Mushroom. Xiagu carefully examined the situation and indeed confirmed its validity. Furthermore, this particular specimen has the capacity to yield countless offspring. Consequently, the number of seeds could potentially cultivate an even greater abundance of medicinal herbs. How marvelous this is! It is beyond our expectations that employing a novel method of cultivation could lead to such remarkable results. Xiagu felt that countless surprises awaited him, merely waiting to be unearthed. Furthermore, these herbs could bestow greater benefits upon their masters, alleviating their ailments significantly through consumption. They could reduce their suffering, and once ingested, these herbs would swiftly alleviate their pain. If we were to persist in this manner, we should be able to acquire even more herbs, should we not? Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Achieving this milestone was no small feat naturally. There is hope that this endeavor will persist, as it would yield great benefits for all. Indeed, Everyone is embracing this innovative method of cultivation, and in the future, the abundance of these herbs will undoubtedly increase, necessitating the swift allocation of a storage facility. Zhang Fenglin was equally exhilarated, engaging in fervent discussions with Xiagu about this matter. After their deliberation, Xiagu reported the progress to Xuelan. Although Xuelan struggled to fully grasp Xiagu's meaning, she recognized it as auspicious news. That is truly wonderful. I will promptly clear a space to store your herbs. Your herbs have healed so many of our kin and have brought us significant benefits. Previously, collecting these herbs was exceedingly difficult, and their efficacy was not particularly remarkable. However, the herbs cultivated by Xiagu are akin to miraculous remedies. When administered appropriately, they swiftly cure ailments. By the way, there is something I wish to share with you, Xiaoxia. Our young ones are now capable of standing on their own. They are clamoring daily to venture forth and challenge themselves. At this moment, a glow of paternal affection illuminated Xuelan's face. Xiagu carefully contemplated and was surprised to discover such a situation. It indeed warranted thoughtful consideration. Have those little ones already acquired such abilities? Perhaps it is worth exploring the possibility of entrusting them with more significant tasks. Xiagu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had her own approach to educating the young ones. After all, those little ones had grown to a considerable extent, so it would be better to take them on an adventure. Xiagu system. My offspring should be able to touch the energy crystal cores, for they are my children and must have inherited my abilities. If those little ones cannot make contact with the energy crystal cores, then it seems rather meaningless. After all, mining gemstones presents a significant challenge for them. If they can accomplish this, it will undoubtedly provide a unique experience. Rest assured, host, your offspring can indeed touch the energy crystal cores just like you. However, they are unable to absorb the energy, merely capable of making contact. Nevertheless, this holds a distinct significance for Xiagu, as the mere act of touching allows for a wealth of experiences. Xiagu, then it's settled. Moreover, during this recent period, I have accomplished numerous tasks. Shouldn't you provide me with a location to continue mining for crystal cores? This time, the system readily agreed and directly sent Xiagu a specific location. Upon discovering this location, Xiagu was filled with astonishment, never anticipating that the system would be so accommodating this time. She proceeded directly to the dwelling of the cubs. Gazing upon the offspring she and Xuelan had brought into the world filled her with immense comfort. Spring flowers, snow, moonlight, and wind, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of you stand in a line and heed your mother's command. Now, dear ones, I shall lead you to confront challenges and defy the impossible. We must venture forth to extract a precious ore. Are you capable of this endeavor? Xiagu, with a serious demeanor, inquired of them, expressing that if they were still unprepared, she would not impose any demands. Although they had reached a certain level of growth, they still appeared much like children. We can certainly do this, they declared, having been trained diligently here and eagerly anticipating the challenges that awaited them outside. Thus, they all assented to Xiagu's words, who had never before witnessed such a formidable gathering. With her presence, it seemed beneficial for these young ones to encounter various experiences. Very well, let us hastily pack our belongings and set forth. Along the journey, I shall occasionally assist you, but you must rely on your own abilities to navigate the myriad challenges that arise. Observing the unanimous agreement among the young ones, Xiagu felt a profound sense of relief. Please exercise caution, for this location is an exceedingly frigid realm. I urge you to ensure that your dogs protect both themselves and the young ones. Upon hearing this, Xiagu instructed each of the cubs to adequately prepare warm clothing. Thus, when confronted with extreme weather conditions, they would at least have a chance of survival. Xiagu does not expect them to achieve perfection, yet it is essential for them to undergo this experience. Xiagu and the others, having equipped themselves with cold-resistant garments, set off after a brief adjustment. However, the gravity of the situation appeared to transcend Xiagu's comprehension. Despite their preparedness, the chill of the journey was palpable, and as they ventured further, the temperature plummeted, rendering their attire insufficient against the biting cold. Xiagu gazed at the little ones, their cheeks flushed with the chill, and felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Xiagu system. You never informed me that the weather here could be so extreme. I fear that without taking any measures, we all might succumb to hypothermia. And I do not wish for my young ones to endure any suffering. In truth, when we set off, Xiagu had already resolved to seize this opportunity to educate the cubs. After all, living in the world of orcs presents unique perils, and they must be adequately prepared for such challenges. However, at this moment, Xiagu feels a tinge of regret. Had she known the circumstances would be like this, she would have ventured forth alone, without bringing these young ones along. Host, please refrain from being overly anxious. The cubs possess innate immunity and are undoubtedly more resilient than you might imagine. Therefore, I implore you and the cubs to persevere. Xiagu could hardly fathom that the system ultimately provided such a response. She felt as though the very heavens were about to collapse. Xiagu, you truly show no concern for the possibility of me and the young ones freezing to death here. Isn't that rather heartless? Yet, having already ventured halfway, it seems somewhat impractical to consider retracing our steps. Xiagu could only rub her hands together, hoping to conjure another fireball, which would at least provide some warmth to them, sparing them from enduring the relentless chill. Mother, you must conserve your energy. There is no need for you to constantly shield us from the cold. We can persevere. And these minor setbacks are certainly surmountable. The young ones continued to offer comfort to Xiagu. The system had already provided such a response, and it seemed that Xiagu truly had no recourse left to seek further assistance. Although she felt a sense of helplessness, she refrained from voicing her concerns. For the system had indeed aided her on numerous occasions. Now, she could only rely on herself. Gradually, she unleashed her fireball ability, hoping to warm the little ones. However, the rapid depletion of her energy left her feeling increasingly feeble. Mother, why do you appear so frail? You must stop creating fireballs. We truly are not that cold. One of the young ones said, observing Xiaogu's weakened state, feeling a pang of sympathy and wishing to intervene. They could withstand this bout of frost, and indeed, there was no need for Xiagu to worry excessively. No, Mother, you are far too weak. We should quickly find a place to construct a simple shelter, allowing you to rest properly. Xuelan, unable to contain his concern, supported Xiagu and voiced his worries to his siblings. Upon hearing this, all the young ones shared the same sentiment as Xuelan. Do not fret for me. I can still endure. My concern lies solely with you. Xiamu felt that her offspring were growing at an astonishing pace, now even capable of feeling empathy for themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a positive development, and it deeply moved Xiamu. Dear children, we must find a place for you to warm yourselves properly. Everyone shared the same sentiment, unwilling to concede in the slightest. Faced with such determination, she found herself with no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, she could only anticipate a barrage of playful complaints from this lively group of young ones. All right, I shall heed your wishes. I will do as you suggest. Shortly thereafter, the young ones discovered a most suitable location and constructed a rudimentary shelter against the cold. The roof was entirely covered with animal hides for insulation, while a pile of firewood crackled merrily within. In an instant, this makeshift refuge transformed into a haven of warmth, and Xiamu felt her energy gradually returning. All gathered around the fire, basking in the comforting glow. You little ones have surprised me with your resourcefulness. Is this what your father has taught you? Xiagu seldom concerns herself with the affairs of the children. It is generally Xuelan who directly oversees their upbringing, while Xiagu harbors no particular thoughts on the matter. It is astonishing to realize how much the children have grown in such a fleeting moment, each possessing their own unique realm and displaying remarkable composure in the face of any challenge. Achieving such a level of maturity is indeed no small feat, and it brings a profound sense of reassurance. Undoubtedly, we have learned a great deal from our father, and we adeptly apply these lessons in our lives. Otherwise, how could we so easily confront such harsh environments? We simply wish to make a sincere attempt. Speaking of this brings about a distinctly different feeling, which is why I wish to engage in a conversation with Xiagu regarding this matter. Xiagu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Achieving this step was no small feat. However, the journey ahead promised to be as arduous as the previous one. Do you truly possess the confidence to persevere? To speak frankly, my reserves of energy have nearly been depleted, and it seems implausible for me to continue providing you with the warmth of my fireball. Xiagu let out a sigh. Indeed, this was a matter of great significance. If there truly was no way to persevere, it would be better for them to turn back home. For they were still some distance from their ultimate destination, and the closer they drew to that place, the more severe the weather became. Mother, we can absolutely do this. Regardless of the circumstances, we have envisioned every possibility. We can truly endure, so you need not worry about this matter, Yangqing. Furthermore, I possess energy that can provide warmth. As I traverse this path, I do not feel excessively cold, so you need not constantly safeguard me. The unanimous encouragement from the children left Xiagu utterly astonished. These youngsters indeed filled her with immense pride, and she longed to return to the tribe to boast about them. Very well, let us take a brief respite before we continue our journey. The pile of firewood will soon be exhausted, and we must depart from this place swiftly. Seeing the unwavering determination in everyone's expressions, Xiagu ultimately made her decision. After all, everyone was embarking on an adventure. So it seemed only fitting for her to grant them this opportunity. This would allow them to truly grasp the challenges inherent in their endeavors and understand the hardships endured by their forebears. After a period of rest, the team set forth once more. However, Xiagu noticed that despite the harsh conditions, the young one's spirits had significantly improved. After all, they had shared so much conversation. And now they were all aware of how to navigate the path ahead. The summer mushrooms continued to lead the way, fostering a spirit of mutual support among all. Although some of the young ones may feel an overwhelming chill, they opt to journey together with their companions by their side. The weather in Xiagu has become less frigid than before, as it had been depleting energy continuously. Now, however, energy is gradually replenishing. Everyone must persevere and maintain their efforts. Surely, we can reach our destination at the swiftest pace, if we manage to collect energy cores. We will also find numerous exquisite gems that can be fashioned into jewelry for you all. With a smile, Xiagu expressed this sentiment, feeling the enthusiasm radiating from everyone around. It was essential for her to bolster their spirits. The young ones were remarkably obedient to Xiagu. When she instructed them to head east, they would resolutely avoid the west. At long last, they completed their arduous journey and arrived at the crystalline mine in the frigid expanse. The moment they stepped into this realm, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. The snow-capped mountains loomed majestically nearby, evoking a sense of awe. How stunning it was. The pristine white glistening under the light, such beauty was beyond their imagination. Having never ventured far from home, the young ones were momentarily spellbound, their gazes fixed in wonder, unwilling to progress further as they were captivated by the scenery. Indeed, it was only after traversing the harshest of environments that they could behold such exquisite views. This was the reward for their perseverance, a treasure forever etched in their hearts. Host, you may commence mining now. This location is indeed accurate. The system's voice reassured Xiagu, instilling her with confidence. Should there have been any error, she would have preferred to obliterate the system entirely. Fortunately, that calamity had not transpired, leaving ample time for their endeavors. All right, we shall begin our mining operations. I will guide you through the necessary tasks and tools required. Xiagu spoke with utmost seriousness, and the younglings were already brimming with excitement. Each of them tightly grasped a shovel, eagerly awaiting Xiagu's command to commence their excavation. The atmosphere was charged with earnestness as Xiagu provided guidance while they began to dig. With each scoop, Xiagu noticed that the crystalline ore beneath her feet seemed to shimmer with a radiant glow. This revelation left her momentarily astounded, and the younglings nearby also observed this phenomenon. Mother, what is this? Why does it appear so luminous? Does it contain energy? Could it be that these gems are alive? How curious indeed. They are truly beautiful. A kaleidoscope of colors. If fashioned into jewelry, they would surely evoke envy in others. The female younglings had already begun to indulge in their fantasies, yearning to collect these exquisite gems. Upon hearing this, Xiagu helplessly shook his head and proceeded to extract the crystal core with his own hands. The moment he made contact, an overwhelming sense of clarity washed over him, accompanied by an influx of energy surging into his being. Could this be real? Xiaogu's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an abundance of vitality coursing through him. The energy was not only plentiful but remarkably invigorating, leaving Xiagu in a state of profound comfort. He delicately examined the energy crystal core in his hands, realizing that its potential far surpassed that of an ordinary crystal core. Had he stumbled upon a new frontier? Xiagu was undeniably exhilarated. Xiao Mushroom system. Behold this energy crystal core. Its power is astonishingly immense, almost terrifying. I feel as though I cannot possibly absorb it all. Xiagu could distinctly sense that she had been absorbing energy for quite some time. Yet the energy crystals within her remained unchanged in quantity. If this were the case, merely mining this one vein would yield a substantial amount of energy crystals. Moreover, with an abundance of crystals at her disposal, Xiagu felt an unwavering confidence that nothing could stand in her way. The existence of such energy crystals was beyond her expectations. Host, please cherish them well. Furthermore, these novel crystals could significantly impact the tribe's development. The system's response left Xiagu quite pleased, though she remained uncertain about how it would influence her work. Perhaps the only means to affect the tribe would be through the transformation of the energy within her. Nevertheless, this development was indeed promising. As long as this channel existed, it sufficed. With this energy, she could safeguard her little ones on the journey back. At that moment, Xiagu felt immense joy, knowing she could contribute to her children's well-being. Once they had thoroughly mined the resources, Xiagu ensured that each cub departed with a generous amount of energy crystals. Thankfully, these young ones could touch the energy crystals without any adverse reactions. Otherwise, it would have been a source of great concern. All right, children, we can head home now, as each of you has more than enough. Xiagu felt an overwhelming excitement. As long as he could accomplish this task, there was no need to worry about anything else. The young ones, aware of their numerous achievements, brimmed with pride. The journey back to the tribe was not as arduous as the initial trek. Armed with experience, it became remarkably effortless. Furthermore, Xiagu continually kept them warm with fireballs, ensuring that no issues arose. They returned to the tribe in merely half the time. Xiagu, holding the energy crystal core, promptly approached Zhang Fenglin. Unlike the orc, Zhang Fenglin could also interact with the energy crystal core just as Xiagu did. Upon examining the core, he noticed its extraordinary potency. The energy contained within was overwhelming, far too immense for a single individual to absorb. You likely do not require the energy from this crystal, but perhaps you could conduct research on it, as it must be quite familiar to you. In the post-apocalyptic world, energy crystal cores were ubiquitous, utilized for a myriad of purposes. It can be said that without these cores, researchers would struggle to continue their work. When Zhang Fenglin laid eyes on the energy crystal core, his expression transformed, filled with astonishment. Indeed, it is remarkably different, significantly superior to what I have encountered before. Where did you procure such a treasure? It is no wonder you and your offspring were away for such an extended period. His exhilaration was palpable. For the energy crystal core Xiagu presented dealt him a staggering revelation. He had never anticipated encountering such a core in the orc realm, having previously believed that what he had experienced was already formidable. Truly, there are always greater heights beyond the mountains, and the same holds for energy crystal cores. Can you explore its potential applications? If not, I shall have to resort to converting it myself, he mused, feeling a sense of unease over the matter, necessitating clarity. If it is possible to operate without involving Xiagu, that would be ideal, as she is reluctant to remain burdened by this issue. Of course, I merely need to integrate these energy crystal cores into my research to ascertain their functions, he continued. Please entrust me with a portion, I assure you. I shall not disappoint you. You know my integrity, do you not? Zhang Fenglin remained hopeful, yet he understood that he must seek Xiaogu's consent. For any desire of his would be futile if she were unwilling. After contemplating, Xiagu realized that without a modicum of trust, collaboration would be impossible. Having chosen to believe, it would be wiser to entrust the matter entirely to him, thereby eliminating any potential conflicts. Indeed, this notion had crossed her mind. Otherwise, she would not have presented it before him. Once Xiagu concluded her statement, Zhang Fenglin understood that he need no longer harbor concerns regarding the issue. Everything was proceeding according to the standard protocol, and Zhang Fenglin remained engrossed in his research. Days passed, during which he uncovered a plethora of possibilities. Through his study of the energy crystal nucleus, he discovered that this novel nucleus could significantly enhance the growth rate and efficacy of herbs. Indeed, this discovery promised to yield greater benefits for the tribe. Zhang Fenglin shook his head, feeling increasingly incredulous about the matter. However, the positive ramifications were numerous. Should he share this news with Xiagu, she would undoubtedly be elated. He hurriedly conveyed the entirety of his findings to her, and she responded with palpable excitement. If this is the case, then not only need our tribe's members worry about illness, but we could also sell the surplus to other tribes. Xiamu immediately thought of this situation, which is truly heartening. Therefore, everyone's efforts have not been in vain. All of this has brought them newfound joy. Observing the tribe's flourishing days, Xiamu undoubtedly feels a profound sense of reassurance. It is now evident that she has fully integrated into the tribe, truly becoming the divine maiden of the community. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system's surprise treasure box, which contains 10 evolution elixirs, now placed in the host's backpack. Xiagu, this is quite delightful. I never anticipated such a benefit would exist. It should have been revealed much earlier. Xiagu, brimming with excitement, felt as though she might leap from her feet. It appeared that her backpack was now filled with a considerable number of evolution elixirs. However, these elixirs had merely been stashed away, seeming rather useless. After a moment of contemplation, Xiagu conceived a novel purpose for them. Since she had an abundance of evolution elixirs, it would be more beneficial to reserve them for herself and for the offspring of Xuelan. Furthermore, the new type of energy crystal cores had been acquired during their recent mining expedition. This could serve as a reward for them. After all, a semblance of incentive was essential to maintain their motivation. Before long, Xiagu approached the 10 little ones, placing the evolution elixirs into their eager hands. My dear ones, simply consume this elixir. It will greatly benefit your bodies. Xiagu, with a blend of persuasion and deception, spoke to the young ones, who, as anticipated, quickly complied and consumed the offerings. The younglings held Xiagu in great esteem and were naturally drawn to strength. Thus they were willing to understand whatever Xiagu wished to pursue. Watching the little ones obediently ingest the elixirs, Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Mother, why do I feel a warmth enveloping me? As if a surge of power is yearning for expression? And mother, how is it that my wounds have suddenly healed? Does this elixir possess such remarkable abilities? Not only can I mend my own injuries, but I can also heal Xueda's wounds. Xue'er stood frozen in astonishment, unable to fathom that he possessed such capabilities. Indeed, the effects of the evolution elixir exceeded all expectations. The young ones not only experienced a significant enhancement in their physical prowess, but also awakened unique abilities. Xiagu, standing nearby, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. I never anticipated encountering such a situation, she murmured in astonishment. It appears that the evolution pill has effects I did not foresee. Mother, I feel as though my mind has suddenly been flooded with an abundance of novel sensations. I seem capable of perceiving all the pheromones, the youngest cub exclaimed as it hurried to Xiagu. Some experiences are indeed challenging to articulate. However, Xiagu comprehended that Xiefeng was exhibiting extraordinary wisdom, as it was evident to anyone observing. Even Xiefeng's gaze had transformed, becoming remarkably clear as it squinted toward the outside world. How is it that I can hear other sounds? They do not seem to emanate from the beastmen. Rather, they resemble the sounds made by small animals. Xiefeng scratched its head, feeling an overwhelming sense of curiosity about the unfolding events and uncertain about how to address the matter at hand. I have already stated that this elixir can enhance your physical strength. Thus it is entirely natural for you to acquire these new abilities. You must gradually acclimatize and learn to wield them effectively. In doing so, your newfound powers will serve you well and greatly benefit your future endeavors. Xiagu candidly expressed these thoughts, believing that there was no need to conceal certain matters from her own children. After all, they were indeed her offspring, and any doubts harbored by the clan members lacked the audacity to challenge her. Mother, you are truly remarkable. You are sharing these elixirs with us. In truth, it would be quite beneficial for you to partake in them as well, given your extraordinary strength. The young ones showered Xiagu with praise, convinced that she should be the sole beneficiary of these evolution elixirs. There exists no child in this world who does not cherish their parents, and these little ones held a profound reverence for their mother. As you have mentioned, I have already attained significant strength. Thus I do not require these elixirs for my own enhancement. It would be far more fitting for you to consume them, especially considering your youth and the long journey that lies ahead. Xiagu felt that these little ones had become even more adorable, and she truly did not know how to articulate it. However, as long as they could grow stronger, everything Xiagu did would be worthwhile, and she was willing to remain by their side. All right, you all need to train diligently now. It is essential to master your abilities. For those little ones who have yet to awaken their powers, there is no need to feel disheartened. Opportunities will arise in the future. Dear ones, I believe you will surely overcome such simple challenges, and as siblings, you must support one another without a trace of jealousy. Xiagu can only gradually educate this group of young ones, as they require guidance both in physical prowess and in social conduct. If left to grow unchecked, their development may yield unfavorable outcomes, a fact Xiagu understands well. Gradually, the younglings began to engage in various exercises outside, and their abilities were indeed noticed by the members of the tribe, sparking lively discussions among them. This phenomenon stirred ripples throughout the community, with tribespeople expressing both astonishment and delight at their capabilities. After all, these children are offspring of Xiagu, and their remarkable talents were fully comprehensible to everyone. The children of the goddess are truly extraordinary. At such a tender age, they have awakened unique powers that other young ones cannot match. Indeed, such younglings deserve to be nurtured with care, as they undeniably represent the future and hope of our tribe. The tribespeople took this matter very seriously and directly brought it to Xuelan's attention. Upon learning of this, Xuelan was naturally quite astonished. He promptly engaged in a discussion with Xiagu, recognizing the necessity for proper cultivation under these circumstances. I will teach them to naturally harness their abilities, ensuring they encounter no difficulties. However, you must also take responsibility for the education of the young ones, especially Xiefeng. You must impart to him a wide array of knowledge. Once Xiefeng matures, he will undoubtedly become the intellectual backbone of the tribe. Xiagu's words resonated with strength and conviction. She had long since devised a plan for the future of her offspring. Although the young ones were not obligated to follow her directive strictly, they were nonetheless encouraged to move in that direction. Such guidance would at least ensure they did not stray too far from the right path. Furthermore, Xuelan had acquired the ability to heal. If not, she would seek the mentorship of the most esteemed healer in the tribe to learn the art of healing and how to harness her newfound abilities. Xiagu pondered, always planning and never pausing. Xuelan, unable to interject, found profound wisdom in Xiagu's words. If that were the case, it would be best to follow Xiagu's guidance. Everything would align perfectly. Xiaoxia, how is it that you are so remarkable? Even your offspring are so intelligent. I feel that your presence has greatly contributed to the prosperity of our Gao mountain tribe. If this continues, our tribe will undoubtedly rise to prominence among others. Reflecting on this, Xuelan felt immense pride as the chieftain, desiring the tribe's continuous progress towards a brighter future. Indeed, these are my firstborn cubs, and I have devoted all my efforts to their growth. Regardless, they have already matured, prompting Xiagu to place special emphasis on their educational development. Furthermore, if the first litter is nurtured well, future cubs will also receive meticulous care. I understand, Xiaoxia. I will ensure that everything is arranged for you. Allowing you to take a breather. After saying this, Xuelan kissed Xiagu's cheek and departed from the stone cave to organize matters. However, as the cubs grew, the tribe faced increasing challenges. Nearby tribes, envious of Gao mountain tribe's flourishing success, began to engage in various underhanded tactics. As the Gao mountain tribe reached its zenith, others sought to seize its resources through myriad means. Xiagu and Xuelan quickly discovered these machinations and convened with the other elders of the tribe to discuss the situation. It appeared that with great stature comes envy. Our tribe had undeniably caught the attention of others, who schemed to plunder our supplies. They would seize the mined ores whenever the coast was clear. If we fail to address this issue, we will merely be seen as easy prey, which is utterly unacceptable. The elders spoke with conviction, unable to tolerate such circumstances. They were eager to devise a strategy to eliminate this threat, lest the situation worsen. Indeed, we must safeguard our tribe's resources and shall not allow anyone to invade. They had indeed been testing our resolve, and if we remain passive, we would be playing right into their hands. Xiagu furrowed his brow and spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Their intentions were laid bare before them. Perhaps they believed that the mountain tribe was indeed formidable and would not concern themselves with such trivial matters, thus they plundered with even greater impunity. However, the mountain tribe was far from defenseless. After a prolonged period of development, it had transformed completely from its former self. Perhaps it is time for a thorough cleansing, allowing those individuals to truly grasp our strength so they would no longer act with such a sense of impunity. Xiagu raised her eyebrows, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Indeed, desiring to proceed in such a manner, that would be preferable. Otherwise, I might lead a group to issue a warning and observe what actions they might undertake. Xuelan nodded, agreeing that Xiagu's perspective was not without merit, and it would be wiser to follow her suggestion. However, Xiagu promptly dismissed Xuelan's inclination to take action, as she did not wish for Xuelan to embark on such a mission. No need, you may remain comfortably within the tribe to manage affairs. Allow me to handle this. As Xiagu spoke, she gently massaged her wrist, her entire being brimming with excitement. It seemed as though she had not engaged in a physical confrontation with anyone for an extended period, which only heightened her anticipation for this moment. After all, how could she let this opportunity slip away to Xuelan? Xuelan, too, would face far greater challenges in the future. Xia, are you jesting with me? Do you truly wish to lead the tribe into battle? Xuelan was well aware of Xiagu's capabilities, yet she still harbored some concerns in this regard. Even if Xiagu could indeed safeguard herself, Xuelan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the arduous efforts Xiagu would undertake. Xiagu possesses an unwavering confidence in his current energy, having absorbed a substantial amount of power from the crystalline cores, transforming him into a vastly superior being compared to before. In the past, even without such an infusion of energy, he was capable of overwhelming his opponents effortlessly. This time, he is unequivocally stronger. Truly, I am capable of achieving this. Your incessant murmurs will only serve to dampen my anticipation. With a decisive wave of his hand, Xiagu made a resolution that the other elders did not contest. They had witnessed firsthand Xiagu's formidable prowess, having vanquished numerous adversaries. Thus, It was only natural for him to handle this matter. The following day, Xiagu boldly led the tribespeople into battle, overwhelming their foes with an undeniable advantage. As long as Xiagu was present, the enemy was sure to tremble in fear. Observing the ever-growing strength of the Gaoshan tribe and recognizing Xiagu's formidable capabilities, the adversaries dared not continue their provocations. "We surrender. We shall not dare to approach again. Please, spare us from total annihilation." The other tribes, having suffered significant losses, found themselves unable to persist in the conflict. Continuing would only lead to their extinction, and they had no desire to be left homeless. Upon witnessing this situation, Xiagu felt a profound sense of satisfaction and seized the opportunity to propose a truce. "I shall not pursue your complete destruction, nor shall I seize your tribe. But I require an annual tribute and your rightful submission to us." In essence, the outcome would remain unchanged, merely differing in the approach taken. Indeed, upon hearing Xiagu's words, all present knelt before him. "Goddess, we pledge to heed your command." As he beheld the collective submission, Xiagu's sense of fulfillment grew immensely. Subsequently, such minor insurrections gradually diminished, and Xiagu once again emerged as a celebrated hero within the tribe. During this time, Xuelan and Xiagu's offspring flourished in strength, a fact that did not escape Xuelan's notice. Given the current circumstances, Xuelan began to entertain thoughts of fatherhood and intended to discuss matters with Xiagu. Upon awakening from her cozy blanket, Xiagu discovered that Xuelan had not departed and had been quietly observing her. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss with me?" Xiagu inquired. Having spent such an extended period together, the bond between the two had deepened, nearly to the point where a mere glance sufficed to convey their thoughts. Xuelan reclined on the blanket, instinctively embracing Xiagu, relishing the tranquil atmosphere they shared. "I merely wish to convey that our offspring have matured to a considerable extent, and during the last outing, they accompanied you in mining for ores. Given this, perhaps it would be prudent to allow these young ones to venture out and experience life for a time. This could enhance their strength and enable them to better harness their abilities." Xuelan pondered this decision for an extended duration, hoping to gain Xiagu's approval. Otherwise, Xuelan would not have acted so directly, for these were, after all, their children. Upon hearing this, Xiagu's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting her profound confusion. "Previously, they had accompanied me to the mines, and my presence had afforded me great reassurance. However, the prospect of allowing them to venture out on their own to navigate life seems rather unwise." Xiagu furrowed her brow, feeling that this matter was approached with undue haste. She perceived the young ones as mere children. The thought of thrusting them into the face of unknown dangers filled her with apprehension. If the current situation was already so concerning, what would happen if they were truly set loose? Rest assured, our young ones possess the capability to confront their challenges. If we keep them sheltered, we merely confine them. Ultimately, we must learn to let go. Whether we release them sooner or later bears no difference. "I, too, was sent out to hone my skills at your age," Xuelan gently articulated, hoping Xiagu would come to understand. After hearing these words, Xiagu sighed. Acknowledging the reality of the beastman world, where threats were manifold. To survive and thrive in such an environment, one must possess inherent abilities. There was no alternative. "Very well. I comprehend. I shall heed your counsel," she conceded, though her heart bore a hint of worry. Yet, with Xuelan's clarity, further concern seemed unwarranted. Before long, Xiagu prepared ample provisions for the young ones, filling each of their backpacks to the brim. They chuckled at their mother's unexpected concern for their well-being. "Fear not, mother. We shall navigate the world with utmost care and will certainly avoid any peril. Should we encounter danger, we shall deftly manage it," the young ones proclaimed with confidence, which filled Xiagu with pride. Nonetheless, as a devoted mother, she felt compelled to impart some words of caution. "Of course, I believe you can overcome any obstacle. But as you venture forth, unity and mutual support are paramount. You must face all challenges together, and above all, be brave." Xiagu could only share her experiences with them, hoping that through this journey, they would achieve remarkable growth. They listened intently to Xiagu's words, and then diligently packed their bags, setting forth on their path of exploration. As she watched their small figures gradually fade into the distance, Xiagu felt a profound pang in her heart. After all, these were pieces of herself, and to claim she was untroubled would be a falsehood. Once the young ones embarked on their journey, they naturally encountered a myriad of challenges. Xuelan utilized her ability to communicate with nature to assist wild animals ensnared in distress, successfully earning their trust. Xuehua, with her exceptional intellect, resolved a series of intricate dilemmas, garnering the admiration of other tribespeople along the way. The youngest cub, blessed with healing talents, saved numerous injured travelers and beasts, receiving heartfelt gratitude from many. Each cub embarked on their unique journey of trials, yet not every challenge unfolded as effortlessly as they had imagined. Throughout their experiences, the young ones not only honed their skills but also forged new friendships, broadening their horizons. They gradually came to understand the significance of independent living and the vital importance of unity and mutual assistance. Xiagu attentively observes the growth of the little ones within the tribe, utilizing the intelligence provided by the system to comprehend their experiences. Not only is Xiagu concerned, but Xuelan is equally restless, frequently dispatching messengers to inquire about the youngling's well-being. Upon being discovered by Xiagu, Xuelan found herself on the receiving end of mockery. Look at yourself. You are unwilling to part with them, yet you speak with such righteous fervor. I believe those little ones are simply too young and do not require the trials of the outside world. Xiagu, with a smile, uttered these words, sensing that Xuelan was somewhat insincere. Yet, deep down, she understood that Xuelan's intentions were solely aimed at ensuring the healthy growth of the young ones. Upon hearing this, Xuelan quickly shook her head, for the situation was far more complex than Xiagu presumed. Having spent such a considerable time in the tribe, she was acutely aware of the myriad dangers that lurked. While she could not help but feel concerned, it was indeed imperative for them to venture out and hone their skills. In doing so, they would also be able to safeguard the other members of the tribe, which was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. As their progeny, they must possess exceptional abilities to emerge as the pillars of the tribe. Otherwise, mere words would hold no weight. Given their parents' formidable prowess, it was only natural that the younglings should not fall short either. Xiagu, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head, feeling that Xuelan was excessively earnest, yet he found himself unable to counter her arguments. Given that her observations were indeed valid, he decided it would be more prudent to acquiesce. All right, I understand now. I merely wished to jest at your expense. However, it has been quite some time since then. They should have returned from their training by now, shouldn't they? Xiagu now truly counts the days on her fingers, eagerly awaiting their return. Xuelan nodded, reasoning that in a few days, they would surely come back safely. As long as no one was injured and no significant errors were made, they would undoubtedly earn the admiration of all. Indeed, just a few days passed, and the young ones returned, bringing with them a wealth of experience and the fruits of their hunting endeavors. The entire tribe felt a swell of pride for them. Xiagu and Xuelan gazed at the returning youths, fully comprehending their transformation. They had genuinely changed. There was a newfound brilliance in their eyes, and they had matured considerably. Xiagu was naturally somewhat incredulous, never expecting that this experience would yield such remarkable results. It now appeared that there was no need for concern. Everything unfolded with a delightful ease. At that moment, she felt an immense sense of gratification. Witnessing her young one achieve this milestone was no small feat, however. Just then, the tribe encountered a new opportunity. Host, a mysterious ruin is about to manifest nearby, harboring abundant resources and ancient wisdom. Should you be interested, you may wish to explore it, as it is certain to yield significant rewards. The system's prompt surprised Xiagu, yet it also presented her with an opportunity. With such a mysterious ruin at hand, Xiagu was determined to cherish it. As long as it could secure a prosperous future for the Gaoshan tribe, there would be no hesitation. Xiagu discovered that during her time living in the mountain tribe, she had unconsciously integrated into this community. Moreover, the tribe's members had consistently shown her great respect and affection, allowing her to experience a profound sense of belonging. Xiagu directly informed Xuelan of the matter and expressed a desire to lead the tribe in an exploration. Is it true? Xiaoxia, are there really such relics? We must participate. Let us act swiftly. I can hardly contain my excitement. Xuelan rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with delight upon receiving such astonishing news. Indeed, I have been contemplating this as well. However, we must not delay. We should resolve this matter at the earliest opportunity. Let us set forth tomorrow. Xiagu promptly resolved the matter. Xuelan gathered her young ones and announced the news, and their reactions were filled with enthusiasm. Nonetheless, various dangers are certain to arise along the way, and we must remain vigilant to avoid harm. Xuelan earnestly cautioned the group of younglings. Yet they seemed to take her words lightly. Father, we have trained for this. We are quite adept at handling such situations. There is no need for concern. Moreover, Xiefeng possesses healing abilities, so any injuries we incur can be mended. To these younglings, threats felt trivial, merely a minor inconvenience. Upon hearing this, Xuelan sensed that the young ones were perhaps too naive, believing that the dangers they faced were insignificant, reminiscent of her own youthful innocence. As their father, even upon hearing such remarks, he felt no disdain, only acceptance. On the following day, Xuelan and Xiagu led the young ones on their adventure. During the exploration, the younglings' abilities proved to be of paramount importance. As they journeyed forth, an extreme natural disaster unexpectedly unfolded. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, and now snow began to fall, swiftly blanketing the ground. How could this happen? Xuelan exclaimed. Fortunately, we brought warm animal skins. Otherwise, we would truly struggle against the cold. Wrapping herself in the furs, she cast a worried glance at Xiagu. Despite their thorough preparations, Xuelan could not shake her anxiety. At that moment, the younglings presented additional warm furs to Xuelan and Xiagu. Father, mother, please put on these furs. We are well prepared. Their filial piety warmed their parents' hearts as they offered the skins. Very well, we must endure this phase. I did not anticipate encountering so many challenges along the way. Xiagu felt a twinge of regret, yet it was entirely natural for such events to transpire. This merely attested to the fact that the ruins were indeed capable of offering them a wealth of opportunities. Otherwise, there would not have been so many occurrences. Xiagu was particularly eager about this matter. As they traversed the path, the warmth provided by the animal pelts prevented them from remaining in a state of stagnation. The group huddled closer together, ensuring they could respond to any eventualities that might arise. Xiagu, with a sense of urgency, exclaimed these words. Feeling an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere around her, it seemed as though some ominous event was imminent, and her keen instinct had alerted all the young ones to the impending danger. They huddled together, advancing cautiously, one step at a time. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the ground beneath them gave way, catching everyone off guard. Fortunately, as they were clustered closely, each person managed to grasp the hand of another, preventing any from plummeting into the abyss below. The earth had opened up a vast chasm, seemingly carved out specifically for them. Xiamu tightly clutched the young ones beside her, and Xuelan did the same, leaving them unable to free their hands. After taking several deep breaths, Xiamu finally came to her senses. This situation was exceedingly perilous. We must move forward quickly. Should the ground collapse again, we must remember to leap to the side. Xiagu spoke with great conviction. Fortunately, there was still Xueqing in the team. At least he could fly and protect everyone. After going through these events, everyone became exceedingly cautious. Yet they were even more astonished that such occurrences could take place. Xiagu, are you truly not deceiving me? Why does every step seem so perilous? This extreme weather and the collapsing ground are genuinely frightening us. Once they reached a place of safety, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the face of unknown dangers, she remained exceedingly cautious. Host, these occurrences stem from the mutations of the susceptible planet. It is precisely due to these anomalies that hazards abound, and it is through them that you were able to traverse. After hearing the system's words, Xiagu felt the situation becoming increasingly intricate. As they walked along the path, they were utterly oblivious to the truth, ensnared by one illusion after another. What on earth is happening? It seems we just passed through this area. Could it be that we have strayed once more? Xuelan was naturally a bit flustered, unable to comprehend why they had traversed the same route so many times. Xiagu could only soothe Xuelan's heart. After all, everyone was so weary that confusion was only natural. Xuelan, look at me. We have indeed traversed this path before, but as long as we keep moving forward, all will be well. If you truly feel exhausted, you may close your eyes and follow my lead. I assure you, I will guide you out of this labyrinth. Xiao Mushroom perceived not only the snowstorm, but also the evident fatigue of her young ones. This weariness stemmed from the illusion they found themselves in, as if they had lingered in one place for an eternity. Nevertheless, they must persevere, for they cannot allow such circumstances to lead to complete surrender. Moreover, being trapped here undoubtedly posed inexplicable dangers, a choice they could not afford to make. Xia shook her face, forcing herself to awaken. It's all right, Xia. I can continue on. There is no doubt about it. We shall traverse this path together, and once we reach its end, we should no longer encounter those unsettling things. Her resolve was unwavering, as there seemed to be no alternative. At that moment, Xia suddenly noticed a crack to the right, narrowing her eyes as if she glimpsed the true path ahead. Let us proceed there directly. There is no need for concern. Even if we collide with trees and walls, we must bravely close our eyes and press on. Xiagu solemnly articulated the notion that a spirit of adventure is essential for achieving breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, the others felt a profound sense of reassurance and followed Xuelan as she ventured forth. Before long, Xiagu and Xuelan led the young ones to witness the truth of the ruins. Wow, what is this place? Why do I feel as though we are not even in the same dimension as our world? Xuelan immediately voiced this thought, clearly bewildered by the situation. The exterior of the ruins was shrouded in an aura of mystery, with enormous stone doors adorned with ancient runes. These runes shimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if recounting tales from millennia past. The sight was truly extraordinary. After navigating through all the mazes, they found themselves confronted with such an unexpected outcome. Yet, anticipation filled the air, for these experiences had brought them numerous adventures and revelations. Mother, should we enter now, or is it sufficient to observe from outside? The young ones directed their inquiries toward Xiagu, genuinely uncertain of the next course of action. Xiagu scratched his head, furrowing his brow, and remarked that now that they had arrived, it would seem unreasonable not to venture inside. Let us proceed and discover what treasures await our exploration, he suggested. Upon reaching this place, Xiagu felt an exhilarating surge of emotion, as if something captivating lay within. They entered the ruins in groups, naturally driven by the desire to unravel the mysteries contained within. As they stepped inside, all eyes converged on a pathway adorned with smooth, azure stones. Flanking the corridor were lifelike stone sculptures, each uniquely crafted, some resembling beasts yet not quite beasts, others evoking human forms, but distinctly not human. Xiagu gazed upon these sand sculptures, feeling an inexplicable sensation, as if they were indeed transporting him through the corridors of time. The misaligned eyes of the sculptures seemed to scrutinize the visitors, instilling a profound sense of reverence. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they stumbled upon a magnificent underground palace. The dome of the palace was adorned with resplendent gemstones, shimmering in the darkness like stars scattered across the night sky. At the heart of the palace stood a colossal altar, upon which rested a mysterious chest. The surface of the chest was intricately engraved with ancient runes, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Let us proceed slowly. Be ever so cautious of your steps, and avoid triggering any traps. Xiagu decided to continue observing the relics before turning back for a more thorough examination. All right, Mother, let us all line up and proceed together. This way, we can assist one another in the face of any dangers. As we exchanged these words, we had already meticulously planned every detail, having previously ventured forth for training. They were well acquainted with such circumstances. Xiagu nodded, her concern for the cubs no longer as intense as it once was. The cubs had matured, developing their own thoughts and handling situations with remarkable sophistication. During their exploration, they stumbled upon a rather peculiar room. Upon entering, it appeared to be entirely different from the world outside. To their astonishment, there was yet another chamber within this space. What purpose could it possibly serve? Xuelan too expressed her confusion, unable to comprehend the elements contained within. Now that they found themselves inside the room, an unsettling sense of danger lingered in the air. I am uncertain, Xiagu sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she observed her surroundings alongside the others. At the center of the room stood a magnificent crystal, shimmering brilliantly and captivating both Xuelan and Xiagu. The cubs were equally entranced, drawn toward the radiant light as if bewitched. Mother, I feel an exhilarating warmth coursing through me the closer I get to this crystal, one of the cubs exclaimed, clutching their body as they felt an overwhelming heat. A touch of embarrassment washing over them. Xiagu furrowed his brows, perplexed by the situation at hand. He glanced at the other younglings, who appeared equally bewildered. They huddled together, their discomfort palpable, yet Xiagu sensed an emerging potential within their beings, gradually being unearthed. Could it be that this crystal possessed such an effect? Xiagu truly felt a profound sense of confusion. Xiagu, system, please come out and take a look at what is happening. Surely, it cannot pose a threat to my offspring. Can it? Xiagu seems to harbor some regrets. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have ventured forth in exploration, believing he could genuinely make a significant contribution to the tribe. However, it now appears that his efforts hold no meaning whatsoever, and instead, they have ensnared them in this predicament. Could it be that everything is the result of the system's assertions? Otherwise, how could things have devolved into such a state? It is unjust, dear host. I have done nothing wrong, so how can you cast me in this light? Xiao Mushroom, what should I do now? These young ones want to be adversely affected by the crystal here, will they? No, host. This crystal holds no negative influence over them. Rather, it can absorb the energy of the crystal. You may guide them appropriately, as you should be quite adept at cultivation. The system's words seemed to unveil a new realm of possibilities for Xiao Mushroom. It was unexpected that the system had begun to hint at such matters. This already proved that Xiao Mushroom could harness the crystal to obtain what she desired, and the young ones could do likewise. My dear ones, do not fret. Gather around the crystal, sit in meditation, and close your eyes to attentively sense the energy emanating from it. In truth, Xiao Mushroom had little experience with cultivation. However, she had learned all that was necessary in the apocalypse, and she was well aware of the appropriate course of action. The young ones, hearing her words, had no choice but to follow her lead. Meanwhile, the other beastmen nearby could only listen quietly, offering no further reaction. They understood that Xiao Mushroom had her reasons for instructing the children in such a manner, and thus felt no need for further elaboration. The young mushrooms, akin to their counterparts, closed their eyes and meditated before the crystal, embracing the flowing energies. The power emanating from the crystal continuously surged into their beings. As time progressed, the younglings gradually mastered the art of harnessing this force. Moreover, this energy seemed unwilling to depart, taking firm root within them. Their abilities experienced a remarkable enhancement, bestowing upon them an unparalleled sensation. Xiagu, seizing the opportunity, withdrew from the cultivation, observing them from the side, naturally hoping they would continue to absorb the energy. You may diligently engage in your practice here, while your mother and fathers venture forth to explore other realms. Should any issues arise, you can cease your cultivation at once. The energy of this crystal is inexhaustible. Absorb as much as you can. Moreover, it is essential to learn its application. If you find yourselves incapable of doing so, you must halt immediately to avoid the peril of losing control. Xiagu spoke of this matter with utmost seriousness, and all the young ones were eager to heed her words. Observing these few fledglings freely practicing their cultivation within the confines of the room granted them a profound sense of relief. Xiaoxia, I truly believe you are remarkable. No matter the circumstance, you always know precisely what to do, and you have everything well arranged. Otherwise, our medicinal herbs would not have received such enhanced cultivation due to this situation, resulting in their abilities surpassing our own. Xuelan seemed to possess a foresight of the unfolding future, rendering her perception of this situation distinctly different. Achieving what they had is already commendable. As for any other concerns, there seems to be no need for further worry. No, aren't they all my children? Therefore, I must take responsibility. Xiagu does not perceive these matters as profoundly as Xuelan does. She merely believes she has fulfilled the duties of a mother. In any case, since we are all at leisure, why not take this opportunity to further explore other areas of the ruins? Xiagu remained restless about the matter, her mind already brimming with numerous possibilities. Moreover, the vastness of the ruins suggested that a thorough exploration would undoubtedly require an extensive amount of time. Xiagu was particularly eager to discover what artifacts might be of use to the beast tamers as well. If they could all gather something unique, it would undoubtedly pique everyone's interest in exploration. Indeed, let us continue our quest. The wonders within are truly enchanting, each item possessing its own tale. Alas, these stories cannot be unraveled in an instant, yet regardless, they would prove beneficial to all, whether the cubs or themselves. Any advantage for one party sufficed. Xuelan exhibited a remarkable sense of contentment. Otherwise, such sentiments would not have crossed her lips. They all yearned to unearth more ancient civilizations and glean further knowledge from their findings. The group shared laughter and conversation, strolling leisurely, their initial trepidation toward the environment having faded. After all, the cubs had amassed an ample amount of energy through their training, which was enough to validate their endeavors. Xia, come see what I've discovered, Xuelan exclaimed, having spotted something intriguing and beckoning Xiagu to her side. At that moment, they found themselves in a rather concealed location, and Xiagu hurried to join Xuelan. The space was quite narrow, inducing a slight sense of claustrophobia. However, now that they had arrived, they should proceed with their exploration without excessive worry. Is it possible for such a massive mural to exist? Xiagu felt a mixture of awe and trepidation as the colossal artwork loomed before her. The mural resembled a grand depiction akin to the along the river during the Qiming festival. It featured a myriad of figures, yet differed in subtle ways from the famous artwork. Each scene appeared meticulously interconnected, each conveying its own unique narrative. The beginning depicted a flourishing civilization, only for it to be abruptly marred by an unforeseen calamity that led to its total annihilation. Now, it stood as an ancient manuscript for their perusal. However, Xiagu pondered, who could have created these murals? Was it possible that others had documented this civilization? If there were indeed others, it would imply that this culture had not been entirely obliterated, or perhaps there were other seers who witnessed its decline. This mural is truly magnificent. What a pity we cannot take it back to share with everyone, Xuelan lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. Yet, Xiagu furrowed her brow, regarding the murals with heightened seriousness. I suspect this civilization perished due to some specific cause. These ruins are their lasting legacy. Perhaps those who remained crafted such murals to ensure that future generations would see them. This is, at the very least, evidence of their existence, making it extraordinarily precious. Xia? Your insights seem profoundly reasonable. Perhaps it is as you say, Xuelan replied thoughtfully, nodding in agreement, finding no discrepancies in Xiagu's reasoning. It was entirely plausible that such a scenario could be true, and Xiagu's conjectures were invariably the most astute. The summer mushrooms and the beastmen were gradually investigating the situation at hand. Naturally, to discern what had transpired here solely from the murals proved to be quite enigmatic. Meanwhile, after a period of diligent cultivation, the cubs had finally achieved their advancement. Each cub ascended from their previous rank to a higher tier, with some evolving into golden beastmen and others transforming into silver beastmen. These golden beastmen, now comparable to their father Xuelan, opened their eyes to behold their bodies shimmering with radiant light, filling them with a profound sense of wonder. Xiagu and Xuelan returned to this place, only to find that the younglings had already emerged from their training. My goodness, they have advanced. How marvelous! Xuelan could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. It seemed inconceivable that this development had occurred so swiftly and to such an extent. Some of the younglings had already reached the same tier as herself. And if this news were to be shared with the tribe, it would surely garner immense admiration. Indeed, they had transformed into golden orcs, a testament to the relentless march of progress. Beside her, Xueqing expressed her sentiments, reflecting on this remarkable achievement. The younglings were undeniably thrilled about their advancement, eagerly experimenting with the energy at their disposal. With each elevation in rank, their energy reserves had grown increasingly abundant. Perhaps for them, even a fierce beast would pose little challenge, requiring no collaboration to overcome. One individual would suffice. How splendid! After their training, they had indeed made a qualitative leap. Xiagu nodded in appreciation, her heart swelling with pride. Everyone celebrated joyfully, and Xiagu was taken aback by the multitude of surprises this place had to offer. Host, do take a look at the hidden corners of this room. Is there not something glowing? With the system's reminder, Xiagu quickly scanned her surroundings and indeed spotted a faint glimmer. She hurried to the corner, where her eyes fell upon an ancient scroll. Xiagu grasped the scroll and examined its texture, which was neither paper nor leather, but rather appeared to be composed of some enigmatic material. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, yet the scroll showed no signs of wear or damage. However, upon first touch, it emanated a sense of having endured numerous experiences. Otherwise, it would not possess such an appearance. Xiagu, filled with curiosity, directly opened the scroll and began to peruse its contents. Halfway through, she furrowed her brow. Xiao, what is this? What does it say? Xuelan hurriedly approached Xiagu, inquiring about the strange object that had seemingly appeared in Xiagu's hands. After hearing her question, Xiagu began to recount what she had discovered. This scroll contained an account of a mysterious ritual, said to be an ancient civilization's method of communicating with the heavens and the earth. Did your forebears possess any knowledge of this ritual, or ever speak of a means to converse with the cosmos? Xiagu felt that her understanding of the world had diminished even further. She was astounded to discover that the civilization here could facilitate communication with the heavens and the earth. Xuelan shook her head, utterly bewildered by Xiagu's words, as no one had ever mentioned such matters to them before. No. It seems that nothing of the sort has occurred in our tribe. We are quite in the dark about it. Regarding the events of their ancestors, they naturally relayed whatever knowledge they possessed, but for those things they had not experienced themselves, they had no means of verification. Furthermore, this was originally an artifact of the past, perhaps a remnant of occurrences long forgotten. Well then, let me thoroughly examine this scroll. You all should search for any other locations that might house similar scrolls. Who knows, there may be additional scrolls that can elucidate the events of the past, Xiagu suggested. Though she could not be certain, everyone wholeheartedly complied with Xiagu's request, sharing whatever they knew. At that moment, Xuanli rushed in from outside. He glanced at the scroll in Xiagu's hand, deep in thought. Xiao, there is an altar to the southeast. The shape of this scroll seems to correspond with the corners of the altar. Shall we venture to investigate? Xuanli, still in disbelief upon making this observation, felt increasingly inclined to see if there was any truth to it. Upon hearing this, Xiagu nodded and led the group towards the southeast. Indeed, as they ventured forth, they soon beheld the altar situated in that very spot. The altar bore a shape remarkably akin to the scroll in Xiagu's possession. Thus, Xiagu stepped forward and placed the scroll upon it, and as anticipated, It aligned perfectly. Having done so, she pondered aloud, contemplating what actions should follow next. Yet, she remained utterly perplexed regarding the subsequent steps to take. After placing the scroll, there was still no sign of movement. Could it be that the sole purpose was merely to position the scroll? Did it hold no further significance beyond this? Xiagu, system. Now is the moment when your assistance is truly needed. Could you kindly investigate the matter at hand? What exactly is going on? Is there some mechanism involved? And where might it be located? Xiagu is utterly perplexed by these questions and thus must seek the system's guidance. Host, there is no need to be so anxious. Is it not stated in the instructions on the scroll? Just turn it over and you will see. It is somewhat embarrassing for Xiagu that even the system has discerned what she did not. She reluctantly picked up the scroll again. Indeed, upon turning it over, she discovered the instructions inscribed upon it. Fortunately, they were still able to comprehend the text. According to the instructions, one should simply place the scroll in the depression of the altar and then press the adjacent stone slab to unveil an unexpected surprise. Xiagu narrowed her eyes, eager to expedite the completion of this task, as she was genuinely excited about the surprises the scroll might unveil. After a short while, Xiagu discovered the raised stone brick and gently pressed it down. Suddenly, the sound of shifting stones captured their attention, leaving them in a state of bewilderment as they scanned their surroundings. At that moment, Xuelan noticed the stone sculptures beginning to stir, prompting her to quickly hide behind Xiagu. Mother, please look. Do those stone carvings seem to have come to life? It's terrifying. I am so frightened. Do not be afraid, my dear. Mother is right here. And she, along with your fathers, will surely protect you. Xiagu gently caressed Xuelan's head, hoping fervently that she could find tranquility in this moment. The beast masters encircled Xiagu and the young ones, extending their utmost protection around them. They had assumed a battle-ready stance, eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding these stone sculptures. Indeed, the stone figures appeared as if they had come to life, their eyes shimmering with brilliance, twinkling like the stars in the night sky. It was truly a wondrous sight. Though they seemed not to have truly animated, they remained steadfast as mere sculptures. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted from the stone of life, soaring skyward. A colossal portal of light manifested in the heavens, emanating with potent waves of energy. The summer mushrooms and the beastmen bore witness to this magnificent spectacle. Their hearts profoundly stirred. Perhaps this is the true enigma of ancient civilizations communicating with the cosmos. They gazed upwards at the heavens, then turned their attention to the palpable energy surrounding them, which indeed evoked a sense of enchantment. It seemed they had not anticipated such an occurrence, and all were left in awe. In such a moment, words felt inadequate. The scene was utterly mesmerizing. It appeared that we too were captivated by this formidable energy. As they stepped forward, gathering around the altar, absorbing the vibrant energy emanating from the luminous portal, Xiao Mush gazed at the radiant white portal, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if there were a connection between it and herself. Could this portal be a passage to another realm? If we could traverse it successfully, we might be able to explore uncharted territories beyond our imagination. Xiagu, harboring doubts regarding this matter, remains uncertain if her thoughts align with reality. Should the situation not unfold as anticipated, it would indeed render her quite embarrassed. Thus, she wishes to consult the system. However, it appears the system has already sensed Xiagu's perplexity and promptly provided her with a response. If the host harbors intentions to experiment, she is encouraged to do so, with the assurance that any potential dangers will be promptly communicated. The system's primary function is to facilitate such endeavors, alleviating Xiagu from excessive contemplation. Upon hearing this, Xiagu raised an eyebrow. It seems that a moment of courage is indeed called for. If she refrains from being bold now, she may find herself regretting it in the future, making it far more prudent to seize this opportunity to explore new realms. As long as they can uncover the mysteries within, they are likely to gain significant rewards. After all, within this relic, they have all achieved their desired outcomes, and the young ones have already experienced their ascension. Xiaoxia, what are you pondering at this moment? Does this scroll hold any further significance? Xuelan inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager to discern whether Xiagu had unearthed additional insights. In truth, Xuelan herself was exceedingly intrigued, unable to fathom why Xiagu consistently possesses knowledge of things they have never encountered. Yet, it is precisely because Xiagu is a goddess that her actions seem to require no rationale, manifesting effortlessly. I am contemplating whether we should step through this luminous portal. I perceive it as a passageway, and traversing it may unveil a plethora of distinct realms. However, I wish to seek your opinions as well. I am uncertain how you all feel about this. Are you willing to accompany me on this journey? Xiagu has resolutely made up her mind, and she possesses the confidence to persuade everyone. Therefore, she merely wishes to inquire further. Otherwise, there would be no means to progress. Of course, I am willing to accompany you, Xiaoxia. The cubs are always prepared. These young ones are indeed poised, eager to plunge into the unknown, having inherited Xiaogu's adventurous spirit, unperturbed by any potential challenges. Otherwise, they would not have grown to this extent, a testament to Xiaogu's influence. However, Xuanli, observing this situation, furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of uncertainty. What if the realm beyond the passage poses a danger to us? Will we be unable to return? Xuanli is inherently rational, hence his apprehensions, hoping that everyone can comprehend the potential risks. Yet, Xuelan shook his head, firmly trusting in Xiaogu's judgment. This situation is entirely reasonable. There is no need for excessive worry. Relying on our innate energy, we can withstand any unknown threats. Moreover, with all of us together, how could there be an insurmountable danger? Xuelan wished to bolster Xiaogu's enthusiasm. Thus he encouraged Xuanli. Regardless of what Xiagu intends to pursue, it is incumbent upon them, as her companions, to comply. This way, no conflicts would arise, and Xiagu would not be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Xiagu looked expectantly at Xuanli, who remained silent, while Xuelan had already expressed so much. Coupled with the cubs being fully prepared, it was merely a matter of taking that final step. Very well, let us venture forth, but we must proceed in groups, otherwise we will be ill-equipped to strategize in the face of danger. Ultimately, Xuanli acquiesced, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, having conquered their trepidation. They yearned to explore how this new realm differed from their own. Everyone gathered together, passing through in an orderly fashion, maintaining close proximity. As long as there was danger ahead, those behind would be alerted at once. However, the situation appeared less perilous than they had anticipated. They traversed the light gate and arrived in an entirely new world. The sky here was a deeper azure, the air fresher, teeming with vitality and vigor. All were taken aback by this scene, seemingly unprepared for such a paradisiacal vista. It is breathtaking. I feel devoid of any negative emotions here, and I sense a profound joy within me. Xuanli, who had been so worried previously, found himself transformed upon entering this world. They also discovered that the air seemed to harbor a new kind of energy. Indeed, even the air is imbued with energy. If we were to absorb it, could we not ascend more swiftly? Xuelan's eyes sparkled with excitement, marveling at the unexpected fortune they had stumbled upon, as if everything had been perfectly arranged for them. Upon witnessing the joyous expressions of those around her, Xiagu felt a sense of relief wash over her. In this place, she discovered a unique comfort, enveloped in an atmosphere of relaxation. Meanwhile, the young ones eagerly explored this new world, their excitement palpable. Mother and father, come quickly to see. Here, not only do the little creatures possess distinctive forms and abilities, but even the plants do. For them, this was indeed a monumental revelation, one they had never anticipated. Through their interactions, it became evident that these creatures posed no threat. Indeed, this world is infused with an enchanting vitality. The existence of such unique flora and fauna suggests that there must be indigenous inhabitants akin to ourselves. Xiagu rubbed his head, feeling an inescapable sense of inevitability regarding the situation laid before him. He pondered when he might encounter the indigenous people. This was undeniably an event to look forward to. Yet, with the presence of these natives, did this not render them as invaders? Would they not seek to exact vengeance upon them? Xuanli, listening nearby, felt a surge of concern. Nevertheless, arriving in this world undeniably offered a unique experience. The thought of departing stirred a reluctance within him. He yearned to delve deeper into the mysteries that this realm held. Let us proceed cautiously, he suggested, for our intentions are purely innocent, and we must ensure that each of us maintains a demeanor devoid of aggression. Xiagu gently cautioned her offspring and her beastmen, emphasizing the necessity of executing this task with utmost diligence. Indeed, as they ventured into this new realm, several orcs emerged from various locales. Their brows furrowed, their eyes glinted with vigilance, yet they refrained from adopting any aggressive postures. Who are you? From whence do you hail? One of the males inquired sternly. Xiagu took the initiative to communicate with them, hoping fervently that this situation would not devolve into a misunderstanding. We hail from another realm, and you are the indigenous inhabitants here, are you not? We harbor no ill intentions, we merely wish to explore the wonders of your world. If we have disturbed you, we sincerely apologize. We assure you that we shall adhere to your customs and regulations. We would be immensely grateful for your understanding and hospitality. Xiagu displayed a courteous smile, merely hoping they might grant her an opportunity to remain in this new world. Upon hearing her words, the group of males instantly relaxed their defenses. After all, faced with someone as attractive and polite as Xiagu, they found themselves utterly defenseless. You hail from another world. Which world might that be? Yet, the males beside you seem indistinguishable from those of our kind. This matter is evidently clear. Indeed, there appears to be no change at all. The males here remain beastmen. Aside from the unique energy permeating the air and the distinct flora and fauna, there is little difference. Perhaps the experiences of the two worlds diverge in some respects. But Xiagu was entirely unaware of this. We truly come from another world. If I am not mistaken, your realm is also a planet of beastmen, quite similar to our own, perhaps indicative of parallel worlds. In truth, Xiagu felt somewhat troubled, as discussing this matter proved somewhat challenging. It was not out of embarrassment, but rather because articulating this concept elevated the level of understanding to a point that was difficult to convey. Nevertheless, having arrived here, it was imperative to clarify matters, lest the indigenous inhabitants misunderstand. Parallel worlds. Are you suggesting that our planet and yours exist within the same framework? While they may seem unrelated, there is a connection. Yet the two worlds lead entirely different lives, correct? The indigenous people here are not as foolish as Xiagu had imagined. They have developed unique perspectives on the issue. According to this explanation, there seems to be no fault. Xiagu believed this to be the most suitable way to elucidate the situation. Indeed, we just traversed through that portal, unexpectedly intruding upon your world. However, their sensory experiences within this realm have been profoundly different. Achieving this was truly astonishing, and they were eager to remain and explore further. Yet, upon contemplating certain matters, Xiagu furrowed her brow and immediately turned to Xuelan. Xuelan, could you see if you can return through that portal? If possible, please bring Zhang Fenglin along. After all, as fellow survivors from an apocalyptic world, Xiagu and Zhang Fenglin would certainly have more to discuss. Furthermore, differing perspectives on this situation could be invaluable for exploration. Perhaps many unresolved mysteries might yield diverse answers. Xiagu understood what needed to be done next. Very well. I shall proceed now. Xuanli, please ensure Xiagu's safety while I am away. Xuelan nodded and departed from the group, while Xiagu continued her dialogue with the indigenous people. After a thorough exchange, both parties confirmed that there was no danger, merely a sincere and friendly communication. Everyone was astonished by the situation. As they listened to Xiagu and the beastmen discussing the circumstances, their understanding of parallel worlds had nearly been deduced, and with Xiagu's elucidation, they seemed to grasp the nature of this planet. Before long, Xuelan returned with Zhang Fenglin, which alleviated some of Xiagu's tension. What on earth is happening? How did I end up here? And why was I not brought along with you? Zhang Fenglin was understandably perplexed, having not anticipated Xiagu and the others embarking on their own adventure. Upon hearing this, Xiagu offered an awkward smile, as they too had not foreseen their sudden entrance into this realm and the myriad of revelations they encountered. Thus, it was not entirely their fault. Upon realizing the circumstances, they promptly brought Zhang Fenglin along. Now that I have come to find you, is that not sufficient? We have discerned that this appears to be a parallel world. I wish to discuss with you the differences between this realm and our previous one. Xiagu could only quietly converse with Zhang Fenglin, as the others remained unaware, and she did not wish to be perceived as a monster. I am uncertain of the situation. Have you communicated with the locals? Surely, the indigenous people do not harbor any intentions of annihilating us. Presently, Zhang Fenglin felt some trepidation. If that were indeed the case, they must depart swiftly. We have communicated. They are quite friendly and intrigued by our presence, and they can even comprehend the notion of parallel worlds. This greatly facilitated matters for the females. Otherwise, they might have left through the portal much earlier. To prevent others from overhearing their discussion, Xiagu and Zhang Fenglin discreetly moved to a more secluded spot, while the others engaged with the indigenous people and even interacted with the local flora and fauna. I simply wish to ascertain whether this matter relates to our traversal. As both worlds are inhabited by beastmen, I genuinely believe in the existence of parallel worlds. Although this is merely conjecture, the fact remains that they have arrived in this place, and undoubtedly, things have changed. Thus, she hoped to inquire about Zhang Fenglin's thoughts, as he likely had more exposure to such matters. You are likely correct. Parallel worlds indeed exist here. The previous apocalyptic mutations may have been the result of an invasion attempt from other planets. Zhang Fenglin's demeanor grew serious. He furrowed his brow, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. However, now that they had arrived here and witnessed these phenomena, it was evident enough to understand what had transpired. Xiagu listened intently to Zhang Fenglin's speculations, and her doubts deepened within her heart. The truth behind the mutations of the apocalypse remained shrouded in mystery. If parallel worlds truly existed, their connections might be far more intricate than they had ever imagined. To uncover the circumstances surrounding this, it seemed essential for them to remain here for a while longer. Zhang Fenglin curiously inquired about Xiaogu's thoughts, unaware of the complex emotions she harbored. A decision was necessary to determine their next course of action. Otherwise, lingering in this place would indeed become quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing his words, Xiagu began to grasp the situation, yet the idea of abandoning their exploration of this world felt rather unrealistic. As you know, we endured considerable hardships to arrive here. Thus, it is imperative that we stay for some time. Moreover, this place brims with positive energy, and if the people from our tribe were to join us, they could undoubtedly ascend in status at an accelerated pace. Regardless of the circumstances, this holds great significance for the tribe, and Xiagu would not easily relinquish her resolve. She certainly hoped everyone would persist. I realize you have truly become a goddess in every sense. Each of your actions reflects your consideration for the people within the tribe. Are your beast husbands so captivating that they have you utterly enchanted? Zhang Fenglin chuckled, yet he understood Xiaogu's choice to embrace this idyllic life. After all, she had endured much suffering during the apocalypse and rightfully deserved a better existence here. Do not speak that way. I, too, seek a comprehensive understanding of the world we inhabit and its connection to the apocalypse. Furthermore, unraveling this enigma will undoubtedly benefit us all. So I believe it is indeed the right course of action. Xiagu found herself devoid of any alternatives, ultimately compelled to express her thoughts in that manner, leaving aside any further considerations. Meanwhile, Xuelan was taken aback by the prolonged exchange between Xiagu and Zhang Fenglin, unaware of the whispered secrets they shared. Hesitantly, Xuelan approached, ensuring to greet them as she drew closer, seeking to avoid any disruption. Xia, how should we proceed from here? Upon hearing Xuelan's inquiry, Xiagu's mind brimmed with ideas, each promising to benefit the tribe. Let us divide the tribe members into several groups to continue engaging with the indigenous people while exploring other realms of our world. The air and energy here surpass those of our previous Orc realm by a significant degree, which is immensely advantageous. Should our high mountain tribe achieve comprehensive advancement here, the other tribes would undoubtedly bow in submission to us. Xiagu had tasted the essence of power and yearned for more. Moreover, she harbored little doubt that Xuelan was equally captivated by this prospect. With opportunities laid before them, why abandon them? You are right, Xia. I shall expedite the arrangements. It is imperative that our numerous tribe members come over in groups to learn. Those orcs who have completed their training and elevated their ranks can remain to explore new territories in this world. However, we must engage in thorough discussions with the indigenous people to ensure a smooth transition. Otherwise, it would be unwise to bring so many tribespeople over abruptly. Xuelan's concern lingered, hoping Xiagu would adeptly manage the situation. Of course, I will handle our communications with them. You need only focus on the arrangements. With this understanding established, the two reached a consensus, while Zhang Fenglin nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the dedication Xiagu exhibited. Furthermore, the matter at hand served as a testament to Xiagu's capabilities, rendering any additional considerations unnecessary. Xiao Mush directly broached the matter with the indigenous people. And faced with Xiao Mush's warm smile, they found themselves utterly unable to refuse. Of course, if you are willing to come, we are more than happy to assist you throughout the process. However, we also wish to explore your world, they remarked. After all, it is a mutual exchange. I trust you can comprehend my perspective, but if it is inconvenient, we can certainly understand. The words of the indigenous people brought great joy to Xiao Mush. The mere prospect of mutual communication was indeed agreeable. Thus, a definitive agreement was established between the two parties, leaving no room for further discussions. The young ones remained in this realm, diligently acquiring knowledge. Once all matters were meticulously planned, everyone proceeded with their studies in an orderly manner. Over time, the members of the tribe acquired a wealth of knowledge and skills. The young ones similarly advanced steadily according to their aspirations. Yet at that moment, Zhang Fenglin, observing certain elements of this planet, seemed to have unraveled a particular mystery. He hurriedly sought out Xiao Mush, his face a picture of urgency. And Xiao Mush sensed that Zhang Fenglin had something of significance to share. Xiagu had no choice but to lead Zhang Fenglin to a secluded spot. Zhang Fenglin glanced around several times, relieved to find no one else in sight. Why are you in such a hurry? What on earth has happened? Xiagu inquired of Zhang Fenglin. Take a look at this plant, Zhang Fenglin said. extending his palm to present a peculiar specimen before Xiagu. Isn't this a mutated plant? But why does it appear this way? It seems as though this plant has already healed. Xiamush gazed at the peculiar plant, feeling an undeniable sense of oddity. During the cataclysm of the apocalypse, she had encountered this very species. However, its current state was utterly transformed, bearing no resemblance to its mutated form, or perhaps it had mutated and subsequently reverted to its original state. This astonishing phenomenon elucidated for Xiao Mush why Zhang Fenglin had rushed over with such urgency. So what does this signify? What do you believe the situation is? Just state it plainly. Xiagu felt an overwhelming headache. Under such circumstances, it was imperative to conduct a thorough inquiry, for otherwise, he would remain uncertain. I believe that the indigenous inhabitants of this world once faced a similar apocalyptic transformation. However, they successfully repelled the invaders through a unique method, resulting in their mutated flora returning to its original state. Yet, regardless of the restoration, certain inherent flaws persisted, leaving behind some distinctive characteristics. Reflecting on this, it indeed seems plausible. Otherwise, the world would not have become so wondrous. Upon hearing this, Xiagu nodded thoughtfully. If that were indeed the case, everything would have a reason for explanation. Yet, I remain in the dark regarding the methods employed for resistance and recovery. At the very least, we know that everything in this world appears flawless. No flaws have been discovered, which is why Zhang Fenglin has been diligently researching the circumstances here. Having identified certain issues himself, perhaps I should consult the indigenous people. After all, they have been exceedingly cordial towards us and are likely to share their knowledge on the matter. However, Xiagu could not ascertain the duration of the mutations. That was a question only they could answer, and whether it could be done remains uncertain. Shortly thereafter, Xiagu found herself before the indigenous people, who greeted her with utmost politeness. What brings you here? Is there a matter you wish to discuss, or have you encountered an unexpected situation in this world? I am here to assist you in any way I can. The indigenous people remained gentlemanly, eager to help Xiagu resolve her concerns swiftly. This plant seems rather peculiar. It appears to have undergone some form of mutation. Otherwise, its normal state should not resemble this, she stated, placing the specimen before them. It is often best to address matters directly rather than face a multitude of complications without any satisfactory resolution, which would only squander time. Upon hearing her words, the indigenous people examined the plant closely, their brows furrowing in surprise that Xiagu had discerned the underlying problem. I have heard from our ancestors about a significant event that transpired, leading to this current state. Although much time has passed since then, troublesome situations still arise, which are unavoidable. Our ancestors utilized a mysterious energy matrix that strengthened the planet's defensive capabilities, preventing further deterioration. The indigenous people's explanations were somewhat vague, as they had never experienced such events firsthand. Even though this planet has undergone mutations, those occurrences are distant memories, known only to their forebears. Now, as they have aged and their ancestors have long since passed, uncovering these clues proves to be a challenging endeavor. Moreover, they do not perceive this as particularly useful information, which may be why they have chosen to remain uninformed. Energy matrix, Xiagu murmured, pondering the implications of this revelation. Once their discussion concluded, she returned to Zhang Fenglin. What news have you gathered? Is there anything useful we can reference? Zhang Fenglin raised an eyebrow in anticipation, for Xiagu always seemed resolute in her pursuits. Under such circumstances, it was perhaps best to allow her to take the lead while the others need not worry. They mentioned that the energy matrix had protected them from the world's mutations, which is why they continue to thrive here without any signs of mutation. If we could somehow bring this energy matrix back to our own planet, perhaps we could halt the spread of the impending apocalypse. Xiagu contemplated the situation, yet its realization appeared fraught with challenges. They remained utterly oblivious to the methods employed by those individuals, and an array of difficulties hindered their research endeavors. However, regardless of the circumstances, the mere awareness of this matter altered their feelings towards it. How long would it take to gather the energy matrix to bring it back? Zhang Fenglin furrowed his brow, sensing that Xiagu's proposition was far from practical. Should problems arise, they would be at a loss for solutions, primarily because they lacked control over the situation. Thus, they were perpetually exposed to unforeseen dangers, uncertain of how to address them. Even if it required considerable time, they had to make an attempt. Previously, it was the mutated beings of the apocalypse that had caused her to traverse into this realm. Now, this planet had successfully withstood the onslaught, while her original world had fallen victim to mutation. Xiagu is deeply troubled by the uncertainty surrounding the possibility of mutations in the current realm of exotic beasts. Should such a scenario arise, what course of action would be appropriate? It would be prudent to address this matter promptly, rather than lingering in indecision. Do as you wish. If you have truly made up your mind, I shall remain by your side to offer my support. Zhang Fenglin sighed. Xiagu's resolve was unwavering. Rendering his words futile, it would be more beneficial to assist her directly, as doing so might earn her acknowledgement. Henceforth, I shall lead the tribe members in collaboration with the indigenous people to diligently explore the mysteries of this energy matrix. Xiao Mush understood that the task at hand would be quite challenging. However, by consulting several individuals and delving into ancient texts, a cohesive understanding could be pieced together. In due time, the nature of this energy matrix would be unveiled, and Xiao Mush possessed ample justification to persuade others. The current circumstances were undeniably distinct. Should a mutation occur, swift resolutions could be achieved. While the possibility of mutation lingered, the assurance of recovery offered a refreshing sense of hope. Indeed, through Xiao Mush's continuous efforts during this period, progress was persistently being made. The beast tamers consistently exhibited unwavering support towards Xiao Mush, never once delivering any discouragement. Yet, Xiao Mush found herself increasingly anxious, sensing that the urgency of the situation was escalating. Xiagu, why do I instinctively feel this way? Surely, this sensation did not arise abruptly. As I ponder this question, a sense of unease envelopes me. There seems to be a situation of which I am completely unaware. This apprehension stems from the impending collapse of the entire ruin, which is intrinsically linked to this world through a passage. Should this passage fall apart, there would be no way for the host to return. Moreover, the other young ones and the members of the tribe would also be unable to find their way back. Even though this realm is undeniably exquisite, overflowing with energy and support, it seems unrealistic for them to entirely forsake their original world due to this predicament. It is precisely to benefit my tribe that we ventured to this place. Otherwise, our presence here would be inconceivable. Xiagu, then I must expedite the resolution of matters here so that I can lead everyone back. It seems that anxiety is indeed a sixth sense. This is an outcome that cannot be altered. Xiagu immediately informed Xiaobai, who was quite astonished at that moment. How do you know about this? Has someone alerted you? Or do you possess some channel through which you obtain this information? Initially, Xiaobai found it rather peculiar, but was nonetheless eager to uncover the source of Xiagu's knowledge. However, Xiagu could not possibly divulge everything regarding the system, especially since even the beast tamers were unaware of it. Do you not recognize a woman's intuition? Moreover, I dreamt of this matter as well. To maintain discretion, it would be prudent to follow my lead. Indeed, many inexplicable events had transpired in my life that remain beyond comprehension. Whenever such topics arise, Xiagu tends to conceal the details, as it is prudent to exercise caution around others. Zhang Fenglin nodded, refraining from further inquiries. If that were the case, time was of the essence. Recently, my research has unveiled a remarkably subtle energy connection between our planet and this one. It is this very energy bond that gives rise to the so-called light portals, enabling our traversal into this parallel world. Xiao Mushroom nodded thoughtfully, fully comprehending the words spoken by Zhang Fenglin. It seemed that the situation was indeed as he described, rendering any further contemplation unnecessary. Very well, we shall proceed methodically, swiftly clarifying the remaining issues, for it is imperative that we depart without delay. There is no time to squander. Xiagu's remarks served not only as a reminder to Zhang Fenglin and his kin, but also to the system itself. Without the system's assistance, Xiagu would have found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Over the past few days, Xiagu, alongside the indigenous people, diligently visited their forebears, investing considerable effort into understanding the energy matrix. They meticulously perused numerous ancient texts, all in pursuit of knowledge regarding this enigmatic phenomenon. Moreover, the system was unreserved in its support for Xiagu, eager for her to swiftly master the intricacies at hand. After much toil, Xiagu finally grasped the core techniques of the energy matrix. Holding the book before her, she exhaled in relief. For days, she had been engaged in writing this very tome. Her intention was to document every step, ensuring that the information would be readily available for future reference and not easily forgotten. Furthermore, in times of trouble, Xiagu would at least have the book to consult, rather than facing a void of knowledge. Host, you have finally mastered everything. The collapse of the ruins is imminent. You must expedite your arrangements to avoid being trapped in this world. Should any other beings detect the presence of individuals here, they would undoubtedly face peril. Therefore, even those who wish to remain in this realm cannot do so. The system could only kindly remind Xiagu as this circumstance was indeed a reality that warranted proactive avoidance. The technology comprehended the system's intent, thus, it would be prudent to resolve the matter swiftly, rather than continue to grapple with the situation. Xiagu. All right, I understand. At this point, we have already acquired a wealth of knowledge, and everyone has received the energy they rightfully deserve. It is indeed time for us to return, and we shall undoubtedly remain undetected by your superiors, thus avoiding any potential annihilation. However, before we depart, Xiagu has made a special effort to seek out the indigenous people, as it is essential to express our heartfelt gratitude for their unwavering warmth and support throughout our journey, which has prevented us from experiencing any sense of fatigue. Xiagu bowed deeply, expressing profound gratitude, and thus felt no need for formality in this matter. There is no cause for concern. The mutual benefits we derive from this relationship should not be overthought. Our acquaintance is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Assisting you is our genuine desire. And it has been quite a while since we encountered new faces. Your arrival has brought us a measure of joy. The indigenous people continue to warmly welcome your presence, a sentiment that has remained unchanged. They recognize your goodwill and appreciate your willingness to share the knowledge you have acquired. Once all was said, Xiagu bid them a heartfelt farewell, hoping for the possibility of future encounters, even though such a prospect may be challenging to realize. Xiagu let out a sigh, feeling an undeniable sense of reluctance. Gradually, the conversation took on a more somber tone, as both parties found themselves struggling with the impending farewell. A few days later, after all matters had been concluded, the system began to emit warning signals. The host was urged to swiftly lead the members of their clan away from this world. Otherwise, the portal of traversal would be irrevocably sealed, and the ruins would ultimately collapse. The energy within the relic had been entirely depleted, awaiting our inevitable downfall. At this moment, Xiagu was tirelessly gathering all the members of the various tribes, who lined up in unison and hurried toward the portal of light. The young ones, too, cherished this moment, standing before Xiagu as they departed one by one, while Xuelan maintained order throughout. Fortunately, having foreseen this event, their departure had been masked, alleviating the tension to some extent. Soon, they traversed back through the portal of light. Xiagu turned to glance at the indigenous people, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet knowing that departure was inevitable. We shall meet again. As Xiagu stepped into the portal, she could still hear the voices behind her. She initially intended to respond, but sensed that the world behind her had become insubstantial, as if everything had vanished into nothingness. Upon their return to the ruins, they discovered that the original altar had collapsed, and the entire structure was on the brink of collapse. Xiagu and the beastmen hurriedly organized the group to swiftly depart, during which no casualties occurred. Once they had completely vacated the area, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Before long, they hastened back to their tribe. However, Xiagu understood that he must persist with the forthcoming arrangements. Failure to do so would certainly lead to considerable troubles. It is imperative that we do not become complacent. Now that we have returned safely, we must promptly commence constructing the energy matrix. Otherwise, our planet will undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions, possibly even mutations. And we cannot afford to devise a plan at that critical juncture. Having witnessed the apocalypse firsthand, Xiagu recognized the gravity of the situation and was resolute that no mishaps could occur. Moreover, having experienced the terrifying aftermath, Xiagu felt no fear in confronting the challenges ahead, only a determination to face them with courage. It was time to prepare for the unforeseen, and Xiagu was determined to ensure everything was in order. Upon hearing this, the other tribespeople immediately responded in unison. Goddess, let us begin constructing the energy matrix. In a short while, the energy matrix was collaboratively established, forming an immense energy web. Through their collective efforts, the planet's defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, and upon witnessing this, Xiagu felt a measure of reassurance. However, the completion of the energy matrix coincidentally triggered a side quest from the system. The host must promptly arrange for individuals to upgrade and maintain the energy matrix diligently. It is crucial that no errors occur within the positive energy matrix. This aspect is inherently vital, otherwise, numerous issues will inevitably arise. Xiagu understood the matter immediately and promptly sought out Xuelan to address it. At that time, when we were in a parallel world, you had already acquired much knowledge by your side, thus, I shall entrust this task to you. Xiagu spoke with unwavering conviction. She held an immense trust in Xuelan, fully aware that he would not disappoint her. Very well, you may entrust this matter to me, I assure you. I shall ensure your complete satisfaction and leave no room for regret. Xuelan's promise instilled a profound sense of reassurance in Xiagu, marking a definitive arrangement. Furthermore, Xiagu and the Gaoshan tribe became legendary across the planet due to this adventure. Other tribes, having heard of this remarkable event, were drawn to it, prompting the chieftains to take action. The chieftains, accompanied by a few attendants, sought to seek counsel from the Gaoshan tribe. Xiagu and Xuelan were taken aback by the unexpected number of individuals eager to engage with them, which was indeed a delightful surprise. Xia, Xuelan inquired, should we organize a reception to welcome those from various clans? After all, they had come accompanied by their leaders, showing considerable interest in their circumstances, and it seemed only fitting to reciprocate. Xuelan scratched his head, feeling it necessary to heed Xiagu's guidance in all matters. Otherwise, many situations would remain unresolved, which would not bode well, given the importance of this event. Upon hearing these words, Xiagu nodded in agreement, harboring some thoughts of his own. Of course, it is essential for you, as the clan leader, to take the initiative in organizing a grand reception, to showcase the camaraderie and strength of our tribal alliance. We should also consider entertaining them with some performances. The very notion of this filled Xiagu with a sense of reassurance, affirming that they could indeed proceed in this manner, with all decisions aligning with Xuelan's direction. Xiagu felt that her identity as a goddess had completely overshadowed Xuelan. Otherwise, Xuelan would not have harbored such thoughts. Perhaps it would be better if you and I organize this together, for I truly believe I cannot manage it alone. During this period, I have witnessed your remarkable prowess, and I recognize that you are undoubtedly the rightful leader. Having endured so many trials, we have both transformed significantly and naturally. Xuelan has grown to admire Xiagu even more. Xuelan felt an immense sense of gratitude, as she had secured Xiagu's unspoken affection early on. And now everyone else seemed compelled to vie for her attention. You truly are quite childish. Must I always be the one to organize things with you? However, since you have expressed it this way, I find myself without recourse. Xiagu truly relishes the feeling of being needed. It imbues each task with an extraordinary motivation. Very well. Let us embark on this together. With immense joy, Xuelan assisted Xiagu in spinning around. Only when Xiagu called for a halt did Xuelan reluctantly set her down, for he held a deep respect for her. The following day, Xiagu and Xuelan convened the esteemed members of their tribe, establishing a reception preparation team. The aim was to ensure that everyone could partake in the endeavor, with all members diligently preparing for the forthcoming events. You must keep a vigilant eye on the invitations, distributing them one by one. Inviting each person individually, it will be just perfect. I have complete faith that you will excel in this task. There is no need for excessive words. Let us act swiftly. Xiamu, known for her resolute demeanor, commanded immediate agreement from all present, who nodded in unison and adhered strictly to her directives. Shortly thereafter, a grand reception commenced, attracting numerous chieftains to participate. Among them, Hongbin was taken aback upon witnessing the operations and constructions of the Gaoshan tribe. He promptly seized Xuelan's arm, eager to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the structural planning involved. Xuelan, he exclaimed, I am truly astonished by your remarkable achievements at such a young age. You have established formidable defenses for your tribe. If it's not too presumptuous of me to ask, could you impart some of your knowledge? If my request is inappropriate, please disregard it. I sincerely apologize. Even other chieftains found themselves compelled to approach Xuelan with humility, for his prowess was undeniable, and they dared not provoke him recklessly. This is not solely my doing. It is my wife, Xiamu, who orchestrated it all. Xiamu is the goddess of our tribe, managing every aspect of these affairs with utmost diligence. Xuelan declared proudly, his admiration for Xiamu evident in his words. He could not tire of praising her identity, especially given their shared experiences that showcased her unwavering commitment. Noticing Hongbin's keen interest, Xuelan felt it necessary to elucidate further. At that moment, Xiamu approached, having overheard her name from a distance. What is it? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? She inquired curiously. Upon seeing Xiamu, Hongbin's eyes sparkled with admiration. As a chieftain, he had not anticipated that Xuelan's natural beauty would be so striking, paired with such capability. Truly, with a wife of such caliber, one has no further desires or concerns, for Xiamu could manage everything with ease. This chieftain wishes to understand our defense system. If it is convenient for you, could you perhaps explain it to Hongbin? However, if that is not feasible, it is quite all right, Xuelan suggested, feeling compelled to facilitate this connection to avoid future complications. Soon, Xiamu located Zhang Folin, who was also under her command. Please provide this chieftain with a comprehensive introduction to our defense system and the principles and practical applications of the energy matrix, she instructed. Xiagu, of course, would not be stingy regarding this matter, as she harbored other thoughts beneath the surface. However, it was not yet the time to voice them. It was prudent to allow everyone to grasp the situation first, with a more opportune moment to disclose her intentions later. Shortly thereafter, many clan leaders expressed their desire to further understand the defense system, seeking Zhang Fenglin for discussion. As expected, Zhang Fenglin's comprehension of the defense system was remarkably profound, and his explanations were exceptionally clear and accessible, capturing the attention and interest of many. Witnessing this, Xiagu devised further plans. Since the conversation had already reached this stage, it seemed only fitting to continue. As mealtime approached, Xiagu positioned herself at the center, drawing the gaze of all present. It was evident that she had something significant to share, and the moment was indeed ripe for such revelations. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for attending this reception. It is a true pleasure to meet all the clan leaders. Throughout our interactions, I have sensed the warmth and enthusiasm from each of you towards our tribe, and your kindness has truly overwhelmed me. I wish to propose a collaborative endeavor, the establishment of a planetary defense system. Moreover, I hope to receive your conclusions on this matter with the utmost expedience. As Xiagu's words resonated, a lively discussion ensued among the attendees. Within moments, a chieftain stepped forward, expressing his willingness to participate. With a leader emerging, other chieftains soon followed suit, eager to contribute to the safety of the planet. This endeavor held significance not only for them, but also promised substantial benefits for themselves. Moreover, they shared amicable diplomatic relations. Given this context, why not join forces? Clearly, this was a remarkably positive outcome. Seeing the affirmative responses from everyone, Xiagu felt reassured. Realizing that this matter was not as daunting as it seemed. Xia, it turns out you intended to pursue this course of action. You should have informed me earlier. I could have provided a more thorough explanation to them. Otherwise, I have been quite troubled, uncertain whether to be cautious around them, fearing I might make a misstep. Xuelan scratched his head in mild confusion, yet he accepted that even without prior notice, Xiagu's decisions always bore reason. He merely needed to follow her lead. Indeed, I had been formulating a plan, though it had not yet crystallized. It was only during our recent meal that I finalized it. I believe that the energy matrix, meant solely for our tribe, is unnecessary. The safety of the entire planet transcends our tribe's interests. If other tribes were to mutate, it would pose an even greater threat to us. It is far better for everyone to collaborate. This approach has proven effective in parallel worlds. Otherwise, they would not enjoy such peace and prosperity. There is a clear rationale behind this, and now you have discerned it. Well, Xia, you make a compelling argument. The welfare of other tribes is indeed intertwined with our own, Xuelan acknowledged, having grasped the situation. He understood that the planet might soon undergo a significant transformation, altering all people and circumstances. Thus, Xiagu's concern and proactive measures were entirely justified. Now that Xuelan comprehended this, he was determined to support Xiagu unconditionally, ensuring the endeavor's success. Next, as other chieftains prepared to depart, they needed to arrange exquisite tokens of appreciation, as their collaboration warranted a sense of ceremony. I mentioned this gradually. We already possess a plethora of splendid gems crafted at the Gemstone Processing Center, which could serve as gifts. Furthermore, these gems are inexpensive, so there is no need for regretting giving them away. Additionally, they belong to the strongest tribe, requiring others to merely observe their demeanor to survive. All right. I shall make the arrangements. Indeed, Xia, your foresight is remarkable. Had it been me, I might not have recognized this necessity. Moreover, it will leave a favorable impression on the other tribes, significantly altering their perceptions. The visitors departed the tribe, filled with gratitude and insights. Before leaving, they expressed how immensely beneficial this visit had been, eagerly anticipating deeper collaboration with the tribe alliance. After a long day's labor, Xiagu finally exhaled in relief. Returning to the stone cave for rest, Xuelan stood by, massaging her shoulders, wishing to help her unwind. You were truly impressive today, leading our young ones and showcasing our excellence to the tribal visitors. You cannot fathom the astonishment and admiration reflected in their gazes. When they realized you are my esteemed partner, their surprise deepened. I feel incredibly fortunate, Xuelan remarked with heartfelt emotion, sensing the elevated status Xiagu had bestowed upon him. Each time, Xiagu brought substantial benefits to the tribe, which did not escape Xuelan's notice. Were it not for Xiagu's divine status as his wife, such occurrences would not transpire. Indeed, I noticed their gazes as well. I must admit, It felt quite gratifying to demonstrate our prowess. This way, they will know whom they ought to bow to. They have no right to challenge us. Xiagu raised her head proudly, exuding an air of self-satisfaction that required no humility regarding the matter at hand. She firmly believed that her accomplishments were nothing short of perfection, and that no other tribe possessed the same capabilities. It would be splendid if they could coexist harmoniously. However, should they harbor ulterior motives or intentions, she would not hesitate to confront them with unwavering resolve. As Xiagu spoke, his gaze grew somewhat shadowed, for he possessed the uncanny ability to discern the innermost thoughts of those around him. Xuelan nodded in agreement, having spent ample time by Xiagu's side. She was well aware of the underlying circumstances. I believe there is truth in her words. They are merely playing a fade at present. Should calamity strike, they would undoubtedly resort to moral coercion against our esteemed mountain tribe. It is only in such a moment that their hypocritical facades will be thoroughly unmasked, for they have been patiently awaiting an opportunistic moment. Xuelan expressed her conviction resolutely, for she had encountered similar situations before. In the past, other tribes frequently engaged in such deceitful practices, which is why Xuelan spoke with such certainty. Xiagu understood that Xuelan spoke those words merely to remind herself. All right, I comprehend. Of course, I can deduce what you have stated, and with the two of us collaborating on this matter, there should be no issues whatsoever. Reassured by Xiagu's words, Xuelan finally felt at ease, lying beside her companion. As time progressed, the mountain tribe gradually emerged as a significant force on the planet. Under Zhang Fenglin's stewardship, the construction and maintenance of the energy matrix proceeded seamlessly, ensuring the planet's safety. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when Xuejo returned from an outing, disoriented and frantically aggressive. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished at the unexpected turn of events. What could have caused such a transformation? Had the tribal physician been summoned to examine the situation? Expressing deep concern, Xiagu felt troubled by this predicament. The physician had indeed conducted an examination, yet they remained perplexed by the nature of Xuejo's condition. All they could do was restrain Xuejo, preventing any further actions from being taken. Beyond this, no other solutions seemed viable. The tribe's people felt helpless, ultimately leaving the resolution of the matter in the hands of Xuelan and Xiagu. Xiagu urgently summoned Zhang Fenglin, who, upon witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. How could it have come to this? What had he encountered? Why had there been a transformation into the undead? How did this differ from the apocalyptic scenarios of the past? Once one emerged, many would inevitably follow, and ultimately, this planet would succumb to an apocalypse as well. Zhang Fenglin began to feel a sense of panic, for he was all too familiar with this situation. It was precisely this ominous sign that had led to gradual development and widespread contagion, culminating in the present state. So, what course of action should we take to address this predicament? We cannot simply allow this situation to persist. Xiagu believed that since Zhang Fenglin was a researcher of the apocalypse, he should be somewhat informed about the resolution of this matter. They had all fallen into a predicament, and it was imperative to forge an alternative path to address the situation. From the very beginning, Xiagu sensed that this planet might be veering towards its demise. Ever since the onset of those harsh conditions, Xiagu had been influenced by the circumstances, hence the diligent preparations. Even the energy matrix had been meticulously managed, yet it had still been infiltrated. Otherwise, how could such a predicament arise? Thus, this situation was indeed highly inappropriate. Previously, during the apocalypse, a mere serum could restore the condition of the infected. However, now they found themselves helpless, as they lacked any serum at all. Zhang Fenglin wiped the sweat from his brow, hoping fervently that Xiagu could grasp this reality. If not, the situation would inevitably become exceedingly troublesome, rendering any efforts pointless. Upon hearing this, Xiagu let out a resigned sigh. The serum was undeniably a crucial element. Xiagu, what should we do now? Indifference has already emerged, and we are devoid of serum. Could you possibly allow me to undertake a task in exchange for a vial of serum? Yet, Xiagu is fully aware that this would merely alleviate our immediate predicament. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty. A single vial of serum cannot possibly resolve every issue, and we are still at a loss regarding how to control this situation. Host, do not be overly concerned. As of now, the toxins from Xuejo have not fully disseminated. According to the system's detection results, the infection is not profound, yet it seems that our only recourse may be to strive for survival through severance. Upon hearing these words, Xiagu found herself engulfed in a state of distress. The prospect of resorting to amputation for survival loomed as a bleak reality for the future of Xuejo. However, Failing to take such measures would undoubtedly lead to greater dangers, potentially jeopardizing the lives of her kin. Ultimately, Xiagu steeled her resolve and opted for the system's decision. At that moment, she regarded everyone around her with a calm demeanor, letting out a helpless sigh. "Everyone, please step outside for a moment, except for Xuezhou," Xiagu stated with utmost seriousness. The others stood frozen in place upon hearing her words. Even Xuezhou was somewhat puzzled by Xiagu's intent. Yet, since Xiagu had spoken, the others chose to comply with her command and gradually vacated the stone chamber. "Why am I being left behind? If you have something to say, please do so directly. I will do my utmost to cooperate with you," Zhang Fenglin asserted with unwavering determination. Having witnessed Xiagu's prowess firsthand, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "At present, I have observed that Xuezhou's infection is not particularly severe, so I hope you can assist in the amputation. You have at least some experience in this matter, and I believe we can work together effectively." Zhang Fenglin felt a sense of unease at Xiagu's proposal, questioning how she had arrived at such a conclusion. "Are you certain that amputation alone will restore him to normalcy? Understand that if this endeavor fails, we may all bear the brunt of the consequences." Although Xiagu was regarded as a deity, the weight of expectation upon her was immense. Should she falter in any regard, the repercussions would be dire, and the matter would be treated with utmost seriousness. "I am confident that as long as we proceed with the amputation, we can ensure a successful outcome." Xiagu no longer wishes to elaborate on other matters. She simply hopes for a complete resolution to this situation. She entrusts everything to the two of them. Even if they were to fail, Xiagu would not hold them accountable. Although she may face criticism from others, she is determined to try this approach. Otherwise, it would be futile, and the issue would only escalate further. She can discern that the infection is not severe if the affected limb is amputated. He can return to normal with adequate rest. Moreover, their collaboration, though not without its challenges, is certainly manageable. Having experienced the apocalypse, Xiagu has witnessed unspeakable horrors, including cannibalism, making this circumstance seem rather ordinary, devoid of undue concern. "Fine, I will defer to your judgment. I am at a loss with you. You are truly the first person I have encountered who is so resolute about this matter." Contemplating this brings her considerable distress, yet she realizes that extensive discussion is futile. It is far better to resolve this issue swiftly. Observing the bound Xuezhou stirs deep concern within Xiagu. Failing to treat him would surely lead to disappointment for many. Zhang Fenglin is exceedingly anxious, sweat pouring down his forehead. With Xiagu's assistance, he takes the knife from her hand. The outcome now rests solely in his hands. "Quickly now, if we delay any longer, we risk infecting more individuals." And Xuezhou is nearing the point of being uncontrollable. The fact that Xuezhou has not been overwhelmed by the infection allows for some restraint. However, if he were to succumb entirely, the situation would undoubtedly change. This thought deepened Zhang Fenglin's anxiety, yet he nods in agreement, proceeding under Xiagu's guidance. "I have begun to grasp the situation. I'm slowly getting started. Let us remain calm," he reassures himself, attempting to instill confidence in Xiagu, who remains composed despite his tension. After some time, they manage to sever Xuezhou's afflicted limb completely. A collective sigh of relief escapes them. For once the limb is removed, Xuezhou regains a semblance of tranquility. He breathes steadily, providing both Xiagu and Zhang Fenglin with an unexpected sense of relief. Xuezhou is alive, and he appears to be in stable condition. They must incinerate the severed limb at once, ensuring that no traces remain. Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of worry, for if this severed limb were to be consumed by other small creatures, it would undoubtedly pose a risk of infection. "Very well. I shall hasten to fetch fire," she declared, "and I have already staunched the snow around Xuezhou, so there should not be any significant issues. You merely need to assist in cleaning the remnants." It was imperative to ensure thorough disinfection. Fortunately, they were surrounded by an abundance of medicinal herbs, all of which would prove invaluable. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding this matter. Xiagu promptly nodded as she watched Zhang Fenglin depart. Subsequently, Xiagu sought out Xuelan, instructing her to return to the stone cave, where Xuezhou awaited. "Is Xuezhou now in a stable condition?" Xuelan pondered, surprised to find that after a considerable period of tinkering by Xiagu and Zhang Fenglin, Xuezhou had completely returned to normalcy. This revelation only deepened Xuelan's admiration for the duo, though she remained uncertain of the methods they employed. Indeed, he had regained his normal state, although it was worth noting that Xuezhou's right hand had been amputated. This would undoubtedly have a profound impact on his future. However, in the pursuit of survival, he had no choice but to sacrifice that arm. Xiagu expressed profound sorrow. Despite the preservation of a life, the loss of a hand weighed heavily on all. Nonetheless, life itself brings forth a multitude of futures. One hand may be lost. Yet numerous challenges await to be gradually overcome. At the very least, survival remains paramount, and at this juncture, we cannot demand more. Xuelan comprehended Xiagu's sentiments, thus finding solace within herself regarding the matter. It will be essential to communicate effectively with Zhang Fenglin about this issue in due course. However, I wish to convey that the horrors of mutation in this apocalyptic world are all too real, capable of befalling us at any moment. Should we fail to exert control, the grim fate awaits us all, as everyone would succumb to infection. I implore you to embrace the responsibilities of a leader, to inform all clansmen of the consequences of this event, and to serve as a cautionary tale for the community. Xiagu comprehended that this matter could not be postponed any longer. It necessitated an urgent resolution. Should a cataclysmic scenario akin to the end of the world arise, all would inevitably succumb to despair. We must prevent such occurrences from re-emerging. The repercussions of another infected individual would be unimaginable. However, it seems that the current situation is increasingly unavoidable, thus it is imperative to devise corresponding measures. Xuelan scratched his head, grappling with the predicament. Feeling somewhat at a loss regarding how to address it, I propose that we establish a dedicated medical team tasked with investigating the mutated virus within the tomb, to ascertain the cause of infection. Furthermore, it is crucial that they swiftly identify effective prevention and treatment methods. Yet, I am uncertain who among us could assume this responsibility. Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Although there were indeed numerous local medical practitioners, none could deliver the results Xiagu desired. Furthermore, their reliance on conservative treatments left no room for innovation, rendering the situation even more unsuitable. As soon as this sentiment was expressed, a profound silence enveloped the room. No one uttered a word. Most individuals exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief, devoid of any meaningful discussion. At that moment, Zhang Fenglin clenched his fist, contemplating that it might be better to step forward. This issue required resolution. It could not simply linger indefinitely, necessitating a proactive approach. Allow me to take charge, he proposed. For I have already treated one patient and am prepared to lead the medical team. Upon hearing this, Xiagu felt an overwhelming sense of delight, as she had not anticipated that Zhang Fenglin would take the initiative to volunteer. With Zhang Fenglin present, Xiagu would indeed feel a greater sense of security, for his knowledge surpasses that of many. It is imperative to recognize that one must shoulder all responsibilities and lead the tribe members into the battle against the apocalyptic mutations. You must ascertain whether you are truly capable of fulfilling this role. If not, I would not wish to compel you, for you have already devoted considerable time to the welfare of the tribe. Xiagu comprehends an abundance of matters pertaining to Zhang Fenglin. Thus, it is imperative to proceed with meticulous caution, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arise. The present moment holds paramount importance. Should we execute our plans effectively, we shall encounter minimal obstacles. Therefore, it is essential to seek clarity and understanding at this juncture. I am more than capable, having reached this pivotal stage. If I do not step forward, who else will? Moreover, my familiarity with the situation renders me particularly suited for this role. Zhang Fenglin has indeed clarified all aspects of the matter, and there is no longer a need to contemplate any alternatives. Xiagu nodded immediately, indicating that this matter had been entrusted to Zhang Fenglin. Xuelan felt deeply about this situation, as no one from their tribe had stepped forward, leaving Zhang Fenglin to bear the burden alone. This incident sufficiently demonstrated Zhang Fenglin's commitment to the circumstances at hand, prompting Xuelan to call him forth. Initially, his presence made me feel quite inferior, for I had never encountered him before, and he did not belong to any tribe in our community. However, with Xiagu's faith in him, I found this situation acceptable. Even though he resides among us, I welcome his inclusion. Until just now, when he courageously stood up once again, my perception of him has been completely transformed. Xuelan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, as Zhang Fenglin had indeed assisted them considerably. Furthermore, with Xiagu's endorsement, Zhang Fenglin consistently performed admirably, which reassured Xuelan of his competence in this regard. There was little need for further elaboration. My exchanges with Xiagu had been rather limited. Yet I understood that this endeavor was beneficial for all of us. I wished to continue living here, unwilling to face further setbacks. Thus, I must confront all challenges head-on. When discussing these matters, Zhang Fenglin remained resolute, a conviction that had never wavered in his heart. Xuelan nodded with satisfaction. knowing that being acquainted with such a person was indeed a significant advantage. Now, given that we are in a critical situation, I do not wish to prolong the discussion. Since Xiagu has already stated the need to promptly activate the medical team, we must commence without delay. Xuelan was keen to avoid any prolonged hesitation, as each moment lost would only invite more infections. He had no desire to become one of them. Thus, it was wiser to focus intently on this task. Such an approach would benefit everyone and prove immensely helpful. Xiagu stepped out alongside him, having fully absorbed Xuelan's words directed at Xuelan. Xiao Mushroom was indeed taken aback by the words spoken by Xuelan to Xuelan. This alone suffices to demonstrate that Xuelan has matured significantly compared to before. Very well. Go ahead and do it. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you at the earliest opportunity. After uttering these words, Xuelan returned to Xiao Mushroom's side. Xuelan promptly selected several relatively young orcs to form a medical team alongside him. The other orcs who were chosen exhibited no negative emotions and readily agreed. As time passed, through the diligent efforts of the medical team, they ultimately developed a serum capable of temporarily suppressing the apocalyptic mutation virus. Xuelan and Xiao Mushroom gazed at the serum in their hands, still filled with confusion. It was only after Xuelan meticulously explained the details that they fully comprehended the situation. So, with this serum, we need not fear the presence of those infected, correct? Xiagu looked at Xuelan with great anticipation, yearning for a definitive answer. However, Xuelan sighed, acknowledging the inherent difficulties of the situation. The concocted potion was not capable of entirely eradicating the virus. Nonetheless, it could at least afford infected individuals precious time for treatment. Thus, should infections arise once more, the only recourse would be the previously employed method of amputation. This cannot persist, for many may lose a hand or a foot, or even their very lives, as they cannot afford such a fate. Have I truly exhausted all my herbal remedies and diverse medicines, only to achieve such a meager outcome? Xiagu did not harbor any feelings of blame towards Xuelan. Rather, he merely hoped to further investigate the potion. This endeavor may require some time to perfect. And thus far, this represents the most optimal outcome. Although Xuelan yearned for further advancement, the matter was anything but straightforward. Xiagu nodded, accepting the situation with a sense of resignation. Since they had already come this far, it would be prudent to make the best use of their resources. However, this predicament extended beyond their own tribe. Numerous other tribes were similarly afflicted. It was imperative that they seize the opportunity to advocate for the significance of this potion among the other tribes and establish a planetary united defense organization to collectively confront the threats posed by the apocalyptic mutations. Xiagu's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. After all, it was imperative to resolve this situation. With only a single tribe as the defender, the effort would be utterly futile. In time, the infected would inevitably exploit any weaknesses, and a solitary tribe would be incapable of repelling such a multitude of foes. Xuelan promptly summoned the chieftains of the other tribes, delivering a profound discourse on the matter. Fortunately, the leaders expressed unanimous support, leading to the establishment of the Planetary United Defense Organization. We are all willing to heed the words of the High Mountain Tribe's goddess and cooperate with her vision in every endeavor, they declared in unison, eager not to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Once the Planetary United Defense Organization was founded, Xiagu's tribe emerged as its pivotal force. Xuelan observed with a sense of comfort, for Xiagu had long since proven capable of standing on her own. Xia, if you ever feel weary, do not hesitate to delegate everything to me. I shall ensure that all is managed with care. I do not wish to see you burdened with undue hardship. But now that you have been exalted as the highest authority, everyone must heed your command. Xiao Mushroom can certainly perceive that Xuelan feels a deep sympathy for him. Otherwise, such words would not have been uttered. Nevertheless, Xiao Mushroom has already taken on this responsibility, shouldering this grand banner. Xiagu firmly believes in her pursuit of excellence, and she is not overly concerned with whether Xuelan is assisting her. Given Xiagu's capabilities, having Xuelan by her side is already a great advantage. Should Xuelan have other commitments, Xiagu would not hold it against her. Rest assured, I will never be overly formal with you. There is no need for such worry or sensitivity. Xiagu naturally could only take a moment to console Xuelan, leaving other matters aside for the time being. Shortly thereafter, Xiagu made his way to Xuelan's side, eager to collaboratively formulate a defense strategy. At present, it is solely our tribe that possesses the most formidable energy and matrix capabilities. Other tribes lack this technology entirely. It seems that we must unreservedly share our knowledge with the other tribes as this energy matrix must be disseminated across the entire planet. Only then can it serve a genuine defensive purpose. Otherwise, what significance does it hold if we act alone while others remain inactive? The combined population of individuals from other tribes far exceeds that of their own, and should they all fall victim to infection, even the Gaoshan tribe would not escape this fate. I believe it is feasible. I will carefully arrange for someone to teach this technology. In the face of the apocalypse, all tribes should set aside their divisions and unite as one. During this time, Xiagu and the beastmen also intensified the education of the cubs, instilling in them a sense of duty to protect their homeland from an early age. Mother, why are we undertaking these tasks now? Is it simply due to the presence of the infected? The cubs were indeed perplexed by the sudden urgency of the situation, having no understanding of why things had escalated so dramatically. Moreover, all the cubs had been gathered together for the purpose of honing this very skill. Their previous days had been filled with joy, yet now it seemed a stark contrast to the present. Mother hopes that you will take on the responsibility of safeguarding our home, and indeed, you have reached the appropriate age for such duties. Our planet is currently facing a crucial transformation. Should this transition prove unfavorable, it would lead to a collective downfall. Even mother and father could lose their lives, and you would not be exempt from this fate. Thus, I hope you can comprehend the gravity of this situation. Xiagu comprehended that they had indeed become quite bitter. Nevertheless, it was imperative to confront this matter head-on with rigorous education. They nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Yet they were willing to heed the words of Xuelan and Xiagu. Throughout their growth, the cubs not only learned to harness the energy matrix, but also evolved into a significant force for planetary defense. Xiao Mush gazed upon the assembled team, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within her. After all, it was her own offspring who had forged this group, and their capabilities were indeed commendable. Achieving this milestone was no small feat, especially considering the tireless efforts of her beastmen. Truly, her beastmen deserved accolades. They were not only honing the skills of the tribe, but also nurturing their young. It was no wonder I felt a sense of security. Having additional beastmen has proven to be quite beneficial, and I now fully comprehend your wisdom. Xuelan expressed his envy, reflecting on their previous monogamous arrangement. During her time on that other planet, Xiao Mush had never experienced anything different. Initially, upon witnessing the abundance of males surrounding Xiao Mush, Xuelan found it rather peculiar. Yet, it became evident that there was a rationale behind it, especially as these males showed great affection for her. Of course, they would bestow upon me such honor. How could I possibly refuse? Moreover, I have afforded them numerous opportunities. If they were weaker than I, they would hardly deserve the privilege of being by my side. Xiao Mush had long since come to terms with this reality, which justified her actions. Upon hearing this, Xuelan applauded, recognizing that Xiao Mush's insightful remarks were worthy of emulation. Indeed, I have sensed your transformation here. It is clear that as long as you remain unshackled, your potential is boundless. Everything lies within your grasp, and you possess remarkable strength, continuously striving for self-improvement, Xuelan mused. As time progressed, under Xiao Mush's leadership, the Planetary United Defense Organization successfully repelled several aberrant entities. Following her suggestion, the organization instituted regular drills to enhance their preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. Seizing the day, Xiao Mush organized a drill today. Participants included her offspring and the tribe's members, as well as individuals from neighboring tribes. The exercise was structured into 3 competing teams, engaged in a contest for survival within a designated primordial forest over a span of 15 days. The objective was to vanquish opponents by seizing their identity tokens. At the conclusion of the 15 days, the team with the most survivors would be awarded Xiao Mush's evolution elixir. Xiagu meticulously inscribed all the rules upon the animal hide for everyone to reference. Xuelan found the regulations quite intriguing, as she had not participated in the proceedings. Xia, do you believe this exercise is beneficial for them, or not? Since Xuelan had not been involved, she was unaware of the intricacies of the process and could only inquire, for Xiagu possessed far greater knowledge. Of course, it is beneficial. If we were to encounter infected individuals from other tribes, we would be able to defend ourselves. You must understand that the situation regarding the infection is exceedingly grave. Just one case can lead to many more. Although our tribe has maintained a robust defense, our reach is limited, and we are unaware of the conditions in other tribes. Furthermore, even if they do have infected members, they would undoubtedly conceal such information. Xiagu spoke with utmost seriousness, for this is the essence of human nature, a truth that applies universally. Thus, there is no need for excessive speculation in this regard. as what is destined to occur will inevitably transpire. Therefore, we must focus on diligently training the members of our tribe. As for other tribes, we shall extend an invitation for their participation, should they so desire. I believe that any tribe with aspirations will engage in these exercises, enabling us to collectively withstand our adversaries. Xuelan's affirmation prompted Xiagu to nod in agreement, swiftly instructing others to initiate this training drill. Before long, a considerable number of individuals expressed their willingness to participate, with even the entirety of the Gaoshan tribe joining in. Upon seeing this list, Xiamush felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and immediately commenced the ceremony. Once the ceremony began, the rehearsal proceeded with great fervor, as everyone began to engage in defense. At this moment, Xinli stood beside Xiamush, accompanying her without participating in the rehearsal. There was no other choice, for as a celestial horse, you soared high above. Able to observe the situation of everyone present, Xiagu gently patted Xuanli's shoulder and leaned into his embrace, feeling somewhat innocent about the situation. However, Xuanli shook his head, as he truly had no desire to partake in those exercises. This was a rare opportunity to be with Xiagu, who had been exceptionally busy lately. Aside from Xuelan, no one else could get close to Xiagu. Do you realize you have neglected me for quite some time? Now I can spend more time with you. This is our moment, he mused. Xuanli raised an eyebrow. Even in silence alongside Xiagu, he found a semblance of happiness. Compared to the frequent absence of Xiagu, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and solitude, yet he refrained from openly seeking her out. Xuanli understood that Xiagu was destined for greater glories, and in this light, he remained remarkably understanding. Upon hearing his words, Xiagu felt a pang of sympathy for Xuanli and gently ruffled his hair. Well, this pertains to the survival of our entire planet, so I must be diligent, which is why I have inadvertently neglected you. Soon, you will need to ascend into the skies to observe the unfolding of this event, to see if anyone attempts to cheat or if assistance is required. This way, we can ensure everyone's safety and provide an effective solution in case of emergencies. Xuanli nodded. He was well aware of his responsibilities and had long been prepared. Of course, I shall follow your directions. However, I find this exercise quite grand, especially with so many participants. Xuanli felt the weight of his responsibility keenly. Knowing that his unique advantages would allow him to oversee the entire process, he aimed to prevent any unforeseen accidents and unnecessary casualties, understanding that any mishaps would surely lead to blame directed at Xiagu. Thus, he felt an even greater sense of duty and swiftly took to the skies for a closer inspection. Each tribe was meticulously and orderly engaged in defensive preparations, with no incidents occurring. Watching them construct their safety barriers step by step brought Xuanli a comforting sense of reassurance. Before long, he reported all his observations to Xiagu, who was evidently pleased. I knew this would be beneficial. Initially, Xuelan inquired about it, but with her involvement,